Mijo, Heishan County. The Heishan mountain range stretches across the county like a majestic dragon, extending from east to west, deep. Within the mountains, it is said that there resides a third-tier demon beast, comparable to a golden core grandmaster, in a realm seldom trodden by human feet, yet teeming with countless spiritual herbs. The eastern slopes have been fully developed, with the largest sect in Heishan County, the Qingfeng sect, firmly established in this area. Scattered across the mountain foothills are over 50 cultivation families, creating a vibrant tapestry of practitioners concentrated in this region, which harbors more than 80% of Heishan's cultivators. The necessity of spiritual veins for cultivators is exceedingly rare once one ventures beyond the Heishan range. And here the lush vegetation and thriving demon beasts provide ample resources for cultivation. Thus, it has naturally become a sanctuary for those seeking the path of immortality, despite the multitude of cultivation families and the presence of a formidable sect. Like the Qingfeng sect, the vastness of the Heishan mountain range allows for ample space, preventing overcrowding. For families with modest demands for spiritual vein quality, even a small clan of a few dozen members can occupy 100-mile territory without contest. Among these cultivation families, the Bai family is renowned for their expertise in spiritual botany. Their ancestors hailed from the distant Yulong sect, where they were inner disciples of humble origins. Though they were fortunate enough to possess spiritual roots, decades of arduous cultivation yielded no foundational success that in search of fortune. They journeyed westward and, by sheer luck, uncovered an ancient cave dwelling within the Heishan Mountains using a tattered treasure map, which led to a generous bounty left by previous wandering cultivators. Most notably, within the cave lay a foundational elixir, a treasure sought after by all Qi refining period practitioners. With this elixir, the Bai family ancestors successfully established their foundation and made a home in Heishan County, expanding their lineage and founding a cultivation family. Now, after centuries of inheritance, the Bai family boasts over 10,000 members, firmly establishing their foothold in Heishan. However, among these thousands, fewer than 200 are recognized as core members of the Bai lineage possessing spiritual roots. In the realm of ordinary mortals, it is said that 1 in 1,000 births a spiritual root bearer. The ratio is slightly higher in cultivation families, yet mostly comprises inferior qualities, such as 5 or 4 spiritual roots that in the eyes of the Bai family. Every member with spiritual roots is treated as a treasure. While within the Qingfeng sect, 5 spiritual roots are deemed worthless, rendering such individuals unnecessary for the path of cultivation. The classification of the 5 elements dictates that if an individual possesses all 5 elemental spiritual roots, their efficiency in refining the world's spiritual energy is significantly diminished. A lifetime of toil may only yield them as a latest-stage Qi refining practitioner. Conversely, those endowed with a singular type of spiritual root are regarded as possessing heavenly roots, traversing a smooth path until the golden core stage, easily achieving foundational status. Yet, despite the population of several million in Heishan County, it is rare for the Qingfeng sects decennial talent recruitment ceremony to uncover a single prodigy with heavenly roots. The last occurrence of such a cultivation seed can be traced back nearly a century. After completing a full cycle of the Changchun Gong, Bai Ziqian felt a stable stream of spiritual energy remaining in his dantian, no longer resembling the days when every effort felt futile, as if attempting to fill a leaky raft. Exactly 100 days I have successfully drawn in the Qi. From today onward, I am a true cultivator at the first layer of Qi refining. Even with his mature mindset from 2 lifetimes, Bai Ziqian was only 9 years old in this life. The ethereal nature of the immortal path, though he had been immersed in it from a young age, only became credible to him when he truly became a cultivator. This world of immortals was no longer mere myth that in his previous life. Amidst the overproduction of societal resources, Bai Ziqian graduated from school and became a public servant, indulging in various virtual games, particularly those of the immortal genre that captured his heart. His astonishment after a night of gaming. he inexplicably found himself in this world, becoming a distant relative of the Bai family. Zikin's parents were ordinary Bai family members without spiritual roots, residing in the tranquil town of Maju at the mountain's foot, under the Bai family's protection. Though the path to immortality seemed elusive, their lives were relatively stable, free from the burdens of heavy taxes and calamities that plagued other mortals. The greatest aspiration of every Bai family member is to have a child who becomes a cultivator, bringing glory to their lineage and elevating the entire family. Several town leaders in the mundane communities are those whose direct relatives have become accomplished cultivators, allowing them to ascend to their esteemed positions. Zikin's branch had not produced a single cultivator in 3 generations, remaining content in the town of Bai, engaging in manual labor for a living until his father's generation, when his elder brother, Bai Juan, was discovered to possess spiritual roots and was taken to the main family on the mountain. In the blink of an eye, 30 years of relentless cultivation passed, and with his 4 spiritual roots, he only achieved the 6th layer of qi refining. Yet he was regarded as a significant figure among the residents of Maju. Bai Juan, having become a cultivator, took great care of his nephews and nieces, returning home every few years. During his last visit a year ago, he casually tested the spiritual roots of his young nephew and was overjoyed to discover that Bai Zichen possessed 3 spiritual roots of wood, fire, and earth, bringing immense joy to the family. Bai Zichen felt a great weight lift from his heart, as he had often worried about being a mortal without spiritual roots, destined to toil in the fields for a lifetime. According to the Bai family's customs, spiritual root testing is typically conducted at the age of 10, yet direct descendants of cultivators often undergo testing at 6 or 7 years old to prepare for their cultivation journey, having been tested and confirmed to possess 3 spiritual roots. Bai Zichen naturally returned to the Bai family estate with his uncle, Bai Juan. In the venerable sects with millennia of tradition, 3 spiritual roots are considered mediocre talents, hardly making a splash in a crowd, allowed to grow and develop at their own pace. However, in a smaller family like the Bai, where there are barely over 100 cultivators, such an aptitude is regarded as above average. Moreover, the 3 spiritual roots Bai Zichen possesses are in a harmonious relationship, making them a rare find among 3-rooted individuals. Bai Juan, deeply caring for his nephew, brought him back to his bamboo abode, dedicating time each day to impart various cultivation knowledge and experiences, while also investing in medicinal baths and spiritual foods to gradually enhance Bai Zikin's physique. After a full 6 months, he finally presented the Changchun Gong to Bai Zichen, allowing him to embark on his qi refining journey. Among the Bai family's 100 cultivators, all descend from the same ancestor. Yet over generations, many have diverged, resulting in distant bloodlines. Having a close blood relative cultivator means that once Bai Zichen embarks on his cultivation path, they can support each other, a far more reliable alliance than with other family members. Entering the qi refining stage is the first hurdle every cultivator must face. And the Changchun Gong records the process of drawing in qi over 100 days to embark on the immortal path. Of course, this time frame is merely indicative. Those with exceptional talents may accomplish it in just a few months, while those with poor aptitude, akin to waste spiritual roots, may take a year or more. The first step on the cultivation path reveals the stark differences in spiritual root qualities. Bai Zichen, having taken exactly 100 days, felt a transformative shift within himself. As he gracefully leapt from his bed, stretched languidly, and began to devise his grand cultivation plan. The Changchun Gong may lack advantages in combat, but it excels in stabilizing true essence and sustaining breath, making it rare for practitioners of this technique to fall into madness. Before reaching the foundational stage, one need not worry overly about the technique itself. The most pressing concern is the source of cultivation resources and what unique talents I possess to sustain my existence. A mature expression belied Bai Zikin's youthful visage, revealing an understanding far beyond his years. With the guidance of his uncle, Bai Zichen recognized that apart from innate talent, the significance of cultivation resources cannot be overstated. with a plethora of elixirs and treasures. Even a practitioner with waste spiritual roots could ascend to the foundational stage through sheer abundance of resources. The Bai family patriarch is a foundational stage cultivator, supported by 7 or 8 latest-stage qi refining practitioners within the clan. This is sufficient to maintain the family's current standing, yet their aspirations for growth and expansion are hampered by limited resources. The profits within the clan, after distributing shares to the elite cultivators, leave each individual with merely a few spirit stones annually. Primarily, one must rely on their own efforts. If one fails to establish a foundation by the age of 50, their path to cultivation is effectively closed. This adage, well known in the Black Mountain Range, conveys the notion that if one cannot achieve the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage and strive for the foundation establishment stage before turning 50, their journey in cultivation is essentially at an end. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage possess physical bodies significantly stronger than those of mere mortals. Free from ailments and pains, however, their lifespan is limited to a mere 120 years. Beyond the age of 50, the vitality wanes year by year, diminishing the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In Bai Juan's tales, many elderly individuals, having only attained the Qi refinement stage in their twilight years, grapple with the bitter reality of turning to dust after decades of effort, daring to make one final, desperate attempt. Yet, none have survived the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Their remains are lost to oblivion. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing upon me the gift of longevity. Bai Zichen opened the tome of the Black Mountain Prefecture, his gaze resolute. Without the guidance of an immortal, I shall depend solely on myself.
Chinner, at your age, there is no need to fret over spirit stones. Instead, you should spend time frolicking with your peers from the clan or practicing the fundamental 5-element spells. Bai Jiuan realized that his nephew was rather precocious at that age. He was still playing in the mud and seizing his neighbor's toys. Even after discovering his spiritual roots, he could hardly withstand the monotony of cultivation and would seize any opportunity to slack off. It was only when he reached 15 or 16, once his temperament stabilized and he understood the significance of cultivation, that he began to take it seriously. Today, Bai Zichen donned a brand new azure robe, adorned with a flourishing ink bamboo motif on his chest, a privilege bestowed upon all cultivators of the Bai family. The robe, though made of ordinary material, was inscribed with silk runes that enabled automatic cleaning and repair of any tears, making it worth at least 5 spirit stones in the marketplace. He wore a newly hung pouch at his waist, containing 2 spirit stones and a stack of talismans, the former being his annual allocation from the clan as a first-tier Qi refinement cultivator, and the latter a gift from his uncle Bai Jiuan for entering the Qi refinement stage. Spirit stones serve as the currency of the cultivation world and are indispensable for training. Their importance is self-evident. Although Bai Zichen was still unfamiliar with the pricing structure of the cultivation realm, he gleaned from various notes that 2 spirit stones would hardly suffice. Uncle, the books say that among the myriad arts of cultivation, weapon forging, pill refining, and talisman crafting are the 3 professions that yield spirit stones most easily. Why have you chosen to be a spirit plant master? Bai Zichen, though still young, had already resolved to learn a lucrative skill, with his immediate uncle being the best channel. Unfortunately, his uncle was not adept in any of the esteemed crafts. These 3 professions demand exceptional talent and require massive resources for training, and aside from sects like the Qingfeng sect, few families would invest in nurturing such talent. Bai Jiuan ruffled his young nephew's hair, not annoyed by the child's questions. Take the pill refiners, for instance. Even the most basic pills require materials costing over 100 spirit stones for a single batch. Failing dozens of times could severely cripple a small family. Moreover, do not underestimate the spirit plant master. This occupation requires minimal investment. If one can successfully cultivate even a few spirit plants, the benefits are considerable. Bai Zichen pondered in silence, harboring no ill feelings towards the profession of spirit plant master. He was still young, with no access to the higher-end professions, so starting with spirit planting seemed a reasonable path. Bai Jiuan led Bai Zichen to a bamboo grove, gesturing with his fingers to cast a spell. A few flickers of emerald light danced around his fingertips before merging with the bamboo before them. The bamboo leaves rustled, and in an instant, The plant appeared noticeably more vibrant, its branches and leaves flourishing. This was the embarking technique, a unique spell passed down from their ancestors. Unparalleled in the entire Heishan prefecture, it greatly benefits flora, not only promoting growth and rejuvenation, but also refining their essence and enhancing their quality. Thanks to this technique, the spirit plants cultivated by the Bai family had gained a modest reputation throughout Heishan prefecture, making it one of the clan's most significant products. As Bai Jian explained while casting the spell, he successfully infused several acres of bamboo with magic in no time. Isn't this the ink bamboo grown outside the town? Could it be a type of spirit plant? Bai Zichen scrutinized the bamboo, noting that aside from its deeper, more vibrant color, it seemed quite similar to the vast bamboo groves cultivated in the town. Huh, you're right, young one. This is indeed ink bamboo. But it is still far from being a true spirit plant. Bai Jian explained that their ancestors, upon settling in the Heishan Mountains, had inherited a bag of low-grade spirit plant seeds for Xian ink bamboo. Over the years, they successfully cultivated and expanded the bamboo groves. However, as time passed, many of the newly sprouted Xian ink bamboo devolved into ordinary ink bamboo, only slightly more resilient than mundane bamboo. Yet, with the careful nurturing of a spirit plant master and the cumulative effects of the embarking technique, there remains a possibility for them to be elevated back to Xian ink bamboo. The ordinary townsfolk cultivated ink bamboo under the Bai family's directive, ensuring an ample supply for the clan. In our family's territory, there are dozens of nameless hills like this one. Once you reach the mid-chi refinement stage, you can apply to the family for a hill of your own, specifically for creating spirit fields and cultivating spirit plants. For now, you can practice your skills here on my Fufeng Ridge. Upon hearing this, Bai Zichen was elated. The family benefits were indeed quite generous. A small mountain could easily accommodate hundreds of ordinary people, a domain he could never have dreamed of in his previous life. About 200 to 300 ink bamboos occupied the most spiritually vibrant section of Fufeng Ridge, backed by a sheer cliff adorned with lush vines. Below lay a small pond a few meters wide. On the opposite side, a flat expanse measuring about 100 feet in both length and width was cultivated with strikingly bright red crops, their slender stalks reaching waist height. A gentle breeze caused the crops to sway, creating the illusion of waves in a sea of fire, leaving Bai Zichen in awe at the sight. At the corners of the flatland stood a simple wall enclosing 3 lonely, drab houses. Bai Jian hastily covered the red crops with a spell from the embarking technique. Its faint green light barely discernible to the naked eye, completing the task in no time. Yangyan grass, once matured, can be used to create low-grade fire-type talisman paper. It's not particularly valuable, probably fetching only a dozen spirit stones for this entire expanse. However, it requires little spiritual energy and is easy to cultivate, making it a common choice among low-level cultivators. Bai Jian realized that his nephew was not to be treated as an ordinary child. Throughout the day, he meticulously attended to every detail of the spirit plants, persistently asking questions whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, displaying no hint of impatience or weariness. I usually only come here to tend to the spirit plants. During my stay, which is less than half a month each year, I merely constructed a simple dwelling. In a few years, when I reach the late Qi refinement stage, I can bring a few ordinary servants into the mountains to help us with our daily lives and manage some chores. Initially, the Bai family cohabited with mortals. But as generations passed and the clan grew, some cultivators raised objections. The then clan leader established a rule to create a small town at the foot of the nearby mountains, relocating all mortals without spiritual roots there. Only cultivators who had reached the late Qi refinement stage could apply to bring a certain number of mortals back to the mountain. This arrangement was made for easier management and to prevent overcrowding, which could disrupt the spiritual energy within the mountains. However, this rule burdened many low-level cultivators who had not yet reached the stage of fasting, as they still had to prepare their meals and clean up, leaving many who had been tested for spiritual roots lamenting their plight, believing they had ascended beyond the ordinary. Those with unstable temperaments and a penchant for comfort would seize any opportunity to escape to the town below for a few days of revelry. Naturally, Bai Jian did not reside on Fufeng Ridge primarily due to family duties, spending most of his time outside to accumulate resources for cultivation. Otherwise, with his 4 spiritual roots, he would not be so close to reaching the late Qi refinement stage. That evening, after enjoying a spirit meal with his uncle, Bai Zichen returned to his room. Although referred to as a spirit meal, It was merely a rough harvest from a small spirit field cultivated by his uncle, yielding some ordinary rice and vegetables, occasionally receiving a touch of the Imu Qingshin technique. It provided no real assistance for his cultivation. Furthermore, due to Bai Jiuan's lack of culinary skills and the use of subpar ingredients, Bai Zichen, accustomed to a meat-rich diet in both lives, found the food akin to chewing wax, only hoping that his uncle would soon improve his skills and find a skilled cook. Refining tools and concocting elixirs, as my uncle mentioned, not only requires substantial initial investment, but also necessitates the guidance of esteemed masters. Relying solely on personal exploration may consume 5 or 6 years with little promise of truly grasping the craft, making it quite impractical for sustenance. However, the field of spirit botany appears to hold significant potential, and I shall focus my efforts there. Due to the association with Xuanma bamboo, the Bai family places great emphasis on spirit botany, with no fewer than 100 volumes of related texts within the clan, particularly concerning various types of spirit bamboos. There exists a complete set of cultivation techniques, including multiple methods to stimulate the bamboo for ascension. A single ordinary Mo bamboo, once transformed into a low-grade Xuanma bamboo, can fetch 35 spirit stones when sold. With over a decade of cultivation, there exists a minuscule chance for the Xuanma bamboo to ascend further, reaching the middle grade tier, which could yield 150 spirit stones. This is no mere coincidence, as a middle grade Xuanma bamboo can be utilized in the crafting of the most basic flying swords, significantly inflating its market value. Even though the swords produced from Mo bamboo are classified as inferior among first-grade flying swords, they remain the Bai family's best-selling specialty. Many Bai cultivators use these Mo bamboo flying swords themselves. After all, the most ordinary flying sword artifacts in the market established by the Qingfeng sect are priced around 500 spirit stones. For ordinary loose cultivators who have fortunately reached the late stage of qi refinement, many are reluctant to invest in a flying sword. Beyond the middle-grade Xuanma bamboo, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance for mutations to occur. However, despite the Bai family's centuries of cultivation, such occurrences have been exceedingly rare. There have been 5 instances of first-grade superior Guiqia bamboo and 2 instances of second-grade middle-grade Xingyin bamboo. With so many cultivators in the Bai family, generation after generation of cultivation, and the assistance of the Imu Qingshin technique, recorded mutations are indeed few and far between. While the first-grade superior Guiqia bamboo is commendable, the distinction between second-grade and first-grade spirit plants is immense. Despite the minor tier difference, their values are as different as clouds and mud. Moreover, Xingyin bamboo is an exceptionally rare spirit bamboo, serving as a primary material for both flying swords and spirit artifacts. In the Bai family's history, the 2 instances of mutated Xingyin bamboo were auctioned off at a staggering 4,000 spirit stones as the highlight of the event. The remaining specimen is cherished as a family heirloom, steadily nurtured in the most spiritually enriched area of the family estate. To rely on the meager 2 spirit stones per year, it would take a full 2,000 years to accumulate 4,000 spirit stones. Oh, the profession of a spirit botanist indeed holds significant promise. Before Bai Zichen lay a scroll, the cultivation manual for the Imu Qingshin technique, originally comprising only a few hundred words and accompanying illustrations. Yet, the margins were densely annotated with the insights of Bai family ancestors who had previously studied this manual, amounting to no less than 10,000 words of commentary that nearly filled all the margins. Curiously, although the Imu Qingshin technique is an exceptionally unique and mystical auxiliary spell, it bears no benefit to cultivation or combat. Its advantages in spirit botany are evident, and over time, many surrounding families have developed an envy for it, employing various means, both overt and covert, to acquire the manual. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Soft approaches like marriage proposals and harder tactics such as kidnapping and assassination have all been employed, leading to the inevitable leakage of the Imu Qingshin technique secrets. However, it is said that families who obtain the Imu Qingshin technique, regardless of how many individuals attempted to master it, found no success. Either they could not even begin to comprehend it, or they spent excessive time with results far from expectations, failing to replicate the remarkable effects witnessed among the Bai family. Considering this, it can only be concluded that such a unique technique can be successfully cultivated solely by members of the Bai family. Such occurrences, while rare, are not unheard of, legends speak of certain bloodline techniques that can only be cultivated by descendants of the original founder. Following this incident, these families began to adopt more conciliatory approaches, treating by-family daughters as coveted prizes and actively seeking alliances, either through marriage proposals or inviting by-family youths to become sons-in-law. Since the Imu Qingshan technique is regarded as an extraordinary spell among the various cultivation families, Bai Zichen certainly would not leave empty-handed from this treasure trove. He promptly decided to establish this technique as the foundation of his cultivation path, planning to dedicate the years leading up to adulthood to its in-depth study. This technique does not belong to any tier, according to Bai Jian. Even a Qi refinement stage cultivator could perform it 3 to 5 times daily after grasping the fundamentals, with effectiveness depending on the depth of their spiritual power and the effort invested in mastering the technique. Bai Zichen held the thick manual and immersed himself in study for several days, transitioning from initial confusion to a glimmer of understanding. Following the annotations within the manual, he began to comprehend the flow of spiritual energy, and a faint green light flickered at his fingertips, only to extinguish in an instant. Could it be that I possess a natural talent for spell cultivation? Bai Zichen's spirit soared. Should he succeed in mastering the Imu Qingshan technique within 7 days, he would rank among the top 3 in the Bai family's history, significantly increasing the likelihood of cultivating advanced spirit plants. Regrettably, his progress stagnated, and the elusive green light persisted for over 10 days without change. He could not take the final step to truly master the Imu Qingshan technique, causing his expectations to dwindle. By the 27th day, he began to doubt whether his soul, having traversed into this world, was truly that of a descendant of the Bai family's ancestors, preventing him from learning this auxiliary technique for spirit botany. Zichen, come quickly. There is a major event in the clan, don't hide away. A chubby boy burst into the courtyard, shouting at the top of his lungs. What is all this ruckus about, Bai Ying? Bai Zichen frowned as he stepped outside. It had been over a month since he had failed to master the Imu Qingshan technique, leaving him in a foul mood, far from the excitement of his recent Qi refinement success. In his previous life, he envisioned cultivation as soaring through the skies and plucking stars from the heavens, not being bogged down by the intricacies of an auxiliary spell. Bai Ying, the chubby boy of similar age, whose parents were mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, had also resided in the clan since early detection of his spiritual roots, with the grand spirit summoning ceremony for ordinary folk yet to commence. There were few peers of his age, fond of lively gatherings. Bai Ying frequently visited Fufeng Ridge, quickly making acquaintances. Zichen, this is truly significant. Come with me to the main peak to witness the commotion. My father returned yesterday with news that the clan leader is convening a grand assembly. Bai Ying's father managed a trade caravan for the clan, primarily procuring vast amounts of mundane goods and some of the Bai family's products for trade with other cultivation families, while also frequently visiting the Qingfeng sex market for commerce. Thus, it was not surprising that he had prior knowledge of such important news. A clan assembly? Is an elder attempting to break through to foundational establishment, or has another Guichia bamboo sprouted within the clan? Upon hearing about the grand assembly, Bai Zichen's demeanor shifted. Even though it is common for Qi refinement stage cultivators to seclude themselves for months or even years, assemblies requiring the presence of over 80% of the clan's cultivators are infrequent, often only convened for matters that could influence the Bai family's direction for decades. He speculated on 2 potential scenarios, both leaning towards the positive side, yet also considering the possibility of the family facing significant troubles. Neither of those. My father mentioned that several loose cultivators discovered an ancient cave dwelling in the mountains last month. From the formation's arrangements, it appears to be the remnants of a foundational establishment cultivator or even a cave of a golden core master. Currently, cultivators from all over Heishan County are rushing there. It could be an extraordinary opportunity. An ancient cave dwelling. Bai Zichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Bai family's ancestral patriarch had once relied on resources left behind by a solitary cultivator who had passed away centuries ago to establish a foundation. Such tales frequently emerged from the Black Mountain Range. They were mere whispers of reality. However, the convening of a clan-wide assembly indicated that the family had substantiated the authenticity of this event. Cultivation techniques, treasures, elixirs, each occurrence of a similar nature would stir the waters of Black Mountain County, leading countless cultivators to battle fiercely, ultimately giving rise to 1 or 2 fortunate souls. Moreover, The cave, suspected to belong to a golden core master, lay merely 5 or 6 days' journey from the Bai family's territory. Regardless of the Bai family's perspective, they could no longer remain detached from this matter. Deep within the main hall, offerings were made to the ancestral tablets of several distinguished forebears who had rendered extraordinary contributions to the Bai family's establishment in the Black Mountain Range. On either side stood 24 robust longevity candles, their dim flickering light casting shadows on the tablets. Seated at the center was Bai Xinzhong, the current patriarch of the Bai family, a man in his middle years at the early stages of foundation establishment, who had presided over the clan for 2 decades. His influence steadily growing, effectively supporting the family's standing. On either side of him were 4 men and 1 woman, all cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement, serving as the 5 elders who governed the Bai family's affairs. Further down, according to various duties, cultivators of differing ranks filled the hall, creating a dense crowd. Almost all the cultivators of the Bai family present in their territory had gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy with silence. Bai Zichen and Bai Ying stood at the back, their short stature preventing them from seeing beyond the shoulders of the adults in front. His uncle appeared to be in the second row, suggesting a respectable position within the clan, as he was just a step away from the late stage of qi refinement. A breakthrough would elevate him to a key combatant within the family. Given their age, under normal circumstances, they would have no right to enter the assembly hall, as the gathering was open to all Bai family cultivators regardless of age or cultivation level, but it was merely a formality. No one would expect 2 children to interject during family discussions, and the attention of the others was not directed toward them. The plump boy leaned forward, visibly excited, and whispered, "Brother Chun, did you hear the patriarch? Even the Qingfeng sect has confirmed that it's the cave of the 5 mountains' true person. If our Bai family can unearth even a few treasures this time, we could become prosperous, perhaps in a few years. One of the 5 great cultivation families will need to make room for us." The 5 mountains' true person, Chen Taish, known as the foremost solitary cultivator of Mizhou 3 centuries ago, had once been poised to reach the nascent soul stage as a late-stage golden core cultivator, earning considerable renown throughout the Liang kingdom. Upon returning to his hometown of Black Mountain County in his later years, he overshadowed the Qingfeng sect, which, despite having a golden core elder, was significantly inferior in comparison to Chen Taish, the unrivaled solitary cultivator of Mizhou. His signature magical artifact was a set of 5 mountains shaped like heavy treasures, a title he acquired due to the countless cultivators who perished beneath its weight. However, it seemed that this venerable individual had no disciples to inherit his legacy. After his passing, the disciples who had followed him quickly dispersed. Nevertheless, several artifacts, including the 5 mountains' divine peaks, vanished without a trace. At the time, speculation arose that the 5 mountains' true person possessed a genuine treasure cave hidden from view, sparking a treasure-hunting frenzy in the century following his death. Over time, however, enthusiasm waned. Bai Zichen meticulously recalled the records regarding the 5 mountains' true person from the Black Mountain County Chronicle, his heart filled with longing. The matter of the 5 mountains' true person's cave ultimately hinged on the Qingfeng sect's stance. If they were willing to share the spoils, it would be splendid. However, if they intended to monopolize this opportunity, excluding all other cultivation families, the Bai family, despite their utmost efforts, would likely suffer significant losses. With hair as white as snow yet a complexion flushed with vitality, Elder Bai Shoshuan spoke with a booming voice. "Red Ant, your son Jiang Liang hails from the Qingfeng sect, and his master holds a position as an elder in the symbol hall. Has he received any news from within the sect? What are those high-ranking figures planning?" In Black Mountain County, the Qingfeng sect had the final say, commanding the best and most resources, subtly opposing other cultivation families. Yet, over the years, their relationships had intertwined. The Bai family had seen over 10 generations of disciples enter the sect, and Elder Hong Gu's partner had previously been an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Although he was not adept at combat, his mastery of talisman crafting was renowned, having reached the peak of the first tier. Brother Liang sent a message yesterday. The opinion of several elders is to unite with a few cultivation families to encircle the 5 mountains' true person's cave, drive away the scattered cultivators, and gradually develop the site. The only woman among the 5 elders, a middle-aged beauty with a robust figure and hints of wear on her face, pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "It would be beneficial to collaborate. Our family contributes significant resources to the Qingfeng sect each year, and we actively respond to their requests. We should not be overlooked this time. It's hard to say. Those 5 families are quite powerful. If they truly unite, even the Qingfeng sect may find it challenging to manage, and they will certainly be wary of their intentions. What was termed a clan meeting was, in reality, a discussion primarily among the 5 elders. Occasionally, Bai Xianzhong would interject, and the others would promptly fall silent, listening intently until he concluded, after which discussions would resume. No clan member, regardless of status, dared to speak unless called upon by an elder. Bai Zichen nestled at the back, leaning against a beam, engrossed in listening. Merely reading could not provide insights into the intricate dynamics among the families in Black Mountain County and within his own clan, many of which would be crucial as he navigated the world of cultivation in the future. Let it be decided then, tomorrow, Honggu and Bai Lu will lead a group of clan members alongside me to the 5 Mountains True Person's Cave. Clan affairs will be entrusted to the eldest elder. Additionally, I want the patrols to be vigilant, increase manpower and frequency of patrols. Should the need arise, we must employ decisive measures. Recently, scattered cultivators have been gathering. We must prevent any reckless bandits from harboring ill intentions toward our Bai family. With the patriarch Bai Xianzhong's decree, the Bai family's forthcoming actions were set in motion. The departure of a foundation-building cultivator, 2 elders, and a squad of elite clan cultivators would inevitably leave the Bai family's internal strength considerably depleted. Bai Zichen suddenly felt a sense of insecurity regarding the family's safety, realizing that the originally planned steady development might require reassessment. He was still too weak. As a newly successful Qi refinement youth, having yet to learn any spells or possess any means of self-preservation, even a few adult men wielding weapons could threaten him. Zichen, here are 5 diamond talismans, 5 fireball talismans, and 5 Godspeed talismans. I taught you the specific methods of use last night. You must remember them well. Bai Jiuan gently ruffled Bai Zichen's hair, speaking earnestly. While your uncle is away, do not wander about. Stay at Qingfeng Cliff with Bai Ying and her family. Avoid returning to Fufeng Ridge for now. Uncle, I understand, Bai Zichen replied obediently, nodding. After the clan meeting dispersed the previous day, Bai Jiuan received notification that he had been selected to join the 12-member team accompanying the patriarch to the 5 Mountains True Person's Cave. The clan's orders were not to be defied, especially given the significant risks involved, which would naturally accompany tremendous opportunities. As a 4-spirit root cultivator, he had less than a decade remaining before reaching the threshold of 50, when his vitality would begin to wane. If he wished to make a final push for foundation establishment, he had no choice but to take risks. However, he could not help but worry for his young nephew, who had just embarked on the path of immortality. The Bai family's territory was protected by a grand formation centered around Hanxiu Peak, but the outer areas only had basic warning mechanisms and illusions. Only the formation within the main peak could provide true protection and offensive capabilities. After much contemplation, he decided to entrust Bai Zichen to the care of Bai Ying's parents, both of whom were mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators capable of self-defense against bandit cultivators. They could buy enough time for the clan's patrol team to arrive. Simultaneously, to ensure his young nephew had some means of self-protection, he provided him with a stash of talismans. It is often said that the realm of cultivation is marked by a profound emotional detachment, where friendships, family ties, and even bonds with partners or mentors can crumble in the face of self-interest. Yet, Bai Zichen felt a genuine concern emanating from his uncle. After conveying his matters and exchanging pleasantries with Bai Ying's parents, Bai Jiuan hurriedly departed. Watching his uncle's retreating figure, Bai Zichen felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, an amalgam of anxiety over his uncle's uncertain journey, worry about his own insufficient cultivation, and confusion regarding the Bai family's precarious fate amidst the turbulent currents of change. For a scion of such a family, losing their protective cocoon meant a future as precarious as that of the most destitute wanderers, buffeted by the elements and without a place to call home. The Qingfeng Cliff and Fufeng Ridge both boasted low-grade spiritual veins, with the former encompassing a smaller area and featuring about 10 acres of flat land nestled against the cliff. They had built a 3-section courtyard, a meticulously cultivated 5-acre spiritual field, a deep spiritual pond, and several ancient trees robust enough to be embraced by a person. Overall, it appeared far more refined than Fufeng Ridge. The daily life of a family of 3 starkly contrasted with that of Bai Jiuan, a solitary man. Bai Ying's family had 4 bedrooms in their 3-section courtyard and even a row of guest rooms reserved for future mortal servants. Upon entering, a long corridor greeted visitors. leading to a shallow pond in the inner courtyard, adorned with lotus leaves, where one could faintly glimpse silver fish darting beneath the surface. This was the which bore bitter lotus seeds in the summer, reputed to be a key ingredient in concocting a mind-clearing elixir. My mother harvested and dried it, fetching several spirit stones with each batch. The silver dragon fish in the pond, like those in the outer spiritual pools, were brought back by my father from the market as fry, each growing to 2 feet in length and valued at 3 spirit stones. I had tasted it once, and the flavor was delightful, leaving me feeling warm all over. Bai Zichen's greatest joy in moving to Qingfeng Cliff was undoubtedly the chubby Bai. He eagerly dashed in and out, showcasing his home. It was evident that Bai Ying's family possessed far more inventive means of amassing wealth than Uncle Bai Jiuan. After dinner, Bai Zichen returned to his quarters in the West Wing, lying on his bed and quietly contemplating the events of the past few days. Suddenly, he sat up, reached for the pouch at his waist, and emptied its contents onto the bed: a couple of spirit stones, a stack of blank talisman paper, and the 15 low-grade talismans gifted to him by Bai Jiuan. The diamond talisman, a dusty yellow, when activated, rendered its bearer impervious to weapons and endowed them with hundreds of pounds of strength, 5 of which were worth 10 spirit stones. The fireball talisman, vibrant red, radiated a scorching heat when held, capable of summoning a molten fireball upon activation, 5 of which were worth 12 spirit stones. The swift movement talisman, a pale blue, allowed its user to move with the swiftness of a swallow, 5 of which were worth 8 spirit stones. These talismans constituted Bai Zichen's sole reliance in times of danger. His fingers gently caressed each talisman, arranging them in a specific order before returning them to the pouch and reattaching it to his waist. After contemplating, he extracted several talismans and carefully tucked them into his chest. Having moved to Qingfeng Cliff, he carried several volumes of books with him, and he now earnestly studied one titled Guide to the Use of Talismans for Qi Refining Stage Cultivators, dismissing the Yi with Qing Divine Art from his mind. The combination of the swift movement talisman with the diamond talisman, along with the practice of several mundane martial arts, promised unexpected results during the early stages of Qi refinement. Akin to the effects of body-refining cultivators, the frost talisman, while possessing limited lethality, could potentially immobilize opponents if 3 or more were stacked together, rendering Qi refining stage cultivators immobile for 10 breaths. The Thunderstrike talisman, when combined with stormy weather, had a chance of summoning a bolt of lightning, its power comparable to that of second-grade talismans, though one had to maintain a safe distance lest friend and foe alike perish. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Zichen had spent over an hour engrossed in the Guide to the Use of Talismans for Qi Refining Stage Cultivators. The author, though possibly lacking in cultivation prowess, displayed an unparalleled mastery of low-grade talismans. In the following days, after completing his daily training, Bai Zichen would wander around Qingfeng Cliff with Bai, primarily to prevent him from straying too far. The two would either venture into the bamboo forest to catch mountain chickens or dive into the water to catch catfish, rediscovering the joy of childhood play. The Chongshu sword array. Fortunately, after hundreds of years, the sword's might had diminished to less than 30% of its original power. Several sword energies crisscrossed, flattening 2 distant peaks, and a few unfortunate cultivators found themselves directly in the path of the sword energy, inevitably severed into pieces, blood splattering the ground. The lean Taoist gasped in astonishment, silently relieved that even a foundation establishment cultivator would fare poorly against such sword energy. Clearly, the decision to drive off the rogue cultivators while leaving the family cultivators intact was wise. Otherwise, dismantling the Chongshu sword array would have taken an immense amount of time and cost many disciples. Orders were issued to station 10 families on alert at the periphery, driving away any idle spectators, while the remaining family members formed 5 teams to take turns assaulting the array's focal point. I want to breach the 3rd level of Wuyue Temple within a week. Yes, a group of Qingfeng sect cultivators stood respectfully behind the lean Taoist, the leading 3 clad in purple robes adorned with crossed swords, clearly the insignia of Qingfeng sect elders. Beneath their feet lay a plaque crafted from a century-old golden silk ebony, inscribed with the gilded characters Wuyue Temple, which had hung in the cave for hundreds of years but was now tossed into the mud. The 2 rogue cultivators who discovered Wuyue Temple were herbalists who had long sought their fortune in the Heishan mountain range. While excavating a mountain ginseng, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism that caused the earth to shift, exposing the temple's 1st level. The protective formations of the first level had all but faded with time, allowing the two rogue cultivators to infiltrate the temple and occasionally emerge with a few treasures to sell. As their ventures increased, they caught the attention of those with ulterior motives, and shortly after leaving the market, they were intercepted by a band of robbers who, under duress, revealed every secret. This band of robbers, motivated purely by wealth, could not keep such monumental news a secret for long. It quickly spread to the ears of Qingfeng's sect and various cultivation families. Thousands of cultivators surged forth, scavenging every valuable item like ants raiding a sugar mound. The first level of Weiyue Temple was piled high with foundational refining materials such as iron essence, gold essence, and meteorite mother, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. It was unclear what the original Weiyue Jinren had intended with such an extensive collection of basic materials. Such materials, suitable only for crafting ordinary magical artifacts, held no value for him. The second level of Weiyue Temple was guarded by elemental restrictions, which several Foundation establishment cultivators had to combine their strength to shatter, revealing the true nature of the second level, more than a dozen quiet chambers for meditation. It was here that numerous cultivators clashed, the paths leading to each chamber strewn with corpses until the Qingfeng sect arrived and swiftly restored order with overwhelming force. However, upon opening the chambers, the contents within left everyone sorely disappointed. A meditation cushion and a warm jade bed, nothing more. The cushion possessed calming properties and barely qualified as a mid-grade magical artifact. As for the warm jade bed, it was only noteworthy for its size, capable of being sliced into hundreds of warm jade talismans for protection against evil. Such meager offerings hardly matched the illustrious name of Weiyue Jinren Shintage, making it evident that the true treasures lay concealed within the temple's third level. Clan leader. The Qingfeng sect is using us as cannon fodder. Unwilling to risk their own disciples in battle, they send us forth instead. The power of this sword array is not something ordinary artifacts can withstand. Honggu's face turned pale, the earlier excitement at the prospect of cooperation with the Qingfeng sect dissipating entirely. She watched helplessly as an elder from the Huang family activated a copper bell artifact, only to be cleaved in two by a sword energy. Lead the clan members behind me, and be on high alert. Should the situation turn dire, we will retreat from Weiyue Temple. Bai Xianzhong's expression was grave, as 5 golden rings spun rapidly before him. Even if it meant offending the Qingfeng sect, he had to preserve his own life. If they perished here, the foundation of the Bai family would be seized by others. With a foundation-building clan leader, 2 elders, and 12 elite family members, such a formidable lineup would face utter annihilation in the 5 Mountains Observatory, which would spell disaster for the Bai family. They would lose both their present and their future. The wheat ears swayed heavily, a flash of green light darting across the branches, rustling in a gentle breeze, invigorating this small patch of vegetation greatly. Bai Zichen flicked his fingers, a vibrant green light swirling at his fingertips. After a few breaths, he found himself panting, feeling utterly exhausted. Wow, Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. You and Appos, VE mastered the Imu Qingshan technique so quickly. If my parents found out, they and Appos, D surely give me another lecture. The plump boy exclaimed, having dragged Bai Zichen to the spirit field early that morning to witness his achievement. Bai Zichen knew his own situation well. It took him a full 40 days just to grasp the basics of the Imu Qingshan technique, which was rather slow. Unlike other children, who dabbled in their studies, he dedicated considerable time and effort, only to find his innate talent in this auxiliary technique somewhat limited. Nevertheless, having learned his first spell, he felt a small sense of accomplishment observing the changes in the wheat before him after casting the spell. Have there been any new updates from the clan leader? Not yet. My father mentioned that the Qingfeng sect has dispatched another group of disciples, and even the head of the enforcement hall has personally taken action. The display is quite grand. The plump boy, carefree and oblivious, continued to share his findings with his good friend. Brother Chun, with your remarkable talent, are you planning to join the Qingfeng sect in the future? The Qingfeng sect, Bai Zichen pondered. Their requirements for accepting disciples are exceedingly high, particularly for children of cultivator families like theirs. Although Bai Zichen understood that the Qingfeng sect possessed vast resources and superior cultivation techniques far beyond what the Bai family could offer, he felt no particular yearning for it. Perhaps it was the sensation of uncertainty that made the sect seem less secure than his own family. If only I could reach the 4th layer of qi refinement before I turn 25. I've already promised my father that I would accompany him on merchant caravans. Exploring different places and meeting diverse people each month, that kind of life would be truly fascinating. If I were confined to a room, cultivating for 10 days or half a month, I would find it unbearable. The plump boy reclined against the firewood stack, squinting as he daydreamed about his future. Of course, if I could have an extraordinary encounter and become a sword immortal, that would be even better. Ever since I was young, my dream has been to soar on a sword through the azure skies, becoming a formidable sword immortal. There will be opportunities. Our clan possesses several methods for crafting flying swords. When you grow up, the elders can help you forge one. A smile crept across Byzichin's lips. Flying swords are far more valuable than ordinary magical artifacts. Not only do they possess formidable offensive power, but they also serve as means of transportation. A significant part of their allure lies in the childhood dream of becoming a sword immortal, a sentiment that many would pay dearly for. But then again, how could I ever qualify for a clan flying sword? It would be wiser to save for medicinal pills instead. The ever-optimistic plump boy rarely displayed a bitter smile. The youth embarking on the path of cultivation was inevitably more mature than his ordinary peers. Brother Chun, you possess 3 spiritual roots. With good fortune, you may have a chance to reach the foundation building stage. If you succeed, don't forget to lend me a hand. The plump boy, having the worst 5 spiritual roots, understood well that the distribution of flying swords within the clan would never include him. His lazy demeanor and lack of seriousness towards cultivation perhaps stemmed from the recognition that no matter how hard he tried, achieving success on the path of cultivation would be arduous. Foundation building is too ambitious. Let us first consider how long it will take to reach the second layer of chi refinement. Byzichin also leaned back against the firewood stack, sinking halfway into its softness, finding it quite comfortable. By the way, regarding flying swords, do you know how they are allocated within the clan? Is it based on cultivation level or potential? Hey, Brother Chun, you've asked the right person. I've been pestering my mother to clarify this for me since last year. The plump boy's gloomy mood lifted as he eagerly shared his knowledge. Within the clan, there is only one type of flying sword, the Mabe sword, which is further divided into 2 grades, whether the main material, Zanmabi, is of medium or high quality. The swords sold externally are naturally of inferior quality. The better ones are kept within the clan. Every 5 years, they can produce 1 Mabe sword as a reward for clan cultivators. According to the customary practices of recent years, those receiving the rewarded flying swords must meet several criteria, be under 30 years of age, demonstrate potential for advancing to the later stages of chi refinement in the near future, and contribute significantly to the clan. Brother Chen, if you truly desire a Mabe sword, you can start planning for it in a few years. A first-rate Mabe sword would sell for 500 spirit stones in the market, and a high-quality one would be even more expensive. Generally, clan cultivators could only dream of affording one through their savings. In the early stages of chi refinement, the annual allowance is 2 spirit stones. In the mid-stages, it increases to 5. Only in the late stages does the clan provide 20 spirit stones. Relying solely on family benefits to save money is far too slow. It's best to master a profitable skill to amass wealth quickly. If an opportunity arose to obtain a Mabe sword, Byzichin would certainly strive for it. The path of cultivation is a process of vying for a sliver of immortality, contending against others, against fate, and against the Tao itself. Agreed, my friend. Once I achieve the foundation building stage, I will buy you the prime shop location in the Qingfeng sect market, allowing you to sell whatever your heart desires and run your business joyfully. The market of the Qingfeng sect attracts the largest flow of cultivators in Heishan County. Every shop can be likened to a treasure trove, where countless goods flow in and out. Any shop would demand an annual rent of over 1,000 spirit stones, not to mention the astronomical figures involved in a permanent lease. Caught up in the plump boy's enthusiasm, Byzichin excitedly voiced his innermost dreams. His greatest aspiration was to become a foundation-building cultivator, to enjoy a lifespan of 200 years and become a significant figure in Heishan County, gaining the true ability for self-preservation. Break, break, break. The thin Taoist pointed with 3 fingers, unleashing 3 beams of golden light, imbued with overwhelming force that pierced through the Chongshu sword array, halting the once radiant sword technique. At that moment, it became clear that the 3 beams of golden light were 3 palm-sized golden shuttles, precisely striking the array's core, causing it to malfunction. After 10 days of relentless assault, continuously draining the sword energy of the Chongshu sword array. And with the cultivation family having sacrificed more than 30 lives, the array finally reached its limit. Thinking of the treasures that might be hidden within the third level of the Five Mountains Observatory, the thin Taoist felt a surge of excitement. Forming hand seals, he channeled his entire essence, slamming down, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 10 beams of sword light shot out from the cave, the thin Taoist managing to intercept half of them with a wave of his hand. Yet 5 or 6 beams raced past him at incredible speed. At this critical moment of breaking into the cave, the cultivator family's team had already been replaced to ensure that the sect disciples could enter without delay. Now, they faced the sword light head-on. Composed entirely of Qingfeng sect disciples, the first 2 disciples, caught off guard, lost their lives to the sword light, collapsing to the ground. As the remaining sword light threatened to fly further away, the thin Taoist, unable to spare any energy, bellowed, "Fools! Hurry up and work together to intercept these flying swords. If you let them escape, the ancestor will have you to answer for it." Several purple-robed elders finally reacted, summoning their magical artifacts to entangle with the sword light, attempting to suppress and capture them. As the grand formation dissipated, 5 small mounds resembling hills emerged before the crowd, glistening with a metallic sheen, alongside a towering stone tablet that exuded the essence of ancient times. It struck me as peculiar, considering my time of entry. My aptitude for the Imu Qing divine art was rather mediocre. Without 3 to 5 years of diligent practice, any progress seemed unlikely. Yet, today I sensed a slight enhancement in my magical prowess compared to last week. Was it merely an illusion, or had I truly made strides? Bai Zichen pondered before the spiritual field, lost in thought, until he was roused by a distant call from the plump boy. He decided to set aside his musings. Perhaps he was one of those rare talents who struggled initially, but flourished once enlightenment struck. The plump boy, burdened with a shovel on his shoulder and a large bag of various contraptions on his back, appeared even more cumbersome. "Brother Chun, today we're setting traps to catch the golden pheasants behind a cliff. I've brought all the equipment. Let me tell you, these pheasants are tender and their tail feathers are stunning. My mother will make us shuttlecocks from them, and they glow when we kick them in the evening." By the time they got up, the plump boy had already organized their work for the day. Bai Zichen nodded slightly. Being young and with low cultivation, his daily practice of the Changchun technique couldn't exceed an hour, lest his body be unable to bear it. After completing the morning session, he found little to occupy his time before sunset, so accompanying the plump boy to unwind seemed agreeable. "All right, but we mustn't stray too far. Aunt Song instructed me not to let us wander beyond a mile from Qingfeng Cliff, or we would be grounded for 3 days. I know, we'll just be behind the cliff. I've already found 2 suitable spots for the traps." The plump boy, somewhat fearful of his mother, obediently complied, recalling how they had let a golden pheasant escape last time. Suddenly, a thunderous boom interrupted the plump boy's chatter. Both of them looked up towards Qingfeng Cliff, where the sound had originated. "What is happening? It's broad daylight, and there's no thunder. Could someone have botched a spell and damaged a building?" Bai Zichen and Bai Ying exchanged glances. Just as Bai Zichen was about to dash home, he was halted by Bai Zichen's grip. "Wait, something's amiss. Look over there." Bai Zichen's heart tightened as he pointed towards a thick plume of black smoke rising from the mountain peak, indicative of a fire. At that moment, a figure dashed down the cliff. It was Aunt Song, her usual composure replaced by urgency. Her gauzy dress had a large tear, and one shoulder hung limply at her side. Chen run. Upon spotting them, Aunt Song abruptly halted, her eyes flashing with determination. "Quickly, to the main peak, hurry. Mother, what is happening?" The plump boy, frightened, clumsily dropped his belongings, eager to rush towards Aunt Song. "Don't come here. Did you not hear your mother? She told you to go to the main peak. Do you want to end up locked in the quiet room for 3 days again?" Aunt Song did not turn back, summoning a piece of red silk, which expanded in the wind to cover several paces. "Chen you're sensible. Quickly take and flee. Where do you think you're going? Leave everything behind." 3 figures, their faces obscured by black cloth and clad in dark attire, charged down from Qingfeng Cliff. The leader glared at the scene, fury evident in his voice. We had set up a series of protective barriers around our surroundings, nearly falling victim to a woman's ambush. Aunt Song struck her chest with force, a mouthful of essence blood splattering onto the red silk. Surprisingly, the seemingly thin veil ensnared the 3 assailants, momentarily stalling their advance. This is bad. It's a robbery. The realization struck Bai Zichen like a thunderbolt. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had come to pass. Rogue cultivators had infiltrated the Bai family estate. Judging by the scale of their presence, it was not a mere handful, but a considerable force. The patrols had yet to sound an alarm, indicating something was amiss. After nearly a month of tranquility, the vigilance of the family had waned, leading to a certain relaxation of defenses. As thoughts raced through his mind, Bai Zichen's hands remained steady, and with a flick of his wrist, he grasped two movement talismans, slapping one onto himself and the plump boy before urging him to flee towards the Hanchi Peak. Leaving two cultivators at the first stage of qi refinement behind would be of no use. They might even hinder Aunt Song, distracting her in the process. Thus, the best course of action was to heed the elder's directive and head for the main peak. Hanchi Peak, as a mid-tier spiritual vein, housed the clan's main hall, conference chamber, and library, truly the heart of the Bai family. Furthermore, it was the location where the family's defensive formations would be most effective. Seeking a path to survival lay solely in that direction. The plump boy appeared utterly dazed, entranced by fear as he was pulled along by Bai Zichen, running without uttering a word, instinct guiding his movements. Just as they reached the foot of Qingfeng Cliff, a thunderous shout echoed from above. Turning to glance back, they witnessed the red silk shattering into numerous fragments, cascading like petals. Aunt Song collapsed to the ground, a long weapon piercing her into the earth, blood quickly staining the soil beneath her. Aunt Song, Bai Zichen cried out in anguish. This gentle and methodical elder, who daily prepared delicious meals for the family while managing the household single-handedly in her husband's absence, had displayed remarkable courage against 3 rogue cultivators, refusing to retreat and buying precious time for the two of them. Aunt Song, a 4th-stage qi refiner, had gambled her life, channeling her essence to empower the artifact, momentarily stalling the 3 assailants, even at the cost of her life. It was evident that these 3 were mid-stage qi refiners, with at least one in the late stage amongst them. After a fleeting moment of sorrow, Bai Zichen's mind throbbed with pain, yet his thoughts sharpened. Even with the assistance of the movement talismans, reaching Hanchi Peak would take a considerable time, and there was a significant chance of being pursued by the rogue cultivators. Moreover, who could predict encounters with other rogues along the way? His only advantage lay in his familiarity with the paths within the clan compared to the invaders. Bai Zichen recalled the thick smoke that had ignited near the peak. It was clear there were multiple teams of rogue cultivators nearby. This was a meticulously planned and orchestrated plundering operation targeting the Bai family. As a fork in the stone path appeared before him, Bai Zichen swiftly guided the plump boy into the nearby rocky landscape, quickly concealing their figures among the layers of stone. Avoiding the main road, though it required traversing several additional miles, provided a safer and more concealed route, as outsiders were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the rocky maze. Brother, those 2 little brats ran off quite fast. Should we chase after and deal with them? What could those little rabbits possibly offer? Let us first search the upper chambers for anything of value. The leader, referred to as brother, extracted his long spear from Aunt Song's body, suddenly recalling something. However, the elder had instructed them to eliminate as many of these cultivator families as possible, leaving the 2 youngsters to you. They are likely novices in their cultivation. We can dispatch them one by one, then regroup at the target location. Understood, brother. Though the questioner appeared disgruntled, he clearly dared not defy the elder's orders and followed in pursuit of Bai Zichen and the plump boy. What elder's orders? It was merely a ploy to reduce competition for the spoils. Once I refine the 100 ghost flag, you'll see what's in store for you. You'll be the first to be sacrificed to the main flag. The rocky landscape, initially designed for aesthetics and rest, bore subtle elements of formations typical of a cultivator family's garden. While it wouldn't be lethal, straying from the correct path could easily lead one to wander in circles. Bai Zichen and his companion arrived near Hanxi Yufeng smoothly, refraining from rushing out immediately as they observed that everything at the main peak appeared normal. Only when they noticed fellow clan members hurrying towards them did they finally feel secure enough to reveal themselves. If the bandits had the intention of capturing their leader first, charging straight towards Hanxi Yufeng would have been akin to walking into a trap. Clearly, Hanxi Yufeng had received word of the situation and was on high alert, with guards conducting thorough inspections before allowing anyone entry. The protective formation had been activated, enveloping the entire mountain in a shimmering display of multicolored spiritual light. At this moment, Byzichin finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, soaked through and utterly drained. The effect of the movement talisman had worn off, leaving him feeling utterly depleted, a deep-seated weakness pervading his bones. Mother, my mother is still at Qingfeng Cliff. I must go to Qingfeng Cliff. The rotund companion, upon regaining his senses, sprang up with red-rimmed eyes, ready to rush out. If you wish to seek death, then go ahead. I shall only stop you once. But think carefully. Do you want to let Aunt Song die in vain, or would you rather cultivate diligently to avenge her? Byzichin said coldly, tripping the plump man with his foot before returning to his meditation to regain his strength. Even the first level of qi refinement was better than nothing. At the very least, it would allow him to flee faster than an ordinary person. After being admonished, the rotund man ceased his desperate antics and sat quietly on the ground, weeping silently. Gradually, more clan members gathered on Hangxi Yifeng, some having heard the news, while others, like Byzichin, had narrowly escaped the pursuit of bandits. The number had swelled to over 70, accompanied by 300 to 400 commoners. The main peak already housed several mundane servants, as well as many clansmen from other peaks, all of whom had fled to Hangxi Yifeng. Suddenly, a group of clan members stumbled in, their faces alight with the joy of survival, only to be met with a swift dark light that swept through them like a scythe, leaving them sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Hold! How dare you kill members of the Bai clan? A furious shout erupted as a streak of azure sword light shot forth, entangling with the dark light. However, after just a few strikes, the defenders found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating back into the formation in disarray. Bai Shoushuan staggered back several steps, spitting blood, his beard stained crimson, his face pale as parchment, taking a long while to regain his color. Elder, are you all right? I'm not dead yet. The elder pushed away 2 clan members who rushed to assist him, retrieving a jade vial from his robes and swallowing a pure white medicinal pill. Old 2. Activate all 4 symbols of the formation without hesitation on the spirit stones. Bring out the chest of mid-grade spirit stones stored in the treasury. Old 4. Take your men to guard several entrances, and have everyone bring out all the talismans we have. Also, get the ironwood crossbows from the treasury and arm the common disciples. If the formation is breached, I will ensure that the demonic scum from the ghost spirit sect pays dearly for their transgressions. The elder issued his commands, clearly preparing for the worst. Today's situation marked one of the gravest threats faced by the Bai clan in hundreds of years, with their elite forces absent and trapped upon Hangxi Yifeng. Moreover, their adversaries were no ordinary bandits. They were the ghost spirit sect, a formidable demonic faction from a neighboring county. On par with the Qingfeng sect, the ghost spirit sect, seemingly unaware of the potential for igniting a war between 2 sects, had dispatched disciples to stealthily infiltrate the Black Mountain Range and launched a sudden and fierce assault. The elder could not fathom why the ghost spirit sect would specifically target the Bai clan, concluding that other cultivation families were likely under siege as well. The elite forces throughout the Black Mountain Range had been lured away by the allure of the 5 mountains realms, leaving them vulnerable at the most opportune moment. Yet, if they were to attack the Black Mountain County, they should first strike at the Qingfeng sect. What purpose would it serve to annihilate the Bai clan? While treating his injuries, the elder pondered this conundrum. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to the erratic and capricious nature of demonic sects, which might aim to eradicate a few cultivation families to enhance their infamous reputation. The individual who had just battled him had severely injured him in just 3 moves, suggesting they were likely a foundation-building practitioner. Although the elder himself had little hope of reaching foundation establishment, his full mastery of the qi refinement stage, coupled with his powerful magical abilities and flying sword, would typically allow him to dispatch an ordinary late-stage qi refinement practitioner with ease. At this moment, the masked black-clad cultivators revealed themselves, numbering over 30. In terms of sheer numbers, they were far outmatched by the Bai clan members. Yet their average cultivation level vastly exceeded that of the Bai clan. More importantly, the elder discerned 2 particularly troublesome adversaries among them, 2 foundation-building practitioners. The ghost spirit sect truly holds my Bai clan in high regard, he thought, bitterness flooding his mouth. Yet it quickly transformed into resolve as he began directing his fellow clan members, sword resting steadfastly across his lap. The legacy of the Bai clan shall never be severed in my generation. Byzichin joined forces with the common clan members, each armed with an ironwood crossbow inscribed with a minor acceleration formation. Surrounding them were crates filled with finely crafted crossbow bolts, their heads etched with piercing runes, strewn across the ground as if they were worthless. This specially modified ironwood crossbow, when used collectively, posed a significant threat even to mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. However, late-stage Qi refinement practitioners had less to fear. With their advanced cultivation and magical prowess, they could easily deflect the bolts and were typically equipped with defensive magical artifacts. No matter how well crafted, these crossbow bolts remained mundane weapons, lacking any grade, and could not penetrate the defenses provided by magical artifacts. Zichen stood atop a high platform, the air thick with smoke in the distance, surrounded by a trembling group of common clan members. Despite their training, the innate fear of practitioners remained difficult to suppress. Even the clan members, who were practitioners themselves, were not faring much better. Many of the inexperienced by clan members were paralyzed with fear, shrinking back further and further. This seemingly safe and prosperous territory felt as fragile as a soap bubble, ready to burst with a single poke from the bandits. The historical records of the county often spoke of illustrious cultivation families that had risen and fallen over hundreds of years, their lineages severed, their descendants extinguished. Perhaps they had faced a fate akin to what was unfolding today. The band of bandits gathered, driving their formation flags into the ground before swiftly dispersing into a peculiar arrangement, causing the sky over Hengxiyufeng to darken ominously. Why is it suddenly so cold? One of the flower farmers beside Zichen shivered as the daylight dimmed, the temperature in the air noticeably plummeting. A chilling wail echoed through the air, accompanied by flickering ghostly flames. Below Hengxiyufeng, the bandits had set their formation, and grotesque ghostly heads began to emerge, rushing toward the mountainous protective array. The wails of 100 ghosts filled the air, accompanied by the eerie glow of ghostly fire, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a netherworld. This is dire. It's the night of 100 ghosts. The Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the enemy's technique. Old 2, shift the 4 symbols. Raise the vermilion bird. As the ghastly heads surged toward the 4 symbols' heavenly array, propelled by a malevolent wind, they came in waves, relentless and unending, causing the formation to tremble violently. A flash of crimson light erupted from the center of the array, revealing a massive vermilion bird that soared into the air. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, with fire-attributed spiritual energy rushing towards it in a frenzied tide. Under the direction of the formation's master, the vermilion bird circled in the air, inhaling deeply, augmenting its form with a massive influx of fire-attributed spiritual energy before charging into the densest cluster of ghostly figures. The weak and ethereal ghostly heads disintegrated into wisps of green smoke upon impact, but their numbers were overwhelming, and as soon as one cluster was dispelled, another quickly filled its place. With each beat of its wings, the vermilion bird unleashed a barrage of sparks that ignited the ghostly heads upon contact, causing them to blaze fiercely. However, after several encounters, it became evident that the vermilion bird was waning, and if this continued, it would exhaust its fire-attributed energy before it could eliminate all the ghostly figures. This technique of 100 ghosts on the march was a scaled-down version of the Golden Core stage spell wailing of 10,000 ghosts, executed by 2 foundation-building practitioners aided by dozens of Qi refinement disciples through the use of formation flags, summoning far more than just 100 ghostly figures. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings as a white tiger leapt forth with ferocious intent, exuding an aura of lethal menace. With a thunderous roar, sharp beams of white radiance emanated from the tiger's form, piercing through countless ghostly apparitions. Among them, an unfortunate masked cultivator clad in black was struck, letting out a wretched cry as a gaping hole, the size of a bowl, appeared in his abdomen, leaving him near death. It was indeed a complete 4 symbols celestial array, a testament to the wealth of the Bai family. The elder of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, noticing this scene, let out a cold snort. A second-tier superior protective formation could easily uphold a small sect and serve as a facade. Chun, did the sect's information mention any particularities regarding the Bai family? Ordinary, not among the families to be avoided. These cultivation families cherish their lives above all, and it's uncertain how much they spend on formations. The shorter Chin spoke, his voice akin to a clanging gong. Brother Shun, fortunately, I acted swiftly. After eliminating the neighboring family, I still had time to assist you. Alone, you would not have been able to breach this 4 symbol celestial array. You would certainly face punishment upon return. Enough chatter. Utilize the profound malevolence bestowed by the sect master before our departure to dismantle the array. I shall share half of the souls harvested here with you. Very well, with your command, I shall naturally comply. Chen had already collected the souls of over a dozen cultivators during the previous raid, and if he could augment his collection here, he could return and manifest a new 100 ghost flag. For practitioners of demonic arts, their spells and treasures often accompanied bloodshed. Once one entered this path, progress was rapid. However, such methods were often frowned upon by the heavenly Tao, leading to demonic cultivators facing far greater obstacles in breaking through their realms compared to their orthodox counterparts. And they were prone to developing inner demons, making it difficult to tread the true path. These limitations had kept the righteous forces of the Liang Kingdom's cultivation world in a position of dominance over the demonic factions. Despite the challenges posed by the four symbols celestial array, the two foundation establishment cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect were not overly concerned. Had there been a fellow cultivator of the same rank managing the formation, they would have turned and fled without hesitation. However, a group of Qi refinement practitioners was nothing more than a rabble. Fearing unforeseen complications, they could have dismantled the formation with at least 5 or 6 methods effortlessly. The two pulled out jade vials, casting spells to release 2 streams of dark essence, enveloping the array flags. The ghostly figures appeared rejuvenated, as if they had consumed potent elixirs, their forms solidifying and manifesting distinct features, even conjuring various weapons. These streams of profound malevolence, condensed by core formation stage demonic cultivators through special techniques, contain the quintessence of their magical prowess, significantly enhancing several demonic spells of the Ghost Spirit sect. With their newfound strength, the specters surged forth, overpowering the vermilion bird and white tiger, shrinking their forms. Fortunately, the four symbols celestial array flickered, revealing a black tortoise in the northern corner, slowly advancing, followed by a dragon's roar as the azure dragon emerged amidst thunderous winds. All four symbols had manifested, pushing the array to its limits. At the core of the formation atop Hanshio Peak, the second elder's eyes burned with determination as he replaced 12 dimmed mid-grade spirit stones with new ones. In a short time, the four symbols celestial array consumed over 50 mid-grade spirit stones, draining the family's resources akin to a bottomless pit, equivalent to the expenditure of over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. With only 20 mid-grade spirit stones remaining, the low-grade stones could not sustain the array's voracious appetite. Everyone listen. Once the spirit stones are exhausted, infuse your own magical energy into the formation's core. Every second counts. Yes, Elder. Bai Zichen, gripping his ironwood crossbow, was drenched in sweat, witnessing the fierce battle between cultivators, vibrant yet perilous. Would the protective formation withstand the onslaught on Hanshio Peak? His heart raced with the tides of battle, akin to a roller coaster ride. It seemed they had held their ground. The vermilion bird shattered, the white tiger disintegrated into stardust, while the black tortoise collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving only the azure dragon, which unleashed a blinding brilliance, shattering the array flags and vanishing slowly. With the destruction of the flags, the remaining specters lost their source of power, fading into mere shadows as sunlight pierced through the clouds, dissipating like melting snow. Just as Bai Zichen felt relief at the array's efficacy, he witnessed the return of the specters, now accompanied by several massive banners that blotted out the sun. The four symbols celestial array, having withstood only a few breaths, cracked like fragile eggshells, soon yielding to further fractures, until it spectacularly collapsed. The array had been breached. Bai Zichen struggled to articulate the profound shift from paradise to abyss. With the four symbols celestial array no longer obstructing their path, the foul stench of malice surged forward, threatening to drag the last vestige of purity from the Bai family's lands into the depths of hell. The 100 ghost flag. The elder rose with gritted teeth, the array's destruction failing to extinguish his resolve. Everyone, proceed as planned. As masked cultivators charged forth, Bai Zichen bit his tongue, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, fire the crossbows." From the high platform, several arrows were shot askew, quickly transforming into a barrage of hundreds, raining down upon a small area. The two fastest intruders were riddled with arrows, falling lifelessly without uttering a sound. The second row of masked cultivators reacted in time. One was struck by 2 arrows, bleeding profusely and collapsing, while the others remained unscathed. Reload. Discarding the used ironwood crossbow, Bai Zichen picked up a fresh one. quickly aiming for another round of fire. Yet, a burly masked cultivator brandished a shield as large as a door, deflecting the barrage with ease. Leaving no mark upon its surface, ordinary civilians retreat to the rear mountain. Cultivators, all to the storeroom. Byzichin discarded his crossbow and sprinted towards the storeroom, following the elder's previously established plan. In a brief moment, the scene atop Hanshio Peak was one of chaos and carnage. The Bai family cultivators were often outmatched by the sect disciples in terms of combat experience, techniques, and artifacts, frequently requiring 3 or 4 of them to contend with a single opponent. The ordinary folk suffered grievously, with fireball spells incinerating numerous individuals into charred remains. A gentle breeze swept across Hanshio Peak, mingling the scent of blood with the sounds of clashing artifacts and anguished cries. Every moment saw lives lost, limbs severed, and the ground littered with the fallen, both masked cultists and Bai family members alike. Perhaps due to his youth, Byzichin managed to slip into the depths of the Bamboo Grove storeroom, where over a dozen family members lay, some unconscious from exhausting their energy, feeding the formation, including the second elder. Is my life truly reliant on this mere stone door for protection? Ah, old fool, are you staying here thinking you can thwart us alone? The raspy voice of Chun echoed with curiosity as he surveyed the elder, fully unfurling the 100 ghost flag that now encircled the entire Hanshio Peak, leaving not a single bird capable of escape. Thwart you? Not at all. I remain here to slay you, avenging our fallen kin. The elder swallowed a blood-red, sinister elixir, his skin radiating an eerie crimson hue as his aura surged ominously. Though firmly in the peak of chi refinement, he seemed to be advancing toward the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. The blood-burning pill? The Bai family certainly has some reserves. How delightful. Shun, with a grim expression, was momentarily taken aback, swiftly revealing a sinister grin. Do not say that the blood-burning pill merely grants you a temporary mastery of foundational power, lasting only the duration of an incense stick. Once the time elapses, your life essence will falter, leading to a swift demise, leaving no trace of your remains. Even true foundational cultivators, such as those from your clan, cannot hope to compete with the disciples of our sect. Brother Shun, allow me to handle this individual. I could easily defeat him within the span of an incense stick. My junior lacks a flying sword, and though the old fool possesses an inferior weapon, it can still serve its purpose. However, should you agree, you shall forfeit any claim to the treasures we unearth from this clan's vault. The 2 ghost spirit sect cultivators exchanged banter, casually sealing the fate of the Grand Elder and the Bai clan members, yet remained vigilant. The 100 ghost banner concealed them, hidden within a shroud of black clouds, maintaining a significant distance while mocking their arrogance. The blood-burning pill is a unique second-tier elixir, primarily composed of the inner core of a second-tier demon beast, combined with the essence of various other beasts' blood. Its function is straightforward. A perfected chi refinement cultivator can consume it to instantly acquire the power of an early foundational cultivator for a fleeting moment, at the cost of their life. The alchemist who devised this formula intended to create a pill that would temporarily exhaust one's vitality to forcibly elevate their realm, with the envisioned consequence being mere months of weakness, while allowing the user to experience the flow of foundational power, thus aiding in their eventual breakthrough. However, upon its successful creation, the side effects proved too severe, coupled with exorbitant production costs. After multiple attempts without finding an improvement, the alchemist abandoned the formula, resulting in the rarity of the blood-burning pill in circulation. With just a single blood-burning pill, one could hardly contend with you. Yet with the clan's impending doom, what good is a hidden trump card? The Grand Elder muttered to himself, as if steeling his resolve. Activate the 1,000 bamboo formation. On the verdant Xiofeng Peak, countless dark bamboos swayed together, forming undulating seas of bamboo. At the Grand Elder's furious command, an infinite green radiance erupted from the ground, causing the dark bamboo to rustle and grow, establishing a formation that matched the 100 ghost banner in might. Is this an amplified version of the Imu Qing divine technique? Byzichin, watching from the storeroom, was left astounded. The emerald radiance felt familiar, akin to the Imu Qing divine technique he practiced daily, but on a scale magnified hundreds of times. As the dark bamboo surged in growth, innumerable roots rapidly intertwined, ensnaring the 2 foundational cultivators of the ghost spirit sect. Although the 100 ghost banner shielded them, it effectively confined them within a minuscule space, unable to break free from the root cage. The Grand Elder produced a blue talisman from his chest, reverently bowing before drawing his wrist across the sword's edge, blood spraying onto the talisman, transforming into a jade flying sword. A sword talisman. A talisman treasure. Where did your Bai clan acquire such a treasure? That wretched Chin fellow, akin to a ghost, summoned 5 magical artifacts to shield himself, while decisively severing his own wrist, offering it to the malevolent spirits atop the 100-ghost banner. The specter devoured the wrist, emerging from the banner to envelop him in a fearsome black armor. Impossible. The highest cultivation of your Bai clan's ancestors barely reached the foundational late stage. And I have never heard of any close ties with a golden core ancestor. How could you possess a talisman treasure? Brother Shun was equally incredulous, hastily applying 3 defensive talismans to himself, while conjuring a large bell to shield his head. Talisman treasures are typically used by golden core cultivators, who sacrifice part of their innate treasures to seal a portion of their power within the talismans, a practice reserved for those nearing ascension, intending to pass the talisman to their closest descendants or disciples. The power of a talisman treasure is formidable, especially one as lethal as a sword talisman. The Grand Elder grasped the jade flying sword, wielding it with his mind. With but a thought, it transformed into a streak of azure light, encircling the Shun cultivator thrice. No matter your protective spells or talismans, they crumbled like paper before the onslaught. Even the copper bell artifact fell to the ground with a resounding crash during the 3rd circle, shattering into 2 neat halves. Spare me. I am from the Ghost Spirit Sect's Soul Hall. Before the Shun cultivator could finish his plea, his head and body were severed, his spirit extinguished. As the azure light dissipated, the Grand Elder reappeared, spitting another mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. Even with the extraordinary blood-burning pill, urging the sword talisman was a strain, especially since he had pushed it to its limits, merging with the azure void to strike down the Shun cultivator within mere breaths. Time was of the essence. I must eliminate a few more. The Grand Elder glanced at the terrified Chin disciple, who was drenched in cold sweat, and unleashed another azure sword strike, shattering a pair of bells and a flying dagger, while another sword cleaved through 2 sea-splitting forks, but was thwarted by the black armor. With this momentary reprieve, the Chun disciple produced a ghastly green pearl, channeling it before him to create an additional barrier. The azure light turned, charging towards the surrounding Qi refinement disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect. This sword talisman had been passed down from the Bai ancestors, utilized only once in centuries, effectively eliminating all witnesses, thus no rumors of the Bai clan's talisman treasures had circulated. However, when the sword talisman reached the hands of Bai's ancestor, it had already been used multiple times, leaving only one final opportunity. Today, as the talisman was activated, the Grand Elder keenly sensed that its power could deplete at any moment, leaving no time to waste on the troublesome Chin disciple. Swish, swish, swish. 3 late Qi refinement cultivators from the Ghost Spirit Sect were singled out by the Grand Elder. Regardless of their protective artifacts, the azure light swept through, scattering their souls. As the azure light receded, the jade flying sword reverted to a blue talisman, igniting spontaneously, having exhausted its power and fulfilled its purpose. Haha, delightful. In death, I have exchanged for a Ghost Spirit Sect foundational cultivator. Even in the underworld, my ancestors cannot blame me for wasting the sword talisman. The Grand Elder collapsed onto the ground, laughing maniacally, then strained to move his stiff neck, gazing around as if to imprint Xiofeng Peak into his memory. Bang! The blood-burning pill's effects expired, causing the Grand Elder's body to swell and explode into a mist of blood, leaving no remains. Cursed by clan cultivators, I shall collect your souls, subjecting them to demonic flames for 49 days, then offer them to the 100-ghost banner, ensuring your eternal damnation. The Chun disciple finally broke free from the root cage, surveying the carnage around him, seething with rage, blood still dripping from his severed wrist. The final refuge of the Bai clan, originally an ordinary stone house, was now enveloped in layers of dark ink bamboo. When magical instruments struck its surface, they merely caused the bamboo to sway gently. Prior to the planting of this spiritual flora, a strategy was devised, allowing, at a critical moment, the secret methods to activate and unleash the essence of all spiritual plants to protect the heart of the stone house. Given the scale of this spiritual cultivation, it likely stemmed from plans made centuries ago. The Bai clan truly prepared for the worst. The disciple of the Chen clan, concealed beneath a mask, wore a grim expression. He calculated that it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the essence of the flora to gradually dissipate, and he could not afford to wait that long. In truth, they had already squandered too much time within the Bai clan's territory. Every moment spent increased the risk manifold. The Qingfeng sect had dominated the Heishan County for nearly a millennium, experiencing both glory and decline, yet it had never truly lost its grip on the region. They had consistently kept at bay those sects attempting to encroach upon their territory, and in recent years, they had clashed with the Ghost Spirit sect without losing ground. Their strength not to be underestimated. Quickly prepare the Blood Fiend Great Formation. According to the positions of the array, pour the heart's blood of those born on the dark days into the earth. You 3. Dig 3 holes 3 zhang deep in front of the stone house, and pour these 3 vials of earth-lung fiendish gas into them. Once everything is ready, I will activate the formation, corrupt this spiritual vein, and summon the Ghost King. Let us see what other means the Bai clan possess. Once the Blood Fiend Great Formation was established, the entire spiritual vein would be suffused with malevolent energy, allowing the Ghost King to descend, transforming the entire Hanqiu Peak into a den of horrors. Even a century later, this land would remain a desolate wasteland, devoid of life, let alone becoming a sanctuary for spiritual cultivation. The Chun disciple distributed materials to the remaining disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, and they dutifully complied. In the demonic path, strength was revered above all. The hierarchy was akin to servitude, and regardless of their previous affiliations, no disciple dared to voice dissent. He was willing to take on immense risks to breach the Bai clan's stone house, not out of vengeance for his fallen sect brothers, but rather driven by a sense of greed that grew amidst the myriad of tactics employed by the Bai clan. The presence of talismans, treasures reserved for those who had reached the core formation stage, raised the question of what other treasures might lie within the storeroom, perhaps techniques of the core formation stage, miraculous elixirs, or even true magical artifacts. Having shattered 4 exquisite magical instruments with a sword talisman, he thought that as long as he could find a single spiritual artifact, he would not leave empty-handed. If he stumbled upon a true magical treasure, selling it for spirit stones or offering it to his sect leader for advancement in cultivation would be sufficient to elevate him to the latter stages of foundation establishment. Even if a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect reached the foundation establishment stage, they remained little more than elevated laborers in the eyes of those at the core formation level. All resources within the sect were funneled towards a select few elders, leaving nothing to trickle down. Yet, driven by the prospect of this slim opportunity, the Chun disciple's eyes gleamed with avarice, compelling him to take the risk. Bai Zichen felt that in his previous life, he had never experienced such tumultuous events as today. First, there was the appearance of a robbery cultivator who killed Aunt Song. Then he learned that this robber was a member of a sect called the Ghost Spirit sect, temporarily thwarted by the 4 symbols heavenly array. However, they were soon beset by vicious ghostly entities that nearly led to the annihilation of his clan. In a critical moment, the Grand Elder summoned a talisman to eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator. An ordinary storeroom was now encircled by layers of dark ink bamboo, transformed into a final bastion. But from their vantage point inside, they could see that the Ghost Spirit sect disciples had not given up. They were busily setting up some form of strategy. Elder 4, does our clan possess any treasures that could aid us? Bai Zichen inquired, moving closer. Waiting idly was not in his nature. Elder 4's face was grim. He was the clan's foremost expert in spiritual botany and utterly unskilled in combat, his mind clouded by the day's chaos. I do have a thunder pearl that contains a strand of the purple mansion divine thunder. Once activated, it will reduce everything within 100 meters to dust, including foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps the tension required an outlet, as Elder 4 began to divulge family secrets to Bai Zichen. Initially, Bai Zichen was elated, but soon he sensed something amiss. Elder 4, this thunder pearl should be remotely detonable, correct? Otherwise, why not throw it out now and strike them hard? I see no one is paying attention to us. We could obliterate this batch of scoundrels. That will not do. My cultivation is insufficient to activate it from a distance. I must hold it to trigger the thunder pearl, Elder 4 replied, shaking his head. As if to reassure Bai Zichen, he added, do not worry. If it comes to the last moment, I will detonate the thunder pearl. You will feel no pain, nor need you fear your soul falling into the hands of demonic cultivators to endure torment. The good news was that the Bai clan still had a trump card. The bad news was that before this card could be played, everyone in the storeroom would first need to perish. Bai Zichen stepped back in disbelief. Realizing that he could not rely on Elder 4, and continued to observe the changes outside the storeroom. At that moment, the Chun disciple approached the stone house, raising his severed arm once more to strike, this time severing his entire arm. The malevolent spirit, having consumed the limb, grew to a height of nearly 10 feet, pounding its chest as it gazed hungrily at the blood flowing from the stump. After several attempts to rally, it reluctantly approached the storeroom, plunging its hands into the ground to summon the earth-lung fiendish gas. Boom! A thunderous clap resounded, momentarily halting the air, before a terrifying golden tempest swept through, consuming everything in its path. When the dust settled, the area before the storeroom returned to its former state. The once fearsome ghosts and disciples of the ghost spirit sect had vanished, leaving behind only scattered remnants to testify that they had once existed. All within the storeroom collapsed to the ground, a powerful pressure manifesting above Hanshio Peak. I am Gutsong. The foe has been vanquished. Gather the wounded, soon. Disciples of Qingfeng sect will come to assist. A venerable voice resonated from above, its magical transmission estimated to reach living beings within dozens of miles. In an instant, the oppressive force dissipated, and the survivors helped each other to their feet. Are we saved? Bai Zichen could scarcely believe it. The surge of happiness was overwhelming. It is Gutsong of the Qingfeng sect, the one who has been in seclusion. We are saved indeed. Elder Four's eyes welled with tears. The Bai clan had sacrificed so much to reach this moment. Once the enhancement of the Imu Qingshin technique was dispelled, the dark ink bamboo withered rapidly, its leaves cascading to the ground, and the bamboo stalks lost all moisture, collapsing haphazardly, opening the storeroom from within. Having survived the calamity, the Bai clan members emerged, witnessing the desolation of their ancestral land, and many broke down in tears. The Grand Hall of Hanshio Peak, once a site for clan discussions and ancestor worship, was now filled with wounded. Preliminary counts indicated that over 50 Bai clan cultivators had perished, with more than 30 missing, their fates unknown. Most remaining clan members bore injuries, including the second elder and several others who had maintained the formation, having been drained of their powers and falling unconscious, severely damaging their foundations. Even if they recovered, future advancement in cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. For the Bai clan, which numbered barely over 200, this calamity had truly inflicted grievous wounds. As for the ordinary clansfolk, casualties numbered in the hundreds, and it would take time to tally the losses. The plump fellow, by a stroke of fortune, found himself aimlessly following the crowd. Just before he managed to seek refuge in the storeroom, a falling rock summoned by a talisman crushed his left leg. Now bandaged up, he lay on the ground, groaning softly, as someone handed him a grain of fasting elixir to stave off starvation. Bai Zichen, one of the few remaining disciples, was bustling about at the behest of others. He scurried to fetch healing potions and tended to the injured, taking a moment to stretch and noticing a group of young cultivators ascending Hanshio Peak, greeted warmly by the fourth elder. These newcomers were disciples of Qingfeng sect, distinguished by their remarkable presence and demeanor, which surpassed that of the Bai clan members. Upon inquiring about the identities of these individuals, Bai Zichen learned that the males were handsome and the females strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of confidence that made them stand out like cranes among chickens on the beleaguered Hanshio Peak. Their arrival indeed calmed the anxieties of the Bai clan cultivators. Despite the fact that Master Gutsong had publicly eliminated the disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, the fear lingered among the crowd, who remained on edge, wary of any hidden enemies. The group from Qingfeng sect consisted of 8 members, all at the mid-stage of Qi refinement or higher. According to their claims, the sect had dispatched over 20 such teams to provide support across various locations. Additionally, 6 Foundation establishment elders roamed the area, with Master Gutsong stationed centrally, ensuring that no remnants of the Ghost Spirit sect could escape from Heishan County. After 2 days of arduous labor on Hanshio Peak, Bai Zichen had become familiar with the clan members, who, given the scarcity of promising candidates for cultivation, treated him with extra care. They readily answered his questions. Today, a spirit pigeon raised by Qingfeng sect delivered a message stating that the excavation at the Five Mountains Master S cave had reached a significant conclusion, and cultivators from various clans were on their way back to their sections. Bai Zichen received instructions from the fourth elder to summon several mundane cooks from the foot of the mountain to prepare a feast. The path of cultivation is indeed a treacherous one, paved with countless bones. Thus, my immediate priority remains to cultivate diligently, aiming for the early establishment of my foundation. Perhaps I should set a more realistic short-term goal, such as reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement. With a triple spirit root, achieving this within 10 years should be feasible, without the aid of elixirs to hasten my progress. The average time for a cultivator with 3 spirit roots to reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is approximately 6 years. A crucial bottleneck exists between the early and mid stages of Qi refinement. If one is swift, they may break through in mere months, while those of lesser talent may find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer for 7 or 8 years. Taking everything into account, Byzichin devised a plan to secure at least 10 and strive for 8. Furthermore, he needed spells. It was unacceptable to rely solely on the Imu Qing Shin technique. In this dog-eat-dog world devoid of protective means, the chances of cultivating properly would diminish significantly. With a light step, Byzichin leapt down from a piece of green stone. Hanxiu Peak had been somewhat cleared, with gentle winds and rain washing away the remnants of blood. Yet, upon closer inspection, traces of battle remained: charred trees, broken corridors, and the uneven ground scarred by magical assaults. It was uncertain how many families had suffered similar fates within the Heishan mountain range. But if the intensity was similar to that faced by the Bai clan, aside from the so-called top 5 families, other cultivation families likely lacked the means to match it, and their outcomes would undoubtedly be dire. The ghost spirit sect had infiltrated the Heishan mountains in great numbers. Incurring such a heavy toll, was it merely to eliminate a few cultivation families, or was there a hidden agenda that could deliver a severe blow to Qingfeng's sect? Byzichin sighed. In any case, tranquility in the Heishan mountains seemed a distant dream. Unlike the past when cultivation families competed fiercely for resources, the presence of Qingfeng's sect as overseers imposed a semblance of order. Any discovery of murder or treasure theft would provoke a collective response, with joint bounties issued, at least on the surface. However, once the ghost spirit sect established a foothold in Heishan County, chaos would ensue. Once disorder took root, the numerous rogue cultivators vastly outnumbering the family cultivators would become increasingly difficult to manage. It was foreseeable that the Heishan mountains would soon be rife with rogue cultivators. Byzichin pondered the situation regarding his uncle, as the correspondence had provided no specific news. Regardless, once this matter resolved, he intended to remain at Hanxiu Peak, avoiding unnecessary excursions. Suddenly, Byzichin noticed a flicker from the corner of his eye. He continued walking, but was certain he had glimpsed a black garment peeking out from behind a rock formation. The Bai clan's official robes were blue. This black attire belonged solely to the ghost spirit sect members who had appeared 3 days prior. Were the bodies of the deceased ghost spirit sect cultivators still concealed here, undetected? In recent days, the disciples of Qingfeng's sect had been scouring the vicinity and had already eliminated 2 lone ghost spirit sect members with ease. Could there be another that had evaded capture? Feigning calmness, Byzichin ran a few dozen steps before veering towards another side of the rocky outcrop, intending to inform the 4th elder and summon Qingfeng's sect's disciples to eradicate the remaining threat. As a mere novice in Qi refinement, he had no intention of playing the hero. Little brat, if I were you, I would stand still and not move. Otherwise, I shall leave a few holes in you and extract your intestines for supper. Byzichin abruptly halted as a bone spike whizzed past him, embedding itself in the ground. A chill washed over him as he turned slowly. The ghost spirit sect cultivator, pale as a ghost, and with a gaping wound in his chest, somehow managed to rise. This unfortunate soul had been on the periphery during the onslaught, merely brushed by the residual energy of divine thunder, which had left him severely wounded. Having hidden in the rocky terrain for several days, his injuries had shown no signs of healing, leaving him half-conscious. Startled awake by the sound of footsteps, he scrambled to his feet, only to relax upon realizing it was a child. The little one is easily frightened. I shall have him lead me away from Hanxiu Peak, lest I be discovered. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, I can dispose of him, leaving his body in the ravine where it should remain undiscovered for a while, enough for me to escape several miles. The gravely injured ghost spirit sect cultivator suppressed his overwhelming weakness, even feeling unable to summon his bone spike, yet his voice was chilling, instilling fear. Little brat, take 5 steps forward. Boom, 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 boom. A fireball erupted, striking the ghost spirit sect cultivator in the chest, sending him crashing backward. Following this, 4 more fireballs ascended, culminating in a series of explosive detonations that obliterated half of his body, reducing his lower half to charred remains. Byzichin unleashed 5 fireball talismans. ensuring the already weakened ghost spirit cultivator was left utterly lifeless, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He had wagered that the adversary was merely bluffing, lacking the confidence to take him down. Otherwise, why threaten him? The outcome proved by Zichin correct, as the 5 fireball talismans sent the foe on his way to oblivion. On Hanshio Peak, construction was in full swing. 1,000 mortals had been summoned from the town below to dismantle the ruined structures, transporting centuries-old timber to the summit in preparation for the reconstruction of the transmission hall, refining pavilion, and more. Simultaneously, in areas rich with spiritual veins, suitable orientations were selected to excavate various cave dwellings, each equipped with a master bedroom, cultivation room, and storage space. Gradually, some of the missing clan members returned, having hidden away in secluded spots during the Ghost Spirit Sect's surprise attack, and were fortunate to have escaped unscathed. The clan leader and his party returned, weary and battle-worn, having lost 4 members, including an elder, at the 5 Mountains Monastery. Hundreds of cultivators had besieged the 3rd level of the monastery for a full 10 days, with nearly 100 cultivators perishing along the way. In the midst of a perilous moment, the Chungshu sword formation erupted instantaneously, unleashing a myriad of sword rays. Had it not been for the clan leader, who sacrificed a spiritual artifact to intercept all of the Bai family's sword beams, there would have been even fewer survivors returning to Hanxi. There was no time for sorrow. After a brief discussion with the remaining 3 elders, the clan leader, feeling the heavy toll of casualties among the family cultivators, decided that dispersing their members would significantly reduce safety. Moreover, with a shortage of manpower, the Bai family found it increasingly difficult to maintain their current territory. Thus, they resolved to consolidate their defenses, ensuring that all family cultivators would reside near Hanxi. This led to the initiative of mortals excavating caves and constructing courtyards. Chainer, it is best that you are safe. I hope this ordeal will ease your future cultivation journey. Bai Jiuan's face bore a hint of weariness. The dangers at Wuyue Temple were hardly less than those experienced within the clan. It was a pity for Bai Yang, who lost her mother at such a tender age. Fortunately, her father remained in the Qingfengmen market that day. With the invasion of the Ghost Spirit Sect, at least 30 cultivation families were simultaneously attacked, with many facing total annihilation, resulting in a complete reshuffling of power in the Heishan mountain range. However, at present, only Qingfengmen possessed the strength to absorb such vast territories. Uncle, what is the situation at Wuyue Temple? What treasures lie within the cave you opened? Bai Zichin inquired, intrigued by the legendary cave of the first scattered cultivator, Wuyue Jinren. Indeed, within the 3rd level of Wuyue Temple rested the innate treasure of Wuyue Jinren, the Wuyue Divine Peak, 5 hills of 5-colored metal resembling small mountains. The moment the Chungshu sword formation shattered, we all beheld them, only to have them swiftly claimed by Yang Jinren of Qingfengmen. Bai Jiuan sighed deeply, taking a long moment before responding, his voice tinged with resignation, reverence, and a hint of concealed yearning. The Yang Jinren he spoke of had become a Jiedan Jinren over 200 years ago, a figure of respect among the disciples of Gutsong Jinren. Yet, in terms of cultivation, he was surpassed by his junior, having reportedly stagnated at the initial stage of Jiedan for years. Based on his life's trajectory, Yang Jinren's lifespan was dwindling, leading to a notably aggressive demeanor in recent years. 5 years prior, he had a fierce altercation with an elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect over a longevity elixir at an auction, igniting a series of conflicts between the 2 sections. Curiously, apart from the Wuyue Divine Peak, the 3rd level of the cave housed only a towering stone tablet, devoid of any other treasures. However, the elder from Qingfengmen who escorted us back mentioned that this related to an opportunity that could potentially benefit the younger generation of our cultivation families. Chainer, at your age, if fortune permits, this may serve as a tremendous advantage for you. Bai Zichin became greatly intrigued by the notion of opportunity, though his uncle had merely heard this from others. The true details remained known only to the higher echelons of Qingfengmen. By the way, uncle, could you examine this? Is it indeed the rumored storage bag? I have tried repeatedly to study it, yet I cannot seem to open it. A grayish small bag was placed upon the table, one that Bai Zichin had found on the body of a severely wounded cultivator from the Ghost Spirit Sect after defeating him. Its appearance was identical to that of a storage bag described in texts. However, despite his repeated attempts to channel spiritual energy into it, the bag remained unresponsive, as if it had sunk into the ocean. This item was difficult to inquire about with others. The belongings of the other deceased disciples were collected and deposited into the clan's treasury, but Byzichin deemed this storage bag, acquired at great personal risk, to be his own spoils and thus refrained from surrendering it. He concealed it carefully at his waist, having not mentioned it to anyone else. Trusting his uncle, he felt secure in asking. Bai Jiuan appeared somewhat astonished, his hand gliding over the storage bag, a subtle spiritual glow flashing across it. This is a low-level storage bag. Where did you obtain this? Bai Zichin recounted the events of that day, and Bai Jiuan listened with a sense of trepidation. You were fortunate. That individual had already lost the ability to fight back. Otherwise, a single spell could have claimed your life. Bai Jiuan returned the storage bag, indicating that Bai Zichin should attempt to open it. The bag retained the original owner's mark, making it impossible for others to access directly. However, by using his own spiritual energy to cleanse both sides, he could establish his own imprint. Your cultivation is too low at present, hence your inability to open it. Though low-tier storage bags have limited capacity, possessing one is quite convenient. In the market, even a second-hand one sells for at least 80 spiritual stones. Even if this bag is empty, you have made a small profit. Upon channeling his spiritual energy, Byzichin successfully opened the storage bag, marking it with his own seal. Inside, he discovered a space of 3 feet square, containing 3 jade vials, several sets of changeable clothing, over 30 spiritual stones, and a jade slip. He spilled everything onto the wooden table, a disordered assortment, with a singular thought racing through his mind. I have struck gold. The 2 vials contained chi replenishing pills, a total of 12, effective for cultivators below the 6th level of chi refining, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. I have consumed several of these before. The pills should be safe. However, Chainer, your current cultivation is too low. It would be best to wait a couple of years before taking them, as these 2 vials could save you at least 3 years of arduous practice. Bai Jiuan placed the first 2 jade vials aside, his brow furrowing at the sight of the 3rd vial containing a blood-red pill. This pill emanated a foul odor, and merely inhaling its scent caused a dizzying sensation. Likely a unique concoction of the ghost spirit sect, unknown to outsiders. I'll set this aside for now and consult a friend knowledgeable in alchemy to avoid any reckless consumption that could lead to dire consequences. Byzichin understood this was for his own good and saw no issue with it. If the origins of the pills were uncertain, who could tell whether they were miraculous elixirs or deadly poisons? As for the jade slip, it was a hallmark of sect disciples. Typically, scattered cultivators and family members recorded their cultivation techniques on paper, seldom utilizing jade slips. However, jade slips not only facilitated transmission but also contained divine intent for certain special techniques, a feat only achievable through jade slips, albeit at a higher cost. After examining it, Bai Jiuan informed him that it contained a peculiar ancient technique for integrating the bloodline of demonic beasts into a cultivator's body to attain a formidable physique. The risks in practicing this technique are immense, and the prerequisite is to possess the corresponding blood essence of the demonic beast. It is best to keep it for collection, as it holds no value for us. Uncle, why not use this storage bag yourself? I rarely leave the family and have no use for it. Byzichin suggested after some contemplation, recalling that his uncle had yet to utilize a storage bag, having exchanged his limited spiritual stones solely for cultivation resources. You should keep it for your own use. How could I, Bai Jiuan, take my nephew's belongings? Bai Jiuan replied earnestly. Moreover, on their way back, the clan leader had mentioned that this expedition to Wiyue Temple would be credited to all 9 of them, and each would be rewarded with a barrier-breaking pill. Once they reached the later stage of chi refining, the clan would provide them with storage bags. Upon reaching the later stage of chi refining, one's status within the Bai family would be profoundly elevated, positioning them as a candidate for the elder role. Annual benefits in spiritual stones and resource allocation would see a significant increase. Byzichin naturally wished for his uncle to ascend as high as possible, hoping he might swiftly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, allowing him to secure a strong ally. My dear uncle, I wish you a smooth breakthrough to the later stage of chi refining. May all your aspirations be fulfilled. One more thing I must earnestly impress upon you. Chainer, do not let the bountiful rewards of this venture ignite thoughts of murder and theft. Setting aside the notorious reputation of banditry, such notions will not be accepted by the mainstream. Once you entertain such thoughts, greed will expand unchecked in your heart, leading you to lose control step by step. Ultimately, you may either perish in the pursuit of wealth or fall victim to an ambush, There is no escape. Remember, remember. Byzichin felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing he had indeed been dazzled by the allure of the storage bag, contemplating when he might encounter such windfalls again. Thankfully, his uncle's timely warning came before it was too late. 3 months later, the chaotic situation in the Black Mountain Range has finally subsided, thanks to the vigorous suppression by the Qingfeng sect. The rebellious cultivators who attempted to take advantage of the turmoil have been largely eradicated, restoring a semblance of calm. However, to truly heal the scars left behind, it may take 2 to 3 decades. The sharp decline in foot traffic at the market established by the Qingfeng sect during this period attests to this reality. According to local statistics, there are now only about 20 families of cultivators in the Black Mountain Range that can truly claim to have an orderly lineage. Those that have vanished have either been completely wiped out by the ghostly spirit sect or suffered heavy casualties awaiting their patriarch's return, leaving only a few survivors. Some families have lost their most crucial cultivators in battle, scattering like monkeys when the tree falls, rendering them unable to maintain their spiritual lands. For various reasons, many have either fallen into solitary cultivation or have joined one of the top 5 families as guest cultivators, resulting in a significant reduction in family names. Notably, a number of unclaimed spiritual veins have emerged in the Black Mountain Range, and many solitary cultivators have seized the opportunity to band together and occupy a peak. The Bai family primarily relies on spiritual plants and spiritual rice for income, although losing a few mountain peaks has minimal impact. The sudden vacancy of numerous bamboo forests and spiritual fields lacking caretakers will undoubtedly lead to a substantial decrease in family income next year. Amidst the overcast days, the only piece of good news came 3 months ago when the patriarch announced the reward of 9 barrier-breaking pills to clan members returning from Wuyue Temple. He also declared that he was researching a new family system aimed at providing certain resource advantages to the younger generation of cultivators to aid their rapid growth. The barrier-breaking pill is renowned as a miraculous elixir for the qi refinement stage, possessing extraordinary effects in breaking through the mid and late stages. Naturally, its price is equally staggering, costing 150 spiritual stones per pill. In the past 3 months, several clan members who received the barrier-breaking pills have taken them after a brief period of recuperation, attempting to break through to the late qi refinement stage. As of yesterday, the results showed 2 successes and 6 failures. Byzichin gazed at the immobile main chamber and sighed, grabbing his backpack and heading towards the study hall. The last remaining member was Bai Jiuan. With the barrier-breaking pill in hand, he was in no rush to consume it, continuing his usual routine of refining his spiritual power. When others inquired, he would merely say that he felt there was still a layer of spiritual power that had not been perfected. It was only 3 days ago that he suddenly announced his intention to enter seclusion to break through to the late qi refinement stage, leading to the present moment. Byzichin exited his small courtyard, which contained a main chamber, side rooms, a quiet room, a living area, and a storage room. With a newly transplanted peach tree growing in the center, he found the mountain cave too cold and dim, ultimately choosing a row of courtyards adjacent to the study hall and moving in. Bai Jiuan had no objections and agreed to his decision. Living near the study hall allowed Byzichin ample time to read daily. While he did not keep spell or cultivation manuals here, the bookshelves were filled with various works on local customs and biographies, which contained many fascinating tales from nearby states, captivating him immensely. Yesterday, he had perused the illustrated records of the mountains and waters of Mizhou, and today he sought to explore other topics. The central region of Liang Nation. The peak of Qishan, the sacred lotus sect of the nascent soul. Nascent soul cultivators live for millennia, witnessing the rise and fall of multiple dynasties. And many sects have histories not as enduring as a single nascent soul, true monarch. The sacred lotus sect, since its founding, has produced 5 nascent soul true monarchs, undeniably making it the foremost sect in Liang Nation. In ancient times, there were no miraculous pills like the foundation establishment pill. All cultivators attempted to break through to the foundation establishment stage relying solely on their own spiritual power, resulting in a low success rate. A failure meant the ruin of their meridians, rendering them utterly incapacitated. The foundation establishment pill not only boosts the success rate by 30%, but also protects the user's meridians, ensuring stability in case of failure. It is no wonder it is dubbed the supreme pill of the millennium. Byzichin stretched lazily, realizing it was already noon. He returned the scroll to its rightful place and felt a pang of hunger. The best feature of the restaurant on Huanchi Peak was the hiring of several cooks who prepared 3 meals daily, available at any time upon request. The variety was rich, and after more than a month, he had yet to encounter a repeated dish, finally enjoying the privileges of a cultivator. Baizichin took a food box and returned to the courtyard, just about to dig in when he sensed a surge of spiritual energy rapidly flowing towards the main chamber. His uncle was about to emerge from seclusion. Excitement filled his heart as this step could grant Baijuan a slim chance at foundation establishment. Should he fail, time would run out. A mere 8 years to advance from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the peak was hardly sufficient, and the family would not invest further resources in a failed candidate. With a creak, the door swung open, and Baijuan strode out confidently, his composed face revealing an uncontrollable smile. Baizichin understood immediately, cupping his hands in salute. Congratulations, uncle, on advancing to the late qi refinement stage. With hopes for foundation establishment ahead, having just broken through, Baijuan exuded an imposing aura, moving with the grace of a dragon. Foundation establishment is a distant dream, but life for us uncles and nephews will surely improve from now on. Zichin, your talents far surpass mine. I will strive to gather contributions for the family, and together we may be able to redeem a foundation establishment spiritual object, perhaps enabling you to achieve foundation establishment in one leap. The foundation establishment pill is the ultimate aspiration of all qi refinement cultivators, yet only the Qingfeng sect in the entire Black Mountain County possesses the means to refine it, making it both scarce and exorbitantly priced. The next best option comprises several foundation establishment spiritual objects, which can enhance the success rate by about 10 to 15%, valued at several thousand spiritual stones. This amount is not unattainable if 2 late qi refinement cultivators save for several decades. Baijuan harbored this ambition, sacrificing the latter half of his life to work for Baizichin, hoping to secure a chance at foundation establishment. This reflects the reality faced by many qi refinement families, where generations toil for a single exceptionally talented descendant, with elderly patriarchs still struggling to accumulate cultivation resources. Success would mean a leap across the Dragon Gate. Establishing a foundation establishment family, failure would lead to a swift return to square one, wasting decades of family effort. Baizichin was deeply moved, never expecting his uncle to harbor such thoughts. Baijuan promptly reported his advancement to the late qi refinement stage, and upon hearing the news, the patriarch Bai Xinzhong personally met with him the next day, distributing benefits for late qi refinement clan members. A low-tier storage bag, a stipend of 20 spiritual stones per year. Although the year was already half over, the full amount was disbursed immediately, along with the opportunity to select a mid-grade magical tool from the refining hall for free. Additionally, a newly updated sect policy stated that any member breaking through to the late qi refinement stage before the age of 50 would receive an extra reward of a purple ginseng pill. The purple ginseng pill is classified as a high-grade spiritual pill, one of the few that can aid late qi refinement cultivators in enhancing their cultivation. This initiative is undoubtedly meant to inspire all clan members yet to reach their blood vitality limits, encouraging them not to abandon hope and to continue their cultivation efforts toward foundation establishment. After all, for the Bai family to truly endure, the foundation establishment stage is fundamental. As spring gives way to autumn, 2 years swiftly passed. In the quiet room, Baizichin gradually concluded his cultivation. The effects of the qi supplement pill were still too potent for him. It took a week to fully refine, and some of the medicinal power was wasted during this process. It would be best to begin using it at the 3rd layer of qi refinement to perfectly match this elixir. However, time waits for no one. To secure a spot, he must reach at least the 3rd layer of qi refinement and outpace his peers in cultivation. Baizichin had noticeably grown taller, though he appeared somewhat emaciated. 2 months ago, after advancing to the 2nd layer of qi refinement, he consumed his first qi supplement pill. Today, he had just finished digesting the second. Each qi supplement pill equated to 3 months of arduous cultivation. If he could continue this regimen, he was confident he could reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement within 6 months. This exemplifies the power of abundant cultivation resources and the efficacy of medicinal assistance. Baizichin's eagerness to enhance his cultivation, even at the risk of hastening his growth, stemmed from the finalization of the opportunity his uncle had mentioned regarding Wuyue Temple. Originally, the imposing stone tablet within the 3 layers of Wuyue Temple is a rare treasure, originating from a distant and frigid land, a relic of a sect known as the Naya sect. The Naya sect is a prominent establishment in the realm of Yuan-ing, employing methods of disciple cultivation that starkly contrast with those of other sections. They inscribe extensive cultivation techniques and unique spells onto their stone tablets, which then evaluate each disciple who approaches them. Based on these evaluations, different cultivation methods are bestowed upon the disciples. Although the reason for the presence of the Naya sect stone tablet, thousands of miles away within the cave of the Wuyue master, remains unclear. Experts from the Qingfeng sect have verified that this tablet is still functional, capable of withstanding at least 500 transmissions before it becomes inert. After discussions among the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sect, which essentially came down to the opinions of two Golden Core masters, it was decided to allocate a portion of the slots to the cultivation families of the Heishan mountain range. Whether to garner allegiance or reward the efforts in establishing the cave dwelling, this decision invigorated the hearts of the cultivation families, who praised the Qingfeng sect's wisdom and expressed hope for the Yuan-ing of their ancestors. According to the agreement, 15 families were chosen, with each receiving 2 slots, one of which was claimed by the Bai family. The criteria for utilizing the stone tablet were straightforward. Anyone under the age of 20 who embarks on the path of cultivation is welcome to try their luck. The rewards for varying evaluations differ in rank, presumably based on spiritual root quality and cultivation level. Thus, Bai Zichen worked diligently, driven by the desire to secure one of these precious slots. With a year remaining until the stone tablet's opening, he was determined to seize an opportunity that lay before him. Initially, Bai Zichen felt quite confident about his chances. The number of peers in his family was limited, and those few cultivators surpassing him in age were nearing 20. Considering his potential, he believed the slot was practically secured. However, following a significant calamity, fortunes turned. At the Qiling conference 2 years prior, 6 Bai family members with spiritual roots were discovered, providing much-needed fresh blood to the previously dwindling family. Most notably, a pair of siblings with dual spiritual roots was found in a remote village. Even the family patriarch, Bai Xinzhong, was moved to personally conduct a spiritual root assessment for them. Dual spiritual roots signify that, barring any untimely demise, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement is merely a matter of time. Even the prospect of advancing to the foundation establishment stage is not entirely out of reach, though it must be noted that it is merely a chance. Aside from those with heavenly spiritual roots, who can claim to achieve foundation establishment without external aid, particularly in the absence of foundation establishment pills, the siblings certainly lived up to expectations, studying under Elder Honggu. The elder sister, Bai Ling, had already broken through to the second layer of qi refinement at the beginning of the year, while her younger brother, Bai Wei, though 2 years younger, was rumored to have recently found his own opportunity for breakthrough. This situation left Bai Zichen in a state of panic, unable to maintain his previous composure. With similar cultivation levels and ages, the elders would undoubtedly allocate the slots to the dual spiritual root disciples, prompting him to consider alternative strategies to suppress his rivals through cultivation. Brother Chun, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. Upon exiting the quiet chamber, Bai Zichen found Bai Ying seated in the courtyard, tossing a piece of pastry into his mouth, with 3 empty plates before him. Since stepping out from the shadow of their mother's passing, Bai Ying had grown plumper over the past 2 years. His greatest pastime now revolving around the exploration of various roasted delicacies to satisfy his cravings. As he put it, since there was no hope for foundation establishment, why toil away at cultivation when one could relish the pleasures of life instead? After decades of arduous practice without achieving foundation establishment, one would ultimately end up as mere dust after a century. Thus, it was wiser to enjoy fine foods, wines, and beautiful companions early on, adopting a life of imperial indulgence that was easily attainable for a cultivator. When the time came, he could take several wives and concubines, expanding his family lineage and fulfilling the task of carrying on the family name. It was unclear how this chubby youth had developed such a laid-back mentality at such a young age, which seemed at odds with the overall atmosphere of the Bai family. Bai Zichen poured himself a cup of hot tea from the purple clay pot atop the small stove, inquiring, "Did you not mention earlier that you were going out with your father to the Qingfeng sex market to see the world? What brings you here today?" Bai Ying, with a demeanor akin to presenting a treasure, produced a roll of silk, spreading it across the table. "I believe next year's stone tablet slots will be fiercely contested, likely necessitating a competition to determine the winners. So, I thought you might want to prepare a magical artifact in advance to catch that bothersome pair of siblings off guard. Bai Wei had previously mocked Bai Ying for his lethargic attitude, which had created a rift between them. This is the list of magical artifacts and their prices from the treasure pavilion in the market that I persuaded my father to copy. Brother Chun, take a good look and see which one suits you. When I go back in a few days, I'll bring it to you, ensuring we catch them unprepared. If you lack spirit stones, I can lend you some, and you can repay me once you've struck it rich. Bai Zichen found himself both amused and exasperated by Bai Ying's vivid imagination, which even extended to the notion of a competitive arena. In conflicts among kin, the elders would naturally render decisions. There was no need to escalate matters to a competition. Moreover, the stone tablet's evaluation did not hinge on one's combat skills. Even if one triumphed over all families' cultivators in an arena, it would not enhance their score on the tablet. However, dismissing Bai Ying's heartfelt intentions would be unkind. So Bai Zichen examined the silk scroll attentively. It detailed over 30 low-grade magical artifacts, more than a dozen mid-grade ones, and 5 high-grade artifacts, far surpassing the inventory of the Bai family's artifact hall. The 2 artifact craftsmen nurtured by the Bai family had only reached the level of low mid-grade, making the successful crafting of mid-grade artifacts exceedingly rare. To reduce costs, they had chosen to specialize in a few types of artifacts they were proficient in, which resulted in a severely limited selection available to the family in the artifact hall. In my opinion, a competition would be best. The strengths and weaknesses would be evident. Otherwise, it would be mere rhetoric, and who could truly convince the other? Ultimately, it will depend on the patriarch's decision. At Bai Ying's suggestion, Bai Zichen pondered for a moment before responding. The Liang Kingdom is divided into 5 provinces and 72 counties. Among them, Mizhou, situated in the northern border, has long been regarded as a place of poverty and hardship, with its spiritual veins lacking vigor and few blessed lands. Heishan County, benefiting from the Heishan mountain range, produces relatively more resources, yet most of its spiritual lands lie deep within the mountains, making them difficult to exploit and consequently limiting the number of cultivators it can support. Who would have thought that among all the cultivation families in Heishan County, the scattered cultivators would be akin to an ordinary sect within the Liang Kingdom? Unremarkable? Bai Zichen closed the scroll and let out a long sigh. To read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Over the years, he had nearly finished reading all the scrolls in the study, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the world beyond Heishan County. The vastness of the Liang Kingdom's 72 counties is immense. Traversing from the southernmost part to the northern border would take over a decade. Not to mention the bandits, natural disasters, and challenges along the way. Only cultivators might have the potential to traverse the entire nation. Beyond the Liang Kingdom lies an expanse of land, with the desolate and bitter region where the Naiha sect resides separated by 4 or 5 other kingdoms. He longed to venture out and witness this magnificent world, but thought better of it. International travel would likely be perilous even for those at the foundation establishment stage, with only Golden Core masters possessing sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Bai Zichen expressed his yearning briefly before promptly reining in his thoughts. The next month marks the opening of the Wuyue Temple's stone tablet, and thus, the elders would need to decide which 2 individuals could represent the Bai family and secure these esteemed slots. The Qingfeng sect had already conveyed a clear message. Regardless of what family cultivators gain from the stone tablet, it is considered personal fortune, and the sect will not seize it. However, if there are shareable cultivation methods, should the Qingfeng sect lack them and be willing to offer, they would undoubtedly provide corresponding compensation to the family based on market value, with no upper limit. This even included foundation establishment pills. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Heishan County cultivation community ignited with excitement. The rarity of the foundation establishment pill lies not only in its exorbitant price, indeed, costing over 10,000 spirit stones per pill, but also in the limited purchasing channels available. Not to mention that the raw materials for alchemy are monopolized by the Qingfeng sect. Even if one manages to gather and purchase the necessary materials from distant regions, finding a suitable alchemist becomes a daunting task. Many second-tier alchemists lack the experience required to concoct the foundation establishment pill. Who would dare entrust a batch of materials worth tens of thousands of spirit stones to an alchemist with no practical experience in crafting such a vital pill? Furthermore, attempting to procure or commission the pill from outside regions introduces even greater risks and uncertainties. A single foundation establishment pill has the potential to transform even the most benevolent and reputable righteous cultivator into a ruthless bandit, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. This has precedent. During the height of the Zheng family's power, they boasted 3 foundation establishment cultivators and a clan numbering over 1,000, making them a formidable force. However, in a bid to secure a foundation establishment pill for a talented clan member, 2 of their foundation establishment cultivators ventured to an auction in a distant region to acquire one. Tragically, upon returning, news leaked, and they fell prey to a gang of ruthless bandits. One cultivator perished, the other was injured, and they lost the precious pill in the process, which dealt a devastating blow to the Zheng family, reducing them to the lowest rank among the 5 great families. Consequently, the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance stone tablet has become increasingly coveted, transforming from a matter of personal chance to one that impacts the entire clan. Last week, an announcement was posted within the clan, inviting all eligible clan members to sign up. Nearly all clan youths under 20 seized the opportunity, submitting their applications in hopes of being selected. However, after a rigorous selection process, only 4 names remained. Zichen strode purposefully toward the clan hall, determined to secure his place. In recent years, the clan had not appointed any new elders, so the decision still rested with the 3 existing elders. The second elder, a mid-tier formation master at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who was now to be referred to as the Grand Elder. The fourth elder, a high-tier spirit planter at the 9th level of Qi refinement, now the second elder, and the third elder, a high-tier talisman master at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Besides the 3 elders, several late-stage Qi refinement clan members stood in the hall, with Bai Juan positioned unobtrusively to the side. These individuals, apart from the elders, represented the backbone of the Bai family, and their presence underscored the significance of the inheritance stone tablet, which was crucial for the clan's future. Of course, the true authority lay with the 3 elders, as the clan leader, Bai Xianzhong, was engrossed in a critical phase of his cultivation and could not be present. Alongside the undeniable Bai Ling and Bai Wei siblings, a clan member named Bai Chengwu was also in contention. At 19, he was mere months from surpassing the age limit, and his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement was his greatest asset. With everyone gathered, it was time to deliberate and reach a decision. The Grand Elder, who had once valiantly defended Huanxi Peak but had been left severely weakened by the 4 symbols celestial array, now only wished to be recognized as a high-tier formation master before his passing. His extensive research into formations had taken a toll on his vitality, and it was evident that his energy was waning. Among the myriad of disciplines in cultivation, formation mastery demanded the highest innate talent. Without such talent, time spent would be in vain. After all, arranging formations required a level of spiritual awareness reserved for foundation establishment cultivators. The toll on the minds of Qi refinement cultivators attempting formations was significant. Naturally, the 2 slots for the inheritance stone tablet would be allocated to Bai Ling and Bai Wei, siblings blessed with dual spiritual roots and exceptional intellect. Bai Ling, despite her tender age, had already reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while Bai Wei stood at the 2nd level. Their bond as siblings added to their strength in facing future challenges. Since entering the clan grounds, Bai Ling and Bai Wei had been nurtured under the guidance of the 3rd elder, who regarded them as her chosen successors. Moreover, their nomination was beyond reproach, given their remarkable talents. Despite their rapid advancement, it was evident that the 3rd elder had discreetly supported their cultivation with medicinal assistance. Otherwise, their progress would not have been so swift. Indeed, Bai Ling and Bai Wei are commendable. What are the thoughts of others? An elder mused. I believe Bai Zichen is also quite promising, having attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement just 6 months ago. His composure and competence displayed at Huanxi Peak mark him as a worthy candidate. The 2nd elder, who had been squinting as if embodying the spirit of a true farmer, suddenly spoke in support of Bai Zichen. The Grand Elder perked up slightly. The bloody battle at Huanxi Peak was a painful memory etched in the minds of every Bai family member who had participated. Bai Zichen had indeed endured significant trials. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated the 2nd elder's unequivocal support for him, suspecting it might stem from their prior acquaintance in the storeroom. Upon noticing Bai Juan's gaze shift away from the 2nd elder, an epiphany dawned upon him. Clearly, his uncle had exerted influence, revealing an unexpectedly close relationship with the 2nd elder. As the 2 elders initiated the discussion, Several late-stage Qi refinement seniors also chimed in, most favoring Bai Ling and Bai Wei, with only a couple supporting Bai Zichen. The unfortunate Bai Chongwu seemed forgotten, his face a canvas of shame as he turned pale and flushed. Those present understood that by the time the other three reached Bai Chongwu's age, attaining the fourth level of Qi refinement would be easily achievable. Thus, his cultivation advantage paled in comparison to their significant age disparity. Gradually, the momentum shifted in favor of Bai Ling and Bai Wei, primarily due to the astute strategy of the third elder, who had linked the two together, creating a perception of mutual support. Otherwise, given that Bai Wei was of the same age as Bai Zichen, with a superior spiritual root but one level lower in cultivation, it would merely highlight their individual strengths. As the discussion neared conclusion, the third elder stood to reclaim the floor. Let us finalize the participants for the inheritance stone tablet. She addressed Bai Zichen. You are still young. Focus on your cultivation and await future opportunities. Esteemed elders and seniors, I firmly believe I should be included among the candidates for the Five Peaks Temple. Bai Zichen stepped forward confidently, unwilling to concede or withdraw. The Qingfeng sect had established a 10-year interval for the inheritance stone tablet's opening. There would be no future chances, and by then, he would have aged out of eligibility. A single misstep could lead to losing everything. If he remained passive and allowed the Bai Ling and Bai Wei siblings to dominate all opportunities and resources within the clan, the Bai family lacked the capacity to nurture 3 foundation establishment candidates in a single generation. In that eventuality, he would undoubtedly be the one cast aside. While it was feasible to maintain a low profile and cultivate diligently, relinquishing all opportunities and allowing others to take the lead would ultimately erode the spirit of a cultivator, who should strive valiantly against fate in pursuit of the Tao. I have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, Bai Zichen declared calmly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that astonished the assembly. Until now, the elders had been focused elsewhere and had failed to notice his progress to the 4th level. Gasps of disbelief filled the room as all eyes turned toward him, the undeniable presence of his Qi refinement level palpable. How is this possible? The third elder exclaimed, taking a few steps forward in shock, her sharp gaze fixed upon him, eager to discern the truth. Indeed, the speed of his advancement was astonishing. Could he be a prodigious talent born of some extraordinary spirit? The murmurs among the late-stage Qi refinement elders suggested they were grappling with the implications of his rapid progress. I have ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, having relied on the aid of 2 Qi restoration pills. It seems rather astonishing that, even with monthly assistance from elixirs, breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement could occur so swiftly. Bai Ling's beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity. Her delicate features and skin as fair as snow were complemented by a Taoist robe that could scarcely conceal her alluring figure. He appeared to be a mere 2 years younger than I. Likely only true geniuses from the Qingfeng sect possess such a rapid cultivation pace. Bai Wei stood beside his sister, visibly frustrated, unable to comprehend the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. As for Bai Chongwu, he had come to terms with it, observing with keen interest this younger cousin several years his junior. Regardless of the outcome, this matter did not pertain to him. He had been ensnared at the 3rd level of Qi refinement for a full 2 years, tirelessly honing his spiritual power to break through that barrier. He was genuinely curious about how this cousin cultivated. Had he truly not sensed that feeling of stagnation in his cultivation? That helplessness in striving, yet finding no direction for advancement? When the gap between you and another is so profound, jealousy dissipates and is replaced by a sense of relief. Losing to such a prodigy is far from shameful. What a remarkable young man. We have certainly underestimated him. His quiet demeanor has heralded a significant revelation. The second elder exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his ever-present brass pipe forgotten. Given the circumstances, there's no need for further discussion. Bai Zichen undeniably deserves this opportunity. Yet, Bai Ling and Bai Wei are both dual spiritual root cultivators Honggu. You must be well aware of what it means for a 12-year-old to attain mid-level Qi refinement. Even the clan leader did not possess such prowess at that age. I shall cast my vote for Bai Zichen. As for the siblings, let the more accomplished sister take the lead. The Grand Elder interrupted Honggu's struggle, making a decisive ruling. At first glance, the leap from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi refinement appears to be a mere step. Yet as the first checkpoint in the 3rd realm, it has confounded countless cultivators. Those who have only recently embarked on their cultivation journey find themselves utterly inexperienced when faced with this bottleneck, floundering about aimlessly outside its confines. Helpless, this bottleneck can ensnare cultivators for months or even years. Byzichin's age paired with his cultivation level only attests to one fact. He experienced no hindrance whilst breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refinement. He surged through without a moment's pause. Otherwise, having only recently reached the third level 6 months prior, even a slight delay would have rendered him unable to catch up, as long as Byzichin's cultivation speed does not diverge too drastically henceforth. He may well achieve full mastery of chi refinement before the age of 30. This would grant him a full 20 years to amass resources and enhance his foundation in preparation for the foundation establishment stage. Byzichin, Bailing. The names, once confirmed, were swiftly dispatched via carrier pigeon to the Qingfeng sect, awaiting the following month's gathering with other young talents at Wiyue Temple to comprehend the legacy steel. Finally, our clan has produced a true genius. Let him perform admirably at Wiyue Temple and not be overshadowed by the Qingfeng sect and the other 5 prominent families. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Bai Chengwu approached, engaging in lively conversation, utterly oblivious to the fact that the two had only just met that day. My foolishly older brother, who knows a thing or two about the renowned young talents from Heishan, should properly introduce himself to Brother Zichin later, lest they meet without knowing each other's backgrounds. Lackey, Bai Wei trailed behind the two, muttering disdainfully at the sight. What did you say? Bai Chengwu's face flushed with indignation. He indeed harbored some desire to curry favor with Bai Zichin, if only to forge a good connection. It was evident to all that upon returning from Wiyue Temple, both Bai Zichin and Bai Ling would undoubtedly be prioritized for cultivation within their family. While it was not as though they would be showered with resources, opportunities would be continually created to facilitate their contributions to the family, along with a comprehensive cultivation pathway. Presently, with Bai Zichin still unestablished, it was the perfect moment to make an investment, to secure a position by his side. However, Bai Wei's brazen remark left Bai Chengwu feeling somewhat embarrassed, nearly provoking him to retaliate in a fit of familial rage. Bai Zichin promptly intervened, sincerely stating, Brother Chengwu, in considering the clan's reputation, your willingness to share information is greatly appreciated. There is no need to bicker with a mere youth. Tomorrow at my humble abode, I shall prepare fine spiritual tea. You must certainly come by. Of course, I shall, and I will visit tomorrow. With Bai Zichin stepping forth to mediate, Bai Chengwu graciously accepted the retreat, casting a fierce glare at Bai Wei before departing with a bow. Ironically, Bai Wei became the juvenile in Bai Zichin's words, seething with indignation, yet ultimately refraining from retorting upon encountering the elder's arrival. Bai Zichin, you are quite impressive. Continue to strive. Truly, you are the nephew of Jiuan, displaying remarkable composure, even concealing the news of your ascendance to the 4th level of chi refinement. The future of the Bai family rests upon your generation. Indeed, I believe it will not be long before Bai Zichin's cultivation matches our own. Old Zhou, refrain from such remarks. We must not stifle the child's potential. The 2 elders and several other late-stage chi refinement seniors offered encouragement and goodwill, while only Honggu's face remained stern as she summoned Bai Ling and Bai Wei, departing in a huff. Bai Zichin remained unfazed. He could not be expected to please everyone. Zichin, when did you achieve your breakthrough? On the journey home, Bai Jiuan scrutinized his nephew, feeling both astonished and shocked by the day's events. He was considered an ally of the 2nd elder, having communicated in advance and reached out to several familiar late-stage chi refinement clan members. However, he still felt uncertain about competing with the sibling duo. Bai Jiuan, a 4 spiritual root cultivator, understood all too well the immense effort he had expended to reach this point due to the limitations of his roots. Given similar circumstances, the advantages of dual spiritual roots are simply too great. Even within the Qingfeng sect, dual spiritual root disciples are treated with special regard. After all, it has been over a century since the sect acquired a disciple with heavenly spiritual roots. As for your uncle, even I did not foresee such a smooth breakthrough by Zichin. At the 2nd level of chi refinement, consumed 6 chi restoring pills in succession, akin to having gained an extraordinary advantage. In just 1 year, he successfully ascended to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Although his entire cultivation was derived from the transformation of medicinal pills rather than through his own meditative refinement, and thus lacked a solid foundation, he had undeniably progressed in his cultivation. This is an inevitable drawback of relying on pills. Experienced practitioners have long concluded that once one's cultivation level increases, one can then focus on purifying their spiritual energy. As long as one's cultivation realm ascends, all else becomes trivial. Therefore, at this juncture, Byzichin did not pause in his endeavors. He utilized the remaining months to refine 4 additional chi-restoring pills, and, just a week prior, reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement. Byzichin had long been aware of the challenges associated with breaking through the mid-stage of chi refinement. This threshold could not be surmounted by merely one chi-restoring pill. Instead, he adopted a tranquil mindset, allowing things to unfold naturally. The night before last, while admiring the moon in the courtyard, his Changchun technique unexpectedly activated, stirring within him a sensation of breaking free from constraints to enter a new realm. Without returning to his meditation chamber, he sat down in the courtyard to cultivate, and to his astonishment, as he practiced the 4th layer of the Changchun technique, he effortlessly shattered the barrier, as if it were meant to be. However, it would be a misnomer to call it a barrier. It was as simple as the breakthrough he had experienced at the 2nd level of chi refinement. If heard by others, Byzichin's claim would likely be met with disbelief, as they might suspect he was concealing the true key to his success. Yet Byzichin was convinced that his nephew would not withhold such information from him. Moreover, some prodigies find their cultivation to be inherently easier than others. What appears to be an insurmountable chasm for one may be an effortless path for another. It is challenging to articulate this phenomenon precisely. Ultimately, it is a positive development, and further scrutiny is unnecessary. In the world of cultivation, there are wonders beyond imagination. Even those who have achieved the golden core stage cannot claim omniscience. Perhaps you, Shinner, possess some latent spiritual physique, one that remains undetectable on the surface but bestows immense benefits once certain conditions are met. A spiritual physique is a rare and exceptional talent, where the bearer often excels in a particular domain, and such individuals are exceedingly scarce. For instance, there exists a great sun flame body, which allows its possessor to effortlessly master fire-based techniques and spells, rivaling those with heavenly spiritual roots and speed. This individual would be capable of comprehending fire-related divine abilities ahead of others, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess, and frequently engaging in battles beyond their level. A millennium ago, the Qingfeng sect produced a golden core cultivator endowed with the great sun flame body, who achieved considerable renown through this gift. Byzichin also sensed that he might indeed possess some imperceptible talent. Otherwise, the circumstances surrounding his cultivation would be inexplicable. However, in your future cultivation, you must regulate your consumption of medicinal pills to avoid forming a dependency. Firstly, the cultivation gained through excessive pill consumption is as fragile as a castle in the air. A mere push could send it tumbling down. Secondly, all medicinal pills contain a degree of toxicity, and while this may not be noticeable when consumed in small amounts, prolonged exposure could lead to significant issues when the toxicity manifests at a critical moment. Byzichin had only recently come to understand this principle over the past 2 years. Previously, he had been limited by his experience and would readily consume any available pills without much thought. However, his nephew is different. He has a promising future and must be prepared in advance. Foundation establishment requires a harmonious ascendance of essence, chi, and spirit, all of which are indispensable. Should the toxicity manifest when one attempts to establish their foundation, it could result in an imperfect physical form, leading to a failed foundation establishment. The same logic applies to those who attempt foundation establishment after the age of 50. Their declining vitality may prevent them from withstanding the powerful cleansing that accompanies the ascension of their spiritual energy. These lessons have been accumulated through generations of the Bai family's ancestors, learned at great cost. Understood. I will be mindful henceforth, Byzichin replied, a chill running through him as he recalled his earlier intention to gather spirit stones and have by Pongzi procure additional chi-restoring pills from the market. Such esoteric knowledge typically circulates within sects, and within the realm of cultivation families, it has become fragmented, with insights gleaned only from the experiences of elders who have repeatedly attempted foundation establishment. Nevertheless, this remains significantly superior to the knowledge available to solitary cultivators, who often lack any reference for foundation establishment. Even if a solitary cultivator were to stumble upon a foundation establishment pill, the pitfalls and traps along the way would render their chances of success exceedingly slim. In the month that followed, Byzichin maintained a relaxed mindset, experiencing the most leisurely month he had in 3 years. He introduced Bai Chongwu to Bai Pongzi and, through Bai Chongwu's recommendation, participated in 2 gatherings among the young cultivators of his family. He also finished reading the meticulously compiled booklet on the outstanding talents of Black Mountain by Bai Chongwu, which was surprisingly detailed. Notably, among the 5 renowned cultivation families, such as the Mo family of the Fire Phoenix and the Huang family of Qingxi, each family boasts 1 or 2 exceptional members, but the most distinguished group undoubtedly comprises the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Although the disciples of the Qingfeng sect of Bai Zichen's generation have yet to reach the age for extensive travel, their reputations remain limited. He learned of a disciple named Su Li, who had exhibited remarkable talent in talisman crafting from a young age. On the very first day of joining the Qingfeng sect, he was taken in as a direct disciple by the master of the talisman hall. According to rumors from Elder Hong's partner, Su Li was already capable of independently crafting mid-grade first-tier talismans last year, showcasing the potential to become a second-tier talisman master during his qi refinement phase. His cultivation aptitude was also commendable, possessing both gold and fire spiritual roots, making him a strong candidate for direct discipleship. Within the Qingfeng sect, aside from the 2 esteemed Golden Core ancestors, the actual management and operation of the sect are conducted by the sect leader and the various foundation establishment elders. The disciples who join the Qingfeng sect are categorized from low to high into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. In the blink of an eye, a month swiftly passed, and the day to depart for the Wiyue temple had arrived. The clan dispatched Elder Hong to escort the 2 younger generations. For the journey would span several days, and the 2 inexperienced youths were understandably anxious. After meeting with the 3rd elder, Bai Jiuan took the time to see his nephew off, waiting for a brief moment until he finally spotted Elder Hong and the charming young lady accompanying her. "Since everyone is here, we shall depart immediately," Elder Hong stated with a stern expression, showing no inclination for idle chatter. She summoned a peach blossom netting artifact, which, upon the infusion of her spiritual energy, expanded to several zhang in size, with Bai Zichen occupying the central position. Observing the floating peach blossom netting, Bai Zichen hesitated for a considerable time, before finally biting the bullet and leaping inside, encouraged by Bai Ling's teasing smile. The interior was soft and plush, akin to a sofa. Bai Zichen mumbled to himself, subtly shifting his position inward by a couple of inches. This was his first experience riding a flying artifact, and feeling nervous was entirely natural. He was apprehensive about accidentally plummeting from the sky and turning into a heap of flesh. Inside the artifact, the cost of flying artifacts far exceeded that of other types. One could equate to 3. The reason was simple. The ability to fly is an unrestrained luxury. As the peach blossom netting swayed and ascended, it reached a height of 20 zhang before suddenly darting away in a flash of crimson light. The speed of the peach blossom netting was not particularly swift. Bai Zichen estimated it to be comparable to his full-speed sprint while under the influence of a movement talisman. However, soaring through the sky and looking down upon the travelers below as they traversed mountains and rivers elevated his sense of prestige significantly. Moreover, while the peach blossom netting flew, a protective barrier enveloped it, shielding them from the fierce winds. As time passed and the initial tension subsided, it became quite comfortable. Once I have accumulated enough spirit stones, I shall also purchase a flying artifact. Traveling will undoubtedly be more convenient, Bai Zichen mused, planning to have Bai Ying inquire about the market prices upon his return, whether for routine travel or critical moments of escape. The utility of a flying artifact is glaringly apparent, not to mention the added prestige it affords. Imagining other cultivators still relying on their 2 legs to make arduous journeys. While he summoned his flying artifact and leisurely rode the clouds away, he felt a distinct elevation in status. On second thought, with such a meager amount of spirit stones, there is no need to flaunt. Funds should be allocated wisely. Once the family contributions are sufficient, I shall exchange for a striking inked bamboo sword instead. As his thoughts circled back, he was reminded of the paltry pile of spirit stones in his storage bag, abruptly returning to the harsh reality. After years of saving, Bai Zichen's stock of spirit stones had just surpassed 50, a significant portion of which had come from an unexpected windfall. If one truly intends to acquire a flying apparatus, it is essential to borrow a sum of spirit stones from the family. What would typically be a 3-day journey was reduced to a day and a half thanks to the peach blossom bag. In what was previously a desolate area, the development of the 5 Peaks Temple led to the establishment of a villa by the Qingfeng sect, where nearby packs of demon beasts had been eradicated. By the time the Bai family arrived, the villa was already bustling with activity, as most family representatives had gathered, forming small circles for conversation. This time, the Qingfeng sect had opened 50 slots for the comprehension of the heritage stone tablet, 2 for each of the 15 cultivating families, alongside 20 disciples from the sect, which was quite generous. It remains unclear whether this was due to it being the first opening or a newly established tradition. Sister Honggu tucked away the peach blossom bag and presented a jade pendant to the Qingfeng sect disciple at the entrance, indicating her identity. She surveyed the area and confidently made her way toward a corner. Within the cultivating families, there exists a hierarchy. The top 5 families each have multiple foundation establishment grandmasters stationed within, some even having connections to Golden Core ancestors, thus creating a significant gap with the other foundation establishment families. For instance, the Qingshi Huang family boasts a lineage that once included a Golden Core true person as a closed-door disciple, passing down a set of third-tier formations as the Family S Foundation. With the support of foundation establishment cultivators, they could withstand a Golden Core true person for a while, though just for a while. The 15 families chosen by the Qingfeng sect each have at least one foundation establishment grandmaster, which is the basic requirement. Sister Honggu, you have arrived late. You'll have to drink 3 cups of penalty wine at the welcoming feast, said a female cultivator at the center of a circle, smiling as she beckoned with a delicate hand. Chen family, young lady, it's been a while. I wonder if your drinking capacity has improved. You wouldn't be needing assistance back to your room after just a few cups, would you? Honggu's tone was gentle. Yet there lingered an unusual atmosphere in the jesting exchange, igniting sparks between 2 female cultivators upon their glance. This was the esteemed Chun Yixue of the fragrant pig Chen family, who once had a rivalry with her master over the selection of a Dao companion, a dispute that had never been resolved. Bai Ling and Bai Zichen lagged behind a bit, and at this moment, she leaned closer and whispered, her strands of hair brushing against her face. The fragrant pig Chen family was well known to Bai Zichen, one of the Bai family's closest allies, famed for raising spirit beasts. They had domesticated hundreds of black-haired fragrant pigs, classified as low-grade spirit beasts, whose meat was delectable and could enhance vitality when consumed over time. By virtue of their pig-rearing expertise, the fragrant pig Chen family ranked among the wealthiest in the realm of cultivation. Bai Zichen surreptitiously observed this Chun family female cultivator, adorned in a purple-red gown, her figure round and graceful. Surely, countless melodramatic tales must have unfolded during her rivalry with Elder Honggu over a Dao companion, to leave such an indelible mark over the years. Chun Yixue summoned her 2 young disciples, who appeared considerably older than the Bai siblings. Come, meet Bai family S. Elder Honggu. These are the 2 most outstanding youths of our Chun family, one at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, the other at the peak of the 3rd layer. Why has your family chosen such young ones? Ling Zichen, come greet your Aunt Chun. Honggu said with a hint of pride, her gaze softened towards Bai Zichen. My good-for-nothing disciple Bai Ling has just reached the age of hairpin, possessing dual spirit roots. I have heard that your Bai family has produced a pair of dual spirit root siblings. Our clan leader is quite envious, Chen Yixue remarked, her eyes sparkling as she turned her attention to another. Then this must be the younger brother among the dual spirit roots. An awkward expression crossed Honggu's face as she continued. Sister Yixue has discerned correctly. My other disciple does not qualify for selection this time. This is our family's prodigy, Bai Zichen, who is 12 years old and at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, not only Chen Yixue, but also the onlooking cultivators from other families sprang into action, their eyes gleaming with interest as they scrutinized Bai Zichen. Your Bai family has produced such a promising seedling of cultivation, with hopes for foundation establishment. Your family will have a worthy successor. The aging elder from the Fong family spoke, half in flattery and half in envy, his gaze intense as if he might whisk Bai Zichen away to the Fong family at any moment. For families like theirs, with only one foundation establishment grandmaster present, the greatest fear was that the elder's time would soon come to an end, while the next generation had yet to mature. The absence of a foundation establishment grandmaster would invite countless predators to covet what little they had. The Qingfeng sect values status and would not intervene directly, but the other cultivating families and fierce rogue cultivators would pounce upon any vulnerabilities like wolves. Take the Hongyafong family, for instance. The few second-tier spirit tea trees in Hongya Valley had long attracted attention from Qingfeng sect elders and the Mo family, who sought to graft branches onto their own spirit trees. Should the Fang clan leader pass away tomorrow, what they would seek would not merely be a few branches, but the entire spirit tea tree. The reason the top 5 families are regarded as cultivation lineages is that they possess multiple foundation establishment grandmasters. Even if one passes away, the remaining can sustain the family until the next generation of talented disciples emerges. Bai Zichen felt uncomfortable being surrounded by accolades, retreating slightly into the shadows. He was well aware of the saying, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Yet, with his 4th layer of qi refinement, it was difficult to avoid drawing attention. With you, Zichen, our younger generation is overshadowed. Young man, do your utmost tomorrow. Not to say you must surpass the sect disciples, but at the very least, do not fall behind the so-called top 5 families. Do it for your sister's sake, and rewards shall surely await you. Chen Yishua's melodious voice rang out, sweet and appealing, infused with the charm of both maiden and matron. Such praise is undeserved. All of you are dragons among men. The heritage stone tablet is enigmatic, surely possessing its own method of discerning talent, Bai Zichen replied, hoping not to be at the bottom, lest he tarnish the Bai family's reputation. His modest words eased the tension among the young cultivators nearby, who began to introduce themselves. The heritage stone tablet, towering 10 zhong, was inscribed with more than 100 characters, arranged in vertical lines and exuding an ancient and weathered aura. So this is the heritage stone tablet. It appeared rather ordinary. Yet he could not recognize a single character upon it. Early in the morning, guided by the Qingfeng sect cultivators, Bai Zichen, along with a multitude of family cultivators, arrived at the 3rd level of the 5 Peaks Temple, where they were greeted by the imposing stone tablet. Initially, after breaking into the cave, the Qingfeng sect had regarded the heritage stone tablet as a special treasure that could not be refined. It wasn't until Master Yang reviewed extensive texts and made multiple comparisons that it was ultimately confirmed as the heritage stone tablet of the Nahi sect. It remains unclear how the 5 Peaks true person acquired it. This artifact pertains to the Nahi sect's lineage and has always been kept from public knowledge, with little understanding of it among external cultivators. Master Yang even made a special trip to Lingzhou to procure information from Tianji Pavilion, learning that the unfamiliar characters were from the ancient flowering bird script, which had long since fallen out of use in the cultivation world. The text inscribed on the heritage stone tablet was merely a prayer to the heavens, not a cultivation method. After a while, once all the cultivating families had arrived, another group of young cultivators approached, coming to a halt at the forefront. The Qingfeng sect disciples indeed remained aloof, exuding an air of arrogance. Bai Zichen thought quietly to himself, such demeanor was unparalleled in Heishan. Even the descendants of cultivation families lacked this kind of pride. Everyone, today our Qingfeng sect presents the heritage stone tablet for the benefit of all families, hoping to join hands with you to promote the prosperity of the Heishan cultivation world. This is the grace of our 2 ancestors. You must cherish it and not squander this rare opportunity, said a middle-aged man with dark skin and a rugged appearance. Standing at the forefront, he was Elder Peng Chong of the Qingfeng sect's Artifact Refinement Hall, responsible for the matters concerning the heritage stone tablet. As previously mentioned, any gains derived by the members of your family may be exchanged with the sect, without any upper limit or restrictions on the exchange. Furthermore, it has been determined by the Elder that this inheritance stone tablet can be utilized a maximum of 500 more times before it collapses. To avoid squandering this hard-earned opportunity, the Elder Council has decided to rank the results of this comprehension of the stone tablet. The 5 families at the bottom will be barred from participation for the next decade, wasting their chances in vain. Upon Elder Peng's announcement, the cultivators present exchanged anxious glances. Sensing the looming crisis, the elimination of 5 out of 15 families is no trifling matter. Losing the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance stone tablet not only signifies a lost chance, but also risks relegating them to the periphery of elite cultivation families. Over time, this stigma could solidify, leading to actual exclusion. Each family's leading elder quickly conveyed instructions to their younger members, yet none dared to contest this outcome. The Qingfeng sect, akin to the heavens of the Black Mountain, would not yield even a single spot. What could these cultivation families possibly do? You all heard that. You must secure a spot in the top 10. If you succeed, I shall return and request 500 points of family contribution for each of you. The abrupt voice of Honggu resonated in the minds of Bai Zichen and Bai Ling, employing the secret communication technique that only late-stage qi refinement cultivators could master. The two nodded eagerly in response. 500 points of family contribution is no trifling sum. In comparison, Bai Fatzi's father, who managed the family's merchant caravan, could earn approximately 50 points of family contribution with a round trip to the Qingfeng sect's marketplace, requiring about 3 years to accumulate 500 points. The initial allocation of spots followed by their retrieval raises questions about Qingfeng sect's true intentions. While Elder Peng was still speaking, Bai Zichen, somewhat lost in thought, began to ponder this issue. It could not merely be an act of goodwill or an effort to win over the Black Mountain cultivation families. That would surely be only a minor factor, likely linked to the inheritance of the Naihui sect. The inheritance stone tablet possesses its own evaluation system, guiding disciples toward appropriate cultivation paths, with varying rewards. In the first year, all outstanding disciples from the cultivation families are included, ensuring that those with exceptional talents receive special rewards, thereby enriching Qingfeng sect's techniques and abilities. By the time the second iteration arrives, it is highly probable that repeated techniques will emerge, rendering it unnecessary to waste spots on outsiders. If my assumptions are correct, the external spots will only diminish with each iteration, until they are entirely absorbed by Qingfeng's sect. The more Bai Zichen contemplated, the more he felt his conjectures were strikingly close to the truth, feeling a tinge of relief that he was part of the inaugural cohort, where spots were still relatively plentiful. As he mused, the formal comprehension of the inheritance stone tablet commenced. The tablet is divided into 5 surfaces, allowing 5 individuals to stand upon it simultaneously to grasp the inheritance. The first group of 5 nervously approached the tablet, placing their palms upon it. Following Elder Peng's instructions, they infused their own spiritual energy and awaited the tablet's response. Bai Zichen's gaze was unwavering, fixed intently on the 5. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the 5 were simultaneously repelled by the tablet, returning with a look of confusion. What did you gain from this? The elder of the Fong family anxiously grasped his nephew's arm, eagerly inquiring. Grand Ancestor, my mind is blank. It seems I received nothing. The youth replied hesitantly, crumbling under the immense pressure, tears welling in his eyes. How could it be? How could one receive nothing at all? The elder of the Fong family shouted in disbelief. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Previously, merely standing before the inheritance stone tablet guaranteed the acquisition of some form of inheritance, albeit with varying quality. Who would have thought it possible to leave empty-handed? Could it be a mistake on your part, or is the inheritance still buried deep within your consciousness, yet to surface? Silence. I have long stated that granting opportunities to those of inferior aptitude is a waste. Elder Peng rebuked sharply, continue to clamor, and I shall revoke the spot of another member of your family immediately. In this first round of comprehension, only the Fong family's youth emerged empty-handed, while the other 4 successfully acquired their inheritances. Observing the expressions of the successful candidates, their uncontainable joy was evident. Their gains would surely be substantial. The second round of comprehension commenced, with another 5 stepping forward. This time, the outcome was even worse, as 2 among them failed to grasp the inheritance, their faces despondent, heads drooping in despair. The elder of the Fong family finally regained some composure as the second disciple of the Fong family lived up to expectations, successfully obtaining an inheritance. Letting out a relieved sigh, Elder, it is a body refinement technique, divided into 9 levels, capable of being cultivated until the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon reaching minor success, one can solidify their body, enhancing the probability of foundation establishment. The Fong youth exclaimed excitedly, quickly realizing the inappropriateness of his exuberance and promptly quieting down. However, this still drew the attention of many. Any technique that could enhance the probability of foundation establishment, regardless of its likelihood, was exceedingly sought after. As for the subsequent techniques after the late stage of foundation establishment, that seemed inconsequential. The focus should be on reaching that realm first. Bai Ling's breath quickened as her turn approached to comprehend the inheritance stone tablet. Stay calm. We won't encounter any issues. Bai Zichen reassured her, observing the unsuccessful attempts of other cultivators. He discerned a pattern. Among the 4 who had failed, all were older than their group. If I'm not mistaken, the younger ones have the advantage beneath the stone tablet. That's good. I don't want to see Master's disappointed gaze, Bai Ling said. Lightly clapping her small hands against her chest, her face flushed as she approached the stone tablet, swiftly entering the comprehension phase. Look, the tablet is reacting. After a fragrant stick of incense, the previously silent inheritance stone tablet erupted with flashes of thunderous light, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. All eyes converged on the source of the lightning, revealing a female disciple from the Qingfeng sect. Chenwei, how do you feel? What technique were you granted? Elder Peng, appearing suddenly beside her from several paces away, inquired. Among the crowd, she was the only one whose enlightenment had triggered a phenomenon. It was evident that she had received something of remarkable quality, surpassing that of the others. It seems, it's not a technique. Chenwei, with her ordinary features and plump physique, had always been inconspicuous within the sect. Originally, her name was not on the list for comprehending the inheritance stone tablet. The leading inner disciple had a sudden epiphany and withdrew from the competition, allowing her to take the spot. A voice from the tablet told me I possessed the thunderstruck body, which naturally attracts heavenly lightning. No wonder lightning always struck near my house during storms when I was young. It seems to be a method for crafting a magical artifact. But I must wait until I establish my foundation to begin, called the postnatal thunder pearl, which can absorb and refine heavenly lightning. Initially, it is merely the prototype of a magical artifact, yet it resides in the Dantian as a life-bound artifact. Once I reach the Jedon stage, it will naturally evolve into a powerful magical artifact, offering additional benefits to Jedon cultivators. The other cultivators, upon hearing the term life-bound artifact, lost much interest. Magical artifacts were concerns only for Jedon masters. For them, merely dreaming of successfully establishing their foundation and becoming revered masters was a distant fantasy. Even Chenwei herself felt disheartened as she realized the significance of her comprehension seemed somewhat lacking. Excellent. Truly excellent. Elder Peng burst into an unexpected fit of laughter. The techniques and powers merely served to enrich the Qingfeng sect's heritage, providing future disciples with more options for cultivation. However, the magical artifact was of a different caliber. While it held no value for the gathered crowd, it would be of great use to the two Jedon masters within the sect. In Elder Peng's view, collecting 100 techniques could not compare to the significance of obtaining one matter that piqued the interest of the two masters. Furthermore, the postnatal thunder pearl boasted special effects for Jedon cultivators, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. The stature of Jedon masters within the Qingfeng sect mirrored that of revered foundation-building masters in other clans, perhaps even exceeding it. With a lifespan of 500 years, even without deliberate management, one could establish an unparalleled authority. Currently, over half of the foundation-building elders in the Qingfeng sect were disciples of Master Yang, holding the most powerful positions within the sect. Master Gutsong, having attained enlightenment more recently and focused on cultivation, had only one disciple and seldom involved himself in sect affairs. When reporting back to the sect, the two ancestors would have a high probability of personally attending upon hearing about a magical artifact related to heavenly lightning. Especially since Elder Gutsong was still in his prime, he might indeed have a chance to glimpse the realm of Yuanying, elevating the significance of the postnatal thunder pearl even further. The greatest challenge for a Jedon master striving for Yuanying was the impending heavenly tribulation. Elder Peng immediately speculated whether the effects of the postnatal thunder pearl could assist in withstanding the tribulation. If so, he had indeed hit the jackpot. Master Yang, with limited lifespan and only in the early Jedon stage, would not need to worry about tribulations. In contrast, Master Gutsong had reached mid-Jedon at under 200 years old, a record for rapid cultivation in the history of the Qingfeng sect. Rumors circulated that Master Gutsong possessed the potential for Yuanying, yet he remained focused on the path of enlightenment, seldom appearing within the sect, leaving little opportunity for alliances. The inheritance of the crafting method for the postnatal thunder pearl could serve as an excellent stepping stone. He contemplated fostering a closer relationship with the chubby girl, perhaps even arranging a marriage with an outstanding younger disciple to bind her to the Peng family. Elder Peng regained his composure, adopting an air of serenity, and began to ponder potential candidates among the younger disciples who matched in age and appearance. Once a Jedon master took notice, facilitating a disciple's successful foundation establishment would not be difficult. To Elder Peng, Chenwei's fate had undergone a remarkable transformation. After Chenwei's turn, no further phenomena emerged from the inheritance stone tablet. Master, I received a water-based cultivation technique, the Tien-sustaining cloud water true method, which can directly guide one towards the Jedon pathway. Bai Ling exclaimed, enthusiastically pumping her fists, her joy apparent despite her efforts to lower her voice. Not only had she seized this opportunity, but she had also fortuitously acquired a top-tier technique that resonated with her own abilities, a remarkable stroke of luck. A technique capable of propelling one to the Jedon stage is considered top-tier even across the entire Heishan region, and it is rare for the Qingfeng sect to possess many such texts. As a dual spiritual root of water and earth, Bai Ling's prior cultivation of the Heishui decision perfectly aligned with the Taiyin sustaining cloud water true method, where the latter undoubtedly surpassed the former in every aspect. Except for one. The Heishui decision had been cultivated by countless practitioners, providing a wealth of experiential templates to ease the learning process. In contrast, Bai Zichen's chosen technique, the Changchun method, offered no additional mystical spells and left him with no path forward upon reaching foundation building. He would need to cultivate other methods to progress. However, his uncle had selected this technique for Bai Zichen precisely because it was safe, with a gentle true essence that made it difficult to fall into demonic practices. Before long, only 5 individuals remained who had yet to approach the inheritance stone tablet. Bai Zichen inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease. Whatever the outcome, he was prepared to accept it. Meanwhile, Elder Peng had set aside his private thoughts and refocused his attention on the stage, finally awaiting the appearance of a disciple he had been most eager to observe. Prior to Chun Wei's emergence, he privately believed that this disciple was the only one capable of surprising him during their visit to the Weiyue Temple. If the information from the Tianji Pavilion was accurate, the inheritance stone tablet did not merely assess cultivation levels. Otherwise, Chun Wei would not have triggered a phenomenon. Su Li possessed a unique talismanic body, a natural master of talismanry, and such talent could yield exceptional results at the inheritance stone tablet. In the eyes of major sects, talents were vastly different from those recognized within the realm of cultivation families, and even the Qingfeng sect fell short of that standard. Only those who could genuinely break limits and achieve the impossible would be regarded as true disciples. One of the primary functions of the inheritance stone tablet was to discern a disciple's potential, filtering candidates based on their evaluations. As Bai Zichen placed his hand on the inheritance stone tablet, a chilling aura enveloped him, and closing his eyes felt as if he were standing in the weighty river of history. As he infused a strand of the Changchun method's power into the stone tablet, he felt an inexplicable connection forming, as if an unseen force above was redirecting its gaze upon him. Age 12, meets inheritance requirements, commencing assessment. An emotionless, ethereal voice echoed within Bai Zichen's mind, chilling him to the core and slowing his thoughts. Earth, fire, and with spiritual roots, inferior quality. The cultivation level stands at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, classified as medium grade. The assessment of magical talent is deemed low grade, while comprehension is rated as medium grade. In the comparison with 1,312 bloodlines within the repository, there is no special bloodline, classified as inferior. In the comparison with 52 types of spiritual bodies in the repository, there are again no special spiritual bodies, also classified as inferior. An ethereal voice resonates at intervals, rendering evaluations from various perspectives. As Elder Peng surmised, the mere height of cultivation does not significantly influence the scores on the inheritance stone tablet. The astonishing achievement of a 12-year-old at the 4th layer of Qi refinement is merely categorized as medium grade in the eyes of outsiders. Bai Zichen, lost in thought, gradually felt the ethereal voice receding, as the connection between his body and the inheritance stone tablet was on the verge of severance when it suddenly rang out again. The speed of cultivation does not align with the spiritual root. A suspicion arises that the spiritual body has not entered the repository. A retest is conducted. Comparison fails. The bottleneck dissipates, akin to the merit golden body, identifiable as an undiscovered special spiritual body. The pseudo-merit golden body spiritual entity is classified as high grade. This time, the ethereal voice ceased entirely, followed by 2 melodious chimes, conjuring an image of sweet, juicy fruits being plucked from trees. In the distance, 2 beams of golden light soared, directly penetrating Bai Zichen's mind, inundating him with a torrent of information, causing his head to throb painfully. How can there be 2 inheritances? Which one should I remember first? Would fainting mean I won't retain the inheritance content? As Bai Zichen grappled with his dilemma, the onlookers stared wide-eyed at the inheritance stone tablet, which at times shimmered like azure lake waters and at others burst forth with golden radiance. Ultimately, It divided into two distinct streams. The blue light surged into Su Li of the Qingfeng sect, while the golden light condensed into fine particles, akin to grains of sand, merging into Bai Zichen's limbs. In the last round, two individuals exhibited phenomena. Elder Peng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he moved between the two. Su Li was one thing, but this boy of the Mo Bamboo Bai clan also triggered an anomaly, truly unexpected. Remarkable. Bai Ling, anxious, tugged at her sleeve. The momentary pride she felt from acquiring the Taiyin Su Yun Xian Shui true skill evaporated, her beautiful eyes fixated on Bai Zichen. This younger cousin truly deserved the title of genius, outshining his peers within the clan and astonishing all at the Wu of Yu, including the elite of various immortal cultivation families and the younger generation of the Qingfeng sect. Sister Hong, this young man from your Bai clan is indeed extraordinary. Apart from the disciples of the Qingfeng sect, he alone has managed to provoke the phenomena of the inheritance stone tablet. In decades to come, the Bai clan will achieve dual foundational establishments, ushering in great prosperity and potentially rising to be among the top 5 families. While there may have been a hint of jest in earlier remarks, Chen Yixue's sincerity now shone through, completely astonished. Zichen isn't married yet, right? I have a niece who just turned 8, having been assessed with triple spiritual root qualifications. From a young age, it's evident she will be a beauty. Perhaps we could discuss a marriage pact. The dowry can be arranged according to the highest standards. Sister Hong smiled warmly, choosing not to respond. Time passed, and Bai Zichen finally managed to digest the two inheritances in a haphazard manner. The connection severed, and he slowly returned to his original position. Zichen, do you feel unwell? Sister Hong noticed his pallor, her concern evident. Bai Zichen shook his head, about to speak when Elder Peng's voice resonated throughout the gathering using a sound transmission technique. Dear friends, this session of comprehending the inheritance stone tablet concludes here. You may replicate the opportunities gained in a jade slip and submit them to the Qingfeng sect in a week. After evaluation by the sect master, appropriate compensation will be offered. Of course, if any of you prefer not to share, the sect will not compel you. Furthermore, the 5 weakest families will be eliminated. The list will also be sent to each family in a week. Those families need not return in 10 years. After a few succinct remarks, Elder Peng hurriedly departed with Su Li, Chen Wei, and other disciples. Among the 15 families, some rejoiced while others despaired, particularly those whose disciples failed to comprehend the inheritance. Their faces ashen, certain that the 5 eliminated families would be among them. As expected, the Bai clan became the focal point among the immortal cultivation families, with even the top 5 sects actively approaching to offer greetings and engage in casual conversation, arranging future visits before taking their leave. Bai Zichen, feeling dazed, could only go with the flow, exchanging pleasantries, grateful for Bai Ling's support, which prevented him from collapsing embarrassingly on the spot. Upon reaching the resting courtyard, as Sister Hong recounted the spectacle witnessed by the outside world, Bai Zichen learned that besides himself, Su Li of the Qingfeng sect had also invoked an anomaly. Zichen, what inheritance did you receive? A rather peculiar auxiliary technique, beneficial for longevity, yet the true purpose of its cultivation involves burning lifespan. Bai Zichen rubbed his temples, aware that from an external perspective, it was unclear that he had actually been granted 2 inheritances. He decided to conceal one. Although provoking an anomaly was remarkable, it was shared with someone else. Others possessed only 1 inheritance, while he had 2. Spreading that news would undoubtedly stir controversy. Having already distinguished himself, it would be prudent to keep some cards close to his chest. The technique is called Desolate God Stealing Sun Technique, available only to foundational cultivators. Divided into 3 layers. Each completed layer increases the lifespan limit by 10 years, and full mastery grants an additional half-century. Most crucially, it allows for the simultaneous burning of the increased lifespan, converting it into resources for forming a core, thereby enhancing the probability of core formation by 10%. Both Sister Hong and Bai Ling listened in astonishment. Such an esoteric technique was unheard of among the Bai clan cultivators. In other words, an ordinary foundational cultivator practicing the Desolate God Stealing Sun technique could extend their lifespan by 30 years. A fully realized foundational cultivator would seek to capitalize on the additional 10% probability of core formation. Any resources related to core formation command astronomical prices, as evidenced by the foundational elixirs. I believe that submitting this technique to the Qingfeng sect will be akin to presenting a treasure to their foundational cultivators. A shuttle-shaped flying vessel traversed the clouds, with scenery rapidly retreating on either side, leaving behind blurred remnants in its wake. After passing over 2 mountain peaks, a resounding sonic boom echoed, carving a white streak across the sky. Elder, it seems Brother Su cannot hold on much longer. His breathing has weakened, Shenwei exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. Having just received the inheritance, Su Li appeared unwell, claiming discomfort and tightness in his chest. Yet, after only half an hour aboard the flying vessel, he was gradually losing consciousness, his eyes rolling back. My vessel, the Ming Kong boat, is a low-grade spiritual artifact. It can return to the sect within half a day. Coupled with the fact that I administered a musk life-protecting pill, he won't perish in this time frame. As for any potential aftereffects, that will depend on his fortune. As is customary for the grand events organized by the Qingfeng sect, there would be several banquets following the conclusion, orchestrating subtle maneuvers to win favor and create divisions among the immortal cultivation families. Especially targeting the 5 families of the immortal clans, there are limits to the expansion of influence, and should they overstep, countermeasures will follow. Whether through exclusion, suppression, or inciting conflict between 2 families, or even covertly eliminating a few high-tier combatants from the immortal families, such tactics are commonplace. Moreover, this instance of the inheritance stone tablet gathered the most exceptional young talents from the entire Black Mountain immortal clan. Elder Peng had long been eyeing a few prospects, originally intending to recruit 1 or 2 during the banquet, seeking opportunities to bring them under the Qingfeng sect's banner. The sect and immortal families are not strictly delineated entities. The Qingfeng sect sometimes reaches out to these families to infuse fresh blood. Elder Peng hastily concluded the session with the inheritance stone tablet upon noticing Su Li's abnormal state post-inheritance, leaving other disciples behind and instructing 4 late-stage Qi refinement elders to lead the way back to the sect slowly, while he took Su Li and Chen Wei aboard the Ming Kong boat for swift travel. Elder Peng's urgency stemmed not only from Su Li being among the top 3 talents of this inner door session, but also because he was the direct disciple of the Hall Master of the Symbol Hall. This elder, apart from being a second-tier high-grade talisman master, was also a mid-stage foundational cultivator, known for his favoritism towards his disciples. At that time, Su Li, the cherished disciple, encountered an unforeseen incident that inadvertently brought trouble upon himself. Thus, Elder Peng willingly condescended to act as a driver. Naturally, his demeanor was less than amiable, especially after losing a precious musk life-prolonging pill, which could sustain life for an entire day even when only a breath remained. A 4th tier. The legacy of a 4th-tier talisman master. After a considerable while, Su Li finally regained some composure, murmuring, "What did you say? A 4th-tier talisman legacy? You obtained a 4th-tier legacy from the stone monument?" Elder Peng instantly appeared before Su Li, firing off questions like a barrage, his eyes aflame with excitement. The 4th-tier talisman path corresponded to the nascent soul realm. Even though talisman crafting is regarded as only mid-tier among the myriad arts of cultivation, unlike formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, which are considered upper echelon, it remains extraordinary. Indeed, a complete legacy from a 4th-tier talisman master, along with several talisman drawing techniques I have never seen before. Su Li nodded painfully, gasping for breath after every few words, veins throbbing at his temples, beads of sweat cascading down. Elder Peng fell silent for a moment, his expression a tangle of emotions. After a long while, he managed to compose himself, saying, "Your master will undoubtedly be overjoyed. After decades of research, this legacy might just open the door to 3rd-tier talisman crafting for him." The vastness of the 4th-tier legacy was overwhelming. No wonder it nearly shattered his sea of consciousness. "You should rest well now. Do not dwell on the contents of the legacy. It will gradually surface in your mind over time. You are indeed fortunate. After this incident, your spirit will solidify, and your divine sense will be easier to attain. You will recognize the benefits when you reach the foundation building stage." Elder Ping, seemingly invigorated, poured forth a torrent of words before returning to the bow of the Ming Kong vessel, continuing to manipulate the inferior spiritual artifact. The process of hammering and refining strengthens the divine sense. Such a method exists, allowing one to enhance their divine sense, even grasping it during the Qi refinement stage. On the peach blossom pouch, the now revitalized Zichen began to extract the hidden legacy content. Merely reading the introduction of the technique startled him. The power of divine sense is exclusive to foundation-building cultivators, a widely acknowledged fact in the cultivation realm, at least in the Black Mountain County. The emergence of divine sense is a crucial hurdle in the foundation-building stage, with 9 out of 10 cultivators failing at this juncture. The technique titled Divine Forging Method focuses solely on the path of divine sense, enabling practitioners to possess divine senses several times more potent than their peers. Chi refinement cultivators, depending on their innate talent, can lower the difficulty of the foundation-building divine sense hurdle. Those with exceptional talent may even develop divine sense during the Chi refinement stage, gaining numerous advantages early on. Techniques for training divine sense had never been heard of before. I found no mention of them in the county records or biographies, making it highly likely that they belong solely to the Nahe sect, completely absent in the Qingfeng sect. Two legacies are indeed too conspicuous, especially one as unique as the divine forging method. At that time, I could present a document on the desolate god theft technique while concealing the divine forging method from my own cultivation. Years later, when the commotion surrounding the legacy stone monument has subsided, no one will pay heed to my triggering of its anomalies. Zichen resolved that until he possessed genuine self-protection capabilities, not a word regarding the divine forging method could leak. Heaven knows how the two golden core realms of the Qingfeng sect would react to a talented family cultivator emerging in their territory. With just a single thought, the entire Bai family could face utter catastrophe. Furthermore, circumstances had shifted. The 10-year plan established earlier needed reevaluation, as it now appeared overly conservative. Perhaps 5 years would suffice to reach the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. And then I would reassess the time required to break through to the later Qi refinement stage and formulate a new plan. Before turning 30, I must strive for a breakthrough into the foundation building stage. Even in failure, I would have ample time to recuperate and gather strength for a second attempt. Sitting in the peach blossom pouch, though boredom gnawed at him, he could not commence practicing the divine forging method in the heavens. So he began to calculate arrangements for the coming years on his fingers. Being still young, at 18, the family could hardly assign him any tasks, leaving him with all his time for cultivation. Upon returning home, he would first refine his spiritual power and simultaneously delve into the study of the divine forging method. Brother Chun, what various ratings did you receive from the stone monument? Perhaps it was indeed the tedium of the journey that prompted Bai Ling to shift closer. Legs crossed. Let me tell you first, I am of middle-grade spiritual root, low-grade cultivation, middle-grade spell talent, low-grade comprehension, and all other bloodline spiritual bodies are inferior. I truly do not understand how that stone monument assigns ratings. Am I really that poor? Feeling as if I am nearing the bottom. Bai Ling's brow knitted in frustration. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Perhaps, in the eyes of the great nascent soul sects, our talents truly do seem akin to the bottom tier. Comparing Bai Ling's ratings with his own, Bai Zichen realized that the key to triggering the monument's anomalies and even receiving 2 legacies lay in that so-called pseudo-meritorious golden body spiritual entity. I possess a low-grade spiritual root, middle-grade cultivation, middle-grade spell talent, and upper-grade comprehension, with all else being the same as yours. After returning to the family and enjoying 2 days of restful slumber, Bai Zichen felt refreshed, aware that during this period, Bai Ying and Bai Chongwu had both come to pay visits. He decided to treat them to a lavish spread prepared by the cook. He even reluctantly spent a substantial sum on a spiritual stone to purchase 2 jars of spiritual wine from a neighboring relative skilled in brewing. He invited the two to his home for a convivial gathering. Fatty, why are you still at the first layer of Qi refinement? Even if you have no interest in the immortal path and do not wish to engage in battles, you should at least attain mid-layer Qi refinement. Bai Zichen could not help but urge after a few rounds of drinking, despite knowing that others' cultivation levels were of little concern to him. Yet, Fatty had grown up alongside him, and after several cups, Bai Zichen felt compelled to speak. Cultivation is so arduous. I, with my pseudo-spiritual root, can barely refine a third of your power in a day, no matter how hard I strive. Besides, with you and Brother Chongwu around, which of the clan's members would dare to bully me once your cultivation improves in a few years? Fatty clutched a chicken leg in hand, utterly unashamed of his low cultivation. Bai Ying, Brother Chun is right. Even if we can protect you for a time, once you venture into the market with only first-layer Qi refinement, even mundane martial artists won't regard you with much respect. If you truly find the cultivation of spiritual power burdensome, seek a body refinement technique. After a few years of simple training, You would be comparable to the top innate experts among mortals. That is also a viable path. Bai Chengwu spoke earnestly, setting down his wine cup. All right. I will dedicate an hour daily to cultivation henceforth, aiming to reach the second layer of qi refinement by next year. Bai Zichen shook his head helplessly. Each individual's path is their own choice, and he could not compel Fatty, who sought a carefree life as a wealthy heir, to cultivate against his will. After 2 days of rest, he formally commenced the practice of the divine forging method. In the quiet of his chamber, Bai Zichen wore a solemn expression. The entirety of the divine forging method comprised merely 200 to 300 words, which he had long since memorized. Using the heavens and earth as a furnace, merging one's divine sense within, refining with true fire. Each word was familiar, yet when strung together, he found himself utterly perplexed. The first step, constructing the image of the heavenly furnace in his sea of consciousness, resulted in failure. No matter how deeply he entered meditation, the image would only manage to take shape to a third before collapsing entirely into countless fragments. Moreover, practicing the divine forging method demanded immense mental energy. After sketching the image just twice, Bai Zichen felt utterly drained. Biting his tongue, he resolved to try once more, but a wave of profound sleepiness washed over him, and his head drooped as he swiftly fell into slumber. Upon awakening, he found that a whole day had passed. I slept for an entire day. This divine forging method is rather peculiar. Bai Zichen shook his head, still feeling a bit heavy-headed. After consuming a spirit-resolving pill, he stepped outside for a brief walk, unwilling to give up, and returned to attempt once more to meditate and sketch the heavenly furnace. A few minutes later, the still drowsy Bai Zichen sank back into a profound slumber. It appeared that my mental faculties could no longer bear the strain, compelling my body to retreat into a state of sleep. However, this particular technique necessitated sleep as an intrinsic part of its cultivation. The actual time devoted to practice was lamentably insufficient. It was no wonder that the text cautioned against qi refinement practitioners attempting it recklessly, given its demanding nature. This time, Bai Zichen chose to rest for an entire day and even indulged in a cup of spirit tea at his uncle's. The bitter tea swiftly replenished the depleting energy within him, proving that such exquisite treasures came at a steep price. 1 or 2 silver needles of spirit tea commanded a staggering 80 spirit stones. Once he regained his vitality, he embarked on the third round of the divine forging technique's cultivation. This time, he sensed tangible progress. The celestial furnace he was sketching had gained an additional segment. If he continued to advance in such a manner for several hundred more iterations, perhaps he could unveil its complete form. After the vision collapsed, Bai Zichen felt utterly fatigued yet undeniably aware that his mental strength had indeed improved slightly. He slept soundly for a full 2 days. Unlike before, upon awakening, Bai Zichen found his thoughts to be lucid and his spirit unclouded, as if a thick layer of dust had been wiped away. Although the cultivation of the divine forging technique was monotonous, the repetitive act of sketching, expending mental energy, and resting gradually enveloped him in a state of rapture. The burgeoning of his mental faculties brought an indescribable sense of fulfillment that made it hard to cease. Just as Bai Zichen was about to immerse himself in another round of practice, a series of urgent knocks at the door interrupted his reverie. "Chen'er, hurry out. Today, the clan leader wishes to summon you and Bai Ling. We shall depart for Qingfeng Gate tomorrow." "Understood, I will be there shortly." As Bai Zichen arose, his legs wavered, nearly causing him to stumble. A quick calculation revealed he had remained in the quiet chamber for a full 6 days. 6 days had passed without his notice. What a frightening aspect of the divine forging technique. No wonder the art of mental perception was deemed the most mysterious and elusive. Merely at the introductory stage of this mental cultivation method had nearly ensnared him completely. If he were to continue this relentless training without external replenishment, the inevitable outcome would be exhaustion of the mind, leading to an untimely demise. Mastering the timing of this technique was imperative, or perhaps waiting until his cultivation level increased would allow him to resist the allure of the divine forging technique more effectively, despite nearly falling prey to its enchantment. Bai Zichen discerned that his cognitive processes seemed to operate at an accelerated pace. For instance, the moment he contemplated the fireball technique, all pertinent information regarding the spell and its 12 elemental runes materialized in his mind. Even the methods for adjusting and combining the fire runes to enhance the fireball's variations were meticulously outlined. With all extraneous thoughts dispelled, his mind felt clear and serene. In the family hall, the clan leader by Xinzhong, having just completed the cultivation of a powerful spell, received several pieces of good news and promptly summoned the two younger members. After reviewing the meticulously prepared copies of the archaic god stealing sun technique and the Tain elemental cloud water true art, a smile crept onto his face, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the upcoming pilgrimage to the Five Mountains Temple for the Stone Tablet of Inheritance. On that day, Honggu had proclaimed that any rank within the top 10 would merit a reward of 500 contribution points for each of them. Although the rankings had yet to be announced, their positions were undoubtedly favorable, and Bai Xinzhong promised to allocate these contributions to them in advance. Thank you, clan leader. Bai Zichen and Bai Ling exchanged knowing smiles. Contribution points were as valuable within the clan as spirit stones, and 500 points were no small sum. Moreover, Bai Ling's Tain elemental cloud water true art was a premier water cultivation method, now housed in the highest tier of the clan's repository. Accessible only to the clan leader and a select few elders. Only those recognized by the clan could practice it, and Bai Ling's submission of the technique warranted an additional 500 contribution points. As for Bai Zichen's archaic god stealing sun technique, the mere thought of this longevity spell ignited Bai Xinzhong's enthusiasm. No practitioner would ever complain of having too long a lifespan, and the prospect of extending one's life by 30 years was undoubtedly advantageous. If luck favored him, and he were to cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage, possessing the archaic god-stealing sun technique would grant him an unprecedented advantage over other practitioners. 4 Bai Xinzhong. The significance of the archaic god-stealing sun technique far surpassed that of the Tain elemental cloud water true art by multiples. Regardless of the Tain elemental cloud water true art's merits, he could not simply switch techniques. His spiritual roots were incompatible, and recultivating would mean starting from scratch, which could easily squander over a decade of time. Although the foundation establishment stage promised a lengthy lifespan of 200 years, cultivating any second-tier technique required years of dedication. Attaining the peak of the foundation establishment stage could take a decade or more, making the time constraints glaringly apparent. In contrast, the archaic god-stealing sun technique, which Bai Xinzhong had already skimmed through, appeared relatively easy to master. Additionally, it was divided into 3 tiers, which simplified the difficulty. The first tier could potentially be completed in a year and a half. However, for the Bai family, the archaic god-stealing sun technique, which could only be cultivated by those at the foundation establishment stage, was still too advanced and would remain shelved, regardless of the lack of restrictions. Bai Zichen's submission of the archaic god-stealing sun technique similarly earned him 500 contribution points. Furthermore, Bai Xinzhong decided to personally allocate an additional 500 points from his own account. While clan rewards must remain impartial, personal rewards were exempt from such constraints. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you both to Qingfeng Gate to ascertain what resources these techniques can fetch for the clan. As long as Qingfeng Gate accepts them, you will both receive further rewards. In Bai Xinzhong's estimation, the Tain elemental cloud water true art might not garner an exceptional reward from Qingfeng Gate, but the archaic god-stealing sun technique was a different matter altogether. With over 30 foundation establishment practitioners in the 5 halls and 7 pavilions of Qingfeng Gate, the utility of the archaic god-stealing sun technique was undeniable, particularly for those of advanced age and the few late foundation establishment practitioners. Their eagerness for such a technique would be even more pronounced. In terms of longevity, the most common elixir, the Golden Jade Heart Pill, could extend life by 20 years, but its efficacy was only realized upon consuming the first. Recently, it had surfaced at auctions, typically fluctuating around 3,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the most utilized elixir among the foundation establishment practitioners of Mizhou was the pure spirit jade essence, discovered by a past ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts sect in a secret realm. Every 60 years, 100 drops of pure spirit jade essence would condense there. Refining a single drop could enhance a practitioner's chances of forming a core by 10%. A portion of these drops was sold, but only factions with strong ties to the 10,000 Beasts sect could purchase them. Even at discounted rates, a single drop would cost upwards of 20,000 spirit stones. It was precisely due to the pure spirit jade essence that the 10,000 Beasts sect had thrived over the past millennium, producing several core-forming masters and fostering connections with nearby sects, solidifying its status as the leading sect in Mizhou. The archaic god-stealing sun technique, with its dual capabilities of prolonging life and enhancing core formation probabilities, rendered its value abundantly clear. The following day, Bai Xianzhong, as the clan leader, naturally possessed a flying artifact, a premier tool shaped like a gourd. Upon activation, it expanded several hundredfold. The gourd had several indented areas perfectly accommodating a person's seating. Flying artifacts are indeed peculiar. There exists a myriad of designs, yet one must wonder whether the craftsmen ever considered ergonomics during their creation. Seated atop the gourd, Bai Zichen couldn't help but mutter to himself, though he understood that few craftsmen dedicated their efforts to designing artifacts for qi refinement practitioners. The ingenuity of spirit artifacts often flourished during their creation. Fortunately, despite its odd shape, this gourd flew significantly faster than the peach blossom pouch. Before long, a majestic green mountain appeared on the horizon, its main peak soaring skyward like a sharpened sword. Wisps of white clouds swirled around, and faint sounds of crane calls could be heard as several pure white cranes soared among the peaks. The undulating hills and streams, coupled with a cascade tumbling down the cliffs, painted a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Bai Xianzhong flicked his fingers, casting a spell that gently activated the protective array of the Qingfeng sect. In an instant, 2 disciples appeared. Is it the esteemed Bai Xianzhong of the Mo Zhu Bai clan? The mountain guarding elder has instructed us to welcome the Bai guests to the Luanxia Peak for rest. Indeed, it is I, but may I inquire which esteemed elder currently holds the position of mountain guarding elder? Bai Xianzhong inquired amiably, retracting his gourd. He found it unsurprising that the disciples of Qingfeng sect were aware of his identity, as the sect's array encompassed a radius of 100 miles, allowing for even the slightest disturbance to be perceived. It is none other than Master Ma, who was the top disciple of the previous generation. He successfully established his foundation 5 years ago and has recently assumed the role of mountain guarding elder. The 2 disciples spoke of Master Ma with evident pride and admiration. Oh, so it is Taoist Ma. It has been years since we last met, and he has now become a fellow practitioner in Foundation establishment. Bai Xianzhong's eyes flickered, clearly recognizing this former top disciple of the Ma clan. Kindly lead us to Luanxia Peak. Luanxia Peak served as the designated area for the Qingfeng sect to entertain external guests, featuring dozens of courtyards constructed in accordance with the mountain's terrain. Each courtyard was well spaced apart, providing a serene environment. The purity of the spiritual energy here was remarkable. Bai Zichen felt that the rate of refining his spiritual power was at least 30% faster than in the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he noted that the spiritual energy in this place surpassed that of Han Xiufeng by a significant margin. If he were to cultivate in such an environment, he would not require 5 years to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining. The Qingfeng sect was established upon a 3rd-tier spiritual vein and had arranged a 3rd-tier array to connect with the earth's veins, channeling spiritual energy to ensure not a trace leaked outside the array. Furthermore, the 3rd-tier array could even alter the direction of the spiritual vein to a limited degree. For instance, the residences of the outer disciples were situated at the perimeter, where the concentration of spiritual energy was merely of low 2nd-tier quality. In contrast, Luanxia Peak and the inner disciples' quarters enjoyed a higher standard of upper 2nd-tier quality, while only the core of the Qingfeng sect could achieve 3rd-tier quality. It was likely that the Qingfeng sect possessed special methods to concentrate spiritual energy, refining it further at the heart of the spiritual vein, creating segments of upper 3rd-tier spiritual veins for the use of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Bai Xianzhong was no stranger to the Qingfeng sect. He had even resided in this very courtyard on 2 previous occasions. After removing the restriction talisman from the door, he infused it with a trace of his power, activating its rudimentary defensive alert. You 2 shall remain within the courtyard for the next few days and refrain from wandering about. I suspect we will not have to wait long. The Qingfeng sect is unlikely to allow us, the families of cultivators, to congregate for this matter. They will probably receive us in batches. However, when it comes to fulfilling rewards, the elders typically lack authority. It depends on when those high-ranking figures are available. After issuing these brief instructions, Bai Xianzhong returned to his chamber, eager to delve into his study of the divine thief of the sun technique, unwilling to waste even a moment. 3 days later, a steward from the Qingfeng sect finally came to announce that the Bai clan members were requested to proceed to the Ancestor Hall to discuss the exchange of the techniques obtained from the Legacy Stone Tablet. The Ancestor Hall was a 3-story pavilion, slightly smaller than the Bai clan's Grand Hall. As Bai Zichen ascended the steps, he immediately spotted an old turtle the size of a millstone lying in the pond at the entrance. The turtle was covered in moss and mud, resembling a stone statue, were it not for its occasionally moving eyes. A pinnacle first-tier spirit beast, or rather, it should be referred to as a spirit creature. As he passed the pond, Byzichin sensed the old turtle's profound vitality, revealing it to be a pinnacle first-tier spirit creature, corresponding to a human cultivator at the peak of chi refining. Spirit creatures are those beastly entities that thrive freely in mountains and rivers, but have been domesticated and contracted by cultivators. Inside the ancestor hall, 3 individuals sat at the head. The middle-aged man in the center wore wide robes and had an imposing presence, exuding authority without a word. To his right leaned a white-haired elder, a genuine old man, radiating a strong scent of medicinal herbs, whose foundation establishment could not suppress the signs of aging and death emanating from him. On the left sat Elder Peng Chong, who presided over the matter concerning the legacy stone tablet of the Five Peaks sect. However, he clearly held the lowest status among the 3. Sitting somewhat stiffly in his chair, his posture straight, in stark contrast to his previous arrogance, Bai Xianzhong entered the ancestor hall with Bai Zichen and Bai Ling, and upon seeing the 3, his heart jolted, prompting him to perform a respectful bow as a junior. The Bai clan's Bai Xianzhong pays respects to Master Wei, Palace Master Tan, and Elder Peng. He had anticipated that the Qingfeng sect would not send just any elder to handle this matter. Given the involvement of pricing the legacy items and awarding rewards, as well as balancing the power dynamics among the cultivator families, only the true high-ranking members of the sect could make such decisions. Yet, he still did not expect the presence of Sect Master Wei Dao and Palace Master Tan Chongkong. Next to these 2, Elder Peng was quite dispensable. It was likely that he had been assigned to participate due to his familiarity with the events that transpired at the Five Peaks sect. Besides the transcendent status of the nascent soul ancestors, Sect Master Wei was the most powerful figure in the Qingfeng sect, having served as sect master for over 40 years, skillfully suppressing various factions within the sect, opening new revenue streams, and enhancing the treatment of the disciples, earning an excellent reputation. Even the 2 nascent soul ancestors praised his tenure as sect master. As for Palace Master Tan, he was the oldest among all foundation establishment cultivators in the Qingfeng sect, having surpassed 200 years of age this year. Were it not for the longevity effects of his cultivation technique and his status as a second-tier upper-grade alchemist, consuming various longevity elixirs, he would have long since met his end. Yet, time was relentless. Despite employing various means, he was unable to stave off the encroachment of death. Though he possessed late foundation establishment cultivation, he was still countless hurdles away from forming his nascent soul. He estimated that he would need at least another century to have any hope of taking that step. The Mo Zhu Bai clan. I have heard from Elder Peng that your family has produced a remarkable talent who caused the stone tablet to react during the inheritance process. The Bai clan is indeed fortunate. Sect Master Wei scrutinized the 3 of them, speaking slowly, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Thanks to the Qingfeng sect's suppression of the Black Mountain, our ancestors have toiled to create a living space for us cultivator families to thrive. Though Bai Xianzhong was flattering, it was not entirely incorrect. Were it not for the ancestors of the Qingfeng sect establishing a foundation at Black Mountain and defeating several third-tier beasts, there would be no room for these families of cultivators and countless loose practitioners to exist. The Black Mountain region was already scarce in spiritual veins. If they did not seize resources from the beasts, they would have no choice but to abandon the region or resort to mutual slaughter among cultivators for the meager resources available. The 2 young ones have each obtained a legacy and have brought it to present to the sect. We humbly request Sect Master Wei to review whether it aligns with the sect standards. Bai Xianzhong offered 2 pre-prepared jade slips, each containing the recorded techniques. The Taiyin Su Yun Xian Shui True technique directly leads to nascent soul formation, quite commendable. It possesses 3 innate spells during the chi refining stage and allows for the comprehension of a life spell during foundation establishment, the Taiyin clone technique. Even after nascent soul formation, it can facilitate cultivation up to the late nascent soul stage. Sect Master Wei took one of the jade slips, his consciousness sweeping over it, the entire technique manifesting in his mind. With his cultivation level, he could discern the quality of the technique without needing to practice it in earnest. What an exceptional water-based technique. There truly is no comparable water-based technique within the Qingfeng sect. Alas, it demands a rather high level of aptitude from the practitioner. This must be the legacy acquired by this young lady. Dual spiritual roots, Paired with this technique, her future is promising. Senior Brother Tan, you possess vast experience. Please take a look. Palace Master Tan slowly extended a withered arm, devoid of any flesh. With a gesture, the jade slip flew into his grasp. It may enter the transmission palace. The rest is for the sect master to decide. After uttering this brief statement, Palace Master Tan once again fell silent, akin to a monk in meditation. Since Senior Brother Tan has also given his approval, let us assign a value of 2,000 contribution points. This time, we have acquired a significant amount of precious resources. The chief of the Bai clan may examine them later and exchange according to his needs. Master Wei provided a brief explanation. The techniques offered to Qingfeng's sect cannot be subject to negotiation like external trades. They are simply the terms set forth by the Qingfeng sect, and what they offer is what it is. Master Wei acts fairly, and we have no objections. Before seeing the list of exchanges, Bai Xianzhong was entirely unaware of the value of these so-called contribution points, having no idea whether the numbers were high or low. Master Wei took another jade slip into his hand, smiled before examining it, and remarked, "Two of our disciples have caused significant phenomena. One received the inheritance of a fourth-tier talisman master, and the other acquired a special method for crafting a magical artifact. I am quite curious about the inheritance gained by your Bai family's prodigy. Given the status of Qingfeng's sect, there is no fear in openly sharing the inheritances received by the disciples, unlike the cultivation families that often keep such matters secretive for fear of attracting envy. The name God Thief's sun-stealing technique is indeed grand. Extending one's lifespan by 30 years is quite intriguing. Burning lifespan to transform into materials for forming the core, the effects are comparable to a core-forming spiritual object." Master Wei, who is typically composed, nearly stood up in astonishment, murmuring as he scanned the contents of the jade slip again with his divine sense. "Senior Brother Tan, take a good look at this technique." Master Wei's expression turned somewhat grave, his gaze at Bai Zichen filled with inscrutable emotions. Despite considering the inheritance's potential to be high, it still brought him a tremendous surprise. The Thunderbolt Pearl from the day after tomorrow would be beneficial to the ancestors forming the core, and the fourth-tier talisman inheritance would significantly elevate the sect's talisman master's levels. However, this God Thief's sun-stealing technique could have an immediate impact on one's self. Master Wei, also in the late stages of foundation establishment, planned to begin attempting core formation in 30 to 40 years if all went smoothly. His initial thought was to request the ancestor forming the core to procure a drop of pure spirit jade essence from the Wancho sect. But the emergence of the God Thief's sun-stealing technique provided him with another option. No, spiritual objects for core formation must still be prepared. Whether it costs 20,000 spirit stones, 40,000 spirit stones, or 60,000 spirit stones, it must be acquired. At that time, with both enhancements combined, he would see if there were other opportunities to obtain additional spiritual objects for core formation. Who knows, perhaps one day he too could become a patriarch. As Master Wei envisioned his preparations for core formation after successfully practicing the God Thief's sun-stealing technique, Elder Tan stood up, his expression even more animated. A true divine skill. Elder Tan's once dry and withered face flushed with color as he waved the jade slip with enthusiasm. "Master, allow me to be the first to practice this technique, paving the way for other junior brothers, to see if the effects are indeed as miraculous." Master Wei pondered for a long moment before nodding. Tan Kong had only a year or two left to live, and this God Thief's sun-stealing technique was akin to a last straw for him, something he would never forsake. Although it might only extend his life by 30 years, insufficient for him to take that crucial step forward, there was no need to discourage his senior brother. A glimmer of hope is always a good thing. That is certainly true. Heaven does not entirely cut off a person's path. Perhaps when the time of Senior Brother Tan approaches, this technique is Heaven's way of hinting that the road ahead is not yet closed. This technique holds immense significance for our sect. I will allocate you 10,000 contribution points and grant your Bai family one opportunity to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Master Wei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall growing solemn. Within 10 years, the Bai family can purchase a foundation establishment pill from our sect at the price of 15,000 spirit stones. However, I require you to take a heart demon oath, ensuring that the Bai family will not pass on the God Thief's sun-stealing technique to any outsiders. The heart demon oath is merely a formality for those who do not pursue the path of cultivation and do not seek advancement. it is essentially meaningless. Casual oaths have no impact. Yet, the more profound a cultivator's understanding, the more cautious they are about it. If one were to violate it, the lightest consequence would be being plagued by heart demons and stagnating in their cultivation. The severest would lead to madness, disordered meridians, rendering one a cripple. Should any member of my family dare to pass on the god thief's sun-stealing technique, they will inevitably face the backlash of heart demons, and their path will be severed. Hearing that the reward includes the opportunity to purchase a foundation establishment pill ignited a fire in by Xinzhong's heart. The transaction price for the foundation establishment pill hovers around 15,000 spirit stones, but for ordinary cultivators, the greater challenge lies in the purchasing channel and how to safeguard it. Being compelled to take the heart demon oath is somewhat irksome, yet the situation outweighs personal feelings. His intention was to treat the god thief's sun-stealing technique as the family's top secret, known only to successive clan leaders and foundation establishment cultivators. Gritting his teeth, he swore the heart demon oath. If he truly resolved not to adhere to it, many ways exist to circumvent it. The simplest would be to pass on the technique before passing away. What could heaven do about that? Thus, the heart demon oath can only impose limited restrictions. What Qingfeng sect desires is a matter of attitude. Excellent. This is for the best. I believe the Bai family will become a close partner of our sect in the future. Master Wei clapped his hands, signaling Elder Peng to see them out. The head of the Bai family may carefully review the exchange list. 12,000 contribution points is no small sum. The few families before you combined do not even reach that amount. Elder Peng will explain the specific details of the exchange to you. Just as the 3 members of the Bai family were about to follow Elder Peng out of the ancestral hall, Master Wei seemed to have just remembered something and added, "By the way, Bai Zichen, in 5 years, our sect will open its gates to recruit new disciples. If you are interested, you may directly enter the sect, and I will grant you the status of an inner disciple." The same goes for that girl. The young man, feeling both apprehensive and grateful for Master Wei's regard, was startled when his name was called. He quickly turned to bow, but did not provide a direct answer. Seeing that Master Wei had no intention of continuing, the 3 slowly withdrew. "The master has actually made an exception for both of you. Young man, you are fortunate. Once you become a disciple of our sect, your promotion to true inheritance is a certainty." Elder Peng's eyes remained fixed on Bai Zichen. Although Master Wei mentioned 2 individuals, it was evident to anyone with insight who the primary focus was. Disciples of Qingfeng sect are divided into 4 ranks: miscellaneous, outer, inner, and true inheritance, each clearly defined. Each time the gates are opened, Qingfeng sect accepts hundreds of disciples, most of whom are scattered cultivators with some foundational cultivation. Those with clean backgrounds, no past misdeeds, and low spiritual roots but a desire for the sect will not be turned away, becoming the lowest rank of miscellaneous disciples. As the name suggests, aside from the title of a Qingfeng sect disciple, they receive no benefits and must undertake numerous tedious tasks, such as patrolling mortal cities, mapping mountains and rivers, feeding spiritual beasts, irrigating spiritual plants, and mining, all of which are exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, for these scattered cultivators, the opportunity to acquire a decent technique, a safe and peaceful environment, and a resource-rich training ground is an unparalleled stroke of luck, merely requiring some labor in exchange. Joining Qingfeng sect as a miscellaneous disciple is the greatest dream for many lower-tier scattered cultivators, often referred to as crossing the Dragon Gate. As for outer disciples, they typically possess excellent spiritual roots and are like blank slates, children who have yet to begin cultivation. For scattered cultivators who bring skills, a minimum cultivation of mid-level qi refinement and a respectable skill in a cultivation art are required to qualify as outer disciples. In the eyes of the higher-ups at Qingfeng sect, reaching the rank of outer disciple signifies becoming a true disciple of the sect. They enjoy basic sect benefits, including monthly lectures from elders at the peak of qi refinement, imparting cultivation experiences, and even opportunities to be noticed and accepted as disciples by foundation establishment elders. Once they pass minor competitions, they can become inner disciples as mentioned by Master Wei. In the Qingfeng sect, disciples at the inner sect stage seldom linger for several years. They either achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the ranks of true disciples, or, upon reaching a certain age, transition into ordinary managerial roles, eventually progressing towards the position of elder. As for true disciples, their numbers do not exceed 10 per generation, as quality is prioritized over quantity, often leaving vacancies. Each true disciple is regarded as a foundational seed, receiving specialized training from the Qingfeng sect. The sect views these foundational seeds as distinct from mere titles that can be casually granted within cultivation families. They genuinely possess a significant opportunity for successful foundation establishment. To become a true disciple, the foremost requirement is to attain late-stage qi refinement before the age of 25. Let us not indulge in pleasantries, Elder Peng. We should first examine the exchange list, by Xianzhong interjected, steering the conversation back to the matter of contributions. With a huff of dissatisfaction at the lack of a direct response, Elder Peng unfurled a long scroll, which detailed the treasures available for exchange at the Qingfeng sect. Prominently featured at the top of the scroll was the Foundation Establishment Pill, requiring a contribution of 10,000. The Qingfeng sect truly upheld its integrity by offering the Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward. What a grand gesture! Bai Zichen's eyes sparkled at the sight. Yet he recalled that even the Bai family had merely accumulated 12,000 contributions, leaving other families to sigh in resignation upon seeing the pill. While the contributions were sufficient to exchange for a Foundation Establishment Pill, the family currently lacked any members under 50 years of age who had achieved complete mastery in qi refinement. Moreover, since sect leader Wei had promised them the purchasing privilege for one Foundation Establishment Pill, they could afford to explore further options without rushing to make a decision. The clan leader, Bai Xianzhong, seemed to share a similar sentiment. After a moment of rapid breathing, he lowered his gaze to peruse the other items on the list. The Great Barrier Breaking Pill required a contribution of 1,500. This advanced version of the breaking pill was intended for foundational cultivators and was effective in overcoming the initial bottleneck of foundation establishment. A bottle of Spirit Enhancement Pill required 600 contributions. This second-tier pill was effective until the late stage of foundation establishment and was highly sought after by foundational cultivators. The Golden Scale Heavenly Dragon Slash, a superior spiritual weapon, required 5,000 contributions. The Dark Purple Agarwood, a third-tier spiritual wood, required 2,000 contributions. The Red Fire Elemental Copper, a third-tier mineral, required 3,000 contributions. The exchange list contained a plethora of treasures, ranging from various medicinal pills to spiritual weapons and materials, totaling no less than 100 items. Among them were several entries marked with a lack of characters, likely indicating items that had already been exchanged by other families. Bai Xianzhong's gaze shifted back and forth, lingering in silence. Chener, Linger, you are the most outstanding talents of our clan. What are your thoughts on what treasures we should exchange? It was surprising for the patriarch of the Bai clan to seek the opinions of two juniors on such matters. Elder Peng beside them wore a knowing smile, quietly observing the scene. I believe we should exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills. The remaining contributions could be used to obtain a few bottles of elixirs. Bai Ling nervously glanced around, timidly voicing her opinion. Since childhood, Linger had heard that Foundation Establishment Pills were rare, and many immortal families would pay exorbitant prices for just one. Now that the opportunity was before her, she felt it would be unwise to let it slip away. It was difficult to discern Bai Xianzhong's satisfaction with this answer, as he continued to inquire, Chener, what about you? Without the promise from Master Wei, the Foundation Establishment Pill would naturally take precedence, but now, contributions could serve a greater purpose. Bai Zichen was certainly envious of the Foundation Establishment Pill. His uncle's advice to attempt foundation establishment by relying on spiritual materials had never been his first choice. Given the chance, he would certainly consume the Foundation Establishment Pill to maximize his chances of success. A single failure, even without severe damage to his body and meridians, would still mean a waste of at least a decade. However, even if he were to obtain a Foundation Establishment Pill, it would not be his to use. That would be a matter for at least a decade later, when Bai Zichen would have reached the peak of qi refinement. By then, it was certain that other clan members would also reach the peak and gather family contributions to exchange for the right to use the Foundation Establishment Pill. Given this, Bai Zichen's desire for the pill diminished significantly. Moreover, he had a vague suspicion regarding the patriarch's intentions. Several elders under 50 within the clan had yet to achieve peak qi refinement. Even if a Foundation Establishment Pill were exchanged, it would only end up sitting idle in the clan's treasury. In other words, such a significant contribution would be wasted without achieving its intended purpose. Furthermore, considering the treasure's great value, keeping a Foundation Establishment Pill within the clan could invite danger, potentially attracting bold robbers. Bai Zichen counted on his fingers, articulating the reasons why they should not exchange for the Foundation Establishment pill. After all, Master Wei had promised their family that within 10 years, they could purchase a Foundation Establishment pill. Why not wait until the genuine need arose to gather the necessary spirit stones for the purchase? As for what to exchange for now, it should certainly be something that was difficult to acquire externally and could yield immediate results. For example, the Golden Scale Heavenly Dragon Slasher, described as a masterpiece crafted by a second-tier master blacksmith using 108 scales from second-tier demon beasts, combined with a certain amount of true gold from the West, was forged into a formidable weapon. Moreover, due to the scales containing a trace of the Jiaolong bloodline, when fully activated, they could coalesce into an ethereal golden Jiaolong. Once the patriarch possessed this superior spiritual weapon, his strength would dramatically increase, allowing him to better protect the clan's members against the practitioners of the ghost spirit sect they encountered a few years prior. Since there was not a single item on the exchange list that Bai Zichen could utilize, he straightforwardly suggested items that Bai Xianzhong could use. Additionally, he mentioned second-tier elixirs like the Great Barrier Breaking Pill and Spirit Increasing Pill, which were generally not available in the market, recommending they exchange for more of those. With the remaining contributions, he proposed to exchange for the 3 pure yang violent qi talismans. Bai Xianzhong patiently listened to Bai Zichen's lengthy discourse, revealing a look of satisfaction. I did not expect, Chener, that besides your remarkable talent, your approach to matters is also extraordinary. Is this theory of wasteful idleness your own conception? It holds quite a bit of reason. Elder Peng, let us exchange for the Golden Scale Heavenly Dragon Slasher and the 3 pure yang violent qi talismans. Utilize all remaining contributions to obtain second-tier elixirs. Procure a few of each type for me. Bai Xianzhong largely accepted Bai Zichen's suggestions, exchanging the final few hundred contributions for some second-tier talismans, leaving nothing unspent. The pure yang violent qi was indeed one of the spiritual materials for Foundation establishment. A previous ancestor of the Qingfeng sect had discovered a spot of earthly fiend Yin vein within the Black Mountain. Through mysterious means, he relocated it back to the mountain gate, and after pouring in a strange fire to burn the earthly fiend every decade, a pure yang violent qi would emerge from the specially reserved air vents collected by the practitioners of the Qingfeng sect. After undergoing a special purification process by Foundation establishment practitioners, it would finally take form. The pure yang violent qi could refine the body, eliminating impurities. And as a material for Foundation establishment, it could enhance the probability of success by 10%. Unfortunately, the pure yang violent qi conflicted with the Foundation establishment pill. They could not be consumed simultaneously. Not exchanging for the Foundation establishment pill and obtaining the 3 pure yang violent qi was still a good outcome. In truth, for the vast majority of practitioners at the peak of qi refinement, the best preparation they could make for their Foundation establishment was simply to acquire one spiritual material. For instance, Bai Jian, his uncle, once dreamed of exchanging efforts over 2 generations to obtain a single spiritual material for Bai Zichen, striving to secure a chance for Foundation establishment. Once all treasures were exchanged, Elder Peng rolled up the scroll and, without hesitation, called over a passing steward to escort the 3 members of the Bai family out of the mountain gate. As I mentioned earlier, I will assess Qingfeng sect's situation and grant you additional rewards accordingly. Linger will receive an extra 200 family contributions, while Chener shall receive 1,000. Upon your return, you may take my document to choose some useful items from the family treasury. As they rode the great gourd back to the clan, Patriarch Bai Xianzhong fulfilled his prior promise with great satisfaction. Bai Zichen calculated that without having completed a single family task, he had already accumulated 2,000 family contributions under his name. He was certainly among the wealthiest of the younger generation in the Bai clan. There were a few more matters to address, so he took this opportunity to convey them. Upon returning, I will enter seclusion for a period of time. Regarding joining the Qingfeng sect, you should both consider it carefully without worrying about the clan's opinions. If you can truly establish yourselves within the Qingfeng sect and become true disciples, it would be entirely beneficial for the Bai clan. However, should you fail, it would be akin to rowing against the current. Even returning to the freedom of family practitioners would become impossible. There are still 5 years left. There is no need to rush. Take your time to think it over, Bai Xianzhong emphasized, his gaze sweeping over the two, speaking with utmost seriousness. Also, regarding the qualification for purchasing the Foundation establishment pill, you must keep it confidential. I do not wish to hear any rumors about the Foundation establishment pill tasks within the clan when I emerge from seclusion. In 10 years, I will procure this Foundation establishment pill. Chinner, it is due to you that the Foundation establishment pill will be obtained, so I shall leave it idle for 2 years. During this time, you will be the first priority for the exchange of the Foundation establishment pill. However, if after 2 years you have not met the requirements, I will select another from among the clan members. This point, you must be clear about. Bai Zichen inhaled deeply. Feeling an inexplicable weight of pressure, the patriarch's instructions are firmly noted. Bai Ling clenched her fists behind him, a resolute expression emerging on her face as she encouraged herself. Just because she was currently behind did not mean she could not contend for the Foundation establishment pill in 12 years. Time flowed like water. Outside the quiet room, insects crawled, and butterflies fluttered onto the flower petals. This scene vividly reflected in Bai Zichen's mind, every detail apparent as if witnessed firsthand. It was not until a hint of fatigue washed over him that he withdrew his consciousness. Indeed, the mysteries of consciousness were profound, the 3 years he had dedicated, pouring most of his energy into forging divine techniques, were not in vain. In 3 years, through countless repetitions of meditation and slumber, Bai Zichen had finally sketched the heavenly furnace of creation in his sea of consciousness. Once the heavenly furnace of creation took shape, it felt as if a vital passage had opened, and his consciousness began to flourish. The most basic ability of perfect recall and introspection was merely the beginning. Within a 10-foot radius, any movement of practitioners below the peak of chi refinement could be instantly understood with just a sweep of his consciousness. Most importantly, among the 3 critical barriers of essence, spirit, and energy for Foundation establishment, the most challenging barrier of consciousness had already been unlocked in advance. The difficulty of Foundation establishment was directly reduced by half. Next, it is imperative to continue refining oneself based on the grand scene of the universe within the sea of consciousness, thereby perpetually expanding one's spiritual awareness. Bai Zichen, although the art of forging the spirit is commendable, one cannot afford to invest excessive time in it any longer. To amplify one's spiritual awareness, even by a fraction, requires several years of cultivation, rendering the cost-effectiveness of practice rather low. In recent years, having spent much time in slumber, his own cultivation has stagnated. In the past few days, he has decided to exchange for a new batch of elixirs to make up for lost progress. Over the course of 3 years, Bai Zichen has consumed only 4 remaining energy-replenishing pills from his initial supply, managing to ascend to the 5th level of chi refinement. This indicates that his seemingly unique physique is only beneficial during breakthroughs. Without the enhancement of elixirs, his cultivation speed has regressed to the average level of 1 with 3 spiritual roots. Fortunately, this issue is easily remedied. With Bai Zichen's current family contributions, he possesses ample resources to cultivate to the peak of chi refinement. The chubby fellow has accompanied his father on a trading expedition, and Shengwu has been assigned a family task to gather nectar last month, likely still away. With nothing pressing to attend to, Bai Zichen decides to stroll through the family storeroom. He begins to understand why it is said that cultivators are often cold and indifferent. Even chi refiners, who hold aspirations for longevity, find it quite normal to go a year or more without seeing their fellow clansmen. As one's cultivation deepens, separations may last several years or even decades. Aside from immediate family, it is indeed challenging for a cultivator to form profound attachments with outsiders. The family storeroom is located deep within Hangxiyufeng. The last time Bai Zichen visited was 6 years ago when the ghost spirit sect invaded, and the clansmen took refuge in the storeroom to escape. Gazing upon the modest stone dwelling, Bai Zichen's thoughts drift back to that day of fierce combat and rampant carnage. It was on that day that the facade of the immortal realm was irrevocably torn away, revealing the hidden brutality and bloodshed beneath. Without protective means, how can one attain the path of longevity? Before the storeroom sits a bamboo chair, upon which reclines a rosy-cheeked elder, engrossed in a scroll, nodding with amusement. Greetings, young one. I am Bai Zichen, here today to exchange for cultivation necessities. Bai Zichen's spiritual awareness sweeps over, and he discovers that the elder is indeed at the 9th level of chi refinement, comparable to several elders. However, the flow of his spiritual power is sluggish, likely due to irreversible injuries to his meridians, affecting the normal functioning of his techniques. You are Bai Zichen? In recent years, your name has become almost familiar to me. Yet this is our first meeting. The elder tosses aside the scroll, examining Bai Zichen with keen interest. 5th level of Qi refinement. Not a poor attainment. But given your previous glory, it seems a bit slow. Yet, you have shown remarkable patience. Despite receiving substantial family contributions, you have yet to come here even once. That girl Bai Ling has exchanged all her contributions for various elixirs, and I hear she reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement a few months ago. There are already whispers among the clan, suggesting your success is merely a stroke of luck, that your innate spiritual roots are inferior. And no amount of luck can compensate for that. Bai Zichen chuckles bitterly. It is not that he is particularly steady, but rather that he has been ensnared by the art of forging the spirit. For 20 days out of the month, he has been in deep slumber, restoring his spirit. Even if he wished to refine elixirs, he lacked the time. It's merely a matter of speed. Let us see who breaks through to the later stages of Qi refinement first. Bai Zichen harbors considerable confidence in his suspected spiritual body regarding the breakthrough of the later stages, as even the inheritance stone tablet of the Nai he sect offered a high-grade evaluation. Good ambition. Take your family token and follow this old man inside. The elder retrieves his family token and channels his spiritual power, causing the outer restrictions of the storeroom to dissolve, revealing a passageway of human height. Bai Zichen similarly produces his family token from his storage bag, activating it and illuminating the air with a faint glow, allowing him to enter the storeroom smoothly. The clan head has decreed that you and Bai Ling may exchange freely. Anything within the storeroom can be obtained, provided you have the family contributions to match. The elder gestures, and the cabinets within the storeroom begin to open automatically, displaying an array of items. With purpose, Bai Zichen strides directly toward the 2 rows of cabinets labeled for elixirs. Energy replenishing pills, purple ginseng pills, barrier-breaking elixirs, tranquil heart elixirs, revitalizing elixirs. The variety of elixirs in the clan is quite limited, many of which need to be procured from the Qingfeng sect's marketplace, as he lacks the ability to refine them himself. Esteemed elder, I would like 10 bottles of energy replenishing pills, 5 bottles of purple ginseng pills, and 2 bottles of revitalizing elixirs. Bai Zichen swiftly selects the elixirs he requires, with energy replenishing pills and purple ginseng pills aimed at enhancing his cultivation during the Qi refinement and later stages, while the revitalizing elixirs are primarily for body cultivation to fortify his vitality and refine his physique. As for the barrier-breaking elixirs, he dismisses them entirely. Why would he need assistance to overcome a mere bottleneck in the later stages of Qi refinement? Are you not going to exchange for a barrier-breaking elixir? The elder furrows his brow, puzzled. But do as you wish. We always have a few on hand in the storeroom. 10 bottles of energy-replenishing pills will nearly reach the limit. Any additional consumption will see diminishing returns. As for the purple ginseng pills, are you certain you haven't exchanged too early? Even in a jade bottle, their potency lasts at most 10 years. Please, esteemed elder, tally my contributions. Bai Zichen responds with a smile. Do as you wish. If only I had such contributions in my youth, I would have indulged myself as well. Not every exchange has to be 1 or 2 at a time. Who would act like you, taking 10 bottles at once? The storeroom stock will be cleared out by you. Each bottle of energy replenishing pills costs 100 contributions, the revitalizing elixirs 50, and the purple ginseng pills 200, totaling 2,100 contributions. After deductions, you will have 400 remaining. The elder takes Bai Zichen's family token, swipes it, and the glowing numbers adjust to 400. Simultaneously, he records the exchange information onto a piece of jade slip, aligning the details on both sides. Content. Bai Zichen places the substantial collection of elixirs into his storage bag, reveling in the satisfaction of having cleared out the shelves. Esteemed elder, might I inquire how many contributions are required to exchange for a Mo bamboo sword? Before leaving the storeroom, Bai Zichen glances at the flying sword display, curious. You've asked the right question. All magical instruments are listed in the artifact refining hall, but flying swords are exclusively displayed here in the storeroom. With the few artifact refiners in the clan head would never dare to entrust them with refining spiritual bamboo. They always seek the assistance of a friendly second-tier artifact refiner. The elder gestures, and 3 dark green flying swords soar gracefully to him, forming a trinity formation as they rotate. Though crafted from spiritual plants, they appear exceedingly sharp, exuding an aura of lethality that sends a chill through anyone nearby. Truly, they are the first choice for combat, standing unrivaled among their peers. To exchange for a Mo bamboo sword, 500 contributions are required. However, given your aptitude, It will not be long before the clan bestows one upon you. There is no need to expend contributions at this moment. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I was merely inquiring. Bai Zichen gazes longingly at the Mo bamboo sword, feeling a fleeting temptation to return 2 bottles of elixirs in exchange for the sword. Yet, reason prevails within him. While the Mo bamboo sword is indeed splendid, the purple ginseng pills are not only for his future use, but are also needed by his uncle, and thus cannot be relinquished. His uncle, Bai Jiuan, constrained by his spiritual roots, has only barely reached the 8th level of qi refinement, despite being renowned as a diligent cultivator within the clan. The key point is that Bai Jiuan is already 48 years old. He has only 2 years left before reaching the critical age of 50. If he can receive assistance from the purple ginseng pills, he may have another opportunity to elevate his cultivation. I shall first deliver 2 bottles of purple ginseng pills to my uncle. As for the energy replenishing pills, I will take 1 each month for now, gradually increasing my refinement efficiency as I adapt. Bai Zichen calculates that by the end of the year, he should be able to reach the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement. Bai Ling's family contributions are less than half of mine. She must have exhausted her elixirs by now. Wait a moment. My goal is to establish a foundation. Why should I compete with a young girl? Stepping out of the storeroom, Bai Zichen hums a light tune as he sets off in search of Bai Jiuan. If I remember correctly, Uncle Bai Jiuan took on the role of guarding the family's mining vein last year to accumulate resources for cultivation. Besides the output of spiritual plants, this cold iron vein is the main source of spirit stones for the Bai family. Cold iron, classified as a mid-grade first-tier ore, can be refined into mid-grade magical tools or used as auxiliary materials for high-grade and top-grade artifacts. Although its value is not exceedingly high, the vein stretches for several dozen miles, with a significant amount of cold iron exposed on the surface, making extraction relatively easy. The monthly output of cold iron exceeds 200 pounds, with around 500 to 600 ordinary miners and 7 to 8 family members stationed at the vein year-round. The former excavates the ore and transports it to the warehouse, while the latter is responsible for refining the ore, removing impurities from ordinary iron or to obtain cold iron that can be sold in the cultivation world. As one of the few late-stage qi refinement practitioners in the Bai family, Bai Jiuan oversees this area, tasked with guarding against demonic beasts while also serving as a deterrent to wandering cultivators. Sister, next time Master gives you pills, don't share them with me. If I hadn't used 2 of your energy recovery pills, you might have already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement by now. Bai Wei, once a chubby child, has grown into a robust young man, now at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Reaching the 6th layer is no simple feat over the years. Bai Ling has blossomed into a graceful beauty, her skin as smooth as jade, and her long, dark hair shining like polished silk. The speed at which she cultivates the Taiyin Siyun Xian Shui technique is significantly faster than with her previous methods. Unfortunately, little brother, your spiritual root is incompatible, so you cannot switch to this technique. Otherwise, I would have certainly requested the clan leader to teach it to you. A hint of melancholy flashed across Bai Wei's face. Sister, in the past 2 months, I've accepted several family tasks in your name. With Master S guidance and the help of our clan members, I've completed them quickly. Altogether, I've earned 60 contribution points, which combined with what you left behind, will allow us to exchange for another bottle of energy recovery pills. Family tasks vary in difficulty. As long as they are issued by people, there is naturally room for maneuver. Honggu, as the clan elder, often gives preferential treatment to her disciple Bai Ling, a promising foundation-building seed of the Bai family in terms of task content. While others may have some grievances, they can only complain privately, unable to create any waves. For example, Bai Chongwu's task of collecting flower nectar is undoubtedly a low-value family task that requires him to travel to 5 different locations in Heishan County to gather 5 varieties of flower nectar for the production of a mid-grade sandalwood incense. The journey alone will take over a month, with a meager reward of only 10 contribution points. In contrast, the family tasks assigned to Bai Ling are typically located near the clan grounds, and with Honggu arranging for assistance, they can be completed within a month, with rewards not falling below 20 points. That's good. I haven't had energy recovery pills for several months, and today is a perfect opportunity to exchange for a bottle. The brother and sister duo arrived at the storage room and requested to exchange for a bottle of energy recovery pills, only to be met with refusal. Grandpa Mo, why is that? I remember the clan leader saying that I could exchange for any items in the storage room without restrictions on the number of times. A hint of coldness appeared in Bai Ling's clear eyes, possibly due to her cultivation of the Taiyin Siyun Xian Shui technique, which had imbued her with a cool and aloof aura at such a young age. However, she frequently visited the storage room and was aware that the old man was a peer of the clan leader, so she maintained her composure in her words. The old man had once been a promising foundation-building practitioner, but had encountered a second-tier demonic beast during a hunting expedition deep in the Black Mountain, resulting in the death of most of his companions. He barely escaped, but his meridians were damaged, and he could never advance in cultivation again. Since then, he had dedicated his life to guarding the Bai family's mining vein, working hard and earning great merit. Last year, he returned to the clan grounds due to his advanced age. It's not that I refused to exchange with you, but you came too late. The old man shook his head, a glimmer of vitality flashing in his murky eyes. Someone just exchanged for 10 bottles of energy recovery pills in one go, leaving only a few scattered ones in the storage room. For more, you'll have to wait until next month when the merchant team returns with supplies. Old man, are you trying to fool me? Who exchanges for 10 bottles at once? Even if one could gather such a large number of family contributions, they wouldn't need so many energy recovery pills. Bai Wei lost his temper and shouted, "Little brother, do not be rude. 10 bottles of energy recovery pills. Was it Bai Zichen who made the exchange?" Bai Ling first admonished Bai Wei, then fell into contemplation, recalling someone she hadn't heard from in a long time. It seemed that within the clan, only Bai Zichen had enough contributions and a sufficient need for energy recovery pills. The old man ignored them, unfolding a bamboo chair to lie down, covering his face with a book. "Sister, Bai Zichen exchanged for so many energy recovery pills at once. Could he be trying to catch up? With the speed of his cultivation these past few years, it's clear he has exhausted his potential ahead of time. Perhaps in another 2 years, I'll have caught up to his level." Bai Wei has always had a poor impression of Bai Zichen, and now, with the pills snatched away, his resentment increased. How much of this loathing stemmed from Bai Ling, and how much from his jealousy over Bai Zichen having taken his opportunity years ago, was something only Bai Wei himself knew. A spiritual dove fluttered its wings and landed on Bai Ling's shoulder. After feeding it a few grains of spiritual rice, she untied a note from its leg. "Sister, what is the matter? Master mentioned in the letter that the clan leader has sent a flying sword message. This year, the clan's spirit guiding duty will be undertaken by you and Bai Zichen." The convergence of these two matters, both related to Bai Zichen, stirred a ripple in Bai Ling's usually calm heart. The figure of that somewhat vague young man, who had once overshadowed the disciples of the various sects and major families at Wiyue Temple, seemed to become clearer in her mind. At the foot of Huanxi Peak, Bai Zichen had just returned from the mining vein yesterday when he received word that he was to be responsible for this year's spirit guiding affairs. One spirit guiding task could yield 50 contribution points, clearly a special privilege, as previous year's spirit guides received a maximum of only 10 points. The spirit guiding role, as the name implies, is responsible for searching for suitable children with spiritual roots in the Bai family's mortal town. This task, seemingly mundane, is crucial for the future of the Bai family. For a family to grow, it must have a continuous influx of fresh blood. Seeking out spiritual seedlings is a significant undertaking for any cultivating family or sect. Some aggressive cultivating families even establish rules whereby a family member who gives birth to a child with a spiritual root is rewarded with a certain amount of spirit stones to rapidly increase the number of spiritual seedlings. I didn't expect the clan to pair us together for this task. It's been 3 years since I last saw you after returning from Qingfeng's sect. The girl before him had changed considerably since his memories, now possessing an undeniable grace. Zichen is our Bai family's prodigy, the foundation-building seed that everyone holds high hopes for. So, of course, he must focus on cultivation. Bai Ling smiled with her lips pressed together, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. My talent cannot compare to Zichen's. After switching to the Taiyin Siyun Xian Shui technique, I spent almost half a year just to grasp the water lightning spell that comes with it. If I had Zichen's top-grade comprehension, I probably would have mastered it in a month or 2. Bai Zichen was momentarily taken aback before he realized that the term top-grade comprehension referred to the fabricated data he had created when he left Wiyue Temple. At that time, to conceal his suspected spiritual body, he had elevated the scores of his spell talent and comprehension on the inheritance stone tablet by 1 level. This woman wouldn't be using yin and yang against me, would she? After 3 years of focused cultivation, Her progress has allowed her to catch up to me. Bai Zichen's spiritual sense was now nearly on par with early foundation-building practitioners, and he knew all of Bai Ling's secrets. Her profound magical power far surpassed that of other practitioners of the same level within the clan, undoubtedly due to the effects of the Taiyin Siyun Xian Shui technique. With radiant spiritual light emanating from her chest, she must be wearing a powerful magical artifact. The spirit guiding ceremony lasts for 3 days. Which town shall we head to first? The Bai family's tens of thousands of mortals are primarily concentrated in Shangbai Town, Xiaobai Town, and Hutua Town, with scattered villages and estates, where caretakers will naturally bring suitable children to the 3 towns for the spirit guiding ceremony. In the vicinity of Hutu Town, we reached our destination in no more than half a day's time, courtesy of this remarkable artifact. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Bai Ling conjured a flurry of pink peach blossoms that expanded to an impressive size. The peach blossom pouch. Bai Zichen immediately recognized it, as it was this very flying artifact that had once carried him to Wuyueguan. Indeed, my master had bestowed the peach blossom pouch upon me, and with my current magical prowess, traversing several hundred miles poses no significant challenge. The third elder truly dotes on you, even providing you with a flying artifact. As Bai Zichen settled into the peach blossom pouch, a pang of jealousy stirred within him. This was the very artifact he had longed for. Hutu Town, nestled between 2 valleys, boasted fertile land. With the assistance of family cultivators, they had cultivated over 10,000 acres of arable land, sufficient to sustain the Bai family's commoners. Initially, the central area comprised just over 100 households, but gradually it expanded, and now it had taken shape as a town, with cobblestone streets extending outward in layers. There were no burdensome taxes or calamities, and aside from the occasional wandering beasts, the Bai family's commoners led a blissful life. Upon their arrival in Hutu Town, Bai Zichen and Bai Ling were greeted by townsfolk who bowed deeply, their faces reflecting reverence and admiration. As they descended at the town hall, a Bai family cultivator of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, accompanied by a few commoners, awaited their arrival. I am Bai Yufu, the guardian immortal of this town, he announced. Bai Yufu, in his 50s, wore a tattered Taoist robe, patched in several places, exuding an air of despondency. The Bai family stationed 1 cultivator in each of their 3 small towns to oversee management, primarily to guard against beast attacks that could result in significant casualties among the commoners. This task often lasted a minimum of 5 years and was typically assigned to those with little hope of advancement within the clan. Are you the spirit summoners for this occasion? Such graceful and ethereal figures. Bai Ling, uninterested in flattery, produced the family token to verify their identities and proceeded elegantly towards the square arranged in front of the town hall. Thousands of townsfolk had gathered, eager to witness whether this year would yield any fortunate souls destined for ascendance, separating them from the mortal realm. Have all the attendees arrived? Let us hasten to test the eligible children. We have other towns to visit, Bai Zichen remarked, taking a step back to offer Bai Yufu a modicum of respect. Dear clan brother, why not wait together for the results? Let us see how many potential cultivators Hutu Town can contribute this year. Excellent. May I inquire your name? Young sir, to achieve such cultivation at your age, my decades of effort seem trivial in comparison. Bai Yufu hurriedly followed suit, lowering himself in humility. The town chief, a robust middle-aged man dressed in fine silk, gestured for a line of children to approach. Bow before the esteemed immortal masters. Over 30 anxious children bowed fervently towards the few immortal masters seated at the center of the square. All were around 10 years old, beginning to understand that everything in the town was a gift from the immortal masters, and that passing the test could elevate them to the revered status of an immortal, transforming their and their families' lives forever. Bai Zichen retrieved an ancient compass-like artifact, instructing the town chief to place it on the table. As per tradition, a small cut was made on a finger to allow blood to drop onto the compass, which would reveal the presence of spiritual roots. Bai Zichen yawned nonchalantly. With his awareness comparable to that of a nascent foundation cultivator, he could ascertain the spiritual roots of these children in mere moments. The first boy stepped forward, his hair tied in a youthful topknot, dressed in finely crafted garments. The anxious town chief sliced his finger, a drop of blood forming. As he fixed his gaze on the compass, clearly focused on his own kin. No spiritual root. Next, the blood droplet spun and was quickly absorbed by the compass, which showed no change. Bai Yufu, noticing the town chief's reluctance to dismiss the boy, cleared his throat, his voice rising a notch. Though accustomed to being well served like a local sovereign, he was not inclined to allow Bai Yofu to lose face before the clan's dignitaries. He would not hesitate to replace the town chief if necessary. Over a dozen children came forward, each drop of blood failing to elicit any response from the compass. While Bai Yofu and the town chief grew increasingly tense, Bai Zichen remained unfazed, aware of the low probability of commoners possessing spiritual roots. Even within the Bai family, with generations of cultivators, the ratio of spiritual roots among commoners typically hovered around 1 in 100. There were years when a town saw no aspirants emerge at all. In the Black Mountain region, only the Mo clan, claiming descent from the ancient Phoenix, boasted a far superior proportion of cultivators among their kin. Remarkably, 1 in 10 children possessed spiritual roots, predominantly of the fire element. This astonishing ratio had secured the Mo clan's position as the foremost cultivation family in Black Mountain. As the final 2 children remained, by Yofu's side, the energy to flatter utterly depleted. This number of aspirants would directly influence their assessment during the guardianship of the immortal masters. Failure to meet expectations would significantly diminish the family's contributions. The second-to-last boy, tall and upright, approached the compass. He appeared pale, his clothing faded from washing, yet his features were striking, with a resolute expression. As his blood droplet fell, the usually quiet compass emitted a low hum, a faint 5-colored light flickering to a maximum length of 1 inch. 5 spiritual roots. At least we have one. Bai Zichen's spirits lifted momentarily, though disappointment crept in as he noted the implications of such an outcome. He had hoped for several high-quality aspirants for the family. Bai Yofu initially sighed, but then felt a swell of relief. Even a pseudo-spiritual root counted as a marker of potential. Esteemed immortal master, this boy's name is Bai Shu. His mother is a Bai family member, while his father was a wandering cultivator of early Qi refinement who left after a brief stay in Hutu town. The two depend on each other, hence he bears the Bai surname. The portly town chief, hunched over, smiled ingratiatingly as he recounted the boy's lineage. Since he possesses spiritual roots, step aside, Bai Ling beckoned. With the revelation of Bai Shu's spiritual roots, his status had changed significantly. In a matter of moments, Bai Shu's fate transformed completely. A weary woman at the edge of the square began to weep with joy. It was his mother. The last child to be tested was a rosy-cheeked girl, charmingly delicate with 2 high pigtails, who bounced eagerly to the compass. As the knife nicked her finger, she burst into tears, her sorrowful cries evoking sympathy. The moment her blood touched the compass, it resonated with a clear, melodious chime, and the next instant, red and yellow lights surged forth, red extending over 8 inches and yellow nearly a foot. The 2 colors intertwined and danced for several moments before gradually fading. Dual spiritual roots. Bai Zichen could hardly believe his eyes. He swiftly grasped the girl's arm, channeling his spiritual energy while meticulously scanning her with his consciousness. Indeed, she possessed dual spiritual roots. Over the past few years, the Bai family had been fortunate enough to witness the emergence of children with dual spiritual roots. Bai Zichen glanced back at Bai Ling. Another genius with equal spiritual roots. Bai Ling joyfully approached, embracing the little girl, who was both adorable and possessed of excellent spiritual lineage, resembling her own younger sister. Master Immortal, this girl, is named Huafian, and she is 9 years old this year. The mortal town mayor stammered under the gaze of the celestial master. Huafian, a lovely name. But why does she bear the Hua surname and not Bai? Bai Zichen abruptly turned, his aura surging, causing the mortal town mayor to stumble and fall. In response to the celestial master's inquiry, Huafian's parents were mundane martial artists from outside the mountains, who fled into the Heishan mountain range to escape their pursuers. 5 years ago, they wandered near Huda town and were taken in by us, subsequently settling in the town. The mortal mayor trembled, his flesh quivering with fear, terrified by the sudden pressure. He felt as though he might be killed by the infuriated celestial master. What is the first ironclad rule of the Qingfeng sect regarding the search for spiritual seedlings? Bai Yufu, as a mere mortal, cannot remember it. Yet as a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator, you ought to be well aware of the ramifications. Bai Zichen's voice was laced with barely restrained fury. The previous demeanor of a gentle gentleman vanished. Family spiritual summoning may only absorb members of one's own family. Any deceptive means to abduct seedlings from other families is strictly forbidden. In mortal cities, all those with spiritual roots are considered reserved disciples of our Qingfeng sect, and may not be counted as family seedlings. Violators will face severed legacies and merciless execution. Bai Yufu collapsed into his chair, as though his bones had been removed. You are fully aware of this, yet still dared to allow someone with no blood relation to the Bai family into the family's spiritual summoning ritual. Are you attempting to bring disaster upon the Bai family? In the world of cultivation, one could only seek spiritual root bearers among their own bloodline, and must not overstep boundaries to the mundane cities beyond Heishan. With nearly 10 million ordinary inhabitants across the 12 cities of Heishan County, Qingfeng's sect has ample opportunity to select talented disciples. With such a substantial population base, many gifted cultivators are born each year. Thus, the Qingfeng sect has repeatedly warned against any attempts to target mortals. Yet, there are always a few audacious families who cannot resist the temptation of abundant seedlings, not only claiming them as their own disciples, but also frantically testing and capturing seedlings to sell to other cultivation families. Of course, the outcome is often grim. Aside from the few stolen children, the entire family is annihilated, their heads rolling. The commotion caused by Zichen is a result of the bloody lessons learned by various cultivation families, underscoring that the theft of seedlings is an act absolutely intolerable by Qingfeng's sect. Failure to curtail such practices would undermine the very foundation of Qingfeng's sect. Therefore, once any cultivation family is found engaging in such actions, they will be met with ruthless retribution. Minor offenders may have their spiritual veins confiscated and be expelled from the Heishan mountain range, while major offenders will face extermination on charges of stealing seedlings. This serves as a warning to all. Seedlings are the Qingfeng sect's Achilles heel. To touch them is to invite death. A chill gripped Bai Zichen's heart. He knew well that Huafian bore not a trace of Bai family blood and merely resided in Huda town. Yet she was still allowed to participate in the spiritual awakening ceremony. If someone were to maliciously report this, the Bai family would find themselves embroiled in an unresolvable scandal. Facing grave suspicion, Brother Chun, I believe you are overthinking this matter, Bai Ling said, quickly undoing Huafian's two soaring pigtails and swiftly restyling her hair into a cloud bun, growing fonder of the girl by the moment. Huafian had been with the Bai family for 5 years and was indistinguishable from the townsfolk of Hudu. As long as they maintained that her family had come seeking refuge, outsiders would never suspect a thing. The theft of seedlings is a crime far worse than rebelling against the sect or colluding with demonic paths. Are you aware of what this signifies? Bai Zichen's anger flared. He wondered if this woman had been too well protected by Elder Hong Gu within the clan, oblivious to the consequences of defying Qingfeng's sect's mandates. Even in remote wilderness, accepting a non-family bloodline seedling carries significant risk. Moreover, the grand scale of the spiritual summoning ceremony would ensure that news of a dual-rooted seedling would spread to nearby towns in no time, making concealment impossible. 30 years prior, a Qi refining family used a trading convoy to disguise their theft of 5 seedlings from a mortal city, falsely claiming they were born of a family member's mundane concubine. Their deception was eventually uncovered, leading to the execution of all 23 cultivators in the family, and 1,000 mortals were forced to change their surnames and relocate. 50 years prior, a foundational cultivator encountered an extraordinary rooted child during travels and, driven by greed, took the child as a personal disciple. After hiding the child for over a decade, the child's unique roots were discovered during a duel, leading to an investigation that revealed the truth. The foundational cultivator faced soul-searching and punishment, while the family was spared, as it was determined that they were unaware of his actions. Bai Zichen's expression turned solemn. The laws of Qingfeng's sect are akin to a sacred decree in Heishan County, forged from the bones of countless unrepentant cultivators over the centuries. The entire Heishan County is regarded by Qingfeng's sect as their own domain, while loose cultivators may be one thing. The theft of non-clan seedlings by cultivation families is a true high-risk transgression. Should I enumerate further examples? If you wish to seek your own demise, so be it. But do you wish to endanger the lives of hundreds of clan members as well? I suggest you take the time to thoroughly understand the taboos of Heishan, lest you inadvertently commit a blunder that endangers your family. Bai Ling appeared as if struck by lightning, her face pale, her hands involuntarily releasing Huafian. Bai Zichen's authoritative words left Bai Ling speechless, let alone Bai Yufu and the mortal town mayor, who were even more overwhelmed. Brother Chun, what shall we do in the current situation? The terrifying phrases of execution, soul-searching, and exile echoed in Bai Yofu's ears. leaving him feeling as though his already bleak life was approaching a dead end. But it was merely a test of spiritual roots. Why such panic? We haven't officially brought this girl into the clan, Byzichin scolded, exasperated. It was no wonder he had been reduced to a guardian in a mundane town. With such a lack of discernment, let her remain in Hooded Town. Never mind, in a few days. You should visit the nearest Qingfeng sect outpost and report the discovery of a dual-rooted seedling for recommendation to the upper sect. If all goes well, you might earn a few spirit stones as a reward. Initially intending to leave Huafian in Hooded Town, Byzichin reconsidered, realizing there was no need. Qingfeng's sect disciples would eventually learn of her and escort her up the mountain. Why obstruct her path to immortality? Allowing Huafian to embark on her journey a couple of years earlier would be a kind deed. As for the concerns regarding the Qingfeng sect disciples, Bai Yufu and the others were sufficiently intimidated by Byzichin's earlier warnings. Recommending a dual-rooted seedling to the sect would also be a considerable contribution for Qingfeng sect disciples. Following this brief interlude, the spiritual summoning ceremony in Huta Town concluded hastily. After reuniting with Bai Shu, the trio proceeded to their next destination. On the Peach Blossom Hill, Bai Ling remained silent, her delicate face frosted. Byzichin, preoccupied with assessing his uncle's cultivation progress, had no inclination to console her. The cold iron mine veins lacked the spiritual energy of the Xinxiu Peak, yet Bai Jiuan chose to take on the responsibility of guarding the mine, largely due to the substantial contributions to the family. However, for him, as a four-rooted cultivator, aspirations of the foundational path had long since faded. Now at 48, Bai Jiuan had just reached the 8th layer of qi refining. With only 2 years to ascend to the 9th layer and achieve complete mastery of qi refining, a nearly unattainable goal. Thus, when presented with 2 bottles of purple ginseng pills from Byzichin, he was gratified yet resolute in refusing them, insisting that his nephew keep them for himself. Only after Byzichin earnestly argued that if Bai Jiuan did not take the pills, his wavering heart would hinder his progress, did Bai Jiuan reluctantly accept them. To anticipate the enemy is to broaden one's perspective. The same applies to cultivation. One must not become complacent simply because time seems abundant. The sooner one achieves the great perfection of qi refining, the more ample the preparations will be before establishing a foundation. Reflecting on his uncle Bai Jiuan's current hope for foundation establishment, with a month counting down daily, Byzichin felt a twinge of sadness and a quiet admonition within himself. He resolved not to let his current accomplishments lead to arrogance, for he must not lose the fervor in his pursuit of the Tao. One was filled with pent-up frustration, while the other pondered profound thoughts, resulting in the newly transformed Bai Shu experiencing discomfort. This was his first time aboard a flying artifact, suspended 100 feet in the air, both astonished and fearful. Yet, this boy, born into hardship, remained silent, gritting his teeth with determination. It was only upon landing in Xiaobai Town that he rushed out of the peach blossom pouch and retched violently. Though he possessed a useless spiritual root, he displayed commendable character. Byzichin assessed Bai Shu with a glance, etching the boy's appearance into his memory. The spirit summoning ceremony in Xiaobai Town involved over 50 participating children, yet regrettably, it yielded results even worse than those in Hutu Town, failing to discover a single immortal seedling. As dusk fell, the trio rested for the night in the spacious courtyard of the mortal town's mayor, hastening to Shangbai Town the following day. Before Byzichin was revealed to possess a spiritual root, he had lived in Shangbai Town, but over the years, he realized his memories of the town had faded considerably. Even among his mundane family who remained there, he could hardly feel that intimate kinship born of blood ties. Perhaps it was due to his young age during his visits to the clan grounds, or possibly because his parents and relatives showered him with affection. Yet the underlying restraint and alienation were unmistakable. With Byzichin now a revered immortal master, he had garnered significant attention within the clan, leading to an expansion of his family home by 3 additional rooms, adorned with the trappings of wealth. 2 years prior, his father had taken a concubine, resulting in the birth of a younger brother for Byzichin. The spirit testing results in Shangbai Town were slightly better, revealing a 4 spiritual root immortal seedling, albeit nearly 14 years of age. During the last spirit summoning ceremony, this individual had been afflicted by an acute illness, incapacitated and unable to move. Accompanied by 2 immortal seedlings, Byzichin and Bai Ling returned to Hangxi Yufeng, handing them over to the second elder, thus concluding the spirit summoning task and effortlessly earning 50 points of family contribution. Aside from the incident involving Huafian, this spirit-summoning mission was rather ordinary. However, it was to be expected. Dual spiritual root seedlings were considered small geniuses within the Qingfeng sect, making it unusual to discover seedlings like Bai Ling and her brother on a regular basis. Before departing, the second elder hinted at a plethora of familial tasks that lacked capable hands to complete. Bai Zichen expressed his gratitude for the elder's goodwill, but did not intend to invest his time in such matters, subtly requesting the elder to look after Bai Chongwu. In the grand scheme of things, one must seize the day. Gazing at the setting sun, Bai Zichen felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. For cultivators, seclusion and meditation can be just as monotonous and tedious, demanding immense willpower to endure the passage of years. Otherwise, many cultivators, feeling their hopes dwindling, abandon the path of the Tao, opting instead to marry several beautiful mortal women, propagate their lineage, and indulge in the pleasures of life. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Bai Zichen had never encountered a true bottleneck, at most experiencing slow progress initially. Even within a prestigious sect like the Nihus sect, he had tackled the forging of divine tools, an endeavor discouraged for qi refining disciples, in just 3 years. Successfully reaching the mid-stage of qi refining, he had then developed his divine sense. Such an achievement was rare even within the Nihus sect. Each retreat yielded results, and Bai Zichen, of course, could endure the confinement of his silent chamber. Currently, he anticipated refining a qi-restoring pill, estimating it would take half a month. If he disregarded the consequences, he could reach the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refining in 3 months. After circulating the Changchun technique for a full cycle, Bai Zichen assessed his own magical energy and made a rough judgment. Perhaps it would be wise to proceed with caution. Consolidating his magical energy and eliminating pill toxicity required no shortcuts, only relentless practice over several months. In the following days, Bai Zichen relied on his own cultivation until the last trace of the qi-restoring pill's potency dissipated, at which point he consumed the second one. His divine sense proved invaluable, enabling him to introspectively view his body. Every meridian, fluctuation of qi and blood, and the state of his Dantian's magical energy became crystal clear under his divine sense. Each movement of his technique was executed with precision. Any hidden injuries or stagnations in his meridians were promptly detected. Thus, Bai Zichen could maximize the efficiency of consuming qi-restoring pills, ensuring neither time was wasted nor pill toxicity lingered within him. After depleting the first bottle of qi-restoring pills, nearly half a year had passed. Bai Zichen stretched his limbs and pushed open the door of his silent chamber, which had gathered a fine layer of dust. The courtyard's peach trees were in full bloom, and a gust of wind sent petals cascading to the ground, covering it in delicate layers. Outside the courtyard, the mailbox contained 4 letters. Bai Zichen performed a simple incantation, causing the mailbox to automatically eject the 4 letters. Sitting on a stone bench, he began to read each one. One letter was from his uncle, detailing his progress after consuming the purple ginseng pill and mentioning a pleasant conversation with a steward of the Qingfeng sect, who promised future assistance when Bai Zichen joined the sect. Bai Zichen had previously discussed with his uncle the promise made by Sect Master Wei for an inner-sect disciple position, to which Bai Jian was very clear. He would seize such an opportunity without hesitation. In his uncle's view, achieving foundation establishment still required the support of the Qingfeng sect. 2 letters were from the plump Bai, indicating that shortly after his return to Hangxi Yufeng, he departed again with a merchant caravan, this time accompanying the Qingfeng sect's convoy to the outskirts of Heishan County. The journey was long, and even with the Qingfeng sect's spirit vessel, a round trip would take 2 to 3 months. The Bai family was bringing a substantial quantity of demon beast materials and several ink bamboo swords, personally led by Elder Honggu, seemingly to procure a significant item. According to Bai, the goods carried by this caravan were worth dozens of times their usual value. Fortunately, traveling alongside the Qingfeng sect alleviated concerns for their safety. The final letter was from Bai Chongwu. The second elder had indeed given Bai Zichen face, as Bai Chongwu was assigned several relatively easy family tasks. The Bai family's resources were still exceedingly scarce. Aside from Bai Zichen and Bai Ling, it seemed that the other clan members would need to fend for themselves, continuously completing family tasks to secure basic cultivation resources. Chongwu had been at the 4th level of qi refining for several years, yet remained stagnant to this day. Bai Zichen's side, This dilemma was beyond his resolution. He himself benefited from the family S system, relying on the substantial contributions granted by the clan leader to devote himself to cultivation. Otherwise, with daily chores weighing him down, how could he find the energy to cultivate earnestly? For instance, if he suddenly experienced an epiphany, making progress in his techniques or breaking through in his spells, he would need to immediately sit in meditation to circulate his energy. Yet if he were executing tasks in desolate mountains, there would be no suitable environment, leading to the waste of such rare opportunities. The next time such an opportunity arose might be months or even years away. Recently, an influx of loose cultivators had surged into Heishan County, with even entire families of cultivators relocating there. One could only wonder what stance the Qingfeng sect would take on this matter. In Bai Chongwu's letter, aside from expressing his gratitude to Bai Zichen, he mentioned fierce battles between the righteous and demonic factions in the cultivation world of Mizhou several months ago, which had engulfed over a dozen sects in conflict. Ironically, the impoverished Heishan County had become a refuge amid the turmoil, as many loose cultivators, fearing conscription into cannon fodder by the righteous and demonic sects, fled into its borders. Among them were even several prominent cultivation families and small sects at the foundation establishment level. Given that Heishan County was already sparsely endowed with spiritual veins, such a significant influx of power would undoubtedly lead to disputes with the existing Heishan cultivation families. Of course, this was contingent upon the Qingfeng sect permitting them to settle in Heishan County. Otherwise, nothing could be assumed. Bai Zichen suddenly realized that being alone in the clan and dedicating himself solely to cultivation had a significant drawback. He remained utterly oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. The news that could impact the fortunes of Heishan County, such as this, had to be learned through messages left by Bai Chongwu. His connections within the clan were limited, resulting in a poor network for information exchange. Unlike Bai Ling and the elder Honggu's faction, who naturally attracted supporters, any changes in the wind would be relayed to them without delay. Setting aside the letter, Bai Zichen began to pace back and forth in the courtyard. If he were to spread the word about his status, surely others would gravitate towards him. After all, he was one of the foundational seeds of the clan. Moreover, if he were to align himself with the second elder, he could benefit from the influence of that faction as well. Recognizing the inadequacies in this area, Bai Zichen resolved to expand his connections within the clan. It was not for the sake of power or engaging in petty disputes, but rather to alleviate the burden of mundane tasks like delivering messages and gathering information. With his thoughts solidified, Bai Zichen took a moment to relax, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. After employing a cleaning spell to tidy the courtyard, he returned to his quiet chamber. He had yet to master 2 elemental spells, and he decided to use the time during his retreat, while consuming the chi replenishing pills, to practice these spells. The mana cultivated through the Changchun technique was mediocre and offered no advantage in combat. Bai Zichen intended to rely on his realm to dominate, planning to switch techniques after reaching a higher foundation level. For now, he aimed to learn a few more spells. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths in Mizhou had not subsided with the passage of time. Instead, it had intensified. On the side of righteousness, a Golden Core cultivator from the Righteous Chi Alliance was besieged in a valley by several Golden Core demons, resulting in his demise as his Golden Core shattered. This marked a new height in the war's ferocity. Golden Core cultivators began to engage directly in battle, even resorting to stripping their skins to attack foundation building juniors. In just a few days, casualties exceeded the total from the previous 3 months. At this juncture, even the usually neutral Beastmaster sect found itself embroiled in the conflict, as continuous warfare had destroyed 3 of their beast training bases. The sect's elder, having once received a favor from the Righteous Chi Alliance before his ascension, decided to join the fray and immediately aligned with the righteous side. With the support of the foremost sect in Mizhou, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. It is worth noting that every disciple of the Beastmaster sect possessed a personal spirit beast, effectively doubling their combat strength. For instance, the elder of the sect, with his late-stage Golden Core cultivation paired with a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the Golden Earth Dragon, could contend even against fully realized Golden Core cultivators. The demonic path swiftly found itself at a disadvantage, suffering consecutive defeats and relying solely on formations to barely hold their ground. The Bai family's merchant team was nearly caught in the crossfire. A group of demonic cultivators in retreat collided with the Qingfeng sect's spirit ship, immediately turning to bandits. A fierce clash ensued, but fortunately, 2 foundation-building cultivators from the Qingfeng sect were on board, and with the ship's formation activated, they narrowly escaped back to Heishan County. Meanwhile, the influx of numerous cultivators led to a rapid decline in security within Heishan County. The Qingfeng sect could no longer remain idle and issued a decree, announcing that all cultivators entering Heishan County must remain within designated areas, prohibited from wandering freely or engaging in combat that could endanger mortals. Violators would be expelled from Heishan County. Simultaneously, Master Yang personally led a large contingent of Qingfeng sect disciples to maintain order. This dual approach stabilized the situation, followed by lengthy negotiations on how to assimilate the thousands of cultivators. As the external turmoil unfolded, local cultivation families in Heishan became increasingly anxious. The most apparent sign of this was the heightened frequency of interactions among these families. Simultaneously, in the marketplace, prices for items that could directly enhance combat abilities, such as formations, magical instruments, and talismans, saw marked increases. At 16 years of age, Bai Zichen was now at the age of independence according to the customs of Heishan County's mortals, where one would typically marry and establish a household. He gradually concluded his meditation, his eyes gleaming with vitality, returning to a state of tranquility. His cultivation level had remarkably reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Having perfected the 5th layer of the Changchun technique, he consumed another qi replenishing pill, managing to break through without needing any breakthrough pills, achieving this advancement naturally. This breakthrough was anticipated, as it merely represented a minor boundary within the mid-stage of qi refinement, not a significant bottleneck. The next phase, the late stage of qi refinement, would present a true test. Reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement placed him among the elite of the scattered cultivators in Heishan. Even within a cultivation family like the Mo Bamboo Bai clan, he would be regarded as a core combatant. The vast majority of low-tier cultivators remained trapped at this bottleneck for their entire lives, unable to progress further. Bai Jiwan, for instance, lingered at the 6th layer for 4 or 5 years before receiving a breakthrough pill, and it would have been entirely normal for him to remain stuck at this juncture for over a decade. Bai Zichen stood up and pushed open the door, revealing a cave dwelling that housed several meditation rooms. Utilizing a spirit-gathering formation, he elevated the spiritual energy within these rooms to a mid-tier level. This place could be deemed the most abundant in spiritual energy within the Bai family, second only to the secluded retreat of the clan leader, Bai Xinzhou. The conditions here far surpassed those of his own courtyard, and the safety was significantly greater as well. The contribution made for this was worthwhile. He would certainly consider renting it again in the future. This cave had been constructed by the previous clan leader and lay dormant for decades after his passing. Only 10 years ago was it transformed into 5 meditation rooms and an alchemy chamber. When clan members had a need, they could rent a space for a period by expending family contributions. However, the monthly rental fee of 50 contribution points meant that the meditation rooms remained vacant for most of the time. Only when they approached a critical moment in breaking through would clan members be willing to rent a room for the added assurance of more spiritual energy. Bai Zichen's decision to rent 2 rooms for 2 months for regular practice was truly rare, as the Bai family consolidated its power, focusing its main members on Hangxi Yufeng. Safety significantly increased. However, a downside was that each cultivator's privacy space diminished, no longer enjoying the freedom of occupying an entire mountain peak for personal pursuits and creative endeavors. Bai Zichen strolled around the bamboo forest, seeking tranquility to calm his recently enhanced mana. Soon, a group of youngsters rushed towards him, chattering excitedly. "Quickly, hurry. We'll miss the excitement. That Chen family brat is infuriating, sharp-tongued, and heavy-handed. I heard Bai Wei's arm got broken. Someone has gone to report to Ling Jia. Can he be more formidable than her?" Hiding behind a dark bamboo, Bai Zichen listened to the boys' chatter, his brow furrowing as he called out to one of them. "Bai Qiguang, stop right there. Brother Chun." The tall youth, upon hearing his name, abruptly halted, the excitement draining from his face as if he had been caught in a misdeed by an elder. Bai Qiguang was the 4-element root prodigy that Bai Zichen had brought back during the spirit summoning ceremony last year, discovered late due to illness. Although they were of similar age, Bai Zichen, as Bai Qiguang's guide on the path of cultivation and the most renowned talent in the clan, naturally made Bai Qiguang feel like a younger generation in comparison. They had met a couple of times before, each time with Bai Qiguang respectfully acknowledging his status as a junior. Now, several of them had become cultivators, but were still behaving boisterously, lacking decorum. and had bumped into an elder, which would surely result in consequences. Bai Zichen had no genuine intent to reprimand his younger clan members. It was normal for youth to be playful and seek enjoyment. When they would awaken to the need for cultivation, each had their own path and timing. What is this about Bai Wei getting his arm broken? Was it an outsider who came to spar, or was it a deliberate provocation? Brother Chun, allow me to recount the events as I witnessed them from the very beginning. I was present when the call for talent was made, and I observed everything unfold. A slender youth, resembling a monkey, with bright, animated eyes, spoke first. Initially, when Bai Zichen issued a stern reprimand, the four youths obediently stood still, restrained and hesitant to move. In just a few short years since joining the clan, his cultivation had advanced remarkably, surpassing Bai Wei to secure a place on the 5-mountain stele of inheritance and dominating the younger generation of Heishan, thereby establishing quite a reputation. Furthermore, Bai Zichen's reclusive nature, devoted solely to cultivation, rendered him an enigmatic figure in the eyes of the younger generation of the Bai clan. Recently, the Chen clan's patriarch visited with several clan members, receiving a warm welcome from the patriarch and several elders, indicating the significance of the meeting, which lasted for quite some time. This morning, the elders convened again, with the Grand Elder instructing Bai Wei to take the 2 juniors from the Chen clan on a tour of Hangxi Yufeng. However, an unexpected conflict arose with one of the Chen youths, who was quite arrogant, leading to a confrontation that escalated to a challenge on the arena. Though the young Chen was indeed insufferable, he possessed genuine talent, and within mere rounds, Bai Wei found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering repeated defeats. Yet, he stubbornly refused to concede, prompting the young Chen to strike ruthlessly, resulting in Bai Wei's arm being shattered by a flying stone. The monkey-like cousin, eloquent in speech, succinctly narrated the entire sequence of events, allowing Bai Zichen to grasp the situation. The Chen family and the Mo Bamboo Bai clan had enjoyed a cordial relationship for over a century, with intermarriages spanning generations, thus safeguarding mutual interests. Their visit at this juncture was undoubtedly influenced by the recent developments in Heishan County. Moreover, the circumstances of the Chen clan differed from those of the Bai clan. The current patriarch, Chun Yisin, was merely a peak chi refinement practitioner, while the only foundation-building elder in the clan had retreated from public view. That elder, who celebrated his 180th birthday 7 years ago, now had only a few years left to live and could pass away at any moment. The loss of this crucial figure would spell disaster for the Chun clan's current enterprises. The annual harvest of several hundred fragrant pigs positioned the Chun clan among the wealthiest of the cultivation families, inciting envy from others. Bai Zichen's favorite dish was crafted from the tender meat at the neck of these fragrant pigs, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Regrettably, the prospective successors of the Chun clan had proven to be inept, failing in their attempts at foundation building and squandering several precious resources in the process. As time pressed on and coinciding with the upheaval in Heishan County, they likely sought to negotiate significant matters regarding the future of both clans. As for the conflict among the youths, it was hardly surprising. Bai Wei was not known for his tolerance. Bai Zichen had witnessed this firsthand when he openly mocked the much older Bai Chongwu. The young clan members favored by the patriarch were undoubtedly the Chun clan's promising seeds of cultivation, and such prideful behavior was to be expected. With neither side willing to back down, the quarrel escalated, culminating in a duel on the arena. After all, as cultivators, it ultimately came down to strength. However, inflicting such severe injuries was excessive. Despite Bai Wei's shortcomings, he was still a member of the Bai clan, and it was not for outsiders to mete out punishment. Let us go and have a look, Bai Zichen resolved, feeling a sense of belonging to the Bai family. Even if he had little fondness for Bai Wei, he could not allow outsiders to humiliate the Bai clan. All right, with Brother Chen present, that young white face shall surely face utter defeat, the monkey-like cousin exclaimed joyfully, quickly darting ahead to lead the way. Upon arriving at the Bai clan's arena, Bai Zichen and his companions found a circle of Bai clan members gathered around, each displaying expressions of indignation as they glared at the young man in the arena. A few were clustered around Bai Wei, whose left arm was grotesquely twisted. Pain etched across his features, drained of color. What are you all doing standing around? Have you called for a physician? Bai Zichen knelt to examine Bai Wei's injury, concluding that it was likely only a fracture without damage to the meridians, thus not a grave matter. With proper care and the application of rejuvenation spells, along with a couple of restorative pills, he would recover without lingering effects. Bai Zichen, renowned for his formidable combat skills and diverse spells, You are no match for him, Bai Wei lamented, tears mingling with his pain. I have come to see if you have been gravely injured. This man did not provoke me. Why should I ascend the stage to duel with him? You. Bai Wei was momentarily speechless, the movement aggravating his injury, rendering him incapable of speech. My apologies, Brother Bai Wei, for the earlier incident, the young man from the Chen clan called out from the arena, bowing to the audience. Esteemed friends of the Bai clan, I have heard tales of your clan's exceptional martial skills and the abundance of talented youths among you. I am here today to learn and hope you will kindly share your guidance. Standing in the center of the arena, dressed in a flowing red robe that swayed gently with the wind, the youth's handsome visage and bright smile commanded attention as he challenged the Bai clan. Although he invited all to combat, the significant age difference made it awkward for many to accept, as victory would be unremarkable and defeat a source of embarrassment. The recent duel with Bai Wei had been keenly observed, showcasing the young Chen's impressive combat talent, making it clear that Bai Wei was no match for him, an embarrassing reality masked by the protective artifacts he bore. As the Bai clan members turned their gazes towards Bai Zichen, who had yet to arrive, he emerged as the only viable contender. The collective anticipation for Bai Zichen to step forth was palpable, as he was seen as the clan's prodigy. Why not take the stage and engage in a friendly exchange? The young Chun persisted, directly addressing Bai Zichen. With a resigned sigh, Bai Zichen stepped forward, leaping onto the arena. Although he held little desire for such a trivial contest, he could not allow himself to be insulted without response, as it would betray his principles. Chen Xiu from the Chen clan, may I inquire your esteemed name? The young man asked, brandishing a jade short blade. Upon recognizing Bai Zichen, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. You are at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Bai Zichen had only just broken through and lacked the ability to conceal his cultivation level, making it impossible to hide under close scrutiny. The murmurs of astonishment rippled through the Bai clan members below. Is it true that Bai Zichen's cultivation has advanced so rapidly? Just recently, there were rumors that his progress had slowed, leading to concerns about his potential being exhausted. Yet here he is, having silently broken through another level. This level of cultivation was on par with seasoned practitioners within the clan, capable of handling various administrative duties. Once you are defeated, return and inquire with your elders. Bai Zichen dismissed the banter, inexplicably agreeing with his cousin's earlier insights. The young Chen indeed appeared insufferable. With a swift motion of his fingers, a series of fireballs, resembling beads, erupted forth, forming a fiery net to envelop Chen Xiu. What of the 6th level of Qi refinement? The difference is merely a minor realm. I have triumphed over opponents of higher levels before. Chen Xiu held a status comparable to Bai Zichen within the clan and had displayed exceptional aptitude in combat since childhood. He mastered foundational elemental spells with remarkable ease, integrating his understanding into his techniques. Several members of the Chen clan shared similar talent, but Chen Xiu's combat prowess distinguished him from the rest. Even the foundation-building patriarch lauded him as a combat genius, predicting boundless potential upon achieving foundation establishment. Since that fateful day when Bai Zichen annihilated a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect with the 5 fireball technique, his fascination with fireball spells had only deepened. Among the foundational elemental spells available to Qi refinement practitioners, the fireball technique possessed the highest lethality. However, its coverage is limited, and its movement is slow. It is quite effective against immobile fixed targets, yet there are numerous restrictions in actual use. No cultivator would be foolish enough to stand still and endure a fireball spell. After developing his spiritual consciousness and referencing the notes of predecessors, Bai Zichen improved several commonly used spells. Typically, this is the kind of work that foundational cultivators begin to undertake, as they have extended lifespans and ample time to delve into spell research. Moreover, only with spiritual consciousness can spells be deconstructed and reassembled. Otherwise, only the rare prodigies of magic could achieve such feats through sheer intuition. The modified version of the fireball spell was named Fire Thunder Pearl by Bai Zichen. It consumes twice the mana of a normal fireball spell and can simultaneously release more than 10 fire orbs, shooting forth with great intensity. When Chen Xiu beheld the myriad fire orbs, he remained unruffled, tapping his wrist bracelet to conjure a golden shield that enveloped him entirely. At the same time, he stepped back to evade a portion of the fire orbs. The remaining Fire Thunder Pearls struck the shield, merely causing a ripple. My Golden Light Sun bracelet is a top-grade magical artifact, and once activated, it hardly consumes mana. As long as you cannot breach this shield, I remain invincible. Seeing that the fire thunder pearls failed to penetrate the golden shield, Chun Xiu relaxed his expression and began to cast 3 consecutive spells: Earth Prison, Entangling Vines, and Falling Stones. Suddenly, thick vines erupted from beneath Bai Zichen's feet, wrapping around his legs with a ferocity akin to that of a human forearm. Simultaneously, a circular earthen wall appeared out of thin air, encasing him and severely limiting his space to evade. In the distance, 3 flying stones whistled toward his head. What incredible speed in spellcasting! Even without that protective artifact, he would still be a formidable opponent. Prior to the match, Bai Zichen had observed his adversary. Chun Xiu was a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator, equipped with 2 top-grade magical artifacts, and his scarlet robe shimmered with spiritual light, indicating it was no ordinary garment. In contrast, Bai Zichen had yet to procure any external items, standing empty-handed without a single artifact, which put him at a disadvantage. He could only rely on his spiritual consciousness and his superior cultivation level. However, it was clear that Chun Xiu possessed a special talent for spellcasting, capable of instantaneously executing basic 5-element spells. Furthermore, he was not a rigid cultivator who merely copied spells. The Earth Prison, originally a defensive earth-based spell that generates a ring of sturdy earthen walls around the target, was ingeniously transformed by Chun Xiu into a perfect binding spell. Were he an audience member, Bai Zichen might have applauded Chun Xiu's creativity, but now, trapped in the arena, he felt quite vexed. The fire thunder pearls exploded against the vines, severing only a portion and igniting a few sparks. Alas, the vines continued to grow, multiplying beyond 10 or 20. Leaving no time to destroy them all, Bai Zichen silently lamented, wishing for a flying sword in hand, which would allow him to effortlessly sever the vines. He had no choice but to push his spiritual consciousness to its limits. The flying stones that had been hurtling toward him suddenly seemed to slow in his perception. He deftly leaped back, narrowly dodging 2 stones, while the remaining one was intercepted by a wooden puppet he conjured, which shielded him from the impact. The puppet was obliterated with a dull thud, but the stone lost its momentum and fell to the ground. Humph. Even if I must recuperate for 2 months afterward, I will take him down. Otherwise, the Chun family cultivators will have no face when standing before the Bai clan. Seeing Bai Zichen evade his proud combination of spells, Chun Xiu simply sat cross-legged, concentrating on channeling the small jade knife in his hand, with the golden light sun bracelet providing protection. And his opponent ensnared by 2 of his spells, Bai Zichen would be unable to breach his defenses within a mere 10 breaths. This is dire. Bai Zichen is on the verge of defeat. His Bai Wei had his arm bandaged by a healer, the pain alleviated considerably, and his attention returned to the arena. Bai Qiguang and others glared at him furiously. How could they curse their own kin before the outcome was determined? Indeed, the situation was rather grim. Bai Lingyu, with her light steps, had also arrived at the edge of the arena, her bright eyes flickering with unusual colors. The jade knife seemed to be a top-tier magical artifact, and from Chun Xiu's serious demeanor, it was undoubtedly his trump card. Although Chen Guer had a slight cultivation advantage, the difference was not substantial. Currently, besieged by several spells, he would likely struggle to withstand this onslaught. Bai Ling's expression remained calm as she pointed out the situation, causing the Bai clan members' confidence to wane significantly. Everyone knew that the next generation of the Bai family with the greatest potential for foundational cultivation was only Bai Zichen and Bai Ling. Since Bai Ling had made such a judgment, it was likely that the circumstances in the arena were indeed quite unfavorable. With a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator wielding a top-grade magical artifact and a mid-grade one, how much mana could he possibly retain after the battle? Once Bai Zichen is defeated, I will take the stage and unleash a Taiyin water thunder to catch him off guard. As long as I win decisively, few will care about the details of Chun Xiu's mana depletion. Bai Ling mused internally, acknowledging that while Chun Xiu's combination spellcasting was indeed troublesome, without both an offensive and defensive artifact, she was fully confident in her victory. Strangely enough, Bai Zichen possessed a top-grade spellcasting talent, and it made sense for him to have improved spells at this stage, but Chun Xiu had never even seen the Inheritance Stone Tablet. How could he instantaneously execute combination spells? Could he also be a top-grade talent? Bai Zichen stood on the arena, facing Chun Xiu, feeling a pressure far greater than that of the spectators below. As Chun Xiu infused mana into the jade knife, it hovered in midair, a radiant glow emanating from the hilt as it gradually advanced, reaching halfway up the blade. Even without knowing the jade knife's rank, The waves of mana emanating from it made it clear to Bai Zichen that he could never catch it empty-handed. Thus, he resolved to take a risk. Bai Zichen cursed inwardly, realizing that he must immediately prepare his own magical artifact. If he had one or two artifacts at his disposal, he would not be forced into such a humiliating predicament by Qin Xiu. Wealth can open the doors to the divine as long as the treasures are powerful enough. Fighting beyond one's rank is commonplace. The ancient adage does not deceive me. Bai Zichen bit his tongue hard, the sharp pains surging through him as he focused all his energy on envisioning the image of the cosmic furnace, tearing it apart in an instant. At the moment the vision shattered, his spiritual consciousness surged to its peak, instinctively condensing into a sharp, pointed cone, launching itself toward Qin Xiu. Then, everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. The jade short knife emitted a clear chime, nearing completion, relieving Qin Xiu's heart. He had practiced qi refining since the age of 8, diligently honing his craft for 12 years, with abundant resources provided by his family. Years ago, he had missed the opportunity to participate in the 5 Mountain Views Inheritance Stone Tablet, as he was traveling with an ancestor to visit a second-tier master craftsman. The Chun family's foundational ancestor and the master craftsman were longtime acquaintances, and he had implored the latter to forge 2 artifacts, a knife and a bracelet. Both were tailored to Qin Xiu's personal characteristics, and during their creation, his blood was infused into them, allowing him to activate them with only half the mana consumption of artifacts of the same rank. With these 2 artifacts, Qin Xiu's reputation soared, even defeating several late-stage qi refining cultivators. Thus, while he felt a bit disheartened for missing the inheritance stone tablet, he had no regrets. The reason the Chun family's foundational ancestor was willing to invest so heavily in Qin Xiu's cultivation, nurturing him with utmost care, was that Qin Xiu was his direct great-grandson. In families like the Bai and Qin clans, where all members revered a common ancestor, many descendants had long since diverged, their blood ties significantly weakened over the centuries. With a great-grandson of promising talent, the aging foundational ancestor of the Qin family was naturally willing to spare no effort in his cultivation. At long last, the jade dagger danced around Qin Xiu, transforming into a formidable emerald sword imbued with an overwhelming aura of terror, poised to strike. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, as if a great hammer were relentlessly pounding against his skull. Overwhelmed by this mental assault, his entire reservoir of spiritual energy dissipated, and blood streamed from his mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground. The emerald sword vanished, the jade dagger clattering to the floor. The golden barrier flickered briefly before dimming and disappearing altogether. Even the vines and stone walls that had ensnared Bai Zichen crumbled into a pile of soft roots and sand. Having lost their magical support, Bai Zichen, coughing violently and battling waves of sharp pain in his consciousness, approached the semi-unconscious Qin Xiu and delivered a decisive blow that rendered him completely unconscious. The strike of mental energy proved effective. This was an assault that no qi refining practitioner could withstand. Common magical artifacts offered no defense against mental attacks. The technique of divine forging spoke of powerful practitioners capable of using their mental prowess to exert pressure upon others or directly assault their consciousness. However, such abilities were typically reserved for those who had reached the foundation establishment stage, and divine forging contained no explicit methods for utilizing mental energy. By sheer happenstance, Bai Zichen had stumbled upon a fragment of knowledge regarding mental attacks, and the results were astonishingly effective. Despite Qin Xiu's sharp skills and superior artifacts, he was utterly unable to resist and was swiftly defeated. This was a true crushing victory born from the disparity in cultivation levels. In the blink of an eye, one moment Qin Xiu was confidently brandishing his trump card, and the next, Bai Zichen had turned the tables with remarkable efficiency. The stark contrast left the Bai clan members momentarily stunned, and only when Qin Xiu lay sprawled on the arena floor did thunderous applause erupt. Brother Zichen, splendid work. It's high time to curb Chun family's arrogance. Who do they think they are, flaunting their might in the presence of the likes of us? Cheered a young member of the Slender Monkey clan, casting a knowing glance towards Bai Ling and Bai Wei. How could this be? Sister, what trick did he employ to defeat Qin Xiu so easily? Bai Wei gaped in disbelief, inadvertently raising his arm and wincing in pain. Bai Ling's lips parted slightly, her calm demeanor faltering as each cheer from the surrounding clansmen seemed to mock her earlier predictions. What method could he possibly have used? He cultivates the most ordinary of techniques and lacks any formidable artifacts. Could it be that his innate talent for high-level spells is truly so extraordinary that it transforms the mundane into the miraculous? As Chunxiu collapsed, all the Bai clan cultivators, including Bai Ling, assumed that Bai Zichen had employed an exceptionally covert spell to secure victory over Chunxiu. No one considered the possibility of a mental assault. The highest cultivation level present was merely at the 7th layer of qi refining, and they were entirely unaware of the existence of mental energy. Bai Zichen rested momentarily at the edge of the arena, while the leaders of both families, led by Bai Xianzong and an unfamiliar middle-aged cultivator, arrived belatedly. Following them were several individuals, including 3 elders from the Bai clan and the female Qin clan cultivator, Chun Yixue, whom they had encountered during their visit to Wuyue Temple. Upon observing Bai Zichen standing somewhat disheveled and Qin Xiu unconscious on the ground, they were taken aback and rushed forward. The group had been discussing matters of great significance between the 2 clans, nearing the final stages of their negotiations. Just then, a young Chun clan member rushed in, reporting the conflict that had erupted on the arena and that Bai Wei had been defeated, bringing news of the second match involving Bai Zichen. The 2 clan leaders exchanged knowing smiles, agreeing to temporarily halt their discussions to witness the prowess of the younger generation. Qin Xiu has lost. Chun Yisin, the Chun clan leader, was momentarily stunned. On his way, he had worried that Qin Xiu might act too ruthlessly and jeopardize relations between the families. He was fully aware of his ancestor's favoritism towards his direct descendant, having invested considerable resources into crafting 2 artifacts for Qin Xiu to ensure his success in the mid-stage of qi refining. The resources had all been prioritized for Qin Xiu before others of the younger generation could be considered. Yet, with such advantageous preparations, Qin Xiu had still been bested by a young member of the Bai clan, igniting his curiosity. Chun Yixue gasped as she leaped onto the arena and turned Qin Xiu onto his back for examination, letting out a sigh of relief upon realizing that he had merely succumbed to a backlash of spiritual energy and would recover after a few days of rest. Qin Xiu was not in grave danger, which would ease their explanations to their foundation establishment ancestor. Chun Yixue scrutinized Bai Zichen for a long while before summoning 2 Qin clan cultivators to carry Qin Xiu away. They could not ascertain the cause of his unconsciousness due to the mental attack, but that was of little consequence. As a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, she was equally ignorant of mental techniques, allowing Bai Zichen to rest easy that his secret would remain undisclosed. Uncle Bai, so this is the prodigious Bai Zichen, truly impressive. The Chun clan leader, Chun Yisin, received his sister's message regarding the identity of the young man who had defeated Qin Xiu and could not help but express his admiration. This is the essence of true talent. Our Qin Xiu, relying on his innate talent for combat and possessing artifacts, has now witnessed what it means to be outclassed. Although Qin Xiu possessed remarkable talent in elemental spells, few could rival him at his age. For Bai Zichen to triumph despite the disparity in artifacts was nothing short of astounding. Chun Yisin concluded that it was improbable for the Bai clan to invest heavily in crafting artifacts for a junior, thus placing them at a disadvantage compared to Qin Xiu. Little did he know that Bai Zichen possessed not a single artifact. Should he discover this fact, his astonishment would only deepen. Your praise is unwarranted. Bai Zichen replied modestly as he stepped forward at the compliment from the Chun clan leader. In the art of combat, it is not merely about the techniques employed, but rather the path one walks. As cultivators, we seek truth and longevity. No matter how formidable one's combat skills may be, without achieving the great way, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Excellent. Truly splendid. Chun Yisin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. In the art of combat, it is the path that matters. What significance does one's mastery of spells hold if they fail to establish a foundation? Uncle Bai, your prodigious son possesses a remarkable spirit at such a young age. With such disposition, how could the Bai clan not flourish? Bai Xianzong's countenance radiated satisfaction as he regarded Bai Zichen with pride. Yisin is being overly effusive. History bears witness to many examples where youthful brilliance does not guarantee future success. We must observe how he develops. With the match concluded, the 2 families decided to return to the council chamber to continue their discussions. My nephew fully agrees with that sentiment, replied Chun Yisin, casting a complex glance at Bai Zichen. The joint deliberation was more pressing for the Qin clan. As they pondered whether the Bai clan would continue to produce such outstanding descendants in the coming decades, raising questions about their future standing. Though the power of his mental strike had yielded spectacular results, Byzichin felt the fatigue in his mind mounting, a sensation he had not experienced since mastering the divine techniques. This was merely a friendly contest. Were it a life-and-death struggle, he would find it exceedingly perilous. At best, he could exchange blows, but if other opponents were present, it could quickly turn disastrous. The methods of mental assault were not as simplistic as they appeared. At present, Byzichin had only scratched the surface compared to fully developed techniques. He silently resolved to pay closer attention to mental cultivation methods in the future, and also to refrain from becoming overconfident in his newfound abilities. Such tactics could backfire against practitioners with superior mental faculties. Throughout the journey back, he declined multiple invitations from clan members to gather, yearning only for a restful night's sleep. As Byzichin approached Bai Guang and his companions, he sensed their envious gazes, causing him to pause momentarily. You few have officially embarked on your cultivation journey, with the shortest being a year and the longest 3 to 4 years. Yet you are all still at the first layer of qi refinement. This reflects poorly on the Bai family. Beginning next week, come to my academy, and I will allocate time to assess your progress in cultivation. Should you face any challenges, feel free to raise them with me directly. Byzichin recalled the lack of communication within the clan, realizing he had no subordinates to assist him. Thus, he extended an olive branch to Bai Guang and his peers. Having only recently begun their spiritual awakening and lacking close elders for guidance, these individuals were naturally easy to win over, as they were eager to learn. Byzichin did not require highly skilled aides. He merely sought dependable and astute companions. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Brother Chun. We will certainly dedicate ourselves to our cultivation and live up to your expectations. The group erupted with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. After defeating Chen Xiao, Byzichin's reputation soared. Previously, there had been debates within the Bai family regarding whether Byzichin or Bai Ling possessed greater potential. However, after this battle, the clan members who had witnessed the match unanimously acknowledged Byzichin as the foremost among the younger generation. Such a prodigious talent was willing to offer guidance to them, leaving Bai Guang and his companions overjoyed. Once Byzichin departed, numerous eager clan members swarmed around them. Xiao Guang, how did you forge a connection with Brother Chun? He has always secluded himself, rarely participating in clan gatherings. Next time you visit, be sure to take me along. I have been stagnant at the third layer of qi refinement for 5 years. Perhaps Brother Chen can impart some wisdom that would inspire me. Xiao Ji, we hail from the same village. I cannot be left out of such a splendid opportunity. The group clamored, and Bai Guang and his companions, taken aback by the fervor, could only bow in submission. The agile Bai Jilling, resembling a slender monkey, raised his voice, "Honorable brothers. It is a tremendous honor that Brother Chun is willing to spare his precious time to guide us lowly cultivators. We have no right to speak on his behalf, but we will certainly convey your earnest requests when we meet next week. Should Brother Chun wish to include more people, we will promptly relay the message." From a distance, Bai Wei observed this scene, feeling a mix of bitterness and resentment. "Sister, look at this group of fair-weather friends, all rushing to him." As if a few words from Byzichin could truly enhance their cultivation. Even Bai Ling, who always maintained an air of confidence and aloofness, found herself wavering in her resolve. Faced with such a talented younger brother, who not only advanced rapidly in cultivation, but also demonstrated exceptional aptitude for magic. Could she truly surpass him? Such musings were futile. Once she returned, she resolved to focus on her own cultivation. Her 2 years of idleness had taken a toll on her progress. Bai Ling steadied her emotions and cast a lingering gaze in the direction Byzichin had departed, seemingly making a decision. In an underwater cavern, a waterfall cascaded dramatically, the sound echoing painfully in one's ears. Venturing deeper, the terrain steepened, and luminous pearls embedded in the cliffs emitted a gentle white glow. The marks of flying swords carving through the stone were visible throughout the cavern. Furnished with a stone table and stools, a stone bed, a jade mat, and a stone bookshelf, the simplicity of the clan leader's retreat was astonishing, far more modest than the residences of several elders. However, the second-tier spiritual energy in this place was undeniable. Situated at the heart of the spiritual vein and enhanced by a gathering formation, making it the purest source of spiritual energy in the entire Hanqiu Peak. Byzichin stood patiently, having been summoned by the clan leader 2 days after the Chen family's departure. At present, Bai Xianzhong was engrossed in marking something on a scroll spread across the stone table, not lifting his head. After Bai Zichen respectfully greeted him, he remained silent, unwilling to interrupt. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, Bai Xianzhong finally completed his task, casting aside the spiritual brush into the holder. A satisfied smile illuminating his face. That young man from the Chun family is a foundational seed cultivated by the entire clan, and your victory over him is commendable. More importantly, you have not become complacent in your triumph. You understand that cultivation is the essence. How many young people are blinded by fleeting glory and find themselves ensnared in it? By the time they truly comprehend, it is often too late. With the guidance of the clan leader and the elders, Bai Zichen was well aware that magic was merely a side pursuit. He understood that the preceding words were merely a prelude, with the true substance lying ahead. In 2 months, the esteemed Wei Dao, leader of the Qingfeng sect, will celebrate his centennial birthday. The invitation has already arrived. Bai Xianzhong shifted the conversation, introducing an unrelated topic. At that time, you will accompany me to Qingfeng sect to pay our respects to Master Wei. 100-year birthday. It turned out that Master Wei had just turned a century old. Although Bai Zichen was uncertain why the clan leader wanted him to attend the birthday celebration, the imposing presence of Master Wei left a significant impression on him. As the leader of Qingfeng sect, he held the power to determine the fate of the Bai family, and even the clan leader spoke to him with utmost deference. He had also granted Bai Zichen an inter-sect disciple quota, leaving him in a dilemma between becoming a disciple of Qingfeng sect or continuing his cultivation within the clan. Indeed, a foundational stage practitioner at 100 years old. In the entire Heishan region, this individual held the greatest potential for advancement to the core formation stage. By Xianzhong's side, his admiration palpable. Wei Dao possessed a wind-type spirit root and had smoothly traversed the path of cultivation, successfully establishing his foundation by the age of 30. His progress continued without hindrance, breaking through every 20 years on average. For spirit root practitioners, reaching the completion of the foundational stage was not particularly challenging. The true test lay in the transition to core formation. While Bai Xianzhong was slightly younger than Wei Dao and had acquired a plethora of elixirs from Qingfeng sect due to his contributions, allowing him to make slight progress in his foundational cultivation, he was still leagues away from the esteemed leader. Moreover, the resources available through Qingfeng sect were on a completely different scale compared to the Bai family. The gap between the two would only widen in the future. Word had it that Master Wei intended to take on a direct disciple before achieving the completion of his foundation, making this centennial celebration a significant opportunity for Bai Zichen. The clan leader implies that I should join Qingfeng sect and strive to become Master Wei's direct disciple. Bai Zichen felt a stir of excitement. A foundational stage practitioner of Wei Dao's caliber would surely attract countless qualified cultivators vying for this position. Indeed, it would be a waste of your talents to remain within the clan. Joining Qingfeng sect is undoubtedly the best choice, Bai Xianzhong stated calmly, indicating that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Few members of the family had joined Qingfeng sect, as it was challenging to produce a standout individual, making families reluctant to let their talents go, wishing to retain them to oversee the family business. On the other hand, many disciples from cultivation families who joined sects found the support from their clans limited. Compared to the carefully selected disciples from Qingfeng sect, their achievements were often diminished. Coincidentally, Master Wei was seeking disciples, and among his 4 direct disciples, aside from the unfortunate first disciple who met an untimely end, 2 of the remaining 3 had successfully established their foundations. This demonstrated that Master Wei was not only highly skilled, but also an exceptional teacher. Given that Master Wei already had a favorable impression of him, coupled with Bai Zichen's innate talent, this opportunity was indeed promising. Bai Xianzhong seemed to discern the thoughts swirling in Bai Zichen's mind, and remarked, as long as you can become a foundation establishment cultivator, even if you do not remain in the clan, your identity as an elder of Qingfeng sect will still greatly benefit the family. With the patriarch's words weighing heavily, Zichen was eager to give it a try. The cultivation conditions and resources within Qingfeng sect undoubtedly far surpassed those of the Bai family. Most notably, after establishing his foundation, Bai Zichen would certainly need to adopt a new cultivation method, for the Bai family had limited options available. In contrast, Qingfeng sect boasted an array of over 100 suitable techniques catering to various disciples and spiritual roots. Zichen's earlier hesitation stemmed from concerns regarding how the sect would view the offspring of a cultivation family. If he faced restrictions at every turn, it would be wiser to cultivate steadily within the Bai family, where he could still ensure some measure of success, albeit with a more arduous path ahead. However, after hearing the patriarch's words, he recognized it as a golden opportunity. The Chun family had come to discuss future collaboration, agreeing to transport 50 young fragrant pigs next year, along with a dedicated beast master to guide them in cultivation techniques. Bai Xianzhong had already begun to regard Bai Zichen as the pillar of the next generation of the Bai family, and although he intended to send him to Qingfeng sect for broader prospects, he gradually introduced him to various family matters. Of course, all the young fragrant pigs would be castrated, but mastering this technique could yield an additional annual income of 700 to 800 spirit stones for the family. In the coming years, as their skills improved, the number of young pigs received would likely increase. Besides selling them, the meat could also supplement the family's diet. As consuming spiritual beast meat offers subtle benefits for a cultivator's physique over the long term. Why would the Chen family share their fortune with us? Bai Zichen inquired, puzzled. Such an act would be as absurd as the Bai family excavating their prized Xian Imo bamboo to transplant it to the Chen family. If the foundation establishment stage is the cornerstone of a cultivation family's existence, then unique techniques like Xian Imo bamboo and fragrant pigs are the main beams that support the family's legacy. Without these exclusive resources to generate spirit stones, cultivation families would struggle to survive. Last month, Master Yang summoned the leaders of the cultivation families entering Black Mountain County, rogue cultivators, and heads of small foundation establishment sects to Wanglong City to establish regulations. Bai Xianzhong approached the map on the stone table, tracing a significant area of Black Mountain with his hand. 5 cultivation families were permitted to enter the Black Mountain range, securing spirit veins to sustain themselves, while others deemed unqualified were dispersed to lesser spirit veins within the county. However, this area only contained a low-grade second-tier spirit vein, yielding several first-tier spirit vein peaks, making it inevitably crowded with all 5 families settled there. According to intelligence gathered by the Qin family, Master Yang promised these families that within 10 years, he would issue an order to open up new spirit veins. The opening order is a term that inspires both dread and longing among the cultivators of Black Mountain. When Qingfeng sect was first established, the entire Black Mountain range was dominated by demon beasts, with suitable cultivation grounds entirely occupied by these creatures. It was the issuance of the opening order by the foundation establishment master of Qingfeng sect that led sect disciples and countless rogue cultivators through a perilous path, slaying demon kings and beasts to claim control over the mountain peaks. Most of the cultivation families in the Black Mountain range were outstanding rogue cultivators who responded to the opening order and made significant contributions, thus being granted spirit veins to pass down through generations. With the outer demon beasts of the Black Mountain basically eradicated, the remaining ones were deeply hidden within the mountains, with a few powerful demon kings posing considerable challenges. Qingfeng sect had not issued an opening order for hundreds of years. While the opening order presents a boon for newly relocated cultivation families and rogue cultivators, offering them a chance to establish their own legacy, it is less favorable for established local families that seek stability in their inheritance. Each time the opening order is issued, the casualties among cultivators can number in the hundreds, with careless foundation establishment masters facing the risk of demise. The deeper one ventures into the Black Mountain, the more perilous it becomes, especially for the Chen family. Even if their foundation establishment ancestor has not yet passed, they would lack the strength to combat demon beasts over long distances. Without the protection of a foundation establishment master, they would certainly become fodder in the opening process. Despite the Chun family's current flourishing state, a single misstep could lead to their downfall, transforming them into mere history. Thus, the Chun family was willing to relinquish such benefits, aiming to bind the Bai family and themselves together to secure a chance for survival. The opening order brings joy to some and despair to others. Bai Xianzhong had never participated in the opening of Black Mountain, but he had heard tales from the elders of the clan during his youth. The Chun family's foundation establishment ancestor had personally engaged in it twice, fully aware of the bloodshed and peril behind the opening order. For every rising new cultivation family, several times that number of families have crumbled and fallen. All cultivators in Black Mountain, whether rogue or from cultivation families, must unconditionally obey the orders of Qingfeng sect, under the banner of establishing territory for humanity and competing for spirit veins. Who would dare defy the opening order? The entire community of Black Mountain cultivators would unite against any transgressor. Since evasion was impossible, the only recourse was to strengthen one's own power. 3 other small sects remained, one of which was willing to abandon its lineage and merge directly with Qingfeng's sect. The other 2 were only willing to serve as affiliated sects, clinging to the coattails of Qingfeng's sect without severing their own lineage. Would Qingfeng's sect even agree to such affiliations? Bai Zichen, well versed in the historical records of Black Mountain County, understood the limits of Qingfeng's sect. Just as cultivation families cannot steal seedlings from outside their lineage, the orderly transmission of teachings is equally something Qingfeng's sect rigorously forbids. Any sect attempting to enter Black Mountain County to preach and recruit disciples would be viewed as a mortal enemy by Qingfeng's sect. There would be no room for negotiation, only the choice to withdraw or face annihilation. Naturally, the 2 sects unwilling to sever their lineage were given 10 days by Master Yang to exit Black Mountain County. Otherwise, they would be treated as enemies of Qingfeng's sect, and their entire sect would be eradicated. Bai Xinzhong, standing before the map of the Black Mountain Range, began to impart knowledge pertaining to the realm of foundation establishment to Bai Zichen. Thus, my boy, you must strive to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement within 10 years. By then, disciples of Qingfeng's sect will join the opening expedition, and you will possess a degree of self-preservation, while also having the opportunity to gain considerable benefits during the process. After discussions with the Qin family, Bai Xinzhong indicated that the 2 most probable locations for the issuance of the opening order by Qingfeng's sect were Qingyou Valley and Feiyue Lake. He marked these 2 locations prominently on the map with red cinnabar. From the perspective of distance, it seemed that Tianlai Cliff was closer. This was Bai Zichen's first encounter with a complete map of Black Mountain, where the outer areas were detailed, while the interior became increasingly vague. He first located the Bai family position and then estimated the distances to the 2 demon beast gathering sites mentioned by the patriarch, using Qingfeng's sect and Wuyue Temple as references. Qingyou Valley lay approximately 6,000 miles east of Qingfeng's sect, occupied by a herd of one-horned Kuei-Niu. As for Feiyue Lake, named for its moon-like shape, it harbored numerous demon beasts along its waters. Concurrently, a plethora of water-type demon beasts resided within the lake, with rumors of a several dozen Zhonglong dragon being sighted there. Feiyue Lake was vast, situated roughly 7,000 miles north of Qingfeng's sect. Regarding the Tianlai Cliff mentioned by Bai Zichen, according to the markings on the map, it met the standards for a 3rd-tier spirit vein and was only 3,000 miles away from Qingfeng's sect. The cliff was home to dozens of golden-winged thunder eagles, with a rumored 3rd-tier demon king among them. Bai Xinzhong's eyes betrayed a deep apprehension. Once fully grown, a golden-winged thunder eagle is classified as a low-grade 2nd-tier demon beast. Their flight speed is extraordinarily swift, and they inherently possess lightning-based abilities, causing even foundation establishment cultivators to tread carefully. Other demon beasts can be dealt with through formations and sheer numbers, but the golden-winged thunder eagles require a more cautious approach. The avian beasts are exceedingly agile, rendering chi-refining cultivators mere burdens. Only those who have established their foundation can be of any use. Moreover, the golden-winged Thunder Rock King has already awakened its lightning evasion technique, moving with such swiftness that none can match it save for the 2 real masters. The Qingfeng sect must be eager to eliminate this lurking threat, yet they will not act without absolute certainty. Thus, Bai Zichen experienced a moment of clarity and seized the opportunity to inquire about various taboos within the depths of Black Mountain from the clan leader. What I have shared with you is for your own knowledge. There is no need to inform others. Furthermore, since you have joined the Qingfeng sect, I shall allow Bai Ling to remain within the clan. In the future, as I grow old, the Bai family must have someone to uphold its legacy. Bai Xinzhong had long considered this, deciding to send one of the clan's 2 foundational seeds with greater potential to the Qingfeng sect to pursue the path of enlightenment, thereby freeing them from the mundane responsibilities of the family. The other, Bai Ling, whose potential was more modest, would remain in the clan, fully supported in her foundational cultivation as the next pillar for the Bai family for the next century. The clan leader, in the prime of his life, was certain to continue making breakthroughs in his cultivation. Bai Zichen stepped back and performed a deep bow, having grasped the hidden implications within Bai Xinzhong's words. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation within the Qingfeng sect, he vowed to assist Bai Ling to the best of his abilities. By the way, I have heard you possess no magical artifacts. Remember to visit the storeroom tomorrow to collect a Mo bamboo sword, a personal gift from me. Just as Bai Zichen was about to take his leave, the clan leader, Bai Xianzhong, suddenly mentioned this, prompting Bai Zichen to turn back and express his gratitude once more. In the quiet chamber, a 3-foot Mo bamboo sword suspended in a deep emerald hue exuded a palpable aura of lethality. Success. Bai Zichen had devoted 3 full days to refining the sword, continuously channeling his own spiritual energy into it, and finally felt a connection of mind and spirit. This indicated that the Mo bamboo sword had been successfully refined and truly belonged to him. He had initially planned to spend several months completing 2 family tasks to accumulate enough contributions to exchange for a Mo bamboo sword. But he had not anticipated the clan leader's generous offer, which saved him considerable effort. Grasping the Mo bamboo sword, he waved it gently, and as he channeled his energy, several feet of sword light flickered forth, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. A light flick of his finger against the blade produced a crisp, ringing sound that resonated with a low timbre. Had he possessed the Mo bamboo sword during that day's competition, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. With a few deft swings, he could have severed the vines with ease. Moreover, with a swift thrust, even the golden light sun bracelet would have been effortlessly shattered. The classification of flying swords differs from that of magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and treasures, as they are ranked without distinction. A first-tier flying sword is equivalent to a top-tier magical artifact, while a second-tier flying sword corresponds to a top-tier spiritual tool, and so forth. Thus, flying swords command prices that overshadow their peers. A flying sword with exceptional attributes can even be exchanged for 2 or 3 top-tier magical artifacts. Sword cultivators typically possess but a single flying sword, eschewing other magical artifacts. This is not merely due to the philosophy of sword mastery, but also because the exorbitant cost of flying swords often drains their resources. Most of their wealth is invested in their single flying sword, leaving little room for additional magical artifacts. Across the world, over 90% of flying swords are forged from the essence of 5 metals, employing various techniques. Due to the differing materials used in their creation, they inherently possess distinct attributes. The Mo bamboo sword, however, is an exceedingly rare wooden flying sword, crafted from spiritual bamboo. The method for refining the Mo bamboo sword originates from the secret teachings the Bai family's ancestor brought with him when he departed from the Yulong sect. It encompasses 3 distinct methods of flying sword refinement and techniques for sword control. After receiving the Mo bamboo sword, Bai Zichen was presented with a jade slip containing all pertinent information about this sword, transcribed by clan leader Bai Xianzhong. Compared to typical first-tier flying swords refined from the essence of 5 metals, the Mo bamboo sword is somewhat less durable and lethal, which explains its lower market price by 2 or 3/10. As a wooden flying sword, its rigidity and sharpness inevitably fall short of that of metal swords. However, the Mo bamboo sword is not without its advantages. Due to its primary material being spiritual bamboo, it is lighter and more agile, allowing for swifter flight compared to metal swords. Moreover, the jade slip contained not only a complete record of the Mo bamboo sword's refinement methods and several sword control techniques, but also a technique known as sword nurturing, a method for repairing flying swords. Should the Mo bamboo sword suffer damage in combat, it can be perfectly restored through the meticulous application of sword nurturing. Even if it were to break in 2, though the restoration process might take decades or even centuries. Presently, sword nurturing may seem inconspicuous, but its significance would increase dramatically with the advent of second-tier flying swords. Bai Zichen quickly recognized the importance of sword nurturing, as it could significantly prolong the lifespan of a flying sword. Over time, the marks and cracks left by prolonged combat could worsen if neglected, necessitating the intervention of a master craftsman for repairs. However, this often incurs considerable costs in spiritual stones and can adversely affect the quality of the flying sword over repeated repairs. With sword nurturing, these concerns are alleviated, allowing one to wield their flying sword without hesitation. Unfortunately, this technique is only effective for wooden flying swords. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be fiercely sought after by sword cultivators throughout the realm. It is a mystery how the ancestor managed to bring this precious knowledge of sword refinement from the Yulong sect, as this is merely a third of its content. There are still 2 other methods for refining flying swords. The location and level of power of the Yulong sect remain unknown, and the clan's historical texts make no mention of it. According to Bai Xianzhong, The jade slip left by the Bai family's ancestor indicates that the materials required for the other two flying swords are even more precious than those for the Mo bamboo sword, beyond the clan's aspirations. Consequently, for centuries, not a single attempt has been made to refine them, and they have remained idle. From the existing content, Bai Zichen could glean that this lineage of sword refinement is indeed extraordinary, especially with the inclusion of the remarkable sword nurturing technique. Once he establishes his foundation, he intends to request the complete lineage of sword refinement from the clan leader to see if there might be an opportunity for him to refine one in the future. It is evident that the swords the Bai family dares not even dream of are likely second-tier flying swords, which only cultivators in the later stages or completion of their foundation establishment might dare to aspire to. Due to the unique nature of flying swords, the number of third-tier flying swords is exceedingly rare. Many Golden Core ancestors carry only second-tier swords. For several days, Bai Zichen familiarized himself with the Mo bamboo sword, keeping it close at all times, even during meals and sleep. It was not until a week later that he dared to attempt flying with the sword for the first time, seeking out a desolate mountain peak nearby and gently rising into the air. After all, flying with a sword is not the same as using a flying magical artifact. The two differ markedly in difficulty. Flying artifacts are stable and straightforward to operate with just a couple of activation prompts, while sword flying requires finesse and precision. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous collision with a mountain wall, resulting in the destruction of the sword and the loss of life. At merely a few zhang above the ground, moving at a speed less than that of an ordinary person's full sprint, Bai Zichen circled the mountain, feeling lightheaded and unsteady. It is a challenging endeavor. No wonder some cultivators, despite possessing flying swords, still resort to flying artifacts for travel. While sword flying may seem impressive, it lacks the convenience of a peach blossom pouch. Fortunately, with his spiritual awareness, he found substantial assistance in mastering sword control, enabling him to adapt far more quickly than others. After successfully testing his flying skills, Bai Zichen's confidence surged. Not only did he have the support of his spiritual awareness, but he also appeared to possess a notable aptitude for flying swords. Within just the span of a single incense stick, he had garnered insights into several sword control techniques recorded in the Jade Slip, leaving him elated as he finally discovered his innate talent. According to the assessment from the lineage stone tablet, aside from his suspected spiritual body, his other attributes were rather ordinary. His current level of cultivation is solely due to the transformations brought about by this unique spiritual body, suddenly discovering an innate talent unrelated to spiritual entities. Bai Zichen felt a surge of excitement as he soared into the sky on his sword, flying round and round. Gradually, he became increasingly adept at wielding his sword, no longer flying in a direct and unyielding manner, but skillfully adapting his flight path even in more complex terrains without needing to slow down. A streak of dark green sword light darted between the mountains, resembling a swimming fish, gaining speed until his movements became nimble and graceful, exhibiting some characteristics of a wood element flying sword. Who needs that peach blossom dough? Even my exhaust can't keep up with it. Bai Zichen joyfully flew until his magical energy was depleted, eventually landing awkwardly on the ground with the ink bamboo sword, which he lovingly stowed away. Resolute in his intention, he decided to nurture the sword with sword-raising techniques whenever he had the chance, regardless of whether the ink bamboo sword had sustained any damage. Unfortunately, the Jade Slip contained limited information on sword cultivation, and no matter how much he practiced, he could only enhance his proficiency with the flying sword, which was fundamentally different from being a true sword cultivator. Bai Zichen had encountered descriptions of sword cultivators in a miscellaneous tome, noting that they specialized in sword techniques capable of breaking myriad laws with a single strike. Yet, in the entire Mijo, there was not a single authentic sword cultivation sect. The few practitioners renowned for their flying swords could only be considered enthusiasts at best, not true sword cultivators. He could only wait until he arrived at Qingfeng Gate to see if there were any collections of sword cultivation methods there. If not, he would have to seek opportunities after establishing his foundation. Given that Qingfeng Gate had not produced a disciple famed for flying swords in many years, the chances of finding a sword cultivation legacy there seemed slim. With no other options, Bai Zichen resolved to contemplate the matter himself for the time being. He even carved out half a day to devote to Bai Qiguang and the others, having promised to guide them in their cultivation. Bai Qiguang and the others took this very seriously. Several of them pooled their resources to purchase a mid-tier first-grade lightning talisman as a congratulatory gift. A lightning talisman was worth nearly 5 spirit stones, a sum Bai Zichen regarded as trivial, but for Bai Qiguang and the others, it likely exhausted all their available spirit stones. It was the thought that counted. Bai Zichen tossed the exquisite wooden box containing the lightning talisman into his storage pouch, pleased with their attitude. While he was willing to offer guidance, if they took it for granted and failed to express gratitude, he would not hold such a small class again. Given their current demeanor, Bai Zichen felt it acceptable to dedicate half a day each week to answer their questions before formally entering Qingfeng Gate. After learning about their talents, he realized they were indeed lacking. 2 had wasted spiritual roots, and 2 were pseudo-spiritual roots. It was no wonder that 2 of them had been stuck at the first level of Qi refinement for 3 years since joining the clan. Bai Zichen's breakthrough in realm advancement had been exceptionally smooth, leaving him with little experience to share. However, as a minor master at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had no trouble guiding a few novices at the 1st level. In fact, because he had initially begun with 3 spiritual roots, he was well acquainted with the slow progress typical of early Qi refinement, ensuring that his advice remained grounded in reality, which Bai Qiguang and the others found highly practical. By the end of the afternoon, all 4 felt they had gained significantly. When leaving, they bowed in a gesture of respect, fully convinced of his teachings. Outside Qingfeng Gate, various sword lights and flying magical tools flowed in and out, though they all descended at a distance, wary of intruding upon the sect's protective formations. The disciples responsible for welcoming guests had been tirelessly coming and going, arranging accommodations for visitors, exhausting themselves in the process. An elder in the foundation establishment stage, tasked with this duty, had been troubled for days, having invested immense effort into arranging seating for the birthday banquet and guest accommodations, causing him considerable stress. There was a female disciple from the 100 Flowers sect who had been taken as a concubine by an elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect last year and was now greatly favored. Well, let us elevate her status by 2 places. The Lu family of twin swords and the Chun family of fragrant pigs had been at odds for years after a conflict over a foundation establishment spiritual artifact, resulting in casualties among their respective clans, who had the folly to arrange their accommodations together. Change it immediately, and let the Chun family reside in the courtyard belonging to the Bai family of ink bamboo. The elder, stooped and wearing a weary expression, appeared to be in his 40s but exuded an air of age. Elder and I, a disciple reported. The patriarch of the Fire Phoenix Mo family and the clan elders have arrived and are waiting outside the mountain gate to present their respects. A disciple rushed in, picking up the wooden plaque Elder and I had dropped, quickly adjusting the arrangements while another attendant entered to relay messages. They guided the guests to courtyard number 5 for rest, stating that Elder and I would visit later. Forget it, I'll go greet them myself. After a moment of thought, Elder and I rose and proceeded toward the sect's entrance. The Fire Phoenix Mo family had become an eminent clan in the Black Mountain area, boasting 5 foundation establishment cultivators and 1,000 members. Had resources not been limited, and the foundation establishment spiritual artifacts and pills firmly controlled by Qingfeng Gate, the number of Mo family cultivators in the foundation establishment stage would surely be much higher. Under normal circumstances, that would suffice, but tomorrow marked the centenary birthday of the sect leader's elder brother, and Elder and I decided to extend courtesy to the Fire Phoenix Mo family. On such a joyous occasion, maintaining harmony between hosts and guests was paramount. Grandfather, why must I join Qingfeng Gate? I can establish my foundation within the clan. Outside the formation stood 3 cultivators clad in vibrant red robes, embroidered with a vivid fire phoenix from back to chest. The youthful figure, merely 16 or 17, exuded a graceful demeanor, and his striking red pupils unmistakably revealed his lineage as a direct descendant of the Fire Phoenix Mo family. Mo Qianyuan, the current patriarch of the Fire Phoenix Mo family, possessed a rugged and imposing appearance. His arms, protruding from the red robe, appeared thicker than average. Squinting, he said, if your only goal is to establish your foundation, then staying within the clan would grant you a 50% chance of success, guaranteed by your grandfather. But remember, our Mo family's greatest ambition for centuries has been to produce a nascent soul cultivator. Your grandfather has been in the late foundation establishment stage for over a decade. Why has he not dared to take that final step? Because once he does, the punitive measures from Qingfeng Gate will descend upon us, and they will never tolerate a nascent soul force emerging at their side. But if I become a disciple of the sect leader, will I be able to successfully reach the nascent soul stage? Even the sect leader has the same level of cultivation as you, grandfather. Mo Changfei's red eyes, combined with his handsome features, did not appear odd. Rather, they emanated an alternative allure. Changfei, after your bloodline underwent refinement at the Heritage Stone Tablet, its purity now rivals that of Foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, once you successfully establish your foundation, your bloodline will be further enhanced, awakening more of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, which would be tantamount to gaining another nascent soul artifact. While nothing in this world is guaranteed, the opportunities afforded by being a direct disciple of the Qingfeng Gate's sect leader far surpass those available to the lesser members of the Mo family. Furthermore, our family's true hope lies there. Mo Qinyuan's resolute expression momentarily revealed a hint of longing, his voice fading to a whisper, so soft that those nearby could scarcely hear the latter part of his statement. Elder Mo, Taoist Mo Haixin, it's been a while. Thank you for attending the centenary birthday celebration of the sect leader's elder brother. Elder and I emerged from the protective formation, greeting them from a distance with a cupped fist. Mo Qinyuan, being one of the few late Foundation establishment cultivators in the Black Mountain area, did not dare to act presumptuously alongside the elder and the initial stage Foundation establishment clan elder, Mo Haixin. Elder and I is too courteous. How could we not arrive early for the sect leader's banquet? Mo Qinyuan laughed heartily, exuding the same bold spirit as his appearance. This is my most outstanding grandson among my disappointing descendants, and after the new year, I plan to send him to Qingfeng Gate. I will need Elder and I to watch over him closely. Elder Ni's brow twitched. The Fire Phoenix Mo family prided itself on its special bloodline and rarely allowed its members to join Qingfeng Gate. That the patriarch would allow his grandson to participate in the sect's grand selection indicated significant intent, suggesting he had indeed heard the rumors. These individuals are merely indulging in fantasies. If the esteemed master were to take on disciples, he would certainly select from those with reputable backgrounds within the sect, rather than choosing the young scion of the Mo family. Elder and I, grumbling internally, personally guided the entourage of the Fire Phoenix Mo clan to Courtyard No. 5 at the Falling Sunset Peak. For the centennial birthday celebration of Master Wei, representatives of prominent forces within Black Mountain County were present in full attendance, without exception. Even from beyond the borders of Black Mountain County, various factions sent representatives to extend their congratulations. Notable among them were the Hundred Flowers sect and the Divine Farmer Valley, both from outside Black Mountain County. This was primarily due to Wei Dao's esteemed reputation, having reached the late Foundation establishment stage at such a tender age and holding the potential for core formation, garnering significant fame. A core formation master is a figure of immense authority across the entirety of Mijo, capable of causing tremors merely by their presence. As waves of sword light and an array of flying magical artifacts surged into the Qingfeng sect, it was discovered by the guest-receiving disciples that the number of attendees had exceeded 200, far surpassing prior estimates. This necessitated a rearrangement of the banquet hall and additional preparations for the celebratory feast, along with a multitude of tedious tasks. On the following day, as dawn broke, congratulatory cultivators gradually entered the banquet hall. Bai Zichen, accompanied by his clan leader Bai Xinzhong, advanced through the crowd. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a congregation of Foundation establishment cultivators. Every leader exuded the potent aura of their cultivation, prompting him to tightly rein in his consciousness to avoid revealing any secrets. Zichen, the banquet hasn't commenced yet. Why not take a stroll nearby? I have some matters to discuss with a few friends. Upon locating the designated area for the Bai family, Bai Xinzhong spotted 2 familiar Foundation establishment cultivators and prepared to engage in conversation. Bai Zichen, reluctant to wander aimlessly and risk offending a powerful cultivator, opted to remain close to his designated area, lost in contemplation while staring at a jade pillar as thick as a person's embrace. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind rush towards him from behind, prompting him to swiftly sidestep against the jade pillar, narrowly avoiding a shadowy figure. Who are you? And why did you deliberately collide with me? Bai Zichen turned to confront a strikingly handsome youth, unable to suppress his irritation. Had it not been for his tightly closed consciousness, which still provided some warning, he would have surely been sent flying by the other's deliberate strike. Do you not recognize me? The handsome youth, thwarted in his intentions, felt a surge of anger, his pride inflated by having been pampered by his clan since childhood. Bai Zichen was bewildered, based solely on appearance. This individual and Chun Xiu were among the most distinguished cultivators he had encountered. In contrast to Chen Xiu's elegant demeanor, this youth's aura leaned towards the more effeminate, each possessing their own merits. If they had crossed paths before, he would surely have some recollection. I am Mo Changfei. Remember this name, for you shall live in its shadow from this day forth. When I reach foundation establishment and subsequently core formation, while you wither away, you will understand the vast chasm between us. With that, Mo Changfei delivered his ominous proclamation, turning away with his crimson robe billowing behind him, reminiscent of a phoenix come to life. This individual, possessing dual spiritual roots and a trace of ancestral bloodline, held himself in high regard, dismissing his peers from Black Mountain. Years ago, beneath the stone tablet of the Five Peaks sect, Mo Changfei was assessed to possess a mid-tier Qinghuan bloodline and received a method for bloodline purification. It was through this method that he achieved his first bloodline advancement during the Qi refinement stage, achieving a bloodline density comparable to that of the Mo family's foundation establishment cultivators. However, this remarkable aptitude did not evoke any extraordinary phenomena from the stone tablet, resulting in an unremarkable completion of the inheritance. This left the exceedingly proud Mo Changfei harboring deep jealousy towards three peers who had triggered phenomena from the inheritance stone. Both Su Li and Chen Wei were disciples of the Qingfeng sect, which was acceptable. But the emergence of a cultivator from an unknown family who dared to compare themselves to him was an affront that Mo Changfei could not reconcile. Upon entering the banquet hall and spotting Bai Zichen's vexing visage, he felt a surge of anger and contemplated a covert act to embarrass him in front of the assembled guests. However, to his astonishment, Bai Zichen, seemingly lost in thought, managed to evade him effortlessly. Bai Zichen rubbed his nose, unable to recall any prior interaction with this character, feeling somewhat perturbed. Yet upon noticing the resplendent phoenix insignia adorning the youth, the origins of this individual became clear. Indeed, the descendants of the Fire Phoenix Mo clan possessed ample arrogance. Although it remained to be seen how many of them would survive the impending resource wars following the issuance of the land reclamation orders. Casting a cold gaze at Mo Changfei's retreating figure, Bai Zichen observed a robust elder resembling a lion take a seat in the front row. With 5 foundation establishment cultivators and 2,000 Qi refinement practitioners, the Fire Phoenix Mo clan was already exhibiting a trend of dominance among the top 5 families. Their substantial foundation of cultivators allowed them to possess numerous advanced Qi refinement practitioners, adequately staffing the reclamation of all surrounding resources. The Qingfeng sect would not allow such a cultivation family to swell once more. The initiation of the reclamation wars presented an excellent opportunity to diminish the Mo clan's power. Historical records indicated that such wars could last a year or more, depending on the strength of the beast forces involved. During this time, a vast amount of spirit stones and countless resources would be expended at the front lines, with many cultivators' lives lost in the process. The Qingfeng sect had already begun to reveal its intentions to suppress the Fire Phoenix Mo clan, undoubtedly assigning perilous tasks during the reclamation wars to sap their strength. Within the banquet hall, cultivators mingled, sharing pleasantries and discussing cultivation insights. Bai Zichen even witnessed 2 foundation establishment cultivators complete a transaction right before his eyes. As a younger generation member, Bai Zichen followed by Xianzhong, introducing himself and bowing to everyone he encountered. After a few encounters, he grew weary of the tedious formalities and chose to sit at his designated spot, pouring himself a cup of spirit wine. The flavor of the wine, reminiscent of plums, was surprisingly delightful. Even the dried fruits on the table were spirit items. The Qingfeng sect truly possessed considerable wealth. After savoring a couple of cups, Bai Zichen felt the spirit wine transform within him into 2 streams of warmth, invigorating his long spring technique and effectively compensating for a week of arduous training. Moreover, the several plates of dried fruits placed before him contained traces of spiritual energy. Each cup of spirit wine and each fruit bore a value of several dozen spirit stones. Not to mention the lavish arrangement of the banquet hall and the subsequent spiritual dishes. A centennial birthday celebration, mundane in nature, would typically warrant a grand feast. Yet for a foundation establishment cultivator on the verge of core formation, it merely held symbolic significance as a notable birthday. However, given the distinguished status of the celebrant and the recent influx of new forces into Black Mountain, the Qingfeng sect seized the opportunity to orchestrate a grand affair, providing a platform for these cultivation families to integrate. Among the attendees, some cultivators were reserved, remaining firmly at their seats without straying. Others were more vivacious, such as the enchanting female cultivators of the Hundred Flowers sect, who attracted numerous admirers, becoming the center of attention amidst playful banter. Some maintained a lofty demeanor, disdainful of casual conversation, like the representative from the Beastmaster sect, who sat at the head of the table, stroking a golden hound nestled in his arms. Others, envious of the Beastmaster sect's power, attempted to approach but were sternly deterred by two formidable Qi refinement disciples standing guard behind the representative. Additionally, several cultivators, distinctly different in appearance from the locals of Black Mountain, yet exuding warmth and friendliness, were obviously representatives of cultivation families that had migrated from other regions to escape the crossfire of righteous and demonic factions. These Foundation establishment cultivators, despite their elevated status, engaged in cordial exchanges even with Qi refinement practitioners, displaying an exceptionally humble attitude. They proactively sought out local families for discussions, eager to secure opportunities for collaboration. A clean water bottle, a mid-tier magical artifact, capable of collecting lake water, serving as both a means of offense and defense. This individual is quite generous. You should accept it. Bai Xianzhong tossed a small jade bottle towards him. Among the 5 foreign cultivation families, a dark-faced foundation-building cultivator approached the Bai family, indicating that they had left their homes and were merely seeking a serene place to settle down, assuring that they would not encroach upon the Bai family's interests. He also mentioned that he would visit again next month. Before departing, he complimented Bai Zichen profusely and casually gifted him a mid-grade magical instrument, claiming it was a token of goodwill for the younger generation. Bai Zichen held the water bottle in his hand, which, despite being only the size of a palm, weighed over 100 pounds. A gentle shake revealed the sound of water sloshing within. With only an ink bamboo sword to his name, he welcomed the magical instrument and happily stored it in his storage bag. With the presence of 5 families in Heishan and King Fengman having admitted another 5 cultivation families, it was hard to believe this was unintentional. There would certainly be much excitement to witness in the future. Bai Xianzhong softly remarked, advising Bai Zichen that these 5 families, to gain the trust of King Fengman, would undoubtedly send their most promising members into the sect to strengthen the ties between them. However, in their eyes, the foremost families would remain their focus, while the Bai family, being a mid-tier clan, would merely be courted for goodwill. Within the sect, he need not worry and could interact with them normally. I understand, Bai Zichen acknowledged, recalling that none of the 5 families that had frequently visited earlier included the prominent Hua and Mo families or the Qingshi Huang clan, thus grasping their intentions with a slight nod. Master Wei is here. At that moment, a resounding announcement echoed from outside the hall, and as a series of jade bells were struck, the long-awaited guest finally made his entrance. Wei Dao, clad in a plain Taoist robe without any adornments, took his seat at the central position. Having wasted 100 years of my life without significant achievements, I feel deeply honored today to host such a gathering of friends. Wei Dao had served as the head of King Fengman for 40 years, wielding considerable authority, with the entire sect respecting him, his presence commanding great reverence. He raised a jade goblet and offered a toast to the guests, drinking it all in one go. May Master Wei's path be everlasting, and may his longevity be equal to that of the heavens. The guests promptly stood, raising their cups in unison to offer their congratulations. Even the usually indifferent foundation-building cultivator from the Beastmaster sect joined in the toast after the crowd raised their cups. Let the banquet commence. With a flurry of exchanged toasts, Wei Dao clapped his hands, and exquisite spiritual dishes were promptly served. For a moment, the hall was filled with joy and laughter among the guests. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Wei Dao took to the stage once more to share insights on Taoist cultivation. It had become a tradition in Mizhou for cultivators to share their cultivation experiences during birthday banquets, as a means of reciprocating the guest's presence. His discourse did not delve into specific techniques or spells, but rather his personal understanding of the Tao, which was profoundly intricate. The audience was left bewildered, except for the foundation-building cultivator from the Beastmaster sect and a few late-stage foundation cultivators who listened attentively. It was said that in ancient times, foundation establishment was merely the threshold to immortality, while forming a golden core represented a significant transformation of one's life essence, touching upon the very essence of the Tao. Wei Dao's exposition reflected only a fraction of his understanding of the Tao, leaving those of insufficient cultivation levels feeling as if they were deciphering an ancient script. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed since the centennial birthday of the head of King Fingman. For the scattered cultivators of Heishan County, these upcoming days would be pivotal, life-changing moments. King Fingman opened its gates every decade to recruit disciples, and this event was approaching. As long as one's background was unblemished and free from criminal actions, they were eligible to apply. Every year, nearly 100 fortunate scattered cultivators would become servant disciples, completing what they referred to as the leap through the Dragon Gate. Outside the sect, scattered cultivators could be seen in groups of 3 to 5 atop every mountain, with their numbers likely exceeding 1,000. Some astute cultivators had already set up stalls in prominent spots, beginning to sell their goods. With such a massive influx of people, dozens of stalls quickly emerged, bustling with activity and thriving business. However, most were short on spirit stones, trading goods instead. I've heard that this time, the number of applicants has increased by several hundred. I wonder if my modest cultivation will catch the eye of King Fingman. Across from this makeshift market, a tea stall was erected, where 4 individuals sat, all looking to join King Fingman as disciples. One of the men, appearing to be in his 30s, had an unremarkable appearance save for his prominent, bushy eyebrows. He wore a semi-new Taoist robe, which, despite being clean, revealed signs of wear, indicating his strained financial situation. Lu Xiaoyu, there's no need to worry. Although this year has seen an influx of many cultivators from outside, I believe the sect will take into account the efforts of local Heishan cultivators during the allocation of spots, said a white-haired elder sitting across, disdain evident in his expression as he gestured toward a group of outsiders. Those out-of-towners are hoping to snatch our spots. Just then, a group of over 10 scattered cultivators passed by, each wielding magical instruments and exuding a fierce aura, clearly having migrated from other regions. Uncle Tong, you need not fret. With your skills in spiritual agriculture, having once been employed by a cultivation family to manage a 10-acre spiritual field, you have valuable experience, Lu Song sighed, anxiety knitting his brows together. Those with skills are the most favored by King Fingman, making it almost certain for them to become servant disciples. Unlike me, at over 30, still at the 4th layer of chi refinement, without a single skill to my name. If I were a master of King Fingman, I would never accept such a waste into the sect. The newly arrived scattered cultivators generally possessed mid-stage chi refinement levels, with even several late-stage experts having sat in the tea stall for half an hour. Those with lower cultivation levels had likely perished on the way, unable to reach Heishan County. Lu Song's cultivation was not particularly remarkable, and his age was not in his favor. In previous years, during less competitive times, he might have had a chance to secure a position as a servant disciple. However, in this year's recruitment event, his competitiveness paled in comparison to even the 3rd-layer chi refinement cultivator, Uncle Tong. Cultivators like Lu Song could hardly create value for King Fingman, and at his age, he held little potential, unlike Uncle Tong, who would immediately be able to contribute to the sect by managing spiritual fields. Haha, I'm nearing 60. If I can truly become a servant disciple in the sect, then my life would have been worth it. Uncle Tong stroked his goat-like beard, finding a semblance of superiority in that thought. The 4 had only met 3 days prior while en route to King Fingman, as scattered cultivators gathered amidst the chaotic crowd. Despite the sect's imposing reputation and the disciples patrolling on swords, there remained a risk of encountering audacious bandits, prompting the 4 to agree to travel together. In the past few days, Lu Song had looked down on Uncle Tong due to his mid-stage chi refinement cultivation, often speaking with condescension. After all, during the most lenient past years, a scattered cultivator with such cultivation could easily secure a position as a servant disciple. Originally, Lu Song had harbored a glimmer of unrealistic hopes, but upon arriving near the sect and witnessing the throngs of cultivators and the abundance of mid-stage chi refinement scattered cultivators, he felt utterly deflated. Even for the most basic servant disciples, it seemed King Fingman had countless better options than him. However, when Uncle Tong's gaze turned sideways, that fleeting sense of superiority dissipated. Of course, our most stable bet here is still by Xiaoga, a 4th-layer chi refinement at under 17. I truly wonder how you've cultivated. Perhaps you started in the womb. Uncle Tong exclaimed dramatically, puffing up his cheeks. This by youth, with a straight nose and a slender frame, though not strikingly handsome, possessed an effortless grace that made his demeanor and speech quite pleasant to those around him. Lu Song gazed at the youth, similarly moved. Indeed, Bai Xiaoga has achieved my level of cultivation at such a young age. Perhaps he could even become an outer disciple directly. If he rises to prominence in the future, he must remember to help us out. Friends, you flatter me. I see that among the applicants, there are hidden talents. It's unlikely I would stand out. Byzichin sipped the insipid mortal tea, smiling as he spoke. A week prior, he had packed his belongings, bid farewell to his elders, and set forth to Qingfeng Gate. In accordance with the agreement made that day to become an inner sect disciple. This was his first venture alone, and as he approached Qingfeng Gate, he encountered numerous itinerant cultivators. He descended in a flash of sword light, adopting the guise of an ordinary wandering youth. He recounted that he had accompanied an elder in his cultivation since childhood, roaming far and wide without a fixed abode. His cultivation level stood at the 4th layer of qi refinement, a level that, coupled with his youth, still elicited envy among the wandering cultivators. The 3 companions traveling with him believed he had a solid chance of securing a spot as a disciple of Qingfeng Gate. Whether he would be a servant disciple or an outer sect disciple depended on the specific recruitment circumstances during this grand opening of Qingfeng Gate. Brother Bai is too modest. I've heard from my family elders that Qingfeng Gate places great emphasis on potential when recruiting disciples. Many scions of immortal families at your age possess lesser cultivation than yours, remarked a female cultivator seated to the right of Old Tong. She had not adorned herself with makeup, and her youthful face bore a hint of innocence. Her petite figure, accentuated beneath her robe, revealed an astonishing silhouette as she gazed intently at Byzichin. Jiang Shuming was the most distinguished among the 4 wandering cultivators. The Jiang family had been blessed with heavenly fortune since her great-grandfather's time. Although they remained at the lower echelons of qi refinement cultivators, the lineage consistently produced descendants with spiritual roots, gradually forming a small family. Currently, the most powerful member of the Jiang family was Jiang Shu's grandfather. At the 6th layer of qi refinement, with a total of 7 cultivators in the family, lacking a foundation-building master, they could not be considered a formal immortal family. Thus, families like the Jiangs were commonly referred to as wandering cultivator families. Due to their close blood ties, their bonds were stronger than those of traditional immortal families, allowing them to support one another, which was a far more advantageous existence than the solitary lives of wandering cultivators. Throughout generations, the Jiang family had cultivated a certain network. Now engaging in the business of talisman paper, they acquired spiritual herbs from numerous lower-ranked wandering cultivators, processed them into talisman paper, and resold them to commercial establishments or immortal families, thereby earning spiritual stones. While they were not extraordinarily wealthy, they at least ensured a steady supply of cultivation resources. Jiang Shu, at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, possessed 2 low-grade protective artifacts, gifts from her elders who had exchanged their own resources for her benefit. While she did not aspire to become an outer sect disciple, let alone an inner sect disciple, Jiang Shu was primarily here to broaden her horizons. In her excitement, her cheeks flushed, envisioning Byzichin as an inner sect disciple, feeling a sense of pride and pumping her fist, her voice rising. Humph! A few youngsters speaking so brazenly about the significance of inner sect disciples. Even if one cannot become a true inheritor, they could still start as an outer sect disciple, with a considerable chance of becoming a sect steward managing some affairs. At the adjacent table sat 2 burly cultivators clad in animal skins, one bearing a scar that extended from his forehead to the corner of his eye, while the other, slightly younger, wore a disdainful expression. Their appearances bore a resemblance, suggesting they were seasoned cultivators with experience battling ferocious beasts in the Black Mountain region. The younger one had just spoken. 4 wandering cultivators in Black Mountain County. A steward of Qingfeng Gate was indeed a significant figure. One word could alter their fates. Why must you 2 fellow cultivators become incensed? The little sister Jiang is merely inexperienced, unaware of the value of inner sect disciples. Everyone here is striving to enter the prestigious sect. It would be unwise to provoke any sect disciples nearby, lest we risk disqualification from the entrance examination. Old Tong, wise in his years, promptly intervened, displaying no signs of anger. The 2 brash brothers were clearly not to be trifled with, being the kind of combat-ready cultivators that Old Tong, who had spent his life dealing with spiritual rice, was somewhat intimidated by. Although he did not hold high hopes for Byzichin becoming an inner sect disciple, he believed the opportunity to become an outer sect disciple was quite promising, thus wishing to cultivate a good rapport. Even as a sect disciple, life would be less perilous than in the outside world. Yet the competition and strife among the lower-ranked servants could not be underestimated. Having an outer sect disciple to rely on would certainly ease their lives. Upon hearing Old Tong's words, the brash brothers shot him a glare, but ultimately refrained from further comment, turning to whisper among themselves. Jiang Shu, frightened by their demeanor, felt her eyes mist over, her expression drooping like a startled rabbit. Old Tong, seemingly unfazed, began recounting amusing anecdotes he had heard regarding the last recruitment at Qingfeng Gate, which helped to slightly alleviate the tense atmosphere at the table. Bai Zichen feigned attentiveness while subtly observing the two brash brothers, memorizing their features. His perceptive senses had clearly detected the surge of murderous intent emanating from them moments earlier, and he had discreetly eavesdropped on their conversation through his spiritual awareness. To his dismay, the brothers were scheming to abduct Jiang Shu amidst the chaos following the recruitment examination, intending to eliminate her afterwards. Their tone suggested this was not their first foray into such nefarious acts. Otherwise, they would not so readily entertain thoughts of violence over mere words. One was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, the other at the 5th, both seasoned cultivators with ample experience in combat against beasts. On the surface, they appeared to have little difficulty dealing with a novice at the 4th layer. Yet, the audacity of these would-be kidnappers to attend the Qingfeng Gate recruitment examination was a testament to either their ambition or their recklessness. The subsequent content of their whispers was less than enlightening, discussing a new arrival in the market, a female cultivator specializing in illicit trades, whose charm was said to be remarkable. The brothers planned to take revenge against a certain enemy should they become disciples of Qingfeng Gate, letting them know the consequences of crossing the K family's twin wolves. K family twin wolves, is it? Soon enough, you shall become the K family twin ghosts. Bai Zichen withdrew his awareness, engaging Old Tong in idle conversation. Despite Old Tong's low cultivation level, his extensive experience in the cultivation world made him well informed about the latest gossip. He recounted the recent conflict between the Liu family, engaged in the crafting of magical artifacts, and the Mo family, known for their fiery temperament. Bai Zichen recalled hearing about this from his clan leader prior to his departure from the family. The Liu family, having several second-tier artifact masters, sought to resume their business upon arriving in Black Mountain County. However, the crucial factor in crafting artifacts was a stable and potent source of fire. After considerable effort, they discovered a magma cave on a mountain peak, which, with minor modifications, could harness the earth fire necessary for their craft. Unfortunately, the Mo family intervened, claiming the mountain was within their spiritual territory and forbidding any encroachment. Faced with the existential threat to their livelihood, the Liu family refused to back down and engaged in direct conflict. The situation had escalated, resulting in numerous injuries on both sides. Old Tong, appearing knowledgeable about the intricate details, declared that if he were the strategist for the Mo family, he would have expelled the Liu family and claimed the earth fire for themselves long ago. Bai Zichen enjoyed listening to Old Tong boast, offering a few compliments, which delighted the old man, prompting him to share all the fragmented tidbits of information he had gathered. 2 days later, as Qingfeng Gate opened its gates, a continuous surge of azure light ascended skyward, tinting the entire sky in a brilliant blue. Disciples of the sect flowed forth in succession, organizing the thousands of wandering cultivators into several formations, awaiting the examination. Simultaneously, a cultivator soared slowly into the air, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of a foundation-building cultivator. Qingfeng Gate's grand opening sought to recruit talented individuals, inviting all who believe they met the criteria to step forward, with successful candidates becoming disciples of the sect. The enchanted voice reverberated far and wide, sending a tremor through the hearts of all the scattered cultivators, heralding the arrival of a significant trial that would determine their destinies for the latter half of their lives. Each group of scattered cultivators was accompanied by a steward from the Qingfeng sect, who, alongside several disciples, elucidated the criteria and precautions for the assessment. Bai Zichen lingered at the back, absorbing the gist of the information. In summary, those with ulterior motives seeking to conceal their identities and infiltrate the Qingfeng sect would face annihilation upon detection. As the steward issued the command, the examination officially commenced. The first to be evaluated were the numerous servant disciples, while many outer disciples had already been preselected, being exceptional seedlings recommended by various Qingfeng sect disciples or young heirs sent by esteemed cultivation families. For these individuals, the outer disciple assessment was merely a formality. However, for scattered cultivators aspiring to become outer disciples, opportunities had diminished significantly this year, with the number of applicants having doubled and the average caliber of newcomers being notably high. It would not be an easy endeavor for the Black Mountain cultivators to gain entry as outer disciples. At the forefront stood a short, stout young man, who, trembling with trepidation, approached the copper mirror designated for evaluating cultivation levels. As he took his position, the Qingfeng sect steward unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and the mirror swiftly revealed the young man's information, age 26, for spirit roots, and a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refining. The mirror, crafted by an elder of the Qingfeng sect's artifact hall, was a low-grade spiritual tool with no offensive or protective capabilities. Its sole function was to quickly ascertain age, cultivation level, and spirit roots, applicable only to qi refining practitioners. I have diligently practiced my techniques and have not engaged in the myriad arts, the short young man stammered, perspiration beading on his forehead as he responded to the steward's inquiry. All right, you may step down. The middle-aged steward waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the next individual to approach. Prior to the opening of the mountain gate, Elder and I had warned the stewards to significantly raise the standards for accepting disciples this year. With only 120 vacancies for outer disciples, the middle-aged steward glanced at the densely packed throng of scattered cultivators, taking a relaxed sip of spirit tea. One after another, several scattered cultivators were eliminated during the initial assessment with the copper mirror, causing Lu Song to anxiously wring his hands together. Lu, there's no need to be nervous. I shall go first to pave the way for you, Elder Tong encouraged, patting Lu Song on the shoulder as he stepped forward. Age 59, 5 spirit roots. Third layer of qi refining. The middle-aged steward observed the data displayed by the copper mirror, sighing as he rubbed his forehead. At your age, you still seek to enter the sect? Well, do share what other skills you possess. Esteemed steward, I have only ever farmed, Elder Tong replied. In my youth, I toiled in the fields cultivating mundane rice, and after embarking on my cultivation journey, I have worked as a spirit farmer, tending to the growth of various spiritual herbs throughout my life, including the yang yen grass, xianyin grass, and bitter lotus leaf, as well as harvesting blood ginseng rice and red light rice. My yields have consistently met market standards, with my spirit rice exceeding them by 20%. I have also independently managed 10 acres of spirit fields, overseeing all aspects of cultivation. Over the past decade, I have generated several hundred spirit stones for my employer. As Elder Tong spoke with growing confidence, his once obsequious demeanor transformed into one of a seasoned expert. A spirit planter with experience in cultivating various spiritual herbs and grains, able to discern spiritual energy and manage spirit fields. The middle-aged steward, initially skeptical, became increasingly serious. If Elder Tong's claims were true, he would indeed qualify as a first-tier spirit planter, even bordering on the second tier. Are you speaking the truth? Please recount your origins and the trajectory of your life in recent years. The steward, having considered the veracity of Elder Tong's statements, realized that as a scattered cultivator from Black Mountain with years of experience managing spirit fields, the truth would easily be verified by the Qingfeng sect. Elder Tong recounted his origins and recent activities candidly. The middle-aged steward noted the detailed account recorded by his disciple, nodding in satisfaction. If all you have stated is accurate, you have successfully entered our sect and shall be regarded as a servant disciple. However, the formal identity token and accompanying items will only be issued after the sect's verification, which should take no longer than 3 days. The middle-aged steward's tones softened considerably, although merely a servant disciple. Elder Tong's ability to generate spirit stones would be far more valued than those who could only engage in combat without substantial cultivation potential. Elder Tong's presence within the Qingfeng sect would prove to be far more impactful than merely tending to a few acres of spirit fields outside. Upon hearing the steward's affirmation, Elder Tong's face flushed with joy, and he repeatedly sought confirmation, ultimately bursting into tears of elation. I have succeeded. I have finally become a disciple of the sect. You can no longer belittle me. With tears streaming down his face, he laughed and wept simultaneously. The surrounding scattered cultivators, however, did not mock him. Instead, they shared in his joy, for the struggles of the Black Mountain cultivators were indeed arduous. Thus, the saying goes that becoming a servant disciple of the Qingfeng sect is akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate. Witnessing Elder Tong's successful assessment, Jiang Shu leaped with joy, her radiant face aglow. Bai Lu, Elder Tong has passed. He has become a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. How wonderful. Yet, She soon realized that Bai, whom she held in high regard, was nowhere to be found. Where's Bai? He was just here. Could he have gone to another group to attempt the outer disciple assessment? Searching in vain for the familiar figure of Bai, her heart sank slightly, diminishing her enthusiasm. The successful passage of the first servant disciple, a rather unremarkable old man, ignited the determination of the scattered cultivators below, who eagerly pressed forward to present themselves to the copper mirror. However, following Elder Tong, only one out of dozens, a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator who had worked as a servant in a market shop, managed to pass the assessment and became a servant disciple. This middle-aged cultivator was adept at identifying the efficacy of talismans, artifacts, and medicinal herbs at a glance, a talented appraiser. The middle-aged steward pondered for a moment, realizing that while this skill was derived solely from experience and did not fall under the category of cultivation arts, such a talent would still prove useful to the sect. Consequently, he granted him approval as well. When it was Lu Song's turn, the copper mirror revealed his age of 31 for spirit roots, and a fourth-layer qi refining cultivation level. The middle-aged steward deliberated before ultimately deeming him pending. Given Lu Song's age and cultivation level, the prospect of foundational advancement appeared bleak. Even reaching the later stages of qi refining would rely heavily on luck. Among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect, any randomly selected individual would likely possess greater potential for development than Lu Song. Lacking any other skills, he seemed to diverge from the current recruiting direction for servant disciples. Nonetheless, considering Lu Song's relatively young age, the steward thought it prudent to allow him the opportunity to reach the sixth layer of qi refining, thereby potentially providing the sect with another capable individual for menial tasks. He resolved to wait and see if the final allocation of servant disciple slots would permit a more lenient decision. Bai Zichen leaned against a large stone in the shade, his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. He had not anticipated that even the seemingly simple task of farming would harbor so many intricacies. The path of the spirit plant master was indeed complex. Among the myriad of cultivation arts, alchemy was most coveted by ordinary practitioners. While formation masters held paramount importance within any given sect, the expertise of spirit plant masters, however, was often undervalued by the majority due to its inability to translate directly into combat power. Yet, from the recent discourse of the old man Tong, Bai Zichen gleaned a spark of inspiration. Perhaps the development direction for spirit plant masters was misguided. Currently, spirit plant masters were predominantly focused on cultivating high-grade spiritual plants, such as reducing the growth cycle of millennium herbs or reintroducing ancient spiritual flora that had long been extinct to the modern environment. These were the most popular topics among advanced spirit plant masters. However, what if one were to shift focus towards the cultivation of low-grade spiritual plants? For instance, increasing the yield of first-grade spiritual rice several-fold, such as blood ginseng rice, which, while beneficial to practitioners, required prolonged consumption to be effective. Yet, even a dominant sect like Qingfeng sect struggled to support its core members with the annual harvest of spiritual rice, let alone provide for every disciple. If breakthroughs could be made in the yield of low-grade spiritual rice, benefiting the grassroots disciples, the strength of Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly ascend significantly over the next century. If quality could not be attained, then quantity must be pursued. Bai Zichen's thoughts drifted, contemplating the potential paths for spirit plant masters while his awareness remained vigilant. He sensed the two spiritual markers he had left behind finally manifesting, jolting him to attention. Goodness, it seems my brother and I are still in limbo regarding our cultivation levels. Brother, I say we should just avoid being errand disciples. Wouldn't that be better for our freedom? The second son of the K family expressed his frustration. The K brothers had failed the assessment for errand disciples and were now in a state of uncertainty, waiting for notification. Why toil away hunting lesser beasts and spreading word to lure those Navi novices into the mountains? One good haul could sustain us for half a year. Why endure the indignities of Qingfeng sect? The eldest brother of the K family, still haunted by past close calls, rubbed the scar on his forehead and patiently explained to his sibling, now that so many powerful outsiders have arrived, if we choose the wrong target, we could easily meet our demise. Once we become disciples of Qingfeng sect, even if, as errand disciples, we can at least sleep soundly each night. Besides, I slipped 5 spirit stones to that manager before I left to gauge the situation. The only reason we received pending status was our vague histories and the lack of corroboration for our trades. But the past experiences we fabricated 9 truths mixed with one lie. Qingfeng sect will never uncover the truth. In a few days, we'll be able to don new identities and savor the life of sect disciples. The second son of the K family knew his elder brother always believed that being a bandit was not a sustainable path. Unable to dissuade him, he could only nod reluctantly. I'll heed your counsel, but alas, once we become disciples of Qingfeng's sect, our extra avenues for wealth will be severed. Who says we won't find unexpected fortune in the future? The eldest brother of the K family revealed a sinister grin, his scar wriggling like a worm. Disciples of the sect possess far greater wealth than those wandering cultivators. Suddenly, a sound akin to stones clashing echoed before the K brothers, halting their conversation. Bai Zichen, standing atop the boulder, remarked nonchalantly, "How amusing. You two are still contemplating continuing as bandits after entering Qingfeng's sect. I must commend your dedication to your craft. Is that you, brat?" The second son of the K family recognized Bai Zichen as one of the wandering cultivators who had previously ignited his fury at the tea stall. "Enough chatter. We must eliminate this brat and leave at once. We're too close to Qingfeng's sect. Any moment now, someone might pass by." The eldest brother was initially taken aback. Encountering someone in such a desolate area was disconcerting. However, he quickly reassured himself that with Bai Zichen's cultivation at merely the 4th level of qi refinement, he was no match for the K brothers. Accustomed to their life as bandits, the brothers executed their plan with seamless coordination. The elder brother produced a small gourd from his waist, unleashing a cloud of toxic smoke that enveloped Bai Zichen in an instant. Meanwhile, the younger brother brandished a hefty shield the size of a door, clutching 2 talismans in his hands as he charged forward. Fireball technique, ice spike technique, golden needle technique. A barrage of offensive talismans was unleashed, all aimed with precision to ensure that no matter which direction Bai Zichen attempted to evade, he would be struck. The K brothers, seasoned from countless deadly encounters, understood the gravity of combat, never taking their opponents lightly, no matter how weak they appeared. Impressive tactics, truly impenetrable. Bai Zichen seemed relaxed, yet his awareness was keenly attuned to every movement of the K brothers. With a mere flick of his finger, a flying sword emerged from his sleeve, tracing a circle of dark green light that extinguished their spells. In a swift motion, he darted like lightning to the side of the K family's second son. With a single strike, the heavy shield emitted a mournful cry as its protective aura shattered. With a second strike, the shield exploded into fragments, the dark green light wrapping around the second son. The overwhelming lethality manifested as a gash appeared at his waist, and the next moment, he was severed in two, crashing to the ground. Second brother. The eldest brother of the K family gasped in horror, the rapidity of the event leaving him in shock. Just a moment ago, they had executed their usual coordinated efforts against weaker wandering cultivators, yet now his brother lay dead before him. His scalp tingled with dread as a chilling realization gripped his heart. He hastily retrieved a bone whistle from his chest, preparing to blow it. Boom. Before he could make another move, pain radiated from his chest, and he looked down to find a gaping hole where his heart once was. The dark green light had pierced through him. How swift! The eldest brother and Apos' hands slackened, the bone whistle and gourd rolling to the ground as he collapsed, blood instantly staining the grass beneath him. Bai Zichen, utilizing his sword light, gathered the storage bags and artifacts from the K brothers without a glance. Retracting his sword light and applying a movement talisman, vanishing into the forest in a few bounds. Approximately a stick of incense later, a flying boat descended upon the mountaintop, and several disciples of Qingfeng's sect disembarked. Upon witnessing the scene, they quickly unfurled a smoke signal to alert others. The leading disciple, composed, approached the two corpses and observed them closely, even prodding at the mangled remains. Such formidable lethality, such rapid attack speed. Could it be that a fully realized Qi refinement bandit was responsible? In a desolate cave, overrun with moss, there was barely enough room for 2 or 3 individuals. Among those of the same tier, sword cultivators reigned supreme. No wonder the texts depict sword cultivators as so proud. They possess the capability to be so. Bai Zichen fled from 2 mountain peaks, seeking refuge in a secluded cave. Having slain 2 bandits, even if disclosed, it would not pose a significant problem. He merely needed to calm himself and reflect on the battle. His ink bamboo sword had performed admirably in its first true confrontation, exceeding all expectations. Though he did not yet consider himself a sword cultivator, merely adept at wielding flying swords, The swiftness and lethality of the sword light eclipsed all other artifacts. The exorbitant prices commanded by even the simplest of flying swords were not without cause. Ordinary protective talismans are inadequate to withstand even a few strikes from the ink bamboo sword. It is likely that only a superior-grade defensive artifact would yield any significant effect. Byzichin positioned the ink bamboo sword before him, meticulously examining whether the blade had sustained any damage during its confrontations against the heavy shield artifacts. After several thorough inspections, ensuring that the blade remained as pristine as new, he finally exhaled in relief, planning to nurture it once more with sword-raising techniques that evening, leaving nothing to chance. Crucially, speed is of the essence. Most chi-refining cultivators have never even laid eyes on a flying sword. Their battles typically involve a few artifacts clashing, leaving them unable to react swiftly. Thus, it is imperative not to exaggerate this recent victory. Should he face a disciple from a sect experienced in countering flying swords, he would require at least 5 swords. Furthermore, fully activating a flying sword causes one's mana to drain like a river breaching its banks. If victory is not achieved promptly, the risk of mana depletion looms large. This is a critical consideration, as encountering a cultivator with a profound and enduring mana cultivation could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he lacked a defensive artifact, but it must not be cumbersome like a shield. The golden radiant sun bracelet that Chun Xiu possessed would suit him perfectly. However, any defensive artifact that catches Byzichin's eye must be at least of superior quality. Anything lesser would either prove ineffective or become obsolete after a short period. For instance, the purity water bottle he received during the centenary birthday celebration of sect leader Wei, which he used twice upon returning, could drain a small pool of water in a single use, rendering the artifact significantly heavier. In combat, tilting the bottle unleashes a torrent that could wash away opponents while also forming several water shields for protection. To other chi-refining cultivators, the purity water bottle might be considered a commendable middle-grade artifact, but to Byzichin, it appeared somewhat superfluous. Unfortunately, superior-grade defensive artifacts do not come cheap. His storage bag contained merely over 70 spirit stones, all painstakingly accumulated through familial benefits. The promise of transforming them into the K family's dual specters could not be delayed even a day longer. Having chosen the path of a bandit cultivator, he should have anticipated such outcomes. Byzichin recalled his uncle's admonitions from years past. Those who succumb to the temptation of murder and treasure-seeking without restraint will inevitably encounter their downfall. He would show no mercy to those cultivators who exhibited murderous intent towards him. In a way, he was also alleviating a potential threat for that young girl, Jiang Shu. Otherwise, the K family brothers would covet her beauty, posing risks on the journey back. This gourd should qualify as a middle-grade artifact, capable of releasing toxic smoke that could incapacitate late-stage chi-refining cultivators within a 10-foot radius. When expanded to 100 feet, it would only affect ordinary mortals. Byzichin tossed the small gourd in his hand. With the assistance of his divine awareness, he could discern the efficacy of artifacts, and after a brief exploration, he could ascertain their nature. As for this bone whistle, its properties were rather peculiar. It contained spiritual power at the level of a superior artifact, yet its materials were evidently insufficient. When blown, it could transform into bone arrows to strike down foes. Byzichin shook his head, realizing his knowledge was still lacking. He had only grazed the surface of artifact appraisal through the use of his divine awareness. To truly discern their quality, he would need to consult an artifact appraiser in the marketplace. He proceeded to inspect the contents of the 2 storage bags. Byzichin approached and used his sword light to retrieve the storage bags from the K family brothers. With a surge of mana, he erased the previous owner's mark in mere moments. The storage bag, similar in size to his own, opened to reveal a pile of spirit stones. A quick scan revealed a total of 233 spirit stones, along with some change of clothing, scattered talismans, and the only noteworthy item, a blood-colored ore. This was not a mere bloodstain, but a mineral born with crimson veins, resembling a stone with blood vessels. Byzichin had never encountered such a mineral in literature, but instinctively felt it was not a first-tier stone. When he attempted to probe it with his divine awareness, a cacophony of noise assaulted him, prompting an immediate withdrawal of his focus. It was at least a second-tier mineral. Upon arriving at Qingfeng sect, he would seek out books on minerals. A second-tier mineral could serve as the primary material for spirit tools. This unusual blood-colored, or might even be a third-tier mineral, which is essential for crafting high-grade spirit tools or even magical treasures. No wonder he found himself enthralled by the life of a bandit cultivator. There was considerable wealth to be had. Byzichin organized his findings before picking up the second storage bag, which took him a full quarter of an hour to inspect. The previous owner was likely the eldest of the K family, who also possessed 6th-level chi refinement. Breaking the mana seal would require additional effort. Inside were 3 blood-stained inferior-grade artifacts, a bottle of energy-replenishing pills, 2 jade slips, and approximately 30 spirit stones. This was everything remaining in the eldest K family member's storage bag after the miscellaneous items were accounted for. The artifacts were likely acquired through plunder and had not yet been traded. He examined the 2 jade slips, which contained records of 2 cultivation techniques. One was the thick earth technique, suitable for cultivators with earth's spiritual roots, allowing them to progress to the mid-foundation stage. The other was the pure yang metal technique, compatible with cultivators possessing both metal and fire spiritual roots, enabling them to advance to the consummate foundation stage. Both cultivation methods far surpassed the Changchun technique. While the thick earth technique was acceptable, the pure yang metal technique was particularly impressive. The mana cultivated from it was pure and radiant, possessing the power to dispel evil and demons, and he met the conditions for cultivation. Byzichin hesitated while holding the jade slip of the pure yang metal technique. He decided to set it aside for further contemplation. Changing cultivation techniques was no trivial matter. After tallying all his gains, he found a total of 265 spirit stones, 3 inferior-grade artifacts, 2 middle-grade artifacts, 1 bottle of pills, 1 suspected second-tier mineral, 2 cultivation techniques, and a heap of miscellaneous items. He had struck it rich. This was a considerable windfall. Bandit cultivators truly possessed immense wealth. The vast majority of cultivators from various immortal families could not match the financial standing of the K family brothers. Engaging in banditry was a lucrative endeavor, a swift path to riches. Byzichin marveled at his fortune, categorizing all his belongings before stowing the 2 storage bags within his robe. Emerging from the cave, he oriented himself and made his way directly towards Qingfeng's sect. Elder and I, during this open gate event, we have recruited 8 outer disciples and 120 miscellaneous disciples. All disciples have been thoroughly investigated and found to be innocent and usable. A middle-aged steward bowed, presenting a list detailing the personal information of each disciple. The number of outer disciples in each session was normally greater. Those seedlings discovered earlier had already been sent to the sect, and it would be foolish to wait for the once-in-a-decade open gate event. Elder and I accepted the scroll without examining it closely, tucking it into his sleeve. In truth, he was only in his 50s, once considered a promising foundational cultivator within Qingfeng's sect. However, shortly after achieving foundation establishment, he fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by a demonic sect's enchantress during an outing. Unable to contend with the enchantress, he was captured and subjected to 3 days and nights of torment. Although the enchantress spared his life, his essence was drained, severely injuring his foundation and costing him decades of lifespan. Master Yang had conducted a meticulous examination, bluntly stating that unless he could consume a rare few types of heavenly spirit fruits, he would be forever barred from advancing on the path of cultivation. Having endured such calamity, Elder Ni's appearance had drastically changed, now exuding an aura of age, relegated to merely overseeing ceremonial duties. Have the 2 slain bandit cultivators been thoroughly investigated? Yes, they were known as the K family twin wolves, frequently seen in the marketplace selling beast materials. The ratio of their accompanying scattered cultivators who perished in the mountains is not high, but several have inexplicably vanished over the past 6 months. 2 scattered cultivators died near the gates of Qingfeng's sect, causing quite a stir. Upon deeper investigation, it became evident that they had significant ties to bandit activities. The middle-aged steward breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that they had perished before entering the sect. To allow the 2 brothers to become errand disciples and incite such an event that would implicate the one responsible for their assessment is indeed a matter of grave concern. It is highly likely that this incident is rooted in a vendetta. Master Ma has visited the scene and found that the assailant left no trace, employing only a flying sword to swiftly eliminate both victims. He can only deduce that the perpetrator is a late-stage chi refining practitioner, possessing a proficient and ruthless swordsmanship. It is improbable that the assailant's cultivation exceeds this level. Otherwise, the defensive artifact of the second son of the K family would have been shattered in a single strike. It is highly probable that a rogue cultivator was targeted by the K brothers in an attempt to commit murder and seize treasures, only to be met with the unexpected prowess of the individual wielding the flying sword, who easily turned the tables on them. The middle-aged steward conveyed Master Ma's recommendations verbatim, as there was already a decision made by an elder of the Foundation establishment stage. Whether or not the culprit could be apprehended was the responsibility of the law enforcement hall. A case file was to be formed, with one copy for the law enforcement hall and another for his own records, as he would eventually need to report to the sect leader, who might inquire about the matter. Elder Inai brushed off his robe and leisurely rose to his feet, for there was another newly admitted inner disciple awaiting his attention. At this moment, it seemed peculiar for an inner disciple to be present, as the sect's minor competition had not yet commenced. Could it be a disciple specially promoted by the sect leader? The middle-aged steward bent slightly, a thought stirring in his heart. While an ordinary inner disciple would be inconsequential, one promoted by the sect leader would carry significant implications. Upon returning to Qingfeng's sect, Bai Zichen, as a guest, was swiftly directed to the transmission hall after announcing his identity and intentions. He waited in a side hall for a full hour until the sound of approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of 3 Foundation establishment elders. Bai Zichen had encountered a few of these elders before. Bowing his head in respect, he glanced around and recognized 2 familiar faces. The elder on the left, with dark skin and a robust demeanor, was Elder Peng Chong, who had previously overseen the matter of the inheritance stone tablet. The elder on the right, hunched and perpetually bearing a weary expression, was Elder Inai Quan, who presided over the recent recruitment of disciples. The elder in the center, exuding a subtle authority and a stronger sense of pressure than the others, was Elder Pei Dongyong of the transmission hall. Your matter was discussed with the sect leader prior to his seclusion. It appears you have made the right choice. With your talent, only by becoming a disciple of our sect can you fully realize your potential. Elder Pei, small and thin, resembled a withered old man, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. I must express our gratitude to you. The technique of the God of Desolation, a remarkable treasure, if only it retains even a fraction of its hope. Elder Pei's words were heavy. The inheritance stone tablet was indeed a gift from the sect, a fortunate coincidence that allowed him to obtain this secret art. Bai Zichen quickly matched the slender elder before him with the names from his memory. The clan leader, Bai Xianzhong, had educated him about the most powerful figures within Qingfeng's sect, and Elder Pei Dongyong was among them. Elder Pei Dongyong, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, had once defeated a fellow practitioner of the Ghost Spirit sect using his innate 5-element capture technique. He was a rare example in Qingfeng's sect of someone who, despite not being born a true heir, had ascended to the position of elder through sheer determination. With only 4 spirit roots, his cultivation speed had always lagged behind his peers, and he had barely qualified as an inner disciple. After a few years, he had been demoted to a management position in the outer sect due to his slow progress. However, his exceptional comprehension allowed him to master any technique with ease, and by the age of 45, he finally attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. The following year, he discovered a spirit stone mine, achieving tremendous merit and earning a Foundation establishment pill, which propelled him to success and astonished the sect. His advanced age, for spirit roots, and previous outer sect management status combined to make Elder Pei a figure of admiration among all ordinary disciples, each aspiring to emulate his silent accumulation of strength that would one day lead to soaring success. Elder Pei's rise to the position of elder in the transmission hall underscored his achievements in the mastery of spells and understanding of techniques. Inner disciples form the backbone of the sect, with all welfare and benefits outlined within this jade slip. Furthermore, the first and second levels of all texts in the transmission hall will be freely accessible to you, allowing you to browse at your convenience. Additionally, on a second-tier superior spiritual vein, you may select a cave dwelling of your choice and assign 2 errand disciples to assist you, ensuring that inner disciples remain unburdened by mundane tasks. Regarding any difficulties encountered during cultivation, an elder will hold a Dharma meeting in the transmission hall every 3 months, dedicated exclusively to addressing the queries of inner disciples. Unlike outer disciples or errand disciples, inner disciples are not subjected to any mandatory sect tasks. Your sole responsibility is to diligently cultivate and vie for a position as a true heir disciple. You have 5 years. Each inner disciple has only 5 years. Failure to become a true heir will result in your transfer to the outer sect as a manager, and these benefits will no longer apply to you. Ordinary inner disciples are already well versed in these regulations, which is why Elder Pei took the time to elaborate for Bai Zichen, a unique case who entered the sect with the status of an inner disciple from the outset. Elder Pei produced a grand seal and pressed it firmly onto a document bearing Bai Zichen's name, a glimmer of golden light sinking into the impression. The other two elders followed suit, thereby solidifying Bai Zichen's identity as an inner disciple of Qingfeng's sect. Having grasped the situation, Bai Zichen accepted the jade slip and a token representing his status as an inner disciple, bowing respectfully to the three elders. It appeared he was poised to embark on a new 5-year plan. The selection of cave dwellings was entirely open. He was free to choose one. Upon exiting the transmission hall, Elder Pengchong extended an invitation to guide Bai Zichen to the administrative hall to claim the benefits entitled to inner disciples, ensuring that he would not waste time navigating the sect as a newcomer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Zichen readily accepted. Although uncertain of Elder Peng's underlying intentions, being offered a gesture of goodwill in a place where he knew no one was an opportunity not to be dismissed lightly. Boarding Elder Peng's luminous vessel, they swiftly traversed the shifting clouds and arrived at the administrative hall in an instant. With the Elder's prestige, the hall steward personally emerged to receive them, enthusiastically explaining the welfare available to inner disciples. The cave dwellings, boasting similar concentrations of spiritual energy, were uniformly equipped by the sect, leaving little distinction. I recall 2 newly constructed cave dwellings equipped with mud spirit puppets. Are any available? Elder Peng inquired directly of the steward. The inner disciple cave dwellings were nestled among the 5-finger peaks, and the sand table before them accurately depicted the mountainous landscape. On the sand table, over 20 points of light shimmered. Most red dots indicated occupied dwellings, while the remaining white points were available for selection. Elder Peng reiterated his inquiry to the steward. There is one currently vacant. However, the sect's minor competition is in 3 months. Elder Ma instructed me to reserve a dwelling for him, as he has plans. The steward's expression faltered, revealing a hint of difficulty. So it seems only Elder Ma's word carries weight in the administrative hall. My words have lost their influence. Elder Peng's sharp gaze pierced through the air, his foundation establishment aura erupting. That is not the case. I will handle the arrangements for this disciple immediately. The steward's face paled, ultimately lacking the courage to directly refuse a foundation establishment elder, and reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The mud spirit puppets were a treasure acquired by Elder Gu in a secret realm, classified as first-tier puppets. Yet their crafting methods diverged entirely from those currently prevalent in the cultivation world. Naturally, Elder Gu had no use for such trifles, and the administrative hall later equipped 2 of them in the training rooms of the newly constructed cave dwellings. The specific benefits would be revealed to Bai Zichen once he moved in. Thank you, Elder Peng. To have a foundation establishment elder reserve a cave dwelling months in advance. Regardless of its direct impact on him, Bai Zichen felt compelled to acknowledge Elder Peng's kindness. The sand table, surprisingly, serves as a magical instrument. After a series of operations by the presiding steward, a spell was inscribed into the inner disciple's waist token of Bai Zichen, causing a small white dot amidst the peaks to swiftly transform into a red dot. Junior Brother Bai, the rights to this cave dwelling have now been allocated to you, and your identity token grants you the authority to manipulate the cave's formation. The somewhat portly steward understood that Elder Ma Ming's instructions had likely fallen through, so he needed to ensure the present situation was well managed. To become an inner disciple without participating in the sect's minor competition at this juncture, accompanied by an elder, suggested a considerable background. You are also permitted to select 2 servant disciples to assist you with mundane tasks, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. This privilege is exclusive to true disciples and inner disciples. Even we stewards lack the authority to arbitrarily assign servant disciples for long-term tasks. The list before you details all available candidates for servant disciples, including their names, ages, appearances, backgrounds, and areas of expertise. Would you like me to recommend 2 for you? Once chosen, these servant disciples cannot be replaced for 5 years. So selecting one who is lazy and ineffectual would only add to your troubles. Just as Bai Zichen was about to express his gratitude and take the list for careful consideration, he was halted by Peng Chang's hand. Junior Brother Bai, I have a candidate I would like to discuss with you. Bai Zichen heard Elder Peng's voice echo in his mind, transmitted through thought. I have a descendant from the mortal realm with only 5 spiritual roots, assigning him as a servant disciple is already a stretch. You have a significant opportunity to become a true disciple, and if my descendant can accompany you, it would be a considerable chance for him as well. Could you do me the favor of reserving a spot for him? It turned out that Elder Peng had been waiting for him. Naturally, Peng's recommendation was reliable, and he believed that this Peng disciple was a clever individual who could assist him greatly in the future. Bai Zichen did not deliberate for long and agreed with a smile. Regardless of whether this was as Peng Chong claimed or if there were ulterior motives to place someone by his side, time would reveal all. After all, a servant disciple was not someone to be overly concerned about. Steward Xian, let us go with this Peng Jinhua disciple. As for the others, please recommend one or two. Peng Jinhua, 24 years old, possessed 5 spiritual roots, was at the second level of qi refinement, and had 6 years of experience as an apprentice in artifact crafting, able to expertly identify first-level crafting materials and possessing some fire control abilities. Upon seeing Bai Zichen point to this exceedingly ordinary name after flipping through several pages of the list, Elder Peng released a satisfied breath. Well, junior brother, what do you think of these candidates? They are all under 20 and quite obedient and diligent. The portly steward paused slightly, not saying much as he continued to recommend from the list. It goes without saying that someone capable of holding the position of steward in the affairs hall must possess acute observational skills and adaptability. Following the steward's finger, Bai Zichen noticed a series of candidates, all young women under the age of 20, accompanied by images showcasing their appearances. Each one displayed a distinct charm, from petite and adorable to elegantly graceful, and each was of exceptional beauty. Ahem. Senior brother, I would prefer to select a capable and proficient servant disciple. Bai Zichen's mind was momentarily unsettled, recalling the steward's previous comments, and he finally grasped the underlying implication. Very well, how about this one, and these few? Please take a look. Seeing that Bai Zichen remained unfazed, the steward had no choice but to present another batch of servant disciples for consideration. Upon reviewing this new selection, Bai Zichen found them to be considerably more respectable. After careful deliberation, he settled upon the portrait of a somewhat weathered servant disciple for the second spot. Su Lai, 43 years old, possessed 4 spiritual roots, was at the 4th level of qi refinement, and had once been a prosperous merchant in the mundane realm, amassing wealth from scratch. However, he was targeted by the powerful, deemed a fat sheep to be slaughtered, and at the brink of ruin. He was rescued by a wandering elder who discovered his spiritual roots. The elder took Su Lai as a disciple and imparted all his skills. After the elder's passing, Su Lai avenged his family's downfall and became a low-tier rogue cultivator. During the last grand opening of the sect, he successfully joined the Qingfeng sect as a servant disciple. Very well, these 2 servant disciples will report to your cave dwelling tomorrow, and their expenses will be covered by the sect's contribution subsidies. So you need not worry about that. The portly steward circled the names of Su Lai and Peng Jinhua, instantly dimming their portraits. Additionally, each inner disciple can claim a superior grade magical artifact, though only from a limited selection of standard artifacts. Junior brother Bai, choose yours as well, and I will have someone notify the artifact hall to deliver them to you. That would be splendid. Bai Zichen readily agreed, feeling that coming to Qingfeng sect as an inner disciple was indeed a most fortuitous decision. At the mid-finger peak, halfway up the mountain, the cave dwelling was a lavish construction made entirely of first-grade jade, likely costing the Bai family several years' worth of income to build. Bai Zichen used his inner disciple waste token to unlock his exclusive cave dwelling. As the formation dissipated, a kaleidoscope of colors emerged. As light danced through the day and night, the jade structure housed numerous deep pavilions and exquisite towers, their spaces filled with rare and wondrous herbs. 2 towering ancient cypress trees, their branches lush and dense, formed impenetrable canopies. With a second-tier superior spiritual vein, even if other conditions remained unchanged, Bai Zichen realized his cultivation speed here would increase by 30% compared to his home. He marveled at the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy. No wonder servant disciples desperately sought to align themselves with inner disciples. Merely residing in the cave for 5 years could elevate their own cultivation level. Should one think long-term, if the chosen inner disciple ascended to true disciple status, the servant disciple's benefits would similarly be upgraded. Throughout Qingfeng sect's history, there were numerous instances where servant disciples, having served true disciples, directly ascended to managerial positions. It was a veritable rise from the ashes. Even the waste token itself was crafted to superior artifact standards. It not only identified status and recorded contributions, but also contained a mesmerizing sound that could awaken the spirit when under the influence of soul-binding spells. This inner disciple waste token was made of red copper, inscribed with the ancient characters Qing Feng on one side and adorned with the image of a fearsome heavenly king on the other. Staring at it for too long could induce a sense of dizziness and nausea. Bai Zichen spent 2 to 3 hours thoroughly exploring his cave dwelling and familiarizing himself with the formation's restrictions. He also encountered the mud spirit puppets that Elder Peng had specifically mentioned in the training room. 2 clumps of mud lay on the ground, which, upon the infusion of a modicum of magical energy, quickly morphed into humanoid puppets. With a gentle flick of his ink bamboo sword, the indistinct faces and mud-like limbs of the puppets were severed into multiple pieces, splattering mud everywhere. Yet, in no time, the mud reformed, and the 2 puppets stood upright once more. Bai Zichen sensed that these mud spirit puppets could adjust their strength based on the amount of magical energy infused. At their peak, they could reach the level of complete qi refinement. They were not susceptible to damage, required negligible energy, and could rapidly regenerate. The mud spirit puppets at the complete qi refinement level possessed rudimentary intelligence, capable of blocking and dodging actions, effectively providing him with 2 infinitely cooperative training opponents, without the worry of harming them. If he were to learn new spells or practice flying swords, he could do so within the training room, which was not only convenient, but also beneficial for confidentiality. Bai Zichen continuously adjusted his magical energy, and as he infused nearly half of it, one of the mud spirit puppets grew to nearly 10 feet tall. The once sticky mass of mud transformed into a figure with distinct angles, its core radiating a golden rock hue. Taking a step forward, its heavy body struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Had it not been for the unique materials of the training room, the bricks would have surely shattered. Bai Zichen shook his identity badge, causing the visually striking mud spirit puppet to collapse as if its backbone had been severed, reverting back to a mass of muck. After 5 years, a threshold loomed for the inner sect disciples. Without progress, there would be regression. Bai Zichen sat upon a jade bed. Having ascended to the ranks of the inner disciples of the Qingfeng sect, where the resources for cultivation vastly surpassed those available within his clan, accompanied by correspondingly elevated expectations. Within the Bai family, he was the most illustrious foundation-building talent, outshining even Bai Ling. Yet, upon entering the Qingfeng sect, it became evident that every inner disciple was considered a paragon of excellence in their own growth journey, admired by others. Each possessed commendable strengths. From Elder Pei Dongyong's introduction and the contents of the Jade Slip, the intentions of the Qingfeng sect were unmistakable, to thoroughly extract the potential of each inner disciple, ensuring that every true disciple, while endowed with exceptional talent, also harbored fervor and tenacity in their pursuit of enlightenment. They allotted a mere 5 years to the inner disciples, thereby preventing those with talent yet lax in their cultivation from languishing in their ascension. As for the matter of the sect leader's personal disciples, though no further details were provided, it was evident that without becoming a true disciple, one would hardly gain entry into their esteemed gaze. Time was of the essence, and the days ahead demanded unwavering diligence. After consuming a chi-replenishing pill, Bai Zichen sat cross-legged, commencing his first session of cultivation since arriving at the sect. The following day, after completing his morning lessons, Bai Zichen felt a slight tremor from his inner disciple badge, signaling a visitor at his cave dwelling. With a wave of his left hand, a water mirror materialized before him, reflecting the scene outside his cave. 3 individuals awaited at the formation's threshold. Have several come to visit me for a matter of importance? Bai Zichen inquired, his voice resonating simultaneously outside the formation. This was the clever application of the cave's formation. While its defensive capabilities were ordinary, it also possessed practical functions such as spirit gathering, water mirror technique, and sound transmission. Yao San from the Artifact Hall is here to deliver a magical tool for Junior Brother Bai, and I've brought along the 2 servant disciples assigned to you, announced a sturdy young man with a shaved head and dressed in practical attire that showcased his well-muscled arms. Ah, it is Senior Brother Yao. Please, do wait a moment. Bai Zichen replied, releasing the restrictions on the formation, allowing the mist to dissipate and revealing the entrance. As one of the 5 halls of the sect, the Artifact Hall clearly held greater weight than the Administrative Hall. After presenting a jade box and exchanging a few pleasantries, Yao San mentioned he had an artifact crafting task to attend to before taking his leave. However, he intentionally pointed out the servant disciple, Peng Jinhua, standing outside, prompting Bai Zichen to recognize the familiar aura emanating from Yao San. The resemblance in temperament between Yao San and Elder Peng was striking. One was an elder of the artifact hall, while the other was the hall's steward. It was likely that Yao San was a trusted aide of Elder Peng, explaining why he had proactively delivered the magical tool so early in the day. After bidding farewell to Yao San, Bai Zichen returned to the reception area and summoned the two servant disciples. As anticipated, these two would accompany him for 5 years, serving at his side. Should he ascend to become a true disciple and find them satisfactory, their tenure could extend even longer. I believe the administrative hall has briefed you on my circumstances. My expectations are simple. Perform the tasks I assign to you. Maintain confidentiality regarding all matters within the cave. And do not invoke my name to create disturbances within the sect. Is that clear? Bai Zichen fixed his gaze on the two, lingering slightly longer on Peng Jinhua. If you perform well, there may be opportunities for you to receive some cultivation resources as a reward. Peng Jinhua appeared somewhat mature for his age, likely in his early 20s, but bearing the look of someone in their 30s, perhaps due to years spent as an artifact crafting apprentice. His countenance exuded a sense of earnestness and integrity. In contrast, Su Lai matched his description on the list, nearing middle age, with pronounced features and graying hair at the temples, indicative of a life weathered by hardship. Bai Xiao's requirements are firmly etched in my mind. I shall not transgress. Su Lai replied, bowing with a submission that reflected his eagerness. Upon receiving the news from the administrative hall the previous night, he felt a surge of excitement, recognizing this as a remarkable opportunity for advancement. Having risen from humble beginnings to establish a substantial enterprise in the mundane world, Su Lai harbored his own ambitions within the realm of cultivation. Peng Jinhua, a beat behind, nodded vigorously in agreement once Su Lai finished speaking. Bai Zichen briefly allocated tasks, welcoming and sending off visitors. The disciples of the sect were to present their greetings, which would be handled by Su Lai, who was also responsible for gathering and organizing the sect's affairs, reporting to him once a month. Peng Jinhua was tasked with regularly collecting essential supplies from the affairs hall and tending to the rare flowers and spiritual herbs. The rest of the duties would be divided based on the performance of the two. They each chose a loft to reside in, agreeing that they would not be disturbed unless it was a matter of great importance. Bai Zichen returned to the innermost part of his cave dwelling. Just as he was about to step inside, he glanced at the blank plaque and traced 3 characters in the air with his finger. Instantly, 3 elegant characters appeared on the plaque. Bai Yu Lu. Bai Zichen nodded in satisfaction. The jade box sent by Yu San from the artifact refining hall was palm-sized. After removing the sealing spell attached to it, the box opened. This spell was primarily meant to ensure that the artifact had not been tampered with after leaving the artifact refining hall. Inside the box lay a delicate jade pendant, translucent as ice, emitting a faint glow. This was a high-grade artifact, the illusory moon spirit pendant. Yesterday at the affairs hall, the attending steward had presented 3 artifacts for Bai Zichen to choose from: a heavy hammer, a green flying boat, and this illusory moon spirit pendant. The Qingfeng sect treated its inner disciples exceptionally well, but it could not allow them to choose any high-grade artifact without consideration of the burden on the already overtasked artifact refining hall. The 3 artifacts corresponded to 3 distinct functions: offense, flight, and illusion. Moreover, the sect had established fixed channels for refining materials, ensuring stable product quality, and thus, these artifacts had been designated as standard for inner disciples a century ago. Among the 3, purely based on price, the flying boat was slightly more expensive. However, with the ink bamboo sword in hand, Bai Zichen could surpass any flying artifact in speed and inflict greater damage than the heavy hammer, leaving only the illusory moon spirit pendant as a viable option. A slight drawback was that the illusory moon spirit pendant was not a defensive artifact. It could create an illusion identical to the user-S form, deceiving opponents. This avatar involved profound illusion techniques, making it nearly indistinguishable even to the most meticulous qi refining cultivator. When used at the right moment, it could yield tremendous effects. However, in my presence, the pendant held little value, as my divine sense could easily discern the true from the false. It would be effective against qi refining practitioners lacking countermeasures. Bai Zichen hung the illusory moon spirit pendant close to his chest, acknowledging its status as a high-grade artifact. Another significant benefit for inner disciples was the vast collection of texts in the transmission hall. Outer disciples had to expend sect contributions to borrow any book, while I could access them freely. Nevertheless, my cultivation in the Changchun technique was progressing exceptionally smoothly, unlike others who required reference to previous notes and experiences. After some contemplation, I curbed my desire to read and resolved to focus diligently on my cultivation within the cave. I aimed to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining before anything else. The previous day's progress was 30% more effective than when I practiced at home, and even the time needed to refine the energy-restoring pills had been reduced to 10 days. Given my ample supply of spiritual pills, I could save a considerable amount of time that would otherwise be spent meditating and refining spiritual energy. Possessing divine sense, Bai Zichen could easily detect the changes in the energy from the pills after consumption. Before leaving the family, he had exchanged his surplus contributions for pills effective in the later stages of qi refining to leave for his uncle, Bai Jian. With the stock of pills he carried, he had enough to last him quite a while. Even without any additional income at Qingfeng's sect, there was no cause for undue anxiety. Several days had passed since the mountain gates had opened, and the once lively Qingfeng sect had returned to tranquility. The sect had gained over 100 new disciples, but this influx had not stirred any significant waves. The newly admitted servant disciples would undergo 3 months of unified training before being assigned duties based on their individual strengths. Those fortunate enough might remain on the main mountain, while the less fortunate could find themselves dispatched to various remote courtyards, where spiritual energy was sparse. And some perilous areas were home to ferocious beasts, posing a threat to their lives. The number of outer disciples had significantly decreased, and whether they had painstakingly ascended from the ranks of servant disciples or were promising seedlings sent by various cultivation families, they all held aspirations for the path ahead. Their primary focus, of course, was the upcoming sect competition in 3 months. To transition from outer to inner disciple, there were only 3 pathways: securing a top 3 position in the competition, being accepted as a direct disciple by one of the 5 hall masters, or receiving a special decree from the sect leader or 2 golden core elders. The 5 halls of Qingfeng's sect, transmission, law enforcement, artifact refining, alchemy, and talismans, each had a hall master with at least mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. To be accepted as a direct disciple by such prominent figures was a dream too extravagant for most outer disciples to entertain. Exceptional talents like Su Li, who possessed a spiritual physique attuned to talismans. Being taken as a direct disciple by the talisman hall master at such a young age was a rare occurrence and often a topic of admiration. The notion of a sect leader or a golden core ancestor personally designating an outer disciple for promotion was even more unfathomable. Thus, achieving a top 3 position in the sect competition remained the most realistic route to advancement. However, in recent days, another matter had overshadowed the anticipation of the upcoming competition. Junior brother Mo, you hail from a noble lineage and possess a unique bloodline, yet you have been overshadowed by an unknown fellow. I, your senior brother, cannot abide by this. In the corridor of the water pavilion, a group of 7 or 8 young outer disciples gathered, their voices animated. The speaker, unremarkable in appearance, raised a cup of wine to toast to Mo Changfei with a smile. These outer disciples, apart from Mo Changfei, who had just joined the sect this year, had been entrenched in the ranks of outer disciples for many years. It was mere luck that he presented a scroll of great benefit to the sect, and the sect leader rewarded him for it. This does not signify exceptional talent. Mo Changfei's eyes burned with resentment as he drained his cup of spirit wine. It was bad enough that he had started as an outer disciple, but now he found himself eclipsed by Bai Zichen, whom he detested, who had directly ascended to inner disciple status, fueling Mo Changfei's anger. Junior brother Mo, your statement is misguided. Rewards can be directly granted as treasures. Is the merit of a single foundational pill truly greater than that? There was no need to grant him the status of inner disciple. I believe Bai Zichen is certainly not ordinary, a fair-skinned female disciple rebutted, elegantly pouring wine, showcasing her slender figure. Indeed, I have heard that Bai Zichen is a few years younger than us and has already reached the 6th layer of qi refining. Surely, he is no mediocre talent. Another chimed in. Just wait and see. I will find an opportunity to prove you wrong. He is merely a product of the Bai family's embellishments. Mo Changfei slammed his cup down with a loud crash, storming off in a fit of rage. One outer disciple hurriedly stood to apologize to the others, following closely behind him. Once Mo Changfei had distanced himself, the remaining disciples exchanged glances before one of them could no longer contain a chuckle. Senior brother, you truly have a knack for provoking that fool to investigate Bai Zichen's background, and it only took a few words to ignite his fury. Haha, what a bloodline of the Fire Phoenix. The upper echelons of the sect have long since studied this thoroughly. Aside from producing offspring with a high ratio of spiritual roots, it holds no extraordinary qualities. In fact, it brings negative traits, causing the bloodline bearers to become irritable and struggle to control their emotions. The first speaker, an unimpressive youth, scoffed. His family had once produced a sect elder, now deceased. Yet he had left behind considerable connections. The Mo family's cultivators could only mitigate this negative impact upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, allowing them to cultivate fire techniques slightly faster than others. Claiming the Fire Phoenix bloodline was merely a way to save face. Senior brother had just broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. He held a good chance of breaking into the top 3 in this competition. A slight maneuver to instigate conflict between Mo Changfei and Bai Zichen would serve him well, bringing him benefits without any drawbacks. In the Bayou building, within the Grand Hall, I inquired about any significant events that may have transpired during my seclusion for cultivation. Bai Zichen emerged from the training room, where Peng Jinhua was diligently using his spells to prune the overgrown weeds in the cave dwelling, ensuring they did not encroach upon the growth space of several rare flowers. He then summoned Su Lai for a conversation. Reporting to Bai Xiao, there have been no notable occurrences within the sect. The sect leader remains in seclusion. It is said that the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions outside has subsided, with a certain Yuanying Jinjuan intervening to mediate, compelling both sides to cease hostilities. Su Lai appeared well prepared, confidently producing a silk scroll filled with regulations and guidelines. A Yuanying Jinjuan? Bai Zichen furrowed his brow, questioning. What Yuanying Jinjuan could possibly emerge from the territory of Mijo? The foremost figure of the demonic path, Blood God Jinren, has merely attained the peak of the Jedon stage. If the Jedon Jinren represents the apex of Mijo's combat power, capable of altering localized circumstances and determining the prosperity of sects and clans, then a Yuanying Jinjuan would be a force of overwhelming might. Their mere words could transform the dynamics of the ongoing conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. The specifics were beyond the reach of Su Lai's modest position. He had gleaned this information from casual conversations among the outer disciples. Some speculated that the intervention came from the esteemed elder of the Qishan Sacred Lotus sect. After all, this righteous demonic conflict had already implicated over a dozen sects across 3 states, making the Sacred Lotus sect's involvement plausible. Bai Zichen lightly drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The ramifications of a Yuanying Jinjuan's intentions could ripple through countless cultivators, yet such matters felt distant from his own realm. The information circulating was merely the conjectures of lower-tier practitioners. Let us discuss other matters, he suggested. Currently, the disciples within the sect are most concerned about the upcoming minor competition. There are already private betting pools established, and I have noted the names of the top 5 outer disciples in terms of odds. Last month, a miscellaneous disciple discovered a millennium-old golden crown Lingji while foraging for medicinal herbs. After presenting it to the sect, he was promoted to outer disciple and generously rewarded. This has caused quite a frenzy among the miscellaneous disciples, to the point that they nearly excavated the entire mountain. In the inner sect, 2 disciples have sent invitations for a meeting with Bai Xiao at his convenience. Meanwhile, 7 outer disciples have also come to pay their respects. Su Lai reported each item with meticulous organization. Should Bai Zichen express interest in any particular point, Su Lai was ready to elaborate with detailed descriptions, including the dispositions and past deeds of the 2 inner disciples who sent invitations, as well as the cultivation levels and relationships of the 7 outer disciples, assessing their potential for advancement. Clearly, he had conducted thorough research. It appeared Bai Zichen had made a wise choice in selecting such a capable attendant, one who could alleviate many of his concerns. He decided to respond to the 2 inner disciples, scheduling a gathering for later this month, leaving the date to their discretion. As for the outer disciples, they would not be entertained. Any future visits from them could be politely declined. Bai Zichen was still willing to invest time in building relationships with the inner disciples, using the opportunity to gauge his own standing. However, he had no inclination to engage with the outer disciples. In the realm of cultivation, true power lies within oneself. The influence of those adept at manipulation and political maneuvering is inherently limited. even if one were to rally a group of outer disciples to cheer for them. It would bear no significance in advancing to the status of a true disciple. Well done. Moving forward, continue to gather information following this template, prioritizing the internal matters of the sect, while external information holds value. The reliability of intelligence collected by someone of Su Lai's standing is often questionable compared to the traceable facts within the sect. By the way, how much do you know about the sect's marketplace? Bai Zichen shifted the conversation toward a topic he had long been curious about. Allow me to enlighten you, Bai Shao. Before I joined the Qingfeng sect, I made my living in the marketplace, working for several years as a receptionist at the Wanbao Pavilion. Su Lai's spirits lifted. The greater his demonstrated value as an attendant, the more trust he garnered from the inner disciples. The Qingfeng sect's marketplace lies approximately 500 miles from the main sect, strategically positioned at a critical pass leading into Heishan. Though referred to as a marketplace, it has developed over centuries into a town of considerable size. Once merely a handful of structures, it now boasts 4 streets and an ever-expanding area for stalls. Even some independent cultivators have established residences on the outskirts, with the Qingfeng sect refraining from intervening. As a result, the area has attracted a significant number of wandering cultivators, representing more than half of the independent practitioners in Heishan. Additionally, descendants of those without spiritual roots thrive in the vicinity, all reliant on the vast community of cultivators. Thus, when Bai Zichen arrived at the marketplace, he was met with a scene starkly different from his expectations. Chaotic and densely packed structures appeared like countless stacked matchboxes from above. As one ventured closer to the center, a long, narrow square emerged, filled with independent cultivators unable to afford the rental of shops within the marketplace, setting up their stalls in this area instead. The square bustled with a great multitude, as people browsed for items of their liking. Transactions often did not require spirit stones. Many opted for barter instead. At the heart of the marketplace are the 4 intersecting streets, the true Qingfeng sect marketplace, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. A protective formation indicating the sect's commitment to this area, with 2 foundation establishment elders stationed to oversee it. By controlling this marketplace, the cultivators of Heishan effectively serve the Qingfeng sect, funneling countless spirit stones and vast resources into the sect's coffers. The annual revenue from the marketplace has been rapidly increasing. The Wanbao Pavilion and the 5 Elements sect's merchant association indeed occupy prime positions. I wonder where the Bai family shop is located? From the chubby fellow's remarks, it seems to be at a corner spot. At the entrance of the marketplace, several Qingfeng sect disciples stood guard, yet they did not inquire about the passing cultivators. According to Su Lai, after nightfall, aside from Qingfeng sect disciples, only those who own shops within the marketplace are long-term employees, or have expended considerable spirit stones to stay at the Qingfeng sect's designated lodgings are permitted to remain. All others must vacate the premises. Contrary to Bai Zichen's assumptions, not all shops within the marketplace belong to the Qingfeng sect. Besides the exclusive lodgings, the Qingfeng sect operates 7 or 8 shops, strategically located and covering various trades. The remaining shops are leased to major cultivation families, and some wandering cultivators, having saved spirit stones over a lifetime, have even partnered to purchase small shops. Indeed, the marketplace has policies in place. Any wandering cultivator with descendants possessing spiritual roots and a good credit history can make a 30% down payment, with the remaining spirit stones and interest repayable over a maximum of 60 years. Within the marketplace, 2 shops occupy the most prominent corners, Wanbao Pavilion and the 5 Elements sect's merchant association, both established by Jidan-level powers within the Qingfeng sect's marketplace. According to Su Lai, the Wanbao Pavilion is, in fact, a commercial establishment without a formal sect lineage. It boasts branches in nearly every state and county of Liang Kingdom, claiming that as long as spirit stones are sufficient, they can procure anything one desires. Su Lai recounted his 5 years as a receptionist at the Wanbao Pavilion, sharing all he knew with Bai Zichen. The founder, a Jidan-level wandering cultivator, initially aimed to facilitate exchanges and forge connections among practitioners, leading to the establishment of the Wanbao Pavilion. Unexpectedly, business flourished, encompassing all items relevant to cultivators. While it may not surpass some specialized shops and singular offerings, in terms of variety, no other merchant association in the Liang Kingdom can rival Wanbao Pavilion, which even has access to rare items from beyond the kingdom. Presently, the Wanbao Pavilion has 3 Jidan guest elders overseeing its operations, and its master is likewise a Jedon cultivator. As for the Five Elements Sect's Merchant Association, its background is quite straightforward. It is an establishment of the Five Elements Sect, a long-standing ally of the Qingfeng sect. The Qingfeng sect has also established a Qingfeng trading house near the Five Elements Sect's mountain gate. The origins of the two sects date back a millennium, when an elder from the Five Elements sect, during a journey through the Heishan mountain range, inadvertently provoked a third-tier demon king. In a desperate bid for survival, he was rescued by the then leader of the Qingfeng sect. Their fateful encounter blossomed into a profound friendship, leading them to support each other through numerous life and death trials, ultimately achieving the coveted golden core stage together. Since that time, the two sects have maintained an unbroken bond. Given that the Qingfeng sect is located to the north and the Five Elements sect to the east, separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, there are no conflicts of interest between them. They watch over and assist one another, and their disciples refer to each other as brothers during their adventures, fostering mutual aid and benefit. The Five Elements sect is renowned for its doctrinal inheritance and its mastery of elemental spells, boasting an ancient artifact known as the Great Five-Element Annihilation Divine Light, which is said to counter all elemental spells in existence. However, the entry requirements are exceedingly stringent, with only those who have achieved the Golden Core stage qualifying to commence preliminary training, and the true extent of its legendary power remains unverified. Standing at the street corner, Bai Zichen entered the 5-story tall Wanbao Pavilion without a moment's hesitation. The first-floor hall of the Wanbao Pavilion was spacious and opulent, adorned with only a few long tables and exquisite tea sets, where several cultivators leisurely enjoyed tea and conversation. It is worth noting that every shop in the market is highly valuable, and smaller stores are filled to the brim with goods, where buyers must tread carefully to avoid mishaps. A line of charming young women stood together, and one of them, adorned in elegant attire, approached him with a welcoming demeanor. "Esteemed sir, welcome to Wanbao Pavilion. May I assist you in selecting your purchase?" As she spoke, the fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air. Bai Zichen recognized these lovely attendants as the mortal receptionists mentioned by Su Lai. Unlike Su Lai, who was a cultivator and could engage with customers on equal footing, these receptionists lacked any cultivation and were primarily there to greet guests. "High-quality defensive artifacts, please," Bai Zichen replied, glancing at the enchanting women, who were likely the receptionists Su Lai had referenced. The attendant's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to guide him, her waist cinched with a pink silk ribbon that accentuated her curvaceous figure. As a receptionist, her income largely depended on the spiritual stones customers spent at the Wanbao Pavilion. If her performance consistently fell short for several months, she would be dismissed, losing her means of living in the market. In the realm of cultivation, mere beauty holds little value. As ordinary mortals without spiritual roots, they could easily find a comfortable life outside the market. Yet, they chose to exhaust their efforts to remain within it. In Su Lai's words, these women, being descendants of cultivators, yearned for a child with spiritual roots, dedicating their lives to this singular dream, unwilling to accept the reality of their ordinary existence. In a few years, as their beauty fades, they would struggle to find work in the market, and being noticed by a cultivator to become a concubine would represent their best opportunity. Ascending the stairs behind the elegantly dressed attendant, Bai Zichen found the second floor bustling with many cultivators selecting items, each accompanied by a beautiful woman or a handsome young man. Upon reaching the third floor, it was considerably quieter, with only a handful of individuals present. This floor was clearly designed with soundproofing arrays, effectively isolating it from the clamor of the second level. The attendant whispered a few words to a seated steward, who soon approached Bai Zichen. "I am Ji Lang, a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. I understand you seek a high-quality defensive artifact?" "Indeed, if possible. An exceptional one would be even better," Bai Zichen replied, aware that his stay in the qi refining stage would be brief. As his cultivation progressed, he would be able to fully utilize the maximum potential of an exceptional artifact. His choice to purchase at Wanbao Pavilion rather than at the Qingfeng sect's own artifact shop stemmed from the latter's limited inventory and lesser quality. To be candid, the Qingfeng sect does not excel in artifact crafting. Many elders within the sect have acquired their spiritual tools from external sources or commissioned renowned artifact masters for their creation. Given the distance he traveled, it would have been more efficient to commission a custom artifact at the crafting hall instead of purchasing from his own sect's shop. As long as inner disciples were willing to invest time, Accumulating the contribution points required to forge a high-quality artifact was entirely feasible. Additionally, as a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, he had the protection against rogue cultivators and need not fear being robbed in his own market. Zhilang sensed the significance of this business opportunity and promptly instructed the attendant to assist Bai Zichen while he stepped away to retrieve the requested items. The attendant presented a fragrant incense burner, lit it, and meticulously cleaned the tea set, preparing a fine spiritual tea to serve him. Each movement was executed with grace, a testament to her training. Though she lacked spiritual roots, had she been a female cultivator, she would surely attract numerous suitors. After a brief interval, Zhilang returned in haste, cradling 3 wooden boxes. Esteemed friend, I have brought forth the finest treasures from our 3rd floor, which ordinary customers rarely have the privilege to see. He gently tapped the first box, causing it to open and reveal a bracelet woven from scales. The 8-faced celestial serpent mirror, a high-quality defensive artifact, crafted from the feathers and scales of the dual-winged celestial serpent, combined with various spiritual materials through meticulous refinement. Bai Zichen had read about the dual-winged celestial serpent in texts. It was a peak first-tier demonic beast capable of fleeting flight with its diminutive wings. May I give it a try? Of course, but as you have yet to attune to it, you will only be able to access its 3rd-tier effects. Zhilang responded confidently. Bai Zichen took the bracelet into his hands, marveling at its lightness. The 8 scales felt as delicate as feathers. Upon channeling a modicum of spiritual energy, the bracelet transformed into an 8-faced prism-like shield, encircling him and spinning gracefully. The hallmark of this artifact is its rapid activation, ensuring immediate protection for the wearer, Zhilang proclaimed, pride evident in his voice. Moreover, once activated, the shield autonomously defends its master, requiring no additional focus. Even if one face were to be destroyed, it would continue to function normally. And repairs can be swiftly handled at the Wanbao Pavilion with a mere replacement of a scale. Finally, Bai Zichen comprehended the reason behind the name of the snake scale bracelet, the 8-faceted serpent mirror. Let us examine the next item, he suggested. Bai Zichen remained noncommittal. Withholding his opinions, Zhilang retrieved a 2nd wooden box, revealing a lightweight inner armor that felt like silk yet possessed greater resilience. The 100 Refinements Celestial Silkworm Garment, a high-grade defensive artifact, was impervious to both fire and water, capable of alleviating some damage for its wearer. Zhilang rubbed his fingers together, and a blazing fire swirled around the 100 Refinements Celestial Silkworm Garment, emitting an astonishing heat. Yet, the armor showed no signs of change amidst the flames. Fascinating. Bai Zichen's expression shifted. This defensive artifact was unlike the common ones on the market. It served as the last line of defense for cultivators, aiming to minimize damage from unavoidable attacks. However, how much damage could it truly alleviate? Against attacks from the Qi refining stage, the 100 Refinements Celestial Silkworm Garment could absorb at least 40% of the impact. Beyond that level, its effectiveness diminished, as a casual spell from a foundation-building senior could easily exceed the armor's limits, tearing it apart. This 100 Refinements Celestial Silkworm Garment imposed no additional mana burden when worn, making it the most suitable secondary defensive artifact for cultivators. Should you be interested, I can certainly offer a discount, Zhilang urged, his tone somewhat anxious. The branch of the Wanbao Pavilion primarily sold lower-tier goods, and he personally sold no more than 2 high-grade artifacts each month. Let us view the final item before making a decision, Bai Zichen thought, already leaning towards a preference for the 2 artifacts. Very well, but do prepare yourself. The price of this final artifact is not insignificant, Zhilang cautioned, taking a deep breath as he slowly opened the 3rd wooden box. Were it not for the extraordinary aura Bai Zichen exuded, suggesting he hailed from a prestigious background, Zhilang would not have dared to present this artifact. An exquisite artifact. Indeed, is not something an ordinary Qi refining cultivator would wield. Some foundation-building seniors, not long into their ascension, might still possess exquisite artifacts. The Crimson Canopy Pearl Umbrella, an exquisite artifact. A small umbrella, about a foot in length, lay quietly within, its canopy of vivid crimson resembling the sun, with ribs forged from a millennium-old cold iron. Rows of luminous pearls adorned the umbrella, dazzling to behold. You must understand, each exquisite artifact meets the standards necessary for crafting spiritual items. Such artifacts are typically the result of a flawed refining process or an intentional downgrade to achieve a specific effect. This crimson canopy pearl umbrella was a replica of the renowned Hunyuan pearl umbrella, crafted by a master artificer, embellished with 12 fire-warding pearls, 12 water-warding pearls, 12 emeralds, 12 radiant pearls, and 12 wind-stabilizing pearls. Zhi Lang's hands danced over the pearls, producing a melodic chime. His gaze filled with longing as he admired this exquisite artifact daily. Yet, with his salary as a court attendant, the exquisite artifact remained an unattainable dream. The master artificer had originally crafted it for his beloved grandson, investing considerable resources of spiritual-grade materials and immense effort to imbue the artifact with low mana requirements. It was nearly as powerful as a low-grade spiritual item, yet required less mana than typical exquisite artifacts. Had the artifact not been completed before the unfortunate demise of his grandson, the master artificer would not have placed it for consignment at the Wanbao Pavilion. Zhi Lang flicked his fingers, and the crimson canopy pearl umbrella soared above his head, spinning gracefully as the pearls danced, producing a crisp, harmonious sound. A red light enveloped Zhi Lang entirely, while each pearl emitted a shimmer, encircling the red glow. Once activated, the crimson canopy pearl umbrella provided comprehensive protection, with each of the 60 pearls inscribed with miniature gathering formations, allowing it to store spiritual energy autonomously, even if one were to exhaust their mana. The pearls alone could sustain the artifact for at least the duration of a stick of incense. As for the defensive capabilities, feel free to test it. I assure you that any attacks from the late Qi refining stage or below would struggle to breach this foundational barrier for hours. Zhi Lang appeared entranced, as if the crimson canopy pearl umbrella were his own prized possession. Bai Zichen suppressed the urge to strike the red barrier with his ink bamboo sword. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of fire thunder pearls aimed at the crimson canopy pearl umbrella. With deliberate control, dozens of fire thunder pearls bombarded the same point. Yet, the red barrier remained unyielding, as if a stone cast into the sea, creating not even a ripple. Bai Zichen understood the defensive prowess of the crimson canopy pearl umbrella, even at 30% of its capacity, surpassed that of the golden radiance sun bracelet. Moreover, this was far from the umbrella's limits. Please, provide a price for these 3 artifacts, Bai Zichen stated with an indifferent demeanor. Having examined all 3 artifacts, each a masterpiece, the prices, of course, will not be modest. Zhi Lang gathered the 3 wooden boxes, his spirits lifted as he prepared for an intense negotiation. The 8-faceted serpent mirror, 300 spirit stones. The 100 refinements celestial silkworm garment, 280 spirit stones. The crimson canopy pearl umbrella, 800 spirit stones. Bai Zichen's expression shifted. For even though he had anticipated high prices for the artifacts, this valuation exceeded his expectations. Isn't this price somewhat excessive for your esteemed pavilion? High-grade artifacts typically hover around 200 spirit stones in the market, while exquisite spiritual items are even more outrageous. Rarely does a first-tier flying sword fetch such a price. Bai Zichen had initially believed himself to be of modest means, ready to indulge in a shopping spree, only to be swiftly reminded of his status as a financially constrained cultivator. The treasures of the Wanbao Pavilion, naturally, cannot be compared to the standardized artifacts available elsewhere. I trust you chose our establishment for its quality, Zhi Lang smiled, observing Bai Zichen's surprise at the pricing, knowing that the deal was still negotiable. The materials required for the crimson canopy pearl umbrella could easily suffice for crafting a low-grade spiritual item, making this price reasonable. Furthermore, aside from the wooden flying swords, which might be slightly cheaper, a standard first-tier flying sword typically costs around 600 to 700 spirit stones, hardly a significant difference. Bai Zichen's lips twitched slightly, as his ink bamboo sword was inadvertently undermined. Let me propose a fair price. If it is reasonable, I shall acquire one today. The serpent mirror for 280, the celestial silkworm garment for 250, and the pearl umbrella for 750. That is my final offer. Were it not for the desire to befriend you, I would not consider such a price. Zhi Lang gritted his teeth, clearly conflicted as he countered with another figure. I will take both the celestial silkworm garment and the pearl umbrella for 800 spirit stones, a firm offer. Bai Zichen remained unblinking, prepared to negotiate further. Do not jest with me. This price would result in a loss for Wanbao Pavilion. It is simply untenable. Zhi Lang, as if having his tail stepped on, leapt up, shaking his hands vigorously, considering the ink bamboo sword valued at 500 spirit stones as a benchmark. Common metal flying swords typically sold for around 600 spirit stones. Given the low mana requirements and the luxurious embellishment of the Crimson Canopy Pearl Umbrella, an asking price of 800 spirit stones was hardly excessive. Yet, constrained by his finances, he was forced to bargain fiercely. These two artifacts have likely lingered here for quite some time. Confined within the Wanbao Pavilion, their value diminishes to mere objects. Byzichin had to concede that the artifacts within Wanbao Pavilion were evidently of a superior caliber compared to those available from his sex artifact refining hall. Perhaps the lack of market competition had caused the artisans within the sect to lose their motivation for innovation. Moreover, acquiring both items in one purchase naturally warranted a better deal. Reluctantly, Zhilang gathered the 3 wooden boxes, stating he would seek approval for the pricing from the branch manager. Byzichin remained patient, savoring a cup of spirit tea, signaling his intent to wait. The woman in palace attire stood quietly by the side, unable to interject in the transaction of magical artifacts, a domain beyond her mortal reach. As the opportunity arose, she hurriedly approached to refill the tea and then gracefully stepped beside Byzichin, her delicate hands resting lightly on his shoulder as she began a gentle massage. A single transaction nearing 1,000 spirit stones was unprecedented in her 6 months of service. She had never handled such a substantial sum before. My friend, I exerted considerable effort to persuade them to lower the price a bit more. Zhilang rushed back, gesturing with 9 fingers. 900 spirit stones, it's a fair trade. You stand to gain significantly, merely investing 100 spirit stones to acquire the refined celestial silkworm garment. 850 stones. No one in the market can match my offer. It's time to make a deal. 890 stones, and I'll waive my commission, considering you a friend. Very well, I too consider you a brother. Let us add 10 more. 880 stones, not a single stone less. I am certain I will be reprimanded for this price later. Could you kindly await my inquiry? 870 stones, my final offer. I will walk away if it exceeds this amount. Byzichin sipped 2 cups of spirit tea, finding the haggling more intense than a battle of spells, leaving him parched. All right, let it be a loss for Wanbao Pavilion. 870 spirit stones, and you may take these 2 artifacts once payment is complete. The rules for the acquisition of magical artifacts and elixirs at Wanbao Pavilion. I find myself short on spirit stones. Byzichin coughed awkwardly, realizing that, including what he had procured from the K family's twin wolves, he possessed only about 330 spirit stones. What? Are you jesting with me? Wanbao Pavilion is not a mere street stall. Explanations are necessary. Zhilang, now genuinely anxious, jumped up. Do not lose your composure, my friend. I merely mentioned my shortage of spirit stones, not that I am unwilling to purchase. I recall Wanbao Pavilion also has a buyback service. I possess other items to make up the deficit. Byzichin rubbed his nose and placed 2 artifacts and a bottle of elixirs on the table. That would be ideal. However, the buyback price can only reach 80% of market value. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may sell them yourself. Zhilang huffed twice, taking the artifacts to examine them closely. The smoke gourd contained a concocted poison smoke. Even a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator would feel dizzy and nauseous upon inhalation. Its lethality was too weak, worth at most 85 spirit stones. Oh, this bone whistle is intriguing. Are there still artifact smiths in the Black Mountain producing such disposable items? Byzichin retrieved the spoils from his previous encounter with the K family brothers, intending to use Wanbao Pavilion as a means to launder these illicit goods. Zhilang, seemingly an appraiser, could discern the exact purposes of the artifacts in moments. The bone whistle, while only a mid-grade artifact, possessed peak lethality among high-grade artifacts. It would transform into a deadly arrow against foes, disintegrating into bone powder regardless of the outcome. Its value was indeed higher, potentially worth 120 spirit stones. Ah, the purple ginseng pill, a rare find. In perfect condition, it's potent. This bottle is worth 240 spirit stones. Zhilang glanced at it, increasingly convinced of Byzichin's identity. Such elixirs that enhance cultivation for late-stage Qi refinement practitioners seldom circulate among loose cultivators. Even if one were to fortuitously obtain them, they would rarely part with them for spirit stones. If broken down and sold individually at a stall, they could fetch at least 45 spirit stones each. Byzichin calculated silently. The total came to 445 spirit stones. He gritted his teeth and produced a bottle of clean water, tossing an empty storage bag onto the table. Mid-grade artifact, reasonably crafted, valued at 100 spirit stones. A second-hand storage bag, 75 spirit stones. Bai Zichen then retrieved 250 spirit stones, finally assembling the considerable sum. Very well, my friend, please verify once more. Once the transaction is complete, there are no returns from Wanbao Pavilion. With the deal finalized, Zhilang's smile radiated warmth again. Bai Zichen scanned with his spiritual sense, confirming that the refined celestial silkworm garment and the crimson canopied pearl umbrella were authentic, untouched by deceit. He safely stored them in his bag and resumed casual conversation. This shopping excursion had unveiled the high-quality offerings of Wanbao Pavilion. Although the prices were steep, the quality was indeed exceptional. After establishing his foundation, if he did not encounter a master craftsman to custom-make for him, he might very well return to procure more spiritual artifacts. After engaging in idle chatter for half an hour, Bai Zichen subtly distanced himself from the increasingly close palace-attired woman and prepared to depart. Zhilang stood at the third-floor window of Wanbao Pavilion, watching Bai Zichen's figure gradually vanish into the crowd before turning to enter a secluded dark room. Having spent nearly 1,000 spirit stones in one go, did you place a mark on him? A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness, revealing an acute awareness of the happenings within the third floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Zhilang shook his head, pondering. No, I sense this individual is extraordinary. Though he is merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement, the moment I prepared to place a mark, my intuition warned me of imminent failure and discovery. After consideration, I chose to abandon the attempt. He is not a mere loose cultivator, but likely a disciple of Qingfeng's sect or a direct descendant of one of the renowned cultivation families. What a pity. The two artifacts alongside the other possessions on him could likely yield enough for a foundational spiritual item. Let us remain cautious for now. Although my marks are not easily detected, you must minimize your presence around the market. Repeated incursions will inevitably lead to exposure. Zhilang's expression darkened, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the earlier friendly servant. News will arrive soon. Once matters are resolved on that front, we will strike at the Black Mountain. This time, we shall take a significant bite out of the Qingfeng sect. With the acquisition of 2 satisfactory artifacts, Bai Zichen felt elated as he meandered through the market. He had scrutinized both the wooden box and the artifacts with his spiritual sense, ensuring no marks had been left behind. Having read numerous tales of treasure hunters falling victim to greed after revealing their wealth, shadows of caution loomed in his mind. Wanbao Pavilion, being a premier merchant in Liang Kingdom with a stellar reputation, should not engage in collusion with robbers. However, better safe than sorry. It was preferable to exercise caution than to regret falling into a trap later. Bai Zichen strolled through several shops lining the streets, including the 5 Elements Merchant House and the Qingfeng sect's own store. The artifacts displayed within were lacking in both quality and quantity compared to those at Wanbao Pavilion. Their service quality was also lacking. Even the mortal attendants fell short in appearance and stature, explaining why they could not compete with the likes of Wanbao Pavilion. As Bai Zichen critiqued the commercial strategies of the sect, he found himself at the outskirts of the market, where numerous stalls sprawled across a square. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 stalls. The larger ones had 3 or 4 individuals managing them, brimming with a plethora of goods, primarily foundational talismans and low-grade artifacts. Smaller stalls simply laid out a cloth on the ground with a few scattered items, selling them off quickly. This was the typical scene for loose cultivators in the square. Spirit items unearthed from ancient secret realms attracted curious onlookers, with the fortunate few able to glean insights into ancient divine arts. The martial arts rumored to have been passed down from the 5 mountains, where the 5 mountain real person cultivated into a golden core promised eternal regret for those who missed the chance. A treasure map left behind by a foundational cultivator, said to contain a lifetime of savings and even a foundational elixir. Various loose cultivators shouted enticing promotions, each more alluring than the last. Bai Zichen approached the stall boasting of the 5 mountain real person's martial arts. It showcased a yellowed booklet, its cover adorned with 4 bold characters, 5 mountain divine arts. The counterfeit item is clearly lacking in sincerity. The profound techniques of the immortal Dan are not even inscribed upon the jade slips, but rather transcribed from this book roll. One can easily surmise that the 5 Mountains Temple has been reduced to a mere annex of the Qingfeng sect. If the authentic techniques of the 5 Mountains truly existed, they would inevitably fall into the hands of the sect. This so-called 5 Mountains divine skill is nothing more than a haphazard compilation of various qi refining methods, carelessly assembled and aged to appear antiquated. Old man, You have ruined my precious item and now wish to simply walk away? What nonsense! This bowl was already cracked when it came into our possession. When I was making my way through the market, you were still in your mother's womb. And now you dare to accuse me. Everyone, come forward as witnesses. These two have damaged my family heirloom and now seek to shift the blame. Quickly, a brother summoned the square manager to arbitrate. In front of a stall, a throng of cultivators had gathered, their voices raised in a cacophony of quarrels. In such a vast square, disputes arose daily, countless in number. Byzichin had little interest in the commotion. He was determined to scavenge for treasures among the scattered cultivators' stalls, akin to sifting for gold in the ocean, a rather unrealistic endeavor. Any item boasting a grand reputation, especially those accompanied by tales of ancestral heirlooms, was invariably a forgery, specifically designed to deceive inexperienced novice cultivators. As he moved away, he recognized the familiar sound of the argument and, after circling back, found himself at the opposing stall once more. The stall owner was a slender young man, his features reasonably handsome, though his eyes glinted with cunning and impatience, giving him an air of frivolity. At that moment, he was gripping the sleeves of two cultivators, unwilling to let them depart. Old Tong, Lu Song. What a coincidence! I did not expect to encounter these two here. No wonder the voices sounded familiar. They were both acquaintances of Byzichin. Old Tong had passed the assessment for miscellaneous disciples with flying colors, while Lu Song's circumstances were unclear, but since they were together, it was likely he had also joined the sect. Byzichin did not rush to intervene in the market near the sect. Surely his fellow miscellaneous disciples would not suffer at the hands of scattered cultivators. The manager Xiong has arrived. Make way. A stout man with arms as thick as a person's waist made his way through the crowd. This was indeed the square manager that everyone spoke of. What is going on? This area I oversee is typically the quietest. I detest it when people cause a ruckus. Manager Xiong swayed with each step, squinting his small eyes to survey the scene, his expression darkening. The Qingfeng sect only managed the four main streets of the market, including the protective formations. The surrounding square and the vast area inhabited by scattered cultivators and mortals were never regarded as part of the market by the sect, as long as nothing catastrophic occurred. The sect was disinclined to intervene. With hundreds of stalls in the square, a significant business was at play. Where there is profit, disputes inevitably arise. To manage stall positions and competitive pricing among similar goods, the role of the square manager was birthed. The circular square was divided into 4 sections, each overseen by a manager responsible for handling affairs and collecting stall fees from scattered cultivators. Those who managed to secure a position as a manager were not only required to possess sufficient cultivation, but also needed to have connections with the Qingfeng sect. Without such connections, even the strongest individual could not maintain their position. Under scrutiny, Manager Xiong's cultivation could not be concealed. He was a 7th-layer qi refiner. In the late stages of qi refining, it was no wonder he could command respect, with others fearing him like a tiger. Byzichin stood by, observing how this rotund man intended to resolve the matter. Ah, Manager Xiong, you have arrived just in time to settle this for us. The slender young man flashed a covert smile, releasing Old Tong and Lu Song, and picked up the shattered bowl from the stall's floor. I have always conducted my business with integrity in the market, and you are well aware of this, Manager Xiong. I have never engaged in deceptive practices. These two came to my stall to examine my family heirloom, and one of them accidentally smashed the bowl, attempting to flee immediately. Fortunately, I managed to detain them. Manager Xiong grasped the 2 pieces of the bowl, saying, "What do you two have to say? Is what he claims accurate?" Manager Xiong, my fellow disciple Lu merely touched the bowl, and it broke into 2. It was clearly damaged beforehand, laid out here to ensnare us. Lu Song's face flushed with anger. But Old Tong held him back and stepped forward to explain. Nonsense. This bowl has always been in perfect condition. It was just fine this morning, and a customer nearly bought it. Several nearby stall owners can attest to this. The slender young man leapt up, as if he had suffered great injustice. Indeed, I saw the bowl in fine shape this morning. The old and young looked righteous, yet they refused to acknowledge their wrongdoing. Several stall owners spoke in unison to testify, leaving Old Tong momentarily speechless, realizing he had encountered a market bully. Before becoming a spiritual planter, he had spent 2 years in the market and had witnessed such scenes. It seemed the situation was quite clear. You two have damaged the stall owner's goods and must compensate accordingly. Manager Xiong waved his hand decisively to settle the matter. Kid, how much is that broken heirloom bowl worth? Manager Xiong, Both of us are disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Shouldn't you investigate further before reaching a conclusion? Old Tong had not anticipated that this stout man would be so unrestrained and hurriedly presented his identity token. Manager Xiong squinted his eyes into a narrow slit, glancing at the slender stall owner, who trembled in fear, shrinking visibly. Useless fool. Why didn't you ascertain their identities before acting? Manager Xiong cursed inwardly and spoke with imposing authority. Disciples of the Qingfeng sect must adhere to reason. One cannot bully others in the market. Wouldn't you agree? You two miscellaneous disciples. I have a cousin who is also a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. He, the inner sect disciple Xiong Baishan. I wonder if you have heard of him. If you wish to abuse your authority, I, old Xiong, will have no choice but to inform my cousin and request that he seeks out the elders in the sect for a fair resolution. What do you intend to do? Old Tong, who had lived cautiously for a lifetime, had become a miscellaneous disciple of the Qingfeng sect through his adept farming skills, and had only recently begun to enjoy peaceful days. Upon hearing that the other party had a relative in the inner sect, he immediately panicked. In the eyes of miscellaneous disciples like him, an inner sect disciple was a figure of immense significance. Although they could not directly wield authority over them, their prospects were much brighter, and a mere word could lead to repercussions from outer sect disciples, targeting the two miscellaneous disciples. Since joining the Qingfeng sect, he had been granted techniques and tested for his farming abilities, directly assigned 30 acres of spiritual fields to cultivate. All the tasks allocated to him by the sect were related to spiritual farming, posing no danger whatsoever, exactly what Old Tong had desired. The manager of spiritual plants had even stated that if the yield from his spiritual fields increased by 20% the following year, he would hand over the hundreds of acres of fields under his purview to Old Tong and would also apply to the sect for elixirs to assist him in breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining. As good days lay ahead, Old Tong dreaded any setbacks. If he were to offend an inner sect disciple and ultimately lose his status as a miscellaneous disciple, it would be akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell. I believe this broken bowl is worth 10 spirit stones. You shall compensate accordingly, and henceforth there shall be no further entanglements. Manager Xiong, despite his rotund appearance, possessed a keen mind. He recognized Old Tong's timid demeanor and understood that he was among the most powerless of miscellaneous disciples, without background, talent, or spirit stones, a 3-0 individual. With an inner sect disciple as a backing, he knew there was no need for escalation. However, with the identity of a miscellaneous disciple from the Qingfeng sect, he could not ruthlessly extort them. A few spirit stones would suffice to send them on their way, preserving his own dignity. 10 spirit stones it is. Lu Song, let us pool our resources. 10 spirit stones was no small sum for either Old Tong or Lu Song. However, at this moment, when a mere handful of spirit stones could resolve the predicament, Old Tong felt an unexpected sense of relief. Lu Song bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood yet refusing to relent, repeatedly asserting, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." He couldn't comprehend. Back when he was a wandering cultivator, he had endured humiliation in silence. He had immersed himself in arduous training, never daring to relax for even a day, and finally, on the day when the gates of Qingfeng sect opened wide, he was listed as a candidate for the miscellaneous disciples. Luck favored him when the two wandering cultivators ahead of him mysteriously vanished, allowing him to become a miscellaneous disciple. Yet, despite his new identity as a disciple of Qingfeng sect, he still suffered unjust blame. What had he toiled for? I did not break that bowl. I will not compensate for the spirit stones. Lu Song stubbornly lifted his chin and shouted. What did you say? Manager Xiong was taken aback, not expecting such a turn of events in what seemed like a sure thing. Think carefully. If you are found to be of poor character, using your status as a disciple of Qingfeng sect to bully wandering cultivators, you will be expelled from the sect. There are 2 foundation establishment elders in the market. If I report what happened here, the consequences for you, young brother, will be dire. Lu Shidi, do not act impulsively. How about this? I will cover all the spirit stones, and you need not share the burden. Old Tong, in a panic, tugged at Lu Song, his white hair disheveled. Then report to the elders. Let the sect determine my guilt. I will not admit to anything. Well said. As a disciple of Qingfeng sect, I cannot suffer unjustly. Bai Zichen applauded. He had observed the exchange for some time and sighed, realizing both were caught in the situation, reacting far too slowly. Old Tong was diplomatic and fearful, while Lu Song was resolute and stubborn. They complemented each other well, but just having shed his identity as a wandering cultivator a month prior. He was easily intimidated by Manager Xiong's words. The higher-ups of Qingfeng's sect indeed did not regard miscellaneous disciples highly, yet they still operated under the sect's banner. Manager Xiong's attempt to report this minor issue to the Foundation establishment elders would likely yield no response. Bai Zichen was surprised to discover such corruption and tyranny existed even near the sect's market. Furthermore, even with 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare detain a miscellaneous disciple of Qingfeng's sect. Did you not just say you would report to the two elders? Then I shall wait here to see what they have to say. By the way, I also know Brother Xiong Baishan. Upon returning to the sect, I will certainly convey Manager Xiong's regards. Among the inner disciples, there indeed was one named Xiong Baishan, who coincidentally was one of the inner disciples who had proactively come forward with an introduction. Young Bai? Old Tong exclaimed in surprise, realizing that after the assessment, Bai Zichen had vanished. Now hearing this, he understood Bai Zichen had also become a disciple of Qingfeng's sect. Given his age and potential, he must certainly be an outer disciple. Lu Song slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his expression relaxing a bit. Manager Xiong silently lamented, recognizing he had kicked against an iron plate today. A young cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with ties to Xiong Baishan, was likely also an inner disciple. Manager Xiong, who had referred to Xiong Baishan as his clan brother, would have long been serving him diligently had he been faced with him directly. Although they shared the same surname, they were separated by more than 30 years and several generations of lineage. To maintain this connection, Manager Xiong sent 200 spirit stones to Xiong Baishan each year, claiming it was a cultivation resource provided by the clan, when in reality, it came from his own pocket. I took another careful look. There are some doubts about the crack in this bowl. I suspect that Yin is likely orchestrating this. Manager Xiong's tone shifted entirely from before. What audacity! To falsely accuse a sect disciple, you nearly deceived me. You truly deserve punishment. With a hand as large as a fan, he struck the frail stall owner, knocking him unconscious and scattering his teeth across the ground. He then seized the man's storage bag and rummaged through it, retrieving 20 spirit stones. Consider this a compensation for the emotional distress caused by this man's slander against a sect disciple. I implore you to accept it. Bai Zichen gestured for Old Tong to take the spirit stones, feeling disinclined to intervene further. Whether it was tyranny in the market or schemes to harm others, he was not a law enforcement cultivator of the sect. Had it not been for the unfortunate encounter of his two acquaintances, he might not have intervened at all. Indeed, to persist in the face of adversity. After this ordeal, Brother Lu's spirit has been tempered. It won't be long before his cultivation advances another level. Bai Zichen and the two strolled near the square, discussing the events that transpired since their last separation. Jiang Shu, the young lady, happened to have family nearby and was taken home the day after the assessment. Thank you, Brother Bai, for your encouragement. I merely followed my heart and made a choice. Lu Song's eyes brimmed with gratitude. He had momentarily prepared himself for the possibility of expulsion. After a brief exchange, he declined Old Tong's offer to share the compensation, stating he had matters to attend to. Once outside the square, he soared away on light, leaving only a trace of dark green. Today, Brother Bai truly came through. After only a few days of being an outer disciple, he had already acquainted himself with an inner sect figure, which prevented the manager from acting rashly. Old Tong patted Lu Song's shoulder, still feeling apprehensive. Lu Shidi, you must temper your temperament. There are many we cannot afford to offend. Did you not hear what Brother Bai said about staying true to oneself? I can no longer evade. Lu Song cast a deep glance at the black ring on his finger, as if making a significant decision, and his demeanor shifted entirely. At the peak of the middle finger, 3 outer disciples stood side by side, one of whom appeared pale, as if just recovering from an illness, appearing quite frail. Senior brother, if I report Bai Zichen, will there be any repercussions? The pale disciple asked anxiously, feeling a twinge of fear. What repercussions? You were indeed poisoned by the wind-breathing serpent, unable to utilize any spiritual energy for 100 days, thus unable to participate in the sect's minor competition. Just a few days ago, I saw Bai Zichen secretly purchasing a vial of wind-breathing serpent poison, and when compared with your situation, his suspicion is quite substantial. That's why I reported him to the law enforcement hall for poisoning and harming you, requesting the sect to impose severe punishment. Quan Zhong patted the shoulder of the disciple beside him, bolstering his confidence. Mo Changfei harbored extreme resentment towards Bai Zichen. having spent a considerable sum to bribe a miscellaneous disciple to bury a vial of wind-breathing serpent poison in the garden of his cave dwelling. With witnesses and physical evidence, he had deliberately chosen a day when Master Ma was on duty at the law enforcement hall for the report, ensuring it was foolproof. Originally, Mo Changfei intended to confront Bai Zichen directly to humiliate him publicly. However, a few days ago, he changed his mind, wishing to ruin Bai Zichen's reputation entirely, ensuring he could never recover. Quan Zhong did not think much of it. Such children of cultivation families were often spoiled and reckless. And given the Mo family's negative influence from their fiery phoenix bloodline, their emotional regulation was notoriously poor. It was no surprise they resorted to such slanderous tactics. However, for an inner disciple to target an obscure outer disciple, who would believe that? Do you need anyone to believe it? Quan Zhong sneered, exerting no effort, merely acting as a middleman to drag an inner disciple into the quagmire, feeling quite pleased with himself. Even if there were flaws in the matter, the miscellaneous disciple would only be able to implicate Mo Changfei, leaving him unscathed. Master Ma had reserved a cave dwelling for someone, only for Bai Zichen to occupy it, infuriating him to the point of shattering 2 teacups. Faced with this situation, would he not investigate thoroughly? Moreover, Brother Xiong would be competing for a position as a true disciple in 2 years. Although Bai Zichen had just become an inner disciple and lacked the foundation to contend for true inheritance, it was still beneficial to clear an obstacle for Brother Xiong. Junior Quang, considering your age, the prospects for entering the inner sect seem rather bleak. If this matter is handled well, I shall introduce you to Senior Brother Xiong, and you may be able to secure a substantial position as a true disciple, sufficient to enjoy the latter half of your life. Junior Quang, reflecting on his nearing 30 years and only having reached the 5th level of qi refinement, could only nod helplessly. Let us proceed as planned. I will take responsibility if any issues arise. As Quan Zhong observed a streak of sword light approaching Wu's Haifeng, he knew that the awaited figure had finally arrived. Within the sect, apart from the sect leader and the 2 venerable elders, only foundation-building elders and true disciples possessed the privilege of aerial flight. The remaining disciples were restrained by the prohibitive formations, facing immense resistance if they attempted to ascend even a few zhang off the ground. As the sword light descended, it revealed a foundation-building cultivator. He possessed a well-proportioned appearance, save for a pair of slanted eyes that marred his otherwise harmonious features, imparting an aura of coldness and ferocity. Quan Zhong and the others recognized Elder Ma. They hastily stepped forward to pay their respects. This Elder Ma Ming was a former true disciple who had recently ascended to the foundation-building stage. Even during his time as an outer disciple, he had made a name for himself within the sect, known for his ruthless tactics in duels. During the sect's minor competitions, his opponents often emerged injured, with one particularly grievous incident resulting in a disciple losing both arms, effectively ending his path. At that time, the sect admonished him for his excessive zeal and lack of restraint, and even after becoming an inner disciple, he still faced penalties. However, within a few years, he had once again proven his dominance, ascending to true disciple status and then to foundation building. These events transpired 2 or 3 decades ago. Hence Ma Ming's authority among Quan Zhong and his peers was no less formidable than that of the long-standing elders, prompting them to speak with utmost respect and caution. Is it you who reported that inner disciple Bai Zichen poisoned and harmed fellow disciples? Ma Ming's voice was deep and resonant, akin to 2 iron plates colliding, a discomforting sound. Junior Quang is the victim. He reported Bai Zichen, and we accompanied him. Quan Zhong quickly distanced himself from the matter, pushing Junior Quang forward. Then come with me. If the situation proves true, the law enforcement hall will not tolerate such a disciple within our ranks. Upon arriving at the cave dwelling, Ma Ming waved his elder's token, and the formation immediately revealed an opening. Elder Ma Ming of the law enforcement hall, I have come to inquire about inner disciple Bai Zichen. Step forward and respond at once. His low voice carried far, reverberating throughout the cave, echoing in every corner. Su Lai and Peng Jinhu rushed over, but upon sensing the pressure from the foundation-building cultivator, they collapsed to their knees. For these servant disciples, a sect elder was akin to a deity. Moreover, given the demeanor of this particular elder, it was only natural for them to feel fear. Bai Zichen was currently in his training chamber, testing his newly acquired Chigai treasure umbrella against a clay spirit puppet, pushing the puppet to its limits before commanding it to strike him fiercely. Though the clay puppet was cumbersome and would typically be easily outmaneuvered in actual combat, It was perfect for testing purposes. With a resounding crash, the stone fist struck, carrying immense force. The Chigai treasure umbrella spun rapidly, a flash of red light dissipating the power of the blow. Just then, the transmission reached him, and in a moment of distraction, the clay puppet struck him once more. Fortunately, the two jewels on the umbrella's surface radiated brilliantly, enveloping him in a robust red shield, which remained steadfast despite the force. However, the jewels dimmed significantly, evidently having depleted their gathered spiritual energy. Ma Ming, why has this man come? Is it due to my occupying his designated cave dwelling, seeking personal vengeance? Bai Zichen was bewildered. If that were the case, this elder's heart was exceedingly narrow. Nevertheless, as an inner disciple, he was a chosen one before the sect leader, and even if Ma Ming aimed to make things difficult for him, it would only serve to annoy. Yet this man had audaciously intruded into his dwelling, using a transmission spell to exert foundation-building pressure. If he had been in the midst of cultivation, it could have easily disrupted his qi and harmed his meridians. I shall remember this, Elder Ma. Bai Zichen arrived at the courtyard of the cave, encountering a foundation-building elder with slanted eyes, flanked by 3 outer disciples. I have met Elder Ma. May I inquire why you have come to my cave in such force? Ma Ming gestured dismissively, stating coldly, this person claimed that you secretly poisoned him with windstop snake venom, resulting in the loss of all his powers for 100 days, thereby disqualifying him from participating in the sect's minor competition. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, it is my duty to investigate and ascertain whether such brazen malice exists within Qingfeng's sect. Someone is scheming against me. Bai Zichen's heart raced. No wonder Ma Ming had suddenly stormed into his cave. Someone had framed him, and Ma Ming had seized the opportunity. It appeared he had obstructed certain individuals' paths. Returning to Elder Ma, I have never met Junior Kwong before. How could I possibly poison someone without reason? Bai Zichen's icy gaze swept over the 3 outer disciples. The outer disciples would not dare to falsely accuse an inner disciple without guidance from someone else. Moreover, he had remained in his cave for the past few days, with 2 servant disciples available to testify to his whereabouts. Brother Bai, it is not necessary for you to be present. On the day before Junior Kwong was poisoned, I happened to see you trading a vial of windstop snake venom with a servant disciple. Quan Zhong observed Junior Kwong tremble slightly, signaling to him without moving. He cursed silently at his ineptitude. Remembering Brother Xiong's instructions and feeling the diminishing legacy of his ancestor, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. He glanced over, recalling that Mo Changfei had sent word about the servant disciple he had bribed, and immediately pointed at Su Lai. A vial of windstop snake venom costs at least 10 spirit stones. Pray tell, Brother Bai, would a servant disciple spend such a sum on an item utterly useless to him? Bai Zichen's heart sank. They had indeed bribed a servant disciple. He turned to Su Lai, noticing that the usually composed individual now appeared flustered, standing there in shock. No, Elder Ma, I have never purchased windstop snake venom. Su Lai protested, banging his head against the ground repeatedly until blood flowed, his expression genuine. Bai Zichen's countenance grew troubled. He had assumed that his keen perception would prevent any small actions from eluding him. However, if Su Lai had truly been bribed and had indeed acquired the so-called windstop snake venom, he would find himself at a loss for a defense. Wait a moment. If Su Lai had already turned against his master, he should not display such emotions at this moment. He could simply pretend to be unable to withstand intimidation and drag me down. Even if it were an act, it was excessive. Bai Zichen found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom what other schemes his adversary might be concealing. Bai Zichen, do you have any further arguments? Ma Ming's slanted eyes narrowed, his cold gaze fixating on him like a serpent poised to strike, sending chills down his spine. Since there are methods within the sect to discern truth through the heart-questioning and soul-searching techniques, why not put it to the test, Elder Ma? You will know whether Su Lai has spoken falsely. Bai Zichen suddenly recalled the techniques mentioned in the texts, a means of self-verification. However, the heart-questioning technique could only be executed by 2 core formation ancestors, and soul-searching would leave the subject in a state of stupor. Qingfeng's sect was not a demonic sect. How could they apply such malicious techniques on their disciples? Ma Ming's eyes flickered, sensing he had seen through Bai Zichen's intentions. But do not think that the absence of such techniques will allow you to escape punishment. The creature I have raised, a listening mongoose, is a natural enemy of snake-type beasts. Windstop snake venom is a great boon to it. As long as you have been in its presence recently, You cannot evade its keen sense. Ma Ming shook the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a creature resembling a cat emerged, long and slender with a sharp head. With a leap, it landed on Ma Ming's shoulder, affectionately greeting its master. Go, find out who carries the scent of the wind serpent poison. The Ling Diguang received a spirit fruit from its master, leaping forward and circling Su Lai twice, shaking its small head in confusion before darting towards Peng Jinwei. After a prolonged search without catching the desired scent of wind serpent poison, it bounded over to Bai Zichen, only to find nothing there either. After sniffing a few times, Ling Diguang abandoned the target indicated by its master and, in a flash, leaped onto Quang Shidi and Quan Guanzhong, emitting a series of sharp squeaks. Master Ma, it seems your spirit beast hasn't detected the wind serpent poison with me, but rather over there with the informant. Quang Shidi's body reeking of snake venom due to poisoning is understandable, yet it was you, Quan Guanzhong, who purchased a vial of wind serpent poison. The dramatic turn of events in the arena elicited a light chuckle from Bai Zichen. Regardless of the miscalculations made by those who plotted against him, it was evident that Quan Guanzhong had ensnared himself in this predicament. Impossible. How could this be? Quan Guanzhong stood in stunned silence, feeling it was perfectly normal for him to carry the scent of wind serpent poison, as the vial had been passed to him by Mo Changfeng. However, as Mo Changfeng had claimed, he buried an entire vial of the poison in the courtyard, which Ling Diguang should have detected long ago. Unless, of course, what Mo Changfeng said was entirely fabricated. There was no bribery of the servant disciples, no proper concealment of the evidence. It was all a web of lies spun by Mo Changfeng, and he, foolishly entrapped, had believed it all. Why would he frame me? Isn't Bai Zichen the one he opposes? Quan Guanzhong's mind was a blank slate, wanting to argue a defense, but unsure where to begin. Unbelievable. Ma Ming's expression darkened. Poisoning and scheming against fellow disciples was an appalling act, and he had thought it was a concrete case. Now, it appeared to be nothing more than a clumsy frame-up riddled with flaws. Having wasted a trip and lost face, Ma Ming had already marked these 3 outer disciples in his mind, ready to leave with his spirit beast in tow. Master Ma, it seems I am not the one who poisoned anyone, but rather these 2 attempted to frame me. I wonder what the penalty for slandering inner disciples is within the sect. Bai Zichen would not easily overlook these outer disciples, even if they were merely pawns in a game. He aimed to use words to ensnare Ma Ming, as invoking the law enforcement hall was the simplest way to address the matter, while also irritating this foundational elder. Slanderers shall receive their comeuppance. If you accuse me of poisoning, then let it be known that you conspired to poison. The specifics of the punishment would require further deliberation in the law enforcement hall. Ma Ming cast out a rope-like artifact that expanded in the wind, binding the 3 into a chain, and departed in a blaze of light. In the distance, their cries for mercy echoed. Who exactly is scheming against me? At the last moment, it seemed they had turned the tables on Quan Guanzhong and his companions. The ease on Bai Zichen's face faded, as the sensation of having a hidden adversary was quite discomforting. It is still a matter of insufficient cultivation. Had I already become a true inner disciple, I could have severed their ambitions, and perhaps no one would dare lay a hand on me. The recent days, from the chaos in the market to today's attempted framing, had made Bai Zichen acutely aware that Qingfeng's sect was far from the paradise portrayed by outsiders. Intrigues and dark schemes were rampant. Furthermore, as competition grows fiercer in the future, underhanded tactics will undoubtedly be employed. The coveted position of true inner disciple, the speculated qualifications for the sect leader's discipleship, and even future opportunities for foundation building would each bring forth new competitors. Bai Zichen called over Su Lai and Peng Jinwei, gently advising them not to be alarmed by today's unexpected events. They should simply focus on their tasks and guard their gates. Having arranged these matters, Bai Zichen returned to his training chamber, consumed a qi replenishing pill, and resumed the process of refining spiritual energy. The events of today had instilled in him a profound sense of urgency. No wonder the clan has rarely sent disciples to Qingfeng's sect in recent years. I still hold the status of an inner disciple. If I were a servant or an outer disciple, life would be even harsher, and rivalries would likely be more severe. Although the Bai family experiences some internal strife, it pales in comparison to the cutthroat atmosphere of Qingfeng's sect. He resolved not to leave the training room until he reached the late stage of qi refinement. Bai Zichen set a modest goal and, as the effects of the medicine took hold, quietly closed his eyes. Time swiftly slips away like a fleeting shadow. Mere months have passed unnoticed. Bai Zichen strolls through the garden, compelled to acknowledge the impressive care bestowed upon these exquisite flowers and herbs by Peng Jinhu. The scene is a vibrant tapestry of brilliant colors, a feast for the eyes. I have been quietly gathering information from the enforcement hall, and only recently has news begun to circulate. The 3 disciples who falsely accused Bai Xiao, one surnamed Kuang, have been stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Kuang Guanzhong and another were sentenced to 10 years of hard labor, relegated to the lowest ranks of miners in the spirit stone veins. Deep within the mines, where the spiritual energy is feeble and chaotic, they will toil without the opportunity to cultivate, returning to a life rendered nearly futile. Su Lai, following cautiously, remarked that it was rumored brother Xiong Baishan from the inner sect, along with several stewards connected to Quan's family, had interceded, resulting in a lighter punishment. Otherwise, for providing false testimony, Quan Guanzhong would have faced expulsion as well. Xiong Baishan, what a coincidence. Since the incident of the false accusations emerged, Bai Zichen has been reluctant to venture outside, avoiding interactions with fellow inner sect disciples. Yet, the name Xiong Baishan is not unfamiliar. If he has spoken on behalf of Quan Guanzhong, it implies that he is not merely an innocent bystander, but likely a significant participant in the scheme. Furthermore, I have come across a peculiar piece of information. Su Lai, after careful consideration, relayed a dubious report. When Quan Guanzhong was escorted to the mines, he was heard cursing Mo Changfei, claiming he had been wronged by a petty individual. This was disclosed by a steward from the enforcement hall, though its authenticity remains uncertain. Mo Changfei, could he be involved in this matter too? Bai Zichen flicked his wrist, sending a string of wind chimes crashing to the ground, producing a melodious chime. The act of framing and scheming appears increasingly frivolous, yet the involvement of 3 outer disciples signifies that something amiss has transpired. To believe that Mo Changfei would assist him is utterly incredulous. It remains unclear how the situation spiraled out of control, inadvertently ensnaring Quan Guanzhong and his associates. By the way, the results of the sect's minor competition have been announced. Mo Changfei ranked 3rd and was recently granted the status of an inner sect disciple. For someone from the outer sect to achieve such a rank seems to suggest that his capabilities may not be as formidable as his rhetoric would imply. What of the other 2? In Qingfeng's sect, disciples over the age of 30 who have not advanced to the inner sect must begin to take on administrative duties. They can no longer enjoy the sect's resources without contributing. Mo Changfei, as a direct descendant of the Fire Phoenix Mo family, must possess top-tier assets. Thus, securing a position within the top 3 is to be expected. The first place was taken by Gan Guangda, regrettably already 27 years of age. After 5 years in the inner sect, he must be assigned to administrative duties. The second place was claimed by Tan Qin, merely 19, who, alongside Mo Changfei, shares a similar age with Bai Zichen, and will likely be a formidable contender for future true discipleship. The minimum requirement for true disciples is to reach the late stage of qi refining by the age of 25. The remaining criteria assess one's temperament, talent, and combat skills, among other attributes. Given that Gan Guangda has surpassed 25 upon becoming an inner disciple, Su Lai's remark about him merely settling for an identity in the inner sect without further prospects holds merit. Seeing no other matters at hand, Bai Zichen gestured for Su Lai to withdraw. As for my rivals for true discipleship, these 2 are hardly worthy. It seems this batch of inner disciples will not suffice. The burden shall fall upon the preceding senior brothers. Upon returning to the training chamber, with the ink bamboo sword in hand, he unleashed a brilliant green sword light, cleaving 2 mud spirit puppets in half. His entire being resonated with a surge of power, unmistakably at the 7th layer of qi refining. After 3 months of seclusion and the continuous consumption of qi-restoring pills, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer. With a few days of adjustment, he surged forward, aiming for the late stage of qi refining. At this juncture, a threshold that all foundational qi practitioners view with trepidation, Bai Zichen finally felt the onset of a bottleneck. If crossing from the 5th to the 6th layer felt as effortless as walking on level ground, then the transition from mid to late qi refining is akin to ascending a foot-high step. After 3 days of struggle, he completed the 7th layer of the Changchun technique, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy within the cave. His entire reservoir of power has doubled. In essence, the 17-year-old Bai Zichen has now met the minimum criteria for advancing to true disciple status. My spiritual body is so enigmatic. I must take the opportunity to research the records in the transmission hall to ascertain if there are any similar accounts. Bai Zichen retracted the ink bamboo sword, now with a power that has more than doubled. Moreover, with his late-stage qi refining prowess, he wields the flying sword with greater finesse, making it less likely to reveal any flaws in battle. I wonder if the spiritual body will aid in overcoming the foundational stage, if only it could be as effortlessly attained as with a heavenly spiritual root. Bai Zichen is acutely aware that his current cultivation level owes nearly all its merit to the extraordinary spiritual body, which can only be vaguely detected by the inheritance stone tablet. Otherwise, he would likely still be languishing within the Bai family, at most possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining. Preoccupied with thoughts of acquiring more cultivation resources, it is unlikely that one at his age would be contemplating the foundational stage. Thus, the potential of this spiritual body is crucial to his future path. In the immediate sense, it directly influences how he should approach the foundational stage. Should its properties be comparable to those of a heavenly spiritual root, then there would be no need for foundational pills or resources, allowing him to focus solely on refining to the peak of qi refining. Conversely, if it resembles the characteristics of an unusual spiritual root, the success rate of foundation establishment would far surpass that of ordinary spiritual root practitioners, yet not guarantee absolute success. In such a case, a detailed analysis of the situation would be necessary, considering whether to seek foundational resources or strive for a foundational pill. Bai Zichen sighed. These worries can be addressed later, as he still has a considerable distance to travel before achieving the peak of qi refining, allowing him ample time to strategize. In Bai Yulo, first-grade bitter lotus tea, though its taste is quite bitter, I relish its lingering aftertaste. You should try it as well. Bai Zichen extended his hand, for the bitter lotus tea can restore depleted mental energy, which is quite beneficial for him, as he occasionally needs to practice the divine crafting technique twice. Thus, he instructed Peng Jinhu to include this spiritual tea in the monthly welfare application for inner sect disciples. However, being merely first-grade spiritual tea, the administrative hall would pose no objections, as it would not consume much over the course of a month. What a fine tea! Lu Song cradled the teacup in his hands, took a small sip, and immediately set it down, barely perching on the edge of his seat. His visit to Bai Shixiang this time was twofold: to express gratitude for the previous assistance during the market incident and to share a fortuitous opportunity. Bai Zichen was not surprised that Lu Song had discerned his identity. His sudden elevation to inner sect status had stirred quite a commotion among the outer disciples, even drawing attempts at framing and scheming against him. Although orchestrated by others from behind the scenes, it was evident that a number of outer disciples harbored opinions about him. We were acquainted before joining Qingfeng's sect, thus we share a certain bond. There is no need to dwell on trivial matters. As for the opportunity, Lu Shidi, keep it for yourself. Everyone has their own fate, and it would be improper to claim yours unjustly. A flicker of impatience crossed Bai Zichen's mind. A mere servant disciple approaching him to share an opportunity felt inherently dubious. Moreover, with the recent framing incident still fresh, he felt the need to be cautious of everyone, wondering if this might be yet another trap set by unseen hands. Bai Zichen lifted his teacup, signaling his intent to dismiss his guest. Even though Lu Song sincerely offered an opportunity, Bai Zichen remained largely uninterested. A destitute rogue cultivator, who had stumbled his way into becoming a mere servant disciple of the Qingfeng sect, could hardly be expected to encounter any significant fortune. Furthermore, the caves left behind by predecessors were not always filled with treasures. Some contained traps set by those whose intentions had soured, practitioners who, upon failing to achieve their own paths, sought to ensure that none who followed would prosper. They deliberately arranged lethal formations within their caves, even going so far as to create treasure maps that divulged their locations. When those rogue cultivators, filled with hope, sought what they believed to be treasures, they often met with grim fates within those caves. Seeing Bai Zichen's disinterest, Lu Song grew anxious. He had received this opportunity in his youth and had long sought to unravel its mysteries to extract the treasures within. However, the entrance to that location was fraught with formidable barriers, and Lu Song's strength was insufficient to even reach it. As for seeking companions, those of lesser strength would be of no help, while those stronger might devour him whole, leaving him with nothing. Had it not been for the jolt he experienced in the marketplace previously, coupled with the realization that, given his current rate of advancement, he would have no chance to claim the treasures alone for decades to come, he would not have resolved to find assistance. Lu Song had searched through all those he knew, and Bai Zichen was among the most proficient he had encountered. After several interactions, he found Bai Zichen to be somewhat reliable. Offering the opportunity directly to the sect was a last resort, pursued only when all other options were exhausted. By collaborating with Bai Zichen, Lu Song could share in the substantial rewards, while presenting the sect with meager offerings would yield only trivial rewards in return. Lu Song understood well that, given his aptitude, if he wished to achieve anything significant on the path of enlightenment, he would have to take risks. The gamble rested on Bai Zichen's integrity, trusting he would not be tempted by the allure of treasure. Bai Zichen's apparent disinterest in the opportunity seemed to confirm Lu Song's suspicions, extinguishing his last flicker of hope. Brother Bai, this opportunity is far from the trivial information circulating in the marketplace. It undoubtedly harbors genuine treasures within. I know you doubt me, thinking that a fallen rogue cultivator like myself possesses little insight, perhaps merely a relic left behind by some casual qi refinement practitioner. But look at this. Lu Song's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had made a monumental decision, and he bit his tongue, letting a drop of his essence land upon the black ring on his hand. This obsidian ring was the key to unlocking the treasure site, and only his blood could activate it. As his blood touched the ring, it reacted, forming a shimmering veil that projected the image of a small cave. No, it was an independent secret realm. Bai Zichen leaned forward, his expression turning grave upon closer inspection. Secret realms are spaces that form their own domains, imbued with spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, such realms are often ancient, discovered by later generations after being opened by powerful practitioners. Most of these secret realms are desolate, with a risk of collapse due to spatial instability. Only a few contain immense opportunities, the most renowned being the one discovered by the Wan Beast sect, which produced the rare and valuable Qingling jade essence. This very secret realm had allowed the Wan Beast sect to develop discreetly for centuries, rising to prominence as the foremost sect in Liang Kingdom. According to the estimations of nascent soul true monarchs, the means to open a secret realm requires at least the power of a transformation stage practitioner. Thus, every discovery of a secret realm incites considerable commotion. Even those remnants of ancient times that have survived to the present are often in a state of ruin, yielding little in terms of treasure after being deciphered. The secret realm projected by Lu Song's obsidian ring appeared modest in size, perhaps a radius of merely 10 zhong, easily comprehensible at a glance. It represented the smallest category of secret realms. At the heart of this realm stood a solitary grave, surrounded by numerous dilapidated weapons, many of which had splintered into debris. Bai Zichen gazed deeply into Lu Song's eyes. It seemed this opportunity was indeed genuine. He could not discern whether to attribute Lu Song's luck to fortuitous circumstances or to misfortune. To possess the key to a secret realm was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, yet its high level placed it beyond Lu Song's reach. Had it been a cave of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, it might have significantly bolstered Lu Song's strength, allowing him to rise above the status of a mere fourth-layer qi refinement servant. I found this obsidian ring in my youth and often dreamt of scenes akin to this, albeit on a much grander scale, with at least 1,000 weapons scattered upon the ground. Lu Song's eyes glazed over as he recounted the tale of how he acquired the obsidian ring. Upon discovering I possessed spiritual roots and embarked on the path of cultivation, I believed I could, like the protagonists in stories, acquire treasures and become a significant figure in the world of cultivation. Little did I know, it took me 2 years just to follow the vague guidance to the treasure site, and by then, it was already inhabited by a pack of blood wolves, making even approaching it a distant dream. I remained undeterred, camping at the perimeter of the blood wolves' territory for an entire year, waiting for a chance when the pack ventured out to hunt. I seized the moment to charge in, only to find that I couldn't even handle a few juvenile blood wolves, and instead, I drew the attention of 2 elder wolves left behind in their den, nearly losing my life that day. Brother Bai, with your strength, if we proceed with caution, we could breach their defenses. We can find an opportunity to enter the secret realm you mentioned. Lu Song's eyes grew misty, recalling the confidence he had when he first embarked on his path to immortality, now feeling the weight of his years as a fallen rogue cultivator. First and foremost, I express my gratitude for your trust, Lu. If what the projection reveals is indeed true, this opportunity is exceptional. Bai Zichen pondered for a long while. The allure of the ancient secret realm was undeniably potent. Not only he, but even a foundation establishment practitioner or a nascent soul true monarch would find it hard to resist. Despite the unexpected nature of this opportunity, which contradicted his initial plans and presented numerous risks. He found himself wavering. However, our current strength is insufficient to pursue this secret realm. You possess the key to enter, which is not difficult, but we cannot predict what dangers lurk within. Consider the blood wolves blocking our path. These social beasts are not to be trifled with. Blood wolves are first-tier superior beasts, comparable to late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, and their strength in numbers is formidable, often ranging from a dozen to 50. Zichen did not believe that he could navigate through a pack of blood wolves with his current abilities. As for Lu Song, it would be a significant achievement if he could manage to stay out of trouble. Let us wait a few more years, until I advance to true discipleship and improve my strength further. I will accompany you to investigate the situation then. After all these years of waiting, a few more years would not matter. Zichen fixed his gaze upon Lu Song, concerned that if he expressed his desire to postpone until after his foundation establishment, Lu Song might feel disheartened and abandon the collaboration. He intended to indicate that they would first assess the situation, and if they perceived danger, they could defer the actual exploration of the secret realm. Very well, I trust that Brother Bai is an honorable man. Let us wait a few more years, and we will seize this opportunity together. Lu Song calmed himself, recognizing that this plan was more prudent, and nodded in agreement. At the Hall of Transmission, the founder of the Qingfeng sect was a Taoist figure with a well-ordered lineage and teachings. Apart from the sect's own teachings, the Hall of Transmission also housed a wealth of collected techniques from various sects over generations. As one of the 5 main halls of the sect, the Hall of Transmission was managed by a single hall master, 3 elder instructors, and 8 transmission stewards, with numerous other officials and craftsmen. The first level of the hall alone stored no less than 10,000 volumes of texts, a vast ocean of knowledge. The first floor was primarily filled with various miscellaneous texts and Qi refinement techniques. Zichen had inquired before arriving and proceeded directly to the second floor. The second floor contained only about 1/10 of the first, yet its overall value was significantly higher. Only cultivation techniques that directly led to the formation of the golden core were deemed worthy of inclusion in this collection. All the texts were organized into rows of massive bookshelves, categorized into several major classifications. Amidst the collection of jade slips, a few stood out, clearly harboring information of greater value. Zichen stood before the bookshelf, surveying the titles before proceeding towards the shelf that housed the most extensive collection of cultivation techniques. The matter of spiritual bodies was of significant consequence, and he preferred not to expose himself to the scrutiny of others. He also sought to gain insight into the primary cultivation methods for the future, which would effectively serve to divert attention. At the forefront of the technique shelf lay the annotated edition of the Sansing Qi, a fundamental scripture of the Qingfeng sect. The sect possessed a number of cultivation techniques capable of leading to the completion of the golden core stage, yet the Sansing Qi, annotated by the revered Shanyan Jinjuan, was the most essential and pivotal among them. The founding ancestor of the sect had cultivated this very technique, while other methods were gradually gathered through various opportunities. Shanyan Jinjuan, in turn, was the esteemed mentor of the sect's founder, revered as the Grand Master of Transmission. At this moment, the first volume of the technique lay open before him. As Zichen flipped through the pages, he encountered an enigmatic scripture that left him perplexed. While the individual characters were comprehensible, their assembly rendered them as incomprehensible as celestial texts. It was no wonder that this scripture resided prominently within the transmission hall's second level, without annotations and guidance from elders. It would require an ordinary cultivator a lifetime merely to grasp its fundamentals. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, Zichen reluctantly set the text aside, realizing why the sect did not encourage Qi refining disciples to delve into the Sansing Qi until after they established their foundations. Indeed, many elders struggled to comprehend it even at the foundation establishment stage, ultimately resorting to other techniques. Beside the Sansing Qi, there were more than 10 other cultivation techniques, each accompanied by numerous volumes of annotations and insights penned by the predecessors of the Qingfeng sect. Those included in the transmission hall had, of course, been vetted by later generations, proving their genuine value. Amusingly, he had previously contemplated switching to other techniques such as the thick earth method or the pure yang of metal. But the methods from the sect, backed by the wealth of experience from predecessors, were far more reliable. Moreover, the immediate priority was to elevate his realm. Switching to a high-tier technique aimed directly at the golden core stage would require at least 3 to 5 years of recultivation of his spiritual power, which seemed impractical. Disciples who opted to switch techniques during the Qi refining period generally did so for one of two reasons. Either they had lost hope in their original path and sought a method advantageous for combat, or they faced obstacles in their cultivation and were compelled to change. In Bai Zichen's current circumstances, after consulting several predecessors' notes, he resolved to diligently cultivate the Changchun technique to its pinnacle of Qi refinement. Having perused the various techniques, he then turned his attention to a nearby shelf dedicated to magical artifacts, selecting a volume that elaborated on flying swords. Indeed, the Qingfeng sect lacked an official sword cultivation technique, with the highest being a second-tier flying sword crafting legacy, which had not seen successful creation in many years. If he were to truly adopt the flying sword as his primary means of combat, and even consider forging it into his life-bound treasure, he would have to seek out a complete sword cultivation legacy externally. After circling around, he finally stumbled upon a passage in a miscellaneous book titled Review of the Cultivation Sects of the Liang Kingdom, where he discovered information regarding sword cultivation sections. The Yanshi sword sect, which wielded swords to obscure the sun, was known for its prideful disciples, who were fiercely independent. Their standards for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent, only welcoming those deemed geniuses of the sword path, resulting in a mere 100 members within the sect. Consequently, disciples of the Yanshi sword sect were renowned for their formidable combat prowess, though the sect's overall strength was not considered exceptional within the Liang Kingdom. With growing interest, Bai Zichen flipped to the page that introduced the Qingfeng sect, which contained only a few scant lines. It mentioned the sect's secluded nature and limited interactions with other sects, noting the lack of exceptionally talented cultivators within, yet hinted at its authentic lineage distinct from other sects in the Liang Kingdom. Displeased at the underestimation of his sect, Bai Zichen scoffed and tossed aside the miscellaneous book. Winding his way through the shelves, he arrived at the section dedicated to spiritual roots and bodies. This shelf contained only a handful of scrolls, primarily discussing the extraordinary properties of heavenly spiritual roots and various unique spiritual roots, along with the best ways to maximize their potential. Only the final scroll documented the majority of known spiritual bodies within the cultivation realm. Yet many entries contained nothing but names, with the specific intricacies of these spiritual bodies left to the compiler's conjecture. Notably, the Great Sun Flame body was mentioned, which boasted a cultivation speed comparable to that of fire-type heavenly spiritual roots, but offered no assistance in foundation establishment or golden core formation. It required individual breakthroughs. This body exhibited a natural affinity for fire-based spiritual power, enhancing all fire spells by at least 50%. During the foundation establishment stage, practitioners could master the lotus blooming and fire secret technique, a means of survival in dire situations. Once the golden core was achieved, one could even cultivate the true fire of the sun, capable of incinerating all things and countering all forms of malevolence. The Qingfeng sect, having once produced a golden core practitioner with the Great Sun Flame body, held the most comprehensive records on this spiritual body, spanning over 1,000 characters. After perusing various spiritual bodies, the Emu spiritual body, Pure Yang spiritual body, Diamond spiritual body, and Blood Talisman spiritual body, Bai Zichen finally reached the last 2 pages, where he discovered the meritorious golden body. A surge of excitement welled up within him. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, he directed his gaze downward. The meritorious golden body was a rarity in the cultivation world, with fewer than 10 recorded instances, all originating from the Buddhist realm. Consequently, possessing a meritorious golden body was regarded as a symbol of a child of the Buddha. Upon discovery, such individuals would be seen as successors by the major Buddhist sections. This spiritual body was not adept in combat and offered no benefits to cultivation, possessing only one significant advantage: transforming obstacles into pathways. Those endowed with this spiritual body enjoyed a 50% increase in foundation establishment probability, a 30% increase in golden core probability, and a 10% increase in nascent soul potential. After finishing the description of the meritorious golden body, Bai Zichen felt an exuberant joy, realizing that it even alleviated the bottleneck at the nascent soul stage. Even if the spiritual body detection had indicated a false reading, he reasoned that it could still provide a 70% efficacy. This would still translate to a 35% improvement in his foundation establishment probability, akin to consuming a foundation establishment pill. With a sense of relief washing over him, Bai Zichen had navigated through uncertainty, always feeling a tinge of anxiety about the unknown despite a smooth cultivation journey. Now that he comprehended the efficacy of his spiritual body, he felt more assured. Yet, according to the description, if he did not consume a foundation establishment pill and aimed for direct foundation establishment, the risk of failure remained substantial. After the initial thrill, Bai Zichen found himself deep in contemplation. As winter faded into spring, Peng Jinhui had planted 2 new types of spiritual herbs that harmonized beautifully under the moonlight. These purely ornamental herbs, lacking medicinal or talismanic value, were of little financial worth, and the spiritual plant hall cultivated dozens of new varieties each year. Bai Zichen had previously considered clearing the small plot of land to plant more practical spiritual rice or herbs. However, with less than half an acre of spiritual field, fully cultivating it with spiritual rice would yield little return, making it more worthwhile to keep the exotic flowers and herbs for his own enjoyment. Within the Baiyu Tower, 2 inner disciples sat across from one another. Junior brother Bai, you have been in the inner sect for half a year now, yet you have not attended a single gathering. Unlike the outer sect, the inner sect comprises only a little over 10 individuals, all of whom will become the pillars of the sect. It is essential for us to foster connections now, so we can support each other in the future. Chun Wei held a teacup, her appearance much the same as a few years ago when she had been plump and cheerful. It seems we are fated companions. 3 years ago, the 3 of us caused a commotion at the Wuyue Temple, and senior brother Su attained true transmission 3 years back. While I now stand alongside you as contemporaries, inner disciples are immediately entrusted with responsibilities, unlike outer disciples who must begin at the grassroots level. Moreover, mutual support among contemporaries can lead to the formation of a significant faction within a decade or so. Recently, the trend of factional divisions based on contemporaries within the sect has been on the rise. Sister Chun, you are soon to be promoted to true transmission. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. Bai Zichen, nestled within his cave dwelling, seldom ventured outside. However, today he could not evade the personal visit from Chun Wei. He had heard that after returning from Wuyue Temple, Su Li had ascended to the rank of true disciple in just over a year, while Chun Wei, despite being received once by both Golden Core elders, remained within the ranks of inner disciples without making any breakthroughs. This year marked Chun Wei's final opportunity to advance to true disciple status. Bai Zichen, upon scanning with his spiritual sense, discerned that she was at the 7th layer of qi refinement, much like himself, which explained her prolonged silence. Initially, Chun Wei had not been particularly remarkable among the disciples of Qingfeng's sect. The opportunity to comprehend the stone tablet had arisen only because another disciple had reached enlightenment and retreated for seclusion, allowing her turn. After acquiring the inheritance of the postnatal Thunder Pearl, she had been directly appointed by Elder Yang, bypassing the sect's minor competitions to become an inner disciple. In truth, her circumstances bore some resemblance to Bai Zichen's. Yet, as a disciple of Qingfeng's sect, and with the endorsement of a Golden Core elder, no one dared to question her. It was evident that Chun Wei was soon to become a true disciple. After all, she was a favored disciple of both Golden Core elders. And once she met the minimum cultivation standard, her elevation to true disciple status was assured. Bai Zichen had gathered much about her through Su Li's accounts, and the capabilities of the postnatal Thunder Pearl had been elucidated. This remarkable artifact could summon heavenly lightning, absorb and refine it. And for a Golden Core cultivator facing the tribulation, possessing this treasure could reduce the tribulation's might by 30%. Just based on this, Qingfeng's sect would certainly allocate ample resources to ensure Chun Wei reached the foundation establishment stage. Although the inheritance for crafting the postnatal Thunder Pearl had been promptly delivered to the 2 elders, should Chun Wei, as a Thunder Body, first refine it and glean experience, it would save the Golden Core elders from much unnecessary detours. It is worth noting that Chun Wei's Thunder Body was indeed a type of spiritual body. Unfortunately, apart from attracting lightning, no other effects had yet been discovered. A disciple with such commonplace aptitude as Chun Wei was nearly assured a promising future in foundation establishment, eliciting profound envy from countless others, both outer and inner disciples alike. What is so remarkable about my delayed ascension to true disciple status? Bai Zichen mused, observing that his junior brother Bai was likely not far from reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Chun Wei squinted her eyes and spoke softly, her demeanor unchanged by her newfound status as an elder's favored disciple. Bai Zichen had long since stabilized his own powers after his breakthrough. and with his spiritual sense accompanying him, he naturally exhibited no leakage of energy. Chen Wei, possessing the same cultivation level, only vaguely sensed that Bai Zichen's power surpassed that of an ordinary 6th-layer qi refinement disciple, unaware that he had already reached the 7th layer. After all, it was quite astonishing for someone of their age to be in the late stage of qi refinement, and most would not even entertain such notions. Bai Zichen chuckled, refraining from a direct response, and inquired about the reason for Chen Wei's visit. It turned out that, in addition to Chen Wei's application for true disciple status, 2 other inner disciples were set to leave after 5 years. One had surpassed the age limit of 25, while the other, despite being underage, felt certain they would not pass the rigorous assessments for true disciples and had thus chosen to abandon the pursuit. Consequently, they had decided to host a small gathering among the inner disciples. Since Chen Wei had personally come to extend the invitation, Bai Zichen found it difficult to refuse and confirmed his attendance at the end of the month. By the way, Senior Sister Chen, as a newcomer, I am not well versed in the requirements for true disciples. I would greatly appreciate your guidance on the assessment process. Bai Zichen was aware that becoming a true disciple required meeting the basic age and cultivation requirements, alongside several stringent evaluations, ensuring that each selected individual possessed significant potential for foundation establishment. However, he was not clear on the specific procedures, as even Su Lai, at the level of a miscellaneous disciple, would not have access to such information. Indeed, it is wise for you to familiarize yourself with this, Chen Wei replied. In no time, it will be your turn. If following the standard procedure, once you submit your application for true disciple status, the transmission hall will issue a true disciple task after verifying your qualifications. This task is personally assigned by the head of the transmission hall and tailored to each disciple's individual circumstances. I recall that, during Su Xiong's year, his task required him to capture a giant tooth bear within 7 days, without the assistance of others or purchasing help. Chen Wei's eyes widened in alarm. The giant tooth bear was a peak first-tier demon beast, with tough skin and immense strength, capable of sending an ordinary qi refinement cultivator flying with a single blow. Su Li's success had come only after a fierce battle. The second evaluation involved an assessment of one's character by the law enforcement hall, though the specifics remained unclear, and only a few disciples had failed this stage. The final test involved combat. Once the first 2 stages were passed, all inner disciples would be permitted to challenge you, and you would have no right to refuse. Only by overcoming all challengers could one be deemed to have successfully completed all 3 stages and ascend to true disciple status. The third stage merely states that one must surpass challengers, without specifying that one must defeat all inner disciples. Therefore, if no one challenges you, does that not also equate to successful advancement? Bai Zichen discerned the underlying implications. Either one must possess unparalleled combat strength to intimidate contemporaries, or through alliance and persuasion, convince all inner disciples to refrain from challenging them, thus achieving the same result. This, indeed, held true. Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with delight when she took the stage. None would dare challenge her for fear of offending the Golden Core elders. The scene was picturesque. By the Tail Finger Peak, amidst the peach blossom grove, a clear mountain stream flowed, occasionally revealing plump fish leaping from the water's surface. Dozens of miscellaneous disciples busily attended to a long table laden with ethereal dishes and fruits, while 2 small beasts, akin to calves, sizzled on a grill, releasing an enticing aroma. Several youths fished in the stream, occasionally reeling in a large catch. One particularly aloof youth, having failed 3 consecutive times, tossed his fishing rod in frustration and made his way to the grill. Is it possible for a cultivator to escape the fate of empty-handedness? A group of inner disciples had agreed to refrain from using their abilities, relying solely on their personal skills in the fishing competition. After merely half an hour, Bai Zichen, observing his empty basket while others boasted full catches, decided to change activities. Senior Brother Bai, do try this grilled meat. It is deeply flavored. In the realm of cultivators, merit was paramount. Thus, Gong Guangda, who was nearly a decade older than Bai Zichen, still addressed him as senior brother. This newly appointed top disciple of the minor competition bore a broad face and, despite being a recently ascended inner disciple, was older than nearly all present. He greeted everyone warmly, keen to make connections, adopting a humble demeanor. After all, given his age, without any extraordinary opportunities, any disciple present would likely surpass him in future prospects. Thank you. Bai Zichen accepted the grilled meat, casting a discerning glance at Gongguangda. His cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement was solid and well-grounded. The two engaged in casual conversation, content in the tranquility, as Bai Zichen had no acquaintances among the inner disciples. "Ah, is that not Bai Zichen?" A fiery figure rushed over, only to turn back, looking down from a height. "What does it matter if you had a head start? I have still become an inner disciple. A worthless disciple like you is only fit to huddle with the likes of this scoundrel for warmth." Mo Changfei's acerbic remarks encompassed Gongguangda, his disdain evident. Gongguangda's face flushed red with anger as he clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate. His primary goal in joining the inner sect was to forge connections and expand his network. As a direct descendant of the Mo family, Mo Changfei's status and prospects far eclipsed those of Gongguangda. Caught in a web of concerns, Gongguangda hesitated to retort, swallowing his indignation. "Junior brother Mo, did your family not instill the values of respect for elders and juniors during your time at Qingfeng sect? I entered the inner sect before you, so you should refer to me as senior brother." Bai Zichen chuckled lightly. He had always held no affection for Mo Changfei, especially since this individual was involved in framing him. The addition of yet another rival did not concern him in the least, for within the sect, the Mo family, despite their formidable reputation, wielded limited influence. Bai Zichen had also assessed the situation clearly. The top two competitors in the recent minor competition, Gongguangda and Tan Qin, were both at the 6th level of qi refinement, as was Mo Changfeng. It was evident that Mo's magical artifacts surpassed those of the other two. Yet he had only managed to secure 3rd place, which diminished Bai Zichen's estimation of this idle scion's true capabilities. As for my status as an inner disciple, granted by the sect leader, if there are doubts regarding its legitimacy, I welcome Mo Shidi to raise his concerns before the law enforcement hall, should he still remain unconvinced. Let us adhere to the ancient customs of the sect and engage in combat on the arena, with no regard for life and death. As he concluded, a smile lingered at the corners of Bai Zichen's lips, yet his words turned icy, laced with a chilling intent to kill. Had Bai Zichen not recently perused a plethora of ancient texts in the transmission hall, he would have been unaware that the Qingfeng sect, which prided itself on being the true path of Taoism, still upheld such archaic traditions. This tradition originated from the nascent days of the Qingfeng sect, when it struggled for stability against demonic beasts and local cultivators, forcing its disciples to grow through conflict. Even the most placid natures had developed a propensity for violence at the slightest provocation. Due to the scarcity of cultivation resources at that time, disciples often resorted to violence over trivial matters, resulting in injuries and even permanent disabilities. The then sect leader sought to curb this escalating trend by reiterating that mutual slaughter among disciples was a grave offense, second only to treason, and declared that those unable to resolve their disputes could engage in combat on the arena under the witness of the elders. From the most ordinary sparring to the most severe life and death contests, as long as contracts were signed, all was permitted. However, once the arena battles concluded, regardless of the outcome, all grudges were to be forgotten. Neither the combatants nor their disciples or relatives were allowed to seek revenge. In that era, life and death duels were quite the fashion, with disciples frequently taking to the arena to settle irreconcilable grievances. It was only when the Qingfeng sect firmly established itself as the undisputed ruler of Heishan County that this trend gradually faded. With no life and death contests occurring among disciples for over 100 years, Mo Changfei was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to mock and vent his frustrations, never anticipating Bai Zichen's vehement reaction, directly demanding a life and death duel. "You must be joking. The sect strictly prohibits disciples from harming one another. You think I would exchange my bright future for your worthless life?" After obtaining the inheritance from the stone tablet, Mo Changfei had purified his bloodline through a secret method, enabling him to shed the negative effects associated with his lineage, rendering his thoughts and emotions akin to those of ordinary individuals. Previously, when Quan took him for a fool, Mo Changfei played along, as everyone believed him to be volatile and capricious. A lie filled with flaws, when spoken by him, was accepted without question by Quan. He deftly turned the tables on Quan, leading him to squander his resources. Mo Changfei continued to project an image of being uncontrollable due to his bloodline, both to conceal his true abilities and to express his nature, deflecting any inappropriate actions onto the influence of his lineage. However, his response had already placed him at a disadvantage, and the muffled laughter from nearby only deepened his scowl. Several junior disciples wondered why the altercation arose so soon after their arrival. Today was meant to celebrate the send-off of several senior brothers and sisters and to welcome newcomers. And the atmosphere should not be marred. A stout inner disciple approached, accompanied by a clumsy black bear, which he held a large fish in both hands, tearing into it. Let us give each other face. We are all exceptional disciples of the sect, so why must we escalate this tension? This was Xiong Baishan, who had always enjoyed mingling with wild beasts and could understand their language. By chance, he had tamed an injured beast in adulthood, which became his loyal companion. Many elders remarked that had Xiong Baishan been born into the 10,000 Beasts sect, his talent for taming animals would have earned him substantial recognition. With a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and a high-quality spirit beast by his side, it was no wonder that people speculated he was vying for the position of an esteemed disciple. Bai Zichen had not forgotten that the mastermind behind the framing was likely this very Xiong Baishan, who had assessed his strength thoroughly. With a spirit beast aiding him in the realm of Qi refinement, facing two opponents of equal cultivation would indeed pose a challenge. Indeed, Brother Xiong speaks true. We should coexist harmoniously as fellow disciples and pursue the path together. Gan Guangda took the opportunity to pull at Bai Zichen's sleeve, astonished by his senior's fierce temperament. As he had not anticipated that Bai Zichen, who had only entered the sect a few months prior, would react so strongly to insults, calling for a life-and-death duel. It was regrettable that Gan Guangda had a family relying on him and could not afford to entertain such heated matters. His victory in the minor competition stemmed not only from his age advantage and profound magical prowess, but also from his fortuitous positioning. In the semifinals, Mo Changfei and Tan Xin had clashed fiercely, both unleashing their full abilities in a heated battle. Tan Xin emerged victorious, albeit injured, only able to exert half of his capabilities, allowing Gan Guangda to narrowly seize victory after a grueling 3-hour duel. Humph, today you may escape my scrutiny, but the future is long. Mo Changfei, with a flourish of his sleeve, stormed off to the other end of the long table. Xiong Baishan respectfully clasped his hands towards the two and followed Mo Changfei, engaging him in conversation. Bai Zichen's gaze remained cold and detached as he circled his eyes around the necks of Xiong Baishan and Mo Changfei before gradually retracting his focus. His earlier outburst was not merely a moment of anger. He had genuinely harbored intentions to kill Mo Changfei, including the well-meaning Xiong Baishan. Should Mo Changfei dare to step onto the arena, Bai Zichen had resolved to ensure he would remain there indefinitely. Framed for poisoning, if successful, it would be a crime of utmost severity, leaving Bai Zichen with only the path of being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. Even if he were to escape unscathed, being captured and interrogated in the law enforcement hall for months would tarnish his reputation within the sect, hindering his future cultivation. This enmity had escalated to a level that could be deemed a grievance against his path. For cultivators, among the myriad of grievances, the enmity against one's path ranks as the foremost. It would be best for them to seek trouble with me. One sword strike would resolve everything. No need for endless prattling. Even if feigned, it would become tiresome over time. Bai Zichen vaguely sensed that Mo Changfei was not as deeply influenced by the Fire Phoenix bloodline as the rumors suggested. Some of his reckless actions appeared overly deliberate. Cowardly wretches. Tan Xin, of unremarkable appearance yet with a keen edge in his eyes, stood out among several inner female disciples. During the minor competition, he had found Mo Changfei utterly uncouth, only to realize he was a man of bluster and thin courage. Provoked, he had been swiftly countered, and the mention of a life-and-death duel had rendered him speechless, lacking the courage to accept. In the minor competition, Mo Changfei had once cornered Tan Xin with several potent magical artifacts, bringing him to the brink of defeat, only a step away from victory. Fortunately, Tan Xin was not from a humble background. He had relatives among the elders of the sect and possessed numerous treasures. Pushing through his injuries, he had to rely on 2 life-saving artifacts to triumph over Mo Changfei. However, this also meant he narrowly missed out on the title of champion. Bai Zichen was indeed astute, having provoked Mo Changfei into an untenable position. Regardless of any certainty of victory, initiating a life-and-death debate would give anyone pause. Certainly, Bai Shidi hailed from the Mo Zhu Bai clan, with less wealth than Mo Changfei, making him at a disadvantage in the arena battles. However, since the sect leader had appointed him as an inner disciple, there must be something exceptional about him, and in a few years, he would not fear facing Mo Changfei directly. Chen Wei nodded, Compared to these two, she had a better impression of Byzichin. However, during their next meeting, she must communicate with this junior brother by cautioning him against taking unnecessary risks. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. This time, he had managed to intimidate Mo Changfei with mere words, preventing a life-and-death duel. Yet, should he encounter a reckless opponent next time, he might find himself in a perilous situation. No, this person's cultivation level is not right. To the left of Tan Qin, a female disciple from the inner sect, though not exceptionally beautiful, exuded a serene and gentle aura. She had discreetly altered her standard robe in several places, accentuating her graceful figure. At that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, her eyelids swollen and red, with tears cascading down her cheeks. "Sister Zhao, what has happened?" Tan Qin hurriedly supported her, having noticed the abrupt change in her condition. "You know, I have cultivated the clear spirit eye technique, which allows me to pierce through illusions and see through formations. Currently, I have only grasped the basics, but to the eyes of a qi refining cultivator, there are no secrets," Zhao Yaqing managed to say, her eyes slightly less puffy now, though still filled with trepidation. "I found what you all said intriguing. So I wanted to see how Byzichin's cultivation compared to Mo Changfei's, to determine if it was as Sister Qin described. However, he was enveloped in golden light, blindingly bright. Just one glance left me feeling as if I had gone blind. Yet, that single glance was enough for me to ascertain that this Byzichin is not merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, but clearly at the 7th level of qi refinement. Moreover, he must have some protective treasure or has cultivated some special technique. Otherwise, my clear spirit eye technique would not have failed to function, nor would it have been stimulated to such an extent." Zhao Yaqing, though average in talent for cultivation, possessed exceptional eyesight that far surpassed ordinary individuals. She quickly detected that she had the foundational conditions to practice the eye technique. While the clear spirit eye technique may not have direct application in combat, it excels at seeing through gas and breaking illusions, revealing truths with a single glance. Since she began practicing, it had never failed her when applied to qi refining cultivators, which emboldened Zhao Yaqing. "What? The 7th level of qi refinement?" Tan Qin exclaimed, slapping her thigh, as if she had heard the most outrageous tale. "Sister Zhao, surely you must be mistaken. It's quite possible to misjudge from such a distance." "Indeed, Qingmei, I've reviewed junior brother Bai's records. He must have only recently entered the 6th level of qi refinement when he began. We're all at Wuji Peak. And it's unlikely that his cave abode has an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing him to progress so quickly to the late stage," Chenwei remarked, her expression perplexed and equally incredulous. After being received by an elder of the Golden Core stage, the sect had bestowed numerous elixirs upon her. Even so, she had struggled for a full 2 years before reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Zhao Yaqing, her eyes puffy but now capable of seeing clearly, shook her head with a bitter smile. "When has my clear spirit eye technique ever been wrong? If I can see it, it must be true. I can hardly believe that this junior brother has already reached the late stage of qi refinement. What a monstrous rate of cultivation. No wonder the sect leader accepted him into the inner sect against the odds." Chen Wei and Tan Qin exchanged glances, feeling a sense of awkwardness. They had just been worried about Byzichin, only to realize that he indeed possessed confidence surpassing that of Mo Changfei. Initially, they thought Byzichin was merely using intimidation against Mo Changfei, but if he were truly at the late stage of qi refinement, then his challenge to a life-and-death duel was not merely a bluff, but a sincere intention. As Tan Qin spoke, she turned to Chen Wei, her eyes filled with astonishment. Not far away, Byzichin shook his head, as if sensing a hidden gaze upon him, a feeling akin to being stripped bare, making him feel exposed. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, and the gaze vanished almost immediately. As the atmosphere grew lively with clinking cups, Chen Wei, the organizer and focal point of the gathering, was urged to the stage to give a speech. Throughout her address, she frequently glanced at Byzichin, still reeling from the impact of his true cultivation level. After a few hasty words, she concluded her speech. On the outskirts of the marketplace, where cultivators and commoners coexisted, makeshift huts made of bamboo and thatch served as eateries and general stores. The Qingfeng sect only managed the 4 streets within the marketplace's great formation and largely turned a blind eye to anything outside it. However, there was one rule: no formal shops were allowed to be erected under any circumstances. Otherwise, the marketplace steward would promptly dismantle them the following day and expel the offending cultivator from the marketplace. Thus, In this second-rate area, no one dared to build proper establishments, adhering instead to simple stalls. Only a little farther out, some rogue cultivators had managed to set up semi-residential, semi-business spaces for basic trade. Several Qingfeng sect servant disciples sat in a modest eatery, ordering a few small dishes and a pot of spiritual tea, whispering among themselves. Surrounding them, rogue cultivators cast envious glances at the disciples, whose robes bore the distinctive maple leaves of the Qingfeng sect, a design no other sect or rogue cultivator dared replicate in the entire Black Mountain region. Look at those Qingfeng disciples. Each has a storage bag. Truly, they are from a prestigious sect. One remarked. Huffed, they are just servant disciples. We will apply next session. We will certainly be accepted. Two boys at the first level of Qi refinement huddled together, dreaming of the glory they would experience as disciples of the sect. But I heard the Qingfeng sect raises the bar for acceptance every year. By the time we apply, we'll work hard when we get home. We definitely can do it. Lou, when will that inner sect figure you mentioned arrive? We pooled our money to smooth things over with the steward. Junior Sun even stole some family artifacts to make this work. We cannot afford to fail. Little did they know, behind their facade of confidence, the Qingfeng sect servant disciples were filled with anxiety, facing a considerable predicament. The leader of their small group, a bald man with a fierce demeanor, had gathered several servant disciples around him after coming from a rough background. However, only two types of individuals among the servant disciples could gain genuine prestige and influence: those with profound cultivation who might ascend to outer disciples, and those with connections, relatives, or friends holding important positions within the sect. The bald man possessed neither quality. After suffering setbacks twice, he had learned to keep a low profile. This small gathering was merely to avoid being bullied by the elders and to receive regular sect tasks. Otherwise, they would find themselves assigned to exhausting tasks such as mining or visiting mortal towns, rendering their status akin to that of rogue cultivators outside the sect. In recent years, disciples with specialized skills among the servant ranks had become increasingly sought after. Those like them, possessing mere cultivation but lacking proficiency in any other skill, found life growing ever more difficult. Brother Kai, rest assured, this brother Bai from the inner sect is a trustworthy individual. Since he has promised to assist me, he will not go back on his word, Lu Song declared solemnly. Who doesn't he know that your words are unreliable? That old man Tong begged us to let him join, but the steward of the Spirit Herb Hall valued his farming skills, assigned him a spirit field, and rewarded him with elixirs, promptly dismissing us with an excuse to withdraw. A triangular-eyed disciple beside Brother Kai spoke resentfully. Isn't it possible that you merely raised a false banner to avoid being ousted from the team by Brother Kai? Brother Kai couldn't help but express some doubt. It seemed far-fetched that a mere servant disciple could establish connections with the inner sect and even persuade them to come down to assist. In his desperation to secure a rewarding sect task, he hadn't thoroughly considered the plausibility of the situation. Lu Song's face flushed, acknowledging that Tong's actions had indeed been somewhat unscrupulous. Both felt powerless within the sect, struggling to earn contributions. Old Man Tong had seized an opportunity to strike up a conversation with the triangular-eyed disciple's son, intent on aligning himself with Brother Kai's team. Upon the completion of this sect mission, each participant would be allocated no less than 30 contribution points. Old Master Tong, possessing only the cultivation of the third layer of Qi refining, would ordinarily not have been included had it not been for the strong recommendations from Lu Song and Junior Brother Sun. Given Old Master Tong's age and cultivation level, his contribution to the task would be minimal. Surprisingly, last month, under Old Master Tong's supervision, the spirit fields yielded a harvest that surpassed the previous year by a staggering 40%, much to the delight of the steward from the Spirit Plant Hall. Not only was he granted an additional 100 acres of spirit fields and 2 fire artisans, but he was also bestowed with a small breaking barrier pill. Overjoyed, Old Master Tong cited the need to enter seclusion to consume the pill, thus withdrawing from the mission. Brother Tong was eager to join, but, considering his age and the slim chance of advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refining, he was impatient to use the pill. Lu Song, who was never one for eloquence and felt somewhat guilty, stumbled over his words. He assured me that upon his return, he would host a banquet to apologize to all his brothers. Humph, I have no intention of maintaining contact with him. He should focus on being a spirit farmer instead. It would be best if your words prove true. We have invested all our resources into this mission, and should I discover any deceit, you shall face the consequences. Brother Kai snorted coldly, turning away to say no more. After about half an hour, just as the several attendant disciples were growing increasingly anxious and losing patience, the wooden door of the restaurant swung open, and a young cultivator entered. "Senior Brother Bai, over here," Lu Song exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he stood to greet him. Brother Kai and the others stiffened, adjusting their robes and standing to welcome him, their curiosity piqued. Indeed, he appeared quite young, likely not much older than Junior Brother's son. His features were not strikingly handsome, yet he exuded a refreshing aura, aptly described as gentle as jade. Just as I had heard, this Senior Brother Bai was unassuming, yet his cultivation was among the elite within the inner sect. Brother Kai contemplated various thoughts as he and the other two attendant disciples bowed respectfully. "Please, have a seat. There is no need for formalities." Bai Zichen naturally took the central position at the table, acknowledging the stark difference in status between the inner and attendant disciples, rendering such trivialities unnecessary. With a wave of his hand, a soundproofing spell enveloped the table, ensuring their conversation would remain private. "I heard from Junior Brother Lu that you have taken on a sect mission but find yourselves in need of assistance." Over the past year, Bai Zichen had been diligently cultivating, and no one had dared to disturb him in the inner sect, which had left him somewhat disappointed. Now that he had reached the late stage of qi refining, the qi restoration pills were no longer effective, leaving only the purple ginseng pills to aid in his cultivation. Compared to the qi restoration pills, the potency of the purple ginseng pills was several times stronger, requiring significantly more time for refinement and absorption. In the span of a year, he had consumed only one vial, bringing his cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refining to its peak. Just as Lu Song sought his help for the sect mission, Bai Zichen, who had been cooped up in his cave for nearly a year, was preparing to venture out. Moreover, Lu Song was considered a collaborator of his, as the opportunity to access that secret realm had also fallen into his hands. After a brief contemplation, he agreed to assist. "Senior Brother Bai, let me introduce you." Bai Zichen's arrival brought Lu Song much joy. "Brother Kai, who has been quite supportive of me, is the one leading this mission." Brother Kai rubbed his smooth head, forcing a smile onto his fierce face as he replied, "Junior Brother Lu exaggerates. We, the newly admitted attendant disciples, merely seek warmth in numbers. Junior Brother's son, though cold in demeanor, is warm at heart. His family has been in Black Mountain for generations, and we shall rely on his family's heirloom artifact for dealing with the monsters." Lu Song pointed to a cultivator with triangular eyes, who promptly waved his hands in denial. "With Senior Brother Bai here, I won't have to lift a finger. I shall merely cheer from the sidelines." This Junior Brother Luo Qi had recently been learning the art of talisman crafting and displayed considerable talent. Lu Song introduced the trio and explained the circumstances surrounding Brother Kai's acceptance of the sect mission. It turned out that last month, a task was posted by the Artifact Hall seeking the procurement of the limbs of the ghost-faced jade spider, offering 20 contribution points for each limb delivered. The announcement sparked a frenzy among outer and attendant disciples, all inquiring about the whereabouts of the ghost-faced jade spider. As a high-grade beast of qi refining, the ghost-faced jade spider possessed 8 limbs, meaning that hunting one would yield a minimum of 160 contribution points, not to mention additional resources that could be exchanged for spirit stones. Such an income would entice even the most struggling disciples of the inner sect, let alone those from the outer sect and attendants. However, the ghost-faced jade spider was exceedingly rare. Several outer disciples who had taken on the task had expended considerable effort delivering spider limbs, only to be deemed ordinary jade spiders by the Artifact Hall stewards, with none successfully claiming their rewards. Coincidentally, Junior Brother Luo Qi had encountered a fearsome giant spider in an abandoned cave while perfecting the Black Mountain map a few months prior, and he had fled in terror. Upon returning, he cross-referenced his encounter and confirmed that the creature he had seen was indeed the ghost-faced jade spider. Knowing this, Brother Kai was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Upon learning that Lu Song could enlist the help of an inner disciple, he immediately sought to accept the task. Unexpectedly, the steward of the administrative hall, having grown displeased with the erroneous spider limbs submitted previously, refused to allow Brother Kai and his companions to take on the task due to their insufficient cultivation levels. Reluctantly, the group pooled together 5 spirit stones to bribe a steward, seizing the opportunity while the main steward was absent to secure the task. In preparation for this endeavor, Sun Shuang even pilfered his family's high-grade artifact, rumored to be particularly effective against spider-type monsters. Junior brother, Lu should have conveyed my stance to you. I will not take any of the limbs from the ghost-faced jade spider, only the poison sac. Furthermore, any other gains from that cave shall belong to me, and you shall have no claim to them. Bai Zichen drummed his fingers on the table, dismissing the ghost-faced jade spider as inconsequential. Moreover, the location of the abandoned cave was not too distant. Should he exert himself, he could reach it in just over half an hour. It would serve as a leisurely excursion and an opportunity to practice his sword techniques, as he found constant sparring with the clay spirit puppets quite dull. As per Senior Brother Bai's instructions, we shall have no objections. Brother Kai was already quite satisfied at the prospect of obtaining the ghost-faced jade spider's limbs, even considering the possibility of sharing a couple with their benefactor. Although the poison sac held considerable value, the sect's mission did not include its procurement, and finding someone to assist would require effort, with prices likely to be discounted, so Brother Kai paid no mind to it. Once the group had reached an agreement, they departed the restaurant, eager to set off. Bai Zichen glanced at Lu Song and the others. He had his ink bamboo sword to travel by air, but he lacked the means to take anyone else along. Relying solely on foot would likely take an entire day and night to reach the abandoned cave mentioned by Luo Qi. Senior Brother Bai, we have a paper kite for transportation, though its flying speed is somewhat slow, so we hope you can accommodate us. Brother Kai seemed to sense Bai Zichen's predicament and produced a kite-like artifact from his storage bag, showcasing it before him. The paper kite, a low-grade artifact, could barely be classified as a flying tool due to its relatively low cost, making it popular among lower-tier cultivators with modest means. That works perfectly. Please lead the way. Bai Zichen nodded, observing as Brother Kai deployed the paper kite, which expanded to a width of 10 feet. Two small benches made of bamboo were attached below. Brother Kai and Luo Qi climbed aboard, pressing their hands down on the kite to channel their spiritual energy. And the flying artifact began to wobble as it lifted off the ground, soaring slowly to a height of no more than 30 feet. Sun Shuang and Lu Song similarly boarded a red paper kite adorned with a fierce tiger. At this pace, they would be outpaced even by someone running at full speed while using a spirit movement talisman. Moreover, there was a lingering feeling that a strong gust of wind could sweep them away at any moment. Bai Zichen stood speechless, realizing why even modestly affluent cultivators would refrain from utilizing paper kites for transportation, opting instead to invest several times the amount of spirit stones in a mid-grade flying artifact. The slow flight speed was one thing, but the sight of two individuals crammed onto a small bench, their legs dangling awkwardly in midair, was indeed an eyesore. Over time, it became quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, the low altitude at which the paper kite flew rendered it susceptible to any spell, thereby negating the most crucial aspect of a flying artifact, the ability to escape. It merely provided a means of flight, facilitating a straight passage without the need to traverse mountains and rivers. It was no wonder the selling price remained stagnant. Bai Zichen tapped his ink bamboo sword, following the two paper kites while carefully controlling his sword's speed, trailing behind. Kai Hung glanced back and noted the ink-green sword light closely pursuing them, realizing it was Bai Zichen wielding his flying sword, causing her to blush. Their paper kites were secondhand, previously owned by a seller who had patched up several areas, thus inhibiting their speed. She feared that if they flew too quickly, they might tear through the kites altogether. However, knowing Bai Zichen had a flying sword in hand bolstered Kai Heng's confidence for the mission. After drifting through the skies for nearly 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. As Kai Hung and the others disembarked from the paper kites, their legs wobbled, nearly causing them to falter. Bai Zichen retracted his sword light and landed, casting a glance at the deep, shadowy cave. Senior Brother Bai, the ghost-faced jade spider should be deep within this cave. Such arachnid beasts typically do not relocate once they establish a nest. Kai Hung secured the paper kite and limped over. Let us regroup and descend into the cave. The cave appeared to have been previously mined, with rusted tools and several carts for transporting or strewn about nearby. Kai Hung held a round shield made of animal hide in one hand and summoned a large night pearl with the other, its soft yet penetrating white light illuminating the space under the influence of her magical energy. Lu Song wielded several small golden knives, while Luo Qi clenched a handful of talismans. Lastly, Sun Shuang, lagging behind, gingerly cradled an oil lamp, unsure whether it was he protecting the lamp or vice versa. Bai Zichen nodded subtly, appreciating that these individuals had made adequate preparations and did not assume that their mission would be a mere walk in the park due to his presence. He cast a lingering glance at the oil lamp in Sun Shuang's grasp, recognizing it as the family heirloom of the Sun clan. Known for its significant restraining power against arachnid beasts, the abandoned cave was narrow, accommodating only 2 individuals walking side by side. Kai Hung and Luo Qi led the way, with Lu Song beside Sun Shuang, and Bai Zichen bringing up the rear. In this dim and damp environment, they were cautious not to disturb the ghost-faced jade spider, with only the soft sound of their footsteps and dripping water echoing in the silence. After a while, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, as the dark passage loomed like a monstrous maw ready to swallow them whole. "Old Luo, how much longer?" Sun Shuang whispered, his voice trembling. "Did you venture this deep last time?" The night pearl cast a white glow, illuminating their figures against the stone wall, creating an eerie illusion of monsters clawing at the shadows. "There are too many forks in the path. It must be nearby." Luo Qi, still shaken from his previous encounter, struggled to recall the correct route. Silence. Bai Zichen appeared at ease, holding his sword as he walked at the back, yet his consciousness expanded, absorbing the surrounding conditions. He sensed a large creature skittering along the top of the stone wall ahead, its form elongated, and switched the ink bamboo sword to his other hand. As they turned a corner, a spider the size of a grinding wheel emerged into view, perched atop a jagged stone. Surrounding it was an expanse of webs, glistening under the night pearl's dim light, with droplets of viscous fluid trickling down. "The ghost-faced jade spider," Kai Hung exclaimed, relief flooding him as the appearance of their target alleviated his earlier anxiety about potential ambushes. "Let us execute the plan. Senior Brother Bai, please cover us and strike down the beast at the critical moment." "Understood," Bai Zichen replied succinctly, his attention fixed on the ghost-faced jade spider. This creature was entirely white, adorned with black ring markings at its joints. Its back bore grotesque patterns resembling a gaping, monstrous face, and its 8 legs exhibited a jade-like translucence, distinct from the rest of its body. Kai Hung forcefully drove the hide shield into the ground, a yellowish spiritual light emanating as it melded with the earth. The once modest shield now exuded a formidable presence, as if a hill stood before them. Luo Qi unleashed a flurry of talismans, all casting fireball spells, with 2 fire serpents interspersed, amplifying their might. The webs ignited with a crackling sound, rapidly retracting and melting away in the flames. The fire serpents darted towards the ghost-faced jade spider, one to the left and one to the right. Lu Song flicked his golden knives, transforming them into 12 blades that sliced towards the spider from various angles. Meanwhile, Sun Shuang sat cross-legged, raising the oil lamp high, eyes closed as he channeled his energy. A flickering flame, no larger than a grain of rice, danced within the lamp, appearing as though it might extinguish at any moment. "Excellent. This demonstrates a semblance of teamwork," Bai Zichen thought to himself, recognizing that these disciples were far from the chaotic rabble he had encountered before. Though tense, they exhibited composure upon sighting the ghost-faced jade spider and executed their planned actions with precision. The ghost-faced jade spider, accustomed to a subterranean existence, feared fire, and it was evident that Kai Hung and the others had adequately prepared. Their coordinated efforts indicated that even without Bai Zichen's involvement, they stood a considerable chance of subduing the spider if they enlisted a couple more disciples. As the spider traversed its web, its legs stretched nearly 10 feet long, exhibiting an astonishing agility. All fireballs landed in empty spaces, sending shards of stone flying. The 2 fire serpents collided, erupting in a shower of sparks, with heat radiating outward. The ghost-faced jade spider emerged unharmed from the blaze, accelerating with an uncanny speed that belied its size, as it evaded the closing fire serpents. Simultaneously, it opened its mandibles, launching a glob of webbing that initially resembled a fist before rapidly expanding into a vast net. The web ensnared all 12 golden knives, binding them in a thick cocoon of overlapping silk. Lu Song's complexion paled as his crafted artifact suddenly lost its responsiveness, compelling him to channel his energy wildly in an attempt to reclaim his golden knives. Squeaking, the ghost-faced jade spider emitted a series of sharp, urgent cries, swiftly advancing to the forefront and raising its shorter front legs as if wielding 2 razor-sharp scythes, generating a gust that threatened to cleave everything in its path. Bai Zichen focused intently on the pale underbelly exposed as the spider lifted its front legs, launching his ink bamboo sword to pierce through. The sword light burst forth in the narrow passage, but halfway through, it abruptly veered towards the shadows. A resounding clash echoed as the sword light rebounded, revealing another ghost-faced jade spider emerging from the darkness. Its size doubled compared to the first, its body completely jade-like. There are two ghost-faced jade spiders. Hold your ground. Once I deal with this larger one, I will assist you. Byzichen's consciousness remained alert, sensing the rapid approach of another entity in the shadows, prompting him to redirect his attack. This giant spider, whether mutated or simply a product of age, had ascended to the peak of its tier, evidenced by the shallow scar left on its body after Byzichen's strike with the ink bamboo sword, showcasing its formidable durability. Byzichen, without further contemplation, cast forth the crimson gilded umbrella. As the umbrella unfurled and spun gracefully, akin to a celestial garment of red clouds, several icy rays cleaved through the air and struck its surface. Bang, bang, bang. With a clash that could shatter gold and stone, the red glow of the spider's foot collided, merely piercing through a layer before being repelled with insufficient force. Enraged, the colossal, ghostly-faced jade spider unleashed a torrent of venom, which splattered onto the adjacent stone wall, swiftly eroding it into a multitude of cavities and releasing a foul-smelling green smoke. Such potent toxicity. Byzichen was taken aback. But fortunately, the Crimson Canopy treasure umbrella proved to be an exquisite artifact among the finest. A few luminous pearls flickered, effortlessly shielding him from the venomous spray. With the enchanted umbrella as his shield, he unleashed his full potential, wielding his sword with abandon, entirely disregarding the attacks of the ghost-faced jade spider, striking repeatedly at a single arachnid leg. The creature shrieked in agony, and a larger, more formidable web descended from above, its countless silk threads rapidly constricting, threatening to ensnare him like a dumpling. Byzichen chuckled lightly, merging with his sword, the blade illuminating as he charged towards the web. His figure danced gracefully in the air, the sword flowing with ease. Wherever the blade traversed, the silken strands were severed, the web sliced into fragments with a few deft movements. There was an indescribable elegance in his actions. His audacity stemmed from the protection of the Crimson Canopy treasure umbrella, for each severed thread snapped back with tremendous force. Despite his nimbleness, at least 50 or 60 strands lashed against him, each capable of cleaving a person in two. Yet upon striking the crimson veil, they merely stirred ripples, unfurling endlessly. To his astonishment, the colossal ghost-faced jade spider exhibited signs of trepidation, retreating several paces. Its grotesque facial patterns on its back contracting into a bizarre, crumpled visage. Hearing the gasps and cries behind him, Byzichen refused to allow the giant spider to escape. With a twist of the ink bamboo sword, he summoned all his strength, unleashing a brilliant emerald sword light, far more dazzling than before, shooting forth like lightning. Bang! The colossal ghost-faced jade spider had two of its legs severed, green blood splattering wildly as it lost its balance and tumbled from the stone wall. With its abdomen exposed, Byzichen would not grant it the opportunity to right itself. The sword light flickered, piercing through its body directly. The creature swayed a couple of times before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, its remaining legs twitching mindlessly. A glance back revealed utter devastation. Kaiheng's round shield bore a gaping hole, having been flung far away, while her body was splattered with drops of venom, her robe and skin corroded in patches. Now wielding a wooden stick as a makeshift weapon, she retreated in a state of utter disarray. Lu Song, having lost his effective set of golden blade artifacts, activated a speed talisman, desperately evading the ghost-faced jade spider's attacks, while occasionally casting basic fire spells to divert its attention. Luo Qi lay on the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, blood staining his entire robe, his life hanging by a thread. Only Sun Shuang continued to hold on. The spark emanating from the oil lamp had only grown to the size of a peanut, yet when it flickered towards the ghost-faced jade spider, the beast shrieked in terror and turned to evade. However, given Sun Shuang's cultivation level, sustaining such a high-grade artifact for an extended duration had clearly reached its limits. His face had turned ashen, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, as he exerted every last ounce of magical energy within him. At this rate, he was nearing depletion, risking injury to his very essence. The continuous manipulation of flying swords consumed his mana too rapidly. No wonder sword cultivators emphasized striking swiftly to claim lives. Prolonging the battle would forfeit the greatest advantage of the flying swords. Byzichen felt waves of fatigue surging within him. Yet fortunately, The exquisite crimson canopy treasure umbrella demanded little mana. With its strings of beads containing considerable spiritual energy, he adjusted for a brief moment. Just as the remaining ghost-faced jade spider leaped, attempting to skewer Kai Hung with its legs, Bai Zichen seized the opportunity. The sword light surged forth, targeting its weakness, and with a single stroke, he pierced its abdomen. Compared to the colossal ghost-faced jade spider, this one possessed much weaker structural integrity. Had Bai Zichen not been fatigued from the previous battle, engaging it directly would have required only a few strikes. With both beasts vanquished, a battered Kai Hung collapsed to the ground, the pain finally registering as she drew a dagger and, gritting her teeth, cut away the decaying flesh from her wounds. Seeing the area secure, Sun Shuang's heart eased, but he could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. The spark extinguished with a sudden flare. The oil lamp crashed to the ground, rolling over twice. Surprisingly, Lu Song fared somewhat better. Despite evading the ghost-faced jade spider's relentless assaults, his spirit was weary, and his robe was soaked through. At the very least, he had sustained no serious injuries. He quickly helped Luo Qi to his feet, tore open his robe, and poured a vial of medicinal powder onto the wound on his chest, wrapping it with cloth tightly. Kai Shixiang, do you have any life-saving elixirs? A round of revitalizing pills is at hand. You should administer it to Brother Luo first. Kai Hung paused momentarily, retrieving a jade vial from her storage pouch and solemnly presenting it. Lu Song administered a pill, the size of a longan, to Luo Qi, whose breathing soon stabilized, and one could almost witness the wounds within beginning to cease their bleeding. The two sighed in relief. At last, Luo Qi's life was preserved. Brother Bai, we have misjudged the intelligence. I apologize sincerely. After resting for about a quarter of an hour, Kai Hung rose, limping towards Bai Zichen, and bowed in apology. Were it not for Brother Bai's valor in slaying both ghost-faced jade spiders, this cave would have been the grave for our brethren. At this point, Kai Hung still felt a shiver of fear within. When the second, much larger ghost-faced jade spider appeared, Kai Hung's heart sank, believing that death was imminent. All plans had been devised around a low-tier ghost-faced jade spider. The sudden emergence of a peak-tier variant was entirely overwhelming. It was not merely a question of Brother Bai's capabilities. How could inner disciples be willing to risk themselves for their sake, when they could leave at any moment with their flying swords? Unexpectedly, Bai Zichen showcased extraordinary strength, single-handedly vanquishing the peak-tier ghost-faced jade spider and successfully saving everyone's lives. The limbs of this mutated ghost-faced jade spider were entirely entrusted to Brother Bai's handling. A standard ghost-faced jade spider's 8 limbs could yield as much as 160 points of sect contribution. The mutated variant would undoubtedly be even more valuable. Regardless of expressing gratitude or adhering to the principle that those who exert effort should reap the rewards, Kai Hung swiftly made her decision. I stated before my departure that I would only take the poison sac and other gains from the cave. The limbs are of no concern to me. You may claim them. Bai Zichen's gaze lingered between the ghost-faced jade spider and Kai Hung for a moment before he replied with indifference. Sect contributions were indeed enticing. Although he had yet to reach a level of unwavering commitment, he would not breach his promise over a few spider legs. Brother Bai's nobility is commendable. In the future, should there be any requests, none shall dare to refuse. Kai Hung stood in stunned silence for a long while, convinced that Bai Zichen was not jesting, before sincerely bowing deeply in gratitude. After resting for half an hour, everyone except Luo Qi had regained most of their strength, and they began to clear the battlefield. The two ghost-faced jade spiders had a total of 18 limbs, which Bai Zichen severed entirely with his ink bamboo sword, binding them into several bundles with hemp rope and placing them onto Kai Hung and Lu Song's backs. The limbs were too long to fit into their storage bags. 2 poison sacs, one large and one small, were extracted by Sun Shuang and respectfully handed to Bai Zichen. These 2 items were the only valuables on the ghost-faced jade spider. The other parts would scarcely fetch 2 spiritual stones upon being sold. The presence of 2 ghost-faced jade spiders in this cave was already an exceedingly rare occurrence. It was improbable that there would be sufficient food for more to survive. Let us search the vicinity. If we find nothing, we shall return to the sect. Bai Zichen tossed the poison sacs into a separate storage bag and rose, heading deeper into the cave. It is curious to note that the ghost-faced jade spider is known to be a solitary beast, making the simultaneous appearance of 2 rather peculiar. Sun Shuang remained behind to tend to Luo Qi, while Lu Song and Kai Hung accompanied Bai Zichen in exploring the passageway. Upon venturing forth this time, I garnered little in terms of material possessions, yet I acquired a wealth of knowledge along the path of swordsmanship. Previously, I had expended excessive energy with each strike, failing to recognize that not all blows required the same level of power. Some techniques could yield equivalent results with merely 70% of my strength. Grasping this principle would, at the very least, enable me to execute 10 additional strikes. Out of habit, Byzichin meticulously searched the entirety of the cave, not anticipating any unexpected revelations. Furthermore, I had overly relied on my flying sword in combat, lacking a true sword technique to complement it. Should I encounter formidable foes such as the mutated ghost-faced jade spider, with its resilient physique or exceptional protective artifacts, I would find myself in a precarious predicament. Byzichin sensed that his methods of confrontation were somewhat limited, neglecting the fact that the mutated ghost-faced jade spider was already a peak first-tier demon beast, comparable to a cultivator at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Even the trials for true disciples commenced with adversaries of this caliber. The rumor of a solitary sword strike capable of slaying a peak first-tier demon beast would undoubtedly terrify a number of inner disciples. Bai Shixiang, come quickly. I have discovered the remains of a cultivator. Lu Song's voice echoed from the adjacent passage, laced with both surprise and excitement. In a corner, half reclining within a crevice, lay a corpse adorned in a tattered dark blue robe, devoid of any spiritual energy. The bones of the chest were entirely shattered, suggesting that the individual had sustained fatal injuries before seeking refuge in the cave, ultimately succumbing to their wounds in this desolate place. Judging by the condition of the remains, it was evident that this cultivator had perished over a century ago. Byzichin approached cautiously, casting a glance at Lu Song. What is it, Bai Shixiao? Nothing of concern. Byzichin suddenly felt that Lu Song possessed an unusual fortune. In his youth, he had stumbled upon a key to a hidden realm at an antique market. After embarking on the path of immortality, he had also encountered a 500-year-old yellow essence, a vital ingredient for second-tier elixirs, and an important material for foundational cultivation pills. Unfortunately, his insufficient strength had prevented him from dealing with the demon beast guarding the yellow essence. By the time he sought assistance, it had already been claimed by someone else. Now, he was the first to discover the remains of a cultivator. Byzichin refrained from drawing near, instead using his ink bamboo sword to prod at the corpse, retrieving a storage pouch from the waist of the deceased. The pouch was adorned with expansive cloud patterns, its texture markedly more refined and elastic than his own. Byzichin infused it with spiritual energy, cleansing it thoroughly. The faint markings of ownership were swiftly erased, successfully refining it. The interior space measured approximately 10 feet in height, vastly superior to the capacities of his two existing storage pouches, suggesting that it was of medium grade. Even if it contained nothing, the pouch alone could fetch 400 spirit stones. The crafting of storage pouches involved a rudimentary application of spatial principles, with costs escalating exponentially at each tier. Notably, high-grade storage pouches were deemed strategic assets for sects, possessing nearly 1,000 cubic feet of storage, comparable to a small warehouse. Glancing through the contents of the storage pouch, he retrieved a jade slip and quickly absorbed its information. Let us excavate a grave and lay this esteemed individual to rest. Byzichin pondered, placing the jade slip aside and using his ink bamboo sword to dig a square pit in the ground. Kai Hung and Lu Song carefully transported the cultivator's remains into the pit, covering them with layers of rubble and earth. Everything else in the cave appeared normal, and with the still unconscious Luo Qi supported between them, the group successfully returned to the surface. As sunlight bathed their figures once more, they felt as if they had emerged from another world, having danced perilously close to death for several hours within the abandoned cave. Luo Qi lay gravely injured and unconscious. Kai Hung had sacrificed a defensive artifact and suffered numerous injuries, while Sun Shuang had depleted his spiritual energy to activate a family heirloom, harming his essence in the process. Recovery would take at least a year and a half, even with the aid of medicinal stones. Meanwhile, Lu Song emerged relatively unscathed, yet still boasting substantial rewards, 16 spider legs, amounting to a minimum contribution of 320 points to the sect. Each point of contribution was worth at least 1 spirit stone and could be exchanged for many resources unavailable elsewhere. For the force servant disciples, such a sum was astronomical. I have other arrangements, so I shall not return to the sect with you, Byzichin remarked, feeling quite satisfied with Kai Hung and the others. Although their cultivation levels were modest, they exhibited potential for further development, having already assisted him and even gifted him additional spider legs. It seemed only fitting to extend a helping hand. When submitting tasks at the administrative hall, they could mention his name, and the attending steward would surely not cause them any trouble. Completing a sought-after sect task while also bringing back the limb of a peak first-tier, mutated ghost-faced jade spider would undoubtedly incite envy among their peers. Even disciples at the administrative hall might scrutinize them, haggling or doubting whether they had completed their tasks through legitimate means. According to Su Lai, rumors had recently circulated that Bai Zichen had ascended to the later stages of qi refinement. It was unclear how this information had leaked. Nevertheless, Su Lai and Peng Jinhu found it considerably easier to conduct their affairs, sensing a marked inclination from various factions towards them. For instance, when Peng Jinhu visited the administrative hall last month to collect living supplies, the attending steward had engaged him in conversation, exuding warmth and offering assistance for any issues he might encounter. Thus, Bai Zichen was confident that his standing would ensure smooth dealings at the administrative hall. Thank you, Bai Shixiao, for your consideration. Though our cultivation is meager, we hope to offer our services to you. Kai Heng and Sun Shuang exchanged glances and bowed in gratitude. Such a capable, promising, and principled inner disciple, generous in spirit, would surely be worth aligning with before he became a true disciple and left them behind. With a wave of his hand, Bai Zichen transformed into a beam of sword light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Lu Shidi, we must cultivate a closer bond moving forward, Kai Heng said, grasping Lu Song's arm with enthusiasm. The Great Li Nation, the Tianli sect. It seemed to be separated from Liang Nation by several others, a distance of countless miles, and the Tianli sect was one I had never even heard of. As Bai Zichen soared through the skies on his sword, he contemplated the contents of the jade slip he had obtained from the remains of the cultivator. The owner of the corpse, Meng Zhaoda, was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator hailing from the Tianli sect of the Great Li Nation, who had traveled vast distances to the Black Mountain, burdened with a secret mission from his sect. The specifics were scarcely elaborated upon. Rather, it provided a brief overview of his life and the circumstances leading to his demise in this place. According to Meng Zhaoda, the Tianli sect was a prominent sect with golden core true lords presiding over it across generations. He himself had spent 50 years in Foundation establishment, laboring for another 60 years to attain mid-stage cultivation, a testament to the arduous path of cultivation. In pursuit of opportunity, he had embarked on the lucrative secret mission from his sect, taking years to reach the Black Mountain range. Unfortunately, within mere months of entering the mountains, he encountered a Kuei Nyo demon king, losing 2 spiritual artifacts in the process before barely escaping with severe injuries. Upon seeking refuge in this abandoned cave, he discovered that even medicinal stones were ineffective against his wounds. The strike from the Kuei Nyo demon king had shattered his heart vein. Before his demise, he managed to record this information into the jade slip with his last breath, leaving behind a few worldly possessions for any future companions. He implored that they avenge him by slaying the demon king, expressing his deep-seated resentment towards the heavens for their stinginess and the difficulty of the Tao. In his final moments, he yearned to transcend and witness the wonders following the formation of the Golden Core. A century later, Bai Zichen could still vividly sense Meng Zhaoda's profound unwillingness and fervent aspiration for the Tao in the concluding words etched in the jade slip. In his final breath, Meng Zhaoda harbored no regrets about coming to the Black Mountain, even amidst such calamity. If I reach the day of forming my Golden Core, I shall fulfill your wish and slay that beast. Bai Zichen sighed deeply. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator from a major sect had to risk their life for a chance at fortune. The statement that Foundation establishment marked the true beginning of cultivation was undeniably true. Bai Zichen was well aware that the group of single-horned Kuei Nyo in Qingyou Valley was a potential target in the frontier wars of Qingfeng's sect. If the sect sets its sights on that location for exploration, Meng Zhaoda's vendetta will become considerably simpler. If not, waiting another century would suffice. The lifespan of demon beasts is inherently longer than that of humans. A third-tier demon king typically boasts a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. According to the records of the Qingfeng sect, the Kuei Nyo demon king is merely around 500 years old, still in the prime of its life. The external possessions Meng Zhaoda referenced are numerous, yet within the confines of a mid-grade storage pouch, they appear somewhat insignificant. Aside from a few sets of clothing and miscellaneous items, the most conspicuous are 3 elongated jade boxes. Unable to contain his curiosity, By Zichin opened one in midair. Spirit stones. Spirit stones. Once again, spirit stones. 3 entire boxes of spirit stones, neatly stacked, each containing 600 stones, amounting to a total of 1,800 spirit stones. Such wealth, truly befitting a foundational elder. Upon encountering such a multitude of spirit stones arranged together for the first time, I found myself somewhat astonished. While other treasures may possess a value exceeding that of these spirit stones, their visual impact is undoubtedly more immediate and striking. Nearby, 2 jade vials caught my eye. Upon opening them, I discovered each contained 3 spirit pills the size of longan fruits. Clearly, these were second-tier elixirs effective for foundation-building cultivators. Yet, after a century's passage, their potency had waned, and they had deteriorated into mere remnants of medicinal dross. An ancient copper bell, adorned with engravings of mountains and rivers, stood before me. As I infused it with my spiritual energy in an attempt to refine it, I immediately sensed the daunting challenge. My current reserves of power were far from sufficient for the bell's refinement. This inadequacy was not merely a quantitative issue that could be resolved through persistent effort over time, but rather a qualitative disparity. My cultivation level was insufficient. The sentient bell is classified as a low-grade spiritual artifact, inherently designed for foundation-building practitioners. It was overly ambitious for a chi-refining cultivator to attempt its refinement. According to the records in the Jade Slip, Meng Zhaodao once possessed 3 significant spiritual artifacts, 2 of which were either destroyed by the Demon King or lost within the Green Ox Valley during his escape, leaving only this sentient bell. Despite its low-grade classification, the bell possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, and it was crafted with foresight, allowing for potential upgrades to a high-grade artifact if certain conditions are met. This lineage is a testament to the extraordinary craftsmanship of a Yuan Ingrand sect. As the refinement of spiritual artifacts retains the possibility of ascension, something I had never encountered before. The Jade Slip meticulously outlines the methods for upgrading the sentient bell and the rituals required for its consecration. Alas, I can only put this knowledge to use once I successfully establish my foundation. For now, it must remain in my storage pouch, occupying space. Nevertheless, possessing even a single spiritual artifact is a boon, especially considering that many newly initiated foundation-building cultivators find themselves financially constrained, having relied on basic magical tools only a few years prior. With this thought, my disappointment began to wane, replaced by anticipation for the remaining treasures. The Tai-Bai Sword Sect's true insights into swordsmanship, and on top of that, a flying sword. In Bai Zichen's grasp lay an ancient tome crafted from a material reminiscent of gold and jade, its pages delicate as cicada wings, encompassing several dozen leaves. In his other hand, he held a short sword, approximately a foot in length, radiant in its golden hue. Meng Zhaodao elucidated in the jade tablet that the techniques of the heavenly principal sect were not to be disseminated. Yet the opportunities he encountered in his youth were not constrained, allowing them to be passed down to future generations. According to the Jade Tablet's contents, the Tai-Bai Sword Sect held immense renown 10,000 years ago, being one of the foremost authorities within the entire realm of cultivation on the continent. Within the sect, there were over 10,000 sword cultivators, with more than 10 Yuanying true monarchs, and even legends spoke of the existence of powerful transformation deities. However, 10 millennia prior, an invasion by the celestial demons occurred, striking at the very heart of the Tai-Bai Sword Sect. Countless celestial demons surged forth from beyond the realm, accompanied by formidable demon kings of considerable human-like prowess. After a cataclysmic battle that lasted a decade, several mountain ranges were obliterated, reshaping the landscape and altering the courses of rivers. The celestial demons, formless and elusive, possessed an uncanny ability to captivate the hearts of mortals, seizing their souls, thus rendering them a dire threat in the eyes of human cultivators. The Tai-Bai Sword Sect established the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-expelling sword array, transforming a 1,000-mile radius into a sword domain, where not a single celestial demon could escape prior to the array's destruction. This monumental conflict persisted for a full decade, during which the towering Tai-Bai Peak was razed to the ground, and the other top sects of the cultivation world stood idly by, offering no assistance as the Tai-Bai Sword Sect valiantly faced the celestial demons alone. After a decade, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-expelling sword array finally dissipated, the reinforcements from the leading sects arrived, only to be met with the sight of countless fallen disciples of the Tai-Bai Sword Sect and a profound silence. No celestial demons were in sight, nor any transformation demon kings. In summary, both the Tai-Bai sword sect and the calamity of demons vanished in an enigmatic fashion, as if the decade-long conflict had never transpired. Nevertheless, the influence of the Tai-Bai sword sect endured, and the techniques of this legendary sect remained a coveted treasure in the dreams of all sword cultivators. Presently, several prominent sword cultivation sects in the realm have intricate ties to the Tai-Bai sword sect. Some have inherited a branch of its teachings, while others were founded by disciples who survived the cataclysm during their travels. During an expedition after forming his foundation, Meng Zhaoda stumbled upon this true explanation of the Tai-Bai sword sect, believing himself to have encountered unparalleled fortune, and even procured a flying sword in preparation to delve into the path of swordsmanship. Years later, he discovered it was all a mere illusion of joy. Firstly, Meng Zhaoda's aptitude for the sword was lamentably poor, to the point that it could be described as dull. Secondly, this tome on the true sword techniques of the Tai-Bai sword sect did not encompass the fundamental practices of the sect, but rather delineated the realms of sword cultivation and the insights of its original owner. Consequently, the value of this true explanation diminished significantly. In the hands of a sword cultivator, it could serve as a means for comprehension and learning, but for Meng Zhaoda, it became an insurmountable mystery. As for the unparalleled killing move inscribed at the end, the Starry River Sword Array, without the core techniques of the Tai-Bai sword sect, it remained but a fanciful dream, utterly unattainable. This Starry River Sword Array required 12 flying swords to be arranged, drawing upon the vast essence of celestial sword intent. Once the array was formed, it would circulate unceasingly. Within the array, one would confront the very stars and celestial bodies, a feat beyond the realm of human endurance. According to the records of the sword technique, mastering the Starry River Sword Array would render one invincible, ascending beyond the ordinary. Moreover, this array excelled in group battles. The original owner, possessing only initial Yuanian cultivation, trapped 5 Yuanian true monarchs and numerous Jedon true persons, earning the title of Starry River Sword Sovereign. Bai Zichen's heart surged with emotion, both awed by the formidable strength of the Tai-Bai sword sect and the meteoric decline it faced, as well as the unmatched might of the Starry River Sword Array. As the true explanation stated, it was not imperative to possess high-grade flying swords to set up the array, as long as one comprehended the celestial sword intent. Even a first-tier flying sword could suffice to establish the Starry River Sword Array. Yet, 2 formidable challenges loomed before Bai Zichen. Firstly, he lacked 12 flying swords. Secondly, simultaneously wielding 12 flying swords while arranging them into an array would demand an immense amount of spiritual power. This was not something achievable merely by enhancing one's cultivation. Meng Zhaoda had consulted fellow disciples well-versed in swordsmanship within the Heavenly Principle sect, who confirmed that, under normal circumstances, one would require Jedon-level cultivation to channel the spiritual energy necessary to arrange 12 first-tier flying swords into the Starry River Sword Array. A prodigy capable of grasping celestial sword intent and mastering the array would undoubtedly be a rare talent in the realm of swordsmanship. What benefit would it bring to have such an individual arrange a first-tier flying sword array? No matter how exquisite the array, it could not withstand the attacks of magical treasures or even spiritual treasures. The residual shockwaves would shatter first-tier flying swords. Only the core techniques of the Tai-Bai sword sect could forge a personal flying sword without limitation in quantity, allowing for negligible spiritual power expenditure, thus enabling the formation of a Starry River Sword Array capable of cleaving through gods and demons. Bai Zichen hovered in midair, his initial elation giving way to a swell of disappointment, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. No wonder Meng Zhaoda remarked it was all in vain. Without the cultivation techniques of the Tai-Bai sword sect, even the most splendid Starry River Sword Array was merely a castle in the air. That said, Bai Zichen meticulously secured the ancient tome, for even if the Starry River Sword Array served only as an ornament, this true explanation of the Tai-Bai sword sect's sword techniques remained the most valuable possession in his storage bag. For Bai Zichen, the detailed elucidation of the sword realms within the initial pages, along with the insights of the Starry River Sword Sovereign, would prove invaluable, sparing him from the need to navigate the path of swordsmanship blindly. The Golden Sparrow Sword, crafted from genuine gold in the West, produces a delicate, high-pitched, bird-like chirp when wielded at its utmost limit, characterized by its remarkable speed. This short, Golden Blade was originally prepared by Meng Zhaoda for his transition into the path of swordsmanship. Among first-tier flying swords, the Golden Sparrow sword ranks among the elite. To speak candidly, if placed for sale in the market, it would fetch a price several hundred spirit stones higher than that of the ink bamboo sword. However, after lying idle for a century without the nourishment of spiritual energy, the Golden Sparrow sword has become dull and murky, its magical essence sluggish and ineffective. To remedy this situation, it must be reforged in a sword furnace, absorbing sufficient quintessence of the 5 metals to restore its former glory. Zichen lightly tapped the Golden Sparrow sword, producing a sound akin to withered wood. He resolved to employ the sword nurturing technique to see if it could yield any results. If the Golden Sparrow sword could be restored, it would prove far more useful than the ink bamboo sword in various scenarios. He was determined to practice the sword nurturing technique upon his return. If that failed, he would seek assistance from Elder Pengchong in the artifact refining hall. The impact of the Galaxy Sword Array on Zichen was profound, though he knew he could never successfully set up such an array. The thought of attempting it lingered in his mind. The idea of gathering 12 flying swords seemed preposterous. Even ordinary sword cultivators found it arduous to maintain a single life-bound flying sword. Acquiring 12 at once would strain even the wealthiest. The sheer value of 12 first-tier flying swords made by Zichen's heart race, not to mention the cost of higher-tier swords. The unparalleled might of the Galaxy Sword Monarch stemmed from his resources, which were tenfold those of a typical nascent soul true monarch. However, with the support of the illustrious Tai-Bai sword sect, perhaps gathering such a number of flying swords would be considerably easier. In addition to the aforementioned items, the mid-grade storage bag contained 2 second-tier talismans, a yellow turban strength talisman, and a breaking seal talisman, all of considerable worth. Senior Meng, I pledge to fulfill your final wish on the day I achieve the Golden Core. After sorting through Meng Zhaoda's belongings, Zichen bowed respectfully towards the abandoned cave, reiterating his vow. In the heart of the Qingfeng Sex Market, within a secluded room on the 3rd floor of a tea house, the diligent Lang Zhongping was swiftly managing an array of administrative tasks. Various stewards awaited their turn to report pressing matters requiring his judgment. Conversations with each steward seldom exceeded the duration of a single cup of tea, regardless of the complexity of the issue at hand. Lang Zhongping would provide a resolution after a brief moment of contemplation. For matters that could not be decisively concluded, he would jot down his opinions, passing them to other stewards for discussion, or submitting them to the 2 elder council members. As one of the 4 stewards responsible for the market's operations, Lang Zhongping wielded considerable influence, overseeing all transactions among the various cultivation families. His decisions could significantly affect the revenues of numerous sects over the years, with many scattered cultivator families relying on his favor for survival. Renowned for his proficiency in administrative affairs, Lang Zhongping had seen the contributions to the sect's treasury steadily rise since his transfer to the market 2 years prior. Yet, despite being in his 50s, he still harbored a glimmer of hope for the Tao, dedicating half of each month to cultivation. Steward, I have heard that the sect intends to establish a separate hall for the market. Upon completing his report, a steward stepped forward, quietly inquiring, "Where did you hear such news?" The establishment of a new hall would have far-reaching implications, and it is not something we can comment on until the sect master and the 2 elders issue a statement. All such talk is mere speculation. Lang Zhongping maintained a stoic demeanor. This steward was his confidant, entrusted with many important and confidential matters. No one else would dare pose such inquiries. When the market was first established, it was merely a subdivision of the administrative hall. As its scale expanded and the contributions to the sect increased, the market's significance grew accordingly. It was first separated from the administrative hall and gradually evolved into a structure governed by 2 elders and 4 stewards. The rumors of a new hall had circulated for several years, but Lang Zhongping understood that the reality was far more complicated. The structure of the Qingfeng sect, with its 5 halls and 7 pavilions, had been maintained for millennia. The addition of a new hall would involve numerous interests and affect many positions. It was not a matter that could be resolved simply by a few eager mid-level stewards. As a steward with real power, becoming entangled in such affairs posed significant risks. Nonetheless, based on the intelligence at his disposal, business in the market had surged by an average of 30% in recent months due to the ongoing conflict between righteous and demonic factions. A considerable number of new lodgings had been added, likely resulting in the settlement of over 1,000 scattered cultivators in the vicinity of the market. The next round of commercial leases would inevitably increase, ensuring that his performance evaluations were secure. Indeed. The Su family wishes to invite you to a gathering at the Dreamlike Pavilion this evening. Do you have any availability? If you have other arrangements, I shall inform the Su family patriarch. The Su family, is that the one seeking to lease shop number 13 on East Street for a 30-year term? Lang Zhongping immediately recalled the Su family's details, a rather ordinary scattered cultivator family that had visited several times to negotiate renting a desirable shop. Securing a shop in the market's core area, regardless of the merchandise sold, guaranteed a stable income, even if one lacked a consistent supply. With some extra effort in networking with scattered cultivators, one could still earn a modest profit. In recent years, as the market thrived, the few remaining shops had ceased to be for sale, and some had even been repurchased at high prices due to urgent needs for spirit stones. The shops available for lease were divided into terms of 10, 20, and 30 years. What benefits have you received from the Su family patriarch to pass on his message? You see through everything. I only thought that the Su family patriarch mentioned marrying his granddaughter to you as a concubine, considering you are alone in the market without anyone to attend to you. Fine, since I have no other plans tonight. I shall see what the Su patriarch is scheming. A 30-year lease is not something we can grant lightly now. Lang Zhongping gestured to the young steward, recalling the lovely young woman he had seen trailing behind the Su family patriarch at the last banquet, his heart warming at the thought, leading him to agree. Heh. Renting for several years is certainly within your power. The young steward, satisfied with successfully arranging the meeting, pocketed 10 spirit stones from the Su family patriarch as an explanation and cheerfully prepared to depart for the Dreamlike Pavilion. Steward, a disciple from the inner sect, by Zichin, requests an audience and is currently awaiting you in the VIP hall on the second floor. A voice called from outside the door. At this hour, perhaps we should postpone meeting him? The young steward grumbled inwardly, irritated that the inner sect disciple had chosen such an inconvenient time for a visit. But he turned to see Lang Zhongping already springing up from his seat. Quickly, bring Baishidi up. No, I shall go down to meet him. You prepare the finest spirit tea from the storeroom. Lang Zhongping adjusted his robe and hastened to the second-floor VIP hall. The young steward watched in astonishment, never having seen his steward display such enthusiasm before. He recalled that last year, when a true disciple had visited the market, Steward Lang had not even bothered to greet him personally. Oh, what brings you here, Baishidi? I have long wished to connect with you. A clear voice rang out before Bai Zichen could even see him. Upon looking up, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man striding in with confidence, his gaunt face sharp and defined, now breaking into a warm smile. Anyone witnessing this would surely be taken aback. Lang Zhongping, known for his stern demeanor, was practically beaming in the presence of this junior disciple. I have met Brother Lang. I have been in seclusion for training and only received your message recently. Hence my delayed visit to the market. One does not strike a hand against a smiling face, and furthermore, Brother Lang is a close acquaintance of my uncle, who specifically wrote to ask you to look after me after I joined the sect. Recently, Brother Bai mentioned in his letter his concern for you, which is quite heartwarming. After the two settled down, Lang Zhongping swiftly endeavored to establish a rapport with Bai Jiuan. Although Bai Jiuan was merely a late-stage qi refinement practitioner from the Mo Zhu Bai clan, their conversation was pleasant. Yet it was impossible to place too much emphasis on him. However, if the other party had a nephew who had become an inner disciple with promising prospects, that would indeed change the narrative. Lang Zhongping, being well informed, had already heard of Bai Zichen and, upon meeting him today, recognized his late-stage qi refinement cultivation, adjusting his attitude accordingly. In his youth, Lang Zhongping himself had been an inner disciple, but he had strayed far from the true lineage. Even foregoing the trials of true discipleship, he gradually ascended to his current position from a humble steward. He understood well that a mere inner disciple, yet to reach adulthood, possessing late-stage qi refinement cultivation, signified something significant. It was likely that he would secure the identity of a true disciple without much difficulty. Moreover, at this age, he belonged to the ranks of those with the greatest potential for foundation establishment among true disciples. My uncle introduced me to the path of cultivation and guided my growth. His kindness is as immense as a mountain, Bai Zichen earnestly expressed. Last month, Uncle Bai Jiuan sent a letter stating that he had finally broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement this spring, though he regrettably was already 51 years old. Even with the aid of Zishan pills, Bai Jian had failed to achieve the peak of qi refinement at the most robust age. With each passing year, the hope for foundation establishment would diminish further. The letter also mentioned that the clan leader, Bai Xianzhong, had nominated Bai Jian for the position of the fourth elder of the Bai family. It seemed that by now, the internal election had concluded, and uncle had already assumed the role of the fourth elder. Brother Lang, you oversee the market and are familiar with the pricing. I have a few items I wish to sell. I would appreciate your insights. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Zichen returned to the main topic. The quality of the magical artifacts he intended to sell could not compare to those at the neighboring Wanbao Pavilion, yet the evaluation of goods was equal for everyone. Bai Zichen regretted that during his last visit, he had hastily purchased 2 magical artifacts instead of first selling his items at his own sect's shop for spirit stones before shopping at Wanbao Pavilion. Given his status, he might have received a higher price for his goods. Rest assured, my junior, I will provide you with a fair appraisal. Lang Zhongping replied, gesturing grandly. Bai Zichen placed 2 venom sacs, which he had taken from the ghost-faced jade spider, on the table. A pungent odor wafted through the air, a result of their minimal processing. This venom is quite potent. From which beast did you obtain these, Brother Bai? Lang Zhongping remarked, observing the viscous residue corroding the jade table, causing his eyelid to twitch. He donned a pair of beast hide gloves before cautiously examining the venom sacs. So, these are indeed from the ghost-faced jade spider. You have had remarkable fortune and considerable skill. Lang Zhongping recognized the origin of the venom sacs immediately. Upon seeing the second, larger venom sac, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This sac, both in size and toxicity, could only be obtained from a peak first-tier beast. This Brother Bai has an astonishing cultivation speed. I did not anticipate his combat prowess would be so formidable, not merely a practitioner of arduous training. For the smaller sac, 50 spirit stones. For the larger, 80 spirit stones. If you are willing to part with both, I could offer you 150 spirit stones. What do you think? Bai Zichen understood that this price was Lang Zhongping's way of fostering goodwill. After all, it was merely a matter of spending sect resources to build a familial bond, a mutually beneficial arrangement. And this pill, I would also appreciate your assistance in identifying it. He presented a blood-red pill that exuded a fetid odor, which he had obtained from a ghost spirit sect practitioner. His uncle had sought help in identifying it, but had received no answers. Today, he fortuitously had the chance to inquire and resolve his earlier curiosity. Lang Zhongping scrutinized the pill for a considerable time before slowly stating, if I am not mistaken, this should be the ghost spirit sect's blood-boiling pill, capable of instantly enhancing one's vitality to the level of a first-tier perfected body cultivator. However, it lasts merely for 10 breaths and appears to require the use of a certain demonic technique, rendering it ineffective for our righteous practitioners. Bai Zichen noted the name and stored the pill, subsequently selling both venom sacs to the sect's shop. With the assistance of a steward, the transaction was swiftly completed, and the spirit stones were delivered. Lang Zhongping, eager to cultivate a friendship, engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the market that broadened Bai Zichen's horizons considerably. By the way, I have another inquiry for you, Brother Lang. I wonder which first-tier flying swords are the most affordable in the market? Bai Zichen remained undeterred and sought information about flying swords. I have recently developed an interest in swordsmanship and wish to acquire 2 inexpensive flying swords for practice. If we are discussing value and quality, naturally, the Mo Zhu sword from your family takes precedence. Regardless of market fluctuations, it is perpetually priced at 500 spirit stones each and sells within a month or 2. Lang Zhongping chuckled, aware that Bai Zichen was likely not seeking this response. He summoned a steward to present a hefty ledger, which he perused for some time. Currently, there are 7 first-tier flying swords available in our sect's shop, all priced above 500 spirit stones. The cheapest, however. Oh, there are indeed 2 inexpensive flying swords. How inexpensive? Bai Zichen had merely inquired casually, but was pleasantly surprised by the response. He had been deterred by the high cost of the Xinghe sword array, yet was reluctant to abandon it, now planning to first gather the 12 cheapest flying swords. He was not concerned with the flying sword's power. He merely wished to see if he could set up the Xinghe sword array. I shall have my people bring them over for you to inspect, and you will understand. Although Lang Zhongping did not grasp the purpose behind Bai Zichen's desire for inexpensive flying swords, it was evident that he sought more than one. However, today's primary aim was to forge a favorable connection, ensuring future assistance within the inner sect, so he refrained from probing further into these subtleties. The disciples in the market operated with remarkable efficiency. Within a short time, a servant arrived, presenting 2 flying swords. The slaying ghost peachwood sword and the demon-suppressing peachwood sword were crafted by the same artisan. It was their first attempt at forging flying swords, so they opted for the least expensive wooden swords. Although they were successfully created, their attributes leave much to be desired, making them difficult to sell. Upon grasping the 2 flying swords, Byzichin quickly understood their lack of appeal. Both were primarily made of century-old peachwood. The slaying ghost peachwood sword bore 24 ghost-slaying runes, granting it significant efficacy against ghostly entities, while the demon-suppressing peachwood sword infused with 24 demon-suppressing runes was specifically designed to counteract demonic practitioners. However, aside from their specialized attributes, they offered no exceptional advantages for flight or combat. Compared to the Emoju sword, these 2 peachwood swords were approximately 20% slower in flight speed and possessed 30% less lethality, in addition to a considerably weaker body. Such peachwood swords, bearing only the title of flying swords, were truly inferior to purchasing 2 other magical artifacts with spirit stones. They indeed lacked merit, and it was no wonder they were unsold. I wonder how many spirit stones it would cost to acquire both? Just as Lang Zhongping assumed Byzichin would discard the peachwood swords in search of alternatives, Byzichin inquired about the price once more. He was genuinely interested. The slaying ghost and demon-suppressing peachwood swords originally cost 400 spirit stones each, but with my authority, I can offer them at a minimum of 20% off. Lang Zhongping casually remarked, lowering the price further. However, having hung in the shop for 3 months without any inquiries, I had intended to propose a price reduction to the elders tomorrow. Since you, Brother Bai, have arrived, it is only fitting to sell to a fellow clan member. The price was set to drop to 300 spirit stones each, with an additional 20% discount, making the total for the 2 peachwood swords 480 spirit stones. With all said and done, the cost of both peachwood flying swords was even lower than that of a single Emoju sword. Byzichin was well aware that this was Lang Zhongping extending his goodwill. Although the slaying ghost and demon-suppressing peachwood flying swords had unimpressive attributes, they would still sell well if he were willing to offer a slight discount. After all, they were still classified as flying swords. The price before him likely did not even cover the cost of their crafting. Evidently, the magnitude of authority wielded by Lang Zhongping, the market supervisor, is considerable. Merely a touch of the abundant spirit stones passing through his hands yields substantial benefits. I extend my gratitude, Senior Brother Lang, for your consideration, which has allowed me, your junior brother, to seize a favorable opportunity. Byzichin counted out the spirit stones, augmenting his storage pouch with 2 additional flying swords. With 4 flying swords now at his disposal, the 12 swords required for the Stellar River Sword formation seem within reach. Junior Brother Bai, are you contemplating enrolling in the True Disciple trials next year or the year after? In the face of adversity, do not hesitate to confide in me. Despite my age surpassing yours, I once contemplated similar endeavors, yet ultimately relinquished them with a sense of self-awareness. Lang Zhongping observed Byzichin's acquisition of the peachwood flying sword, and his demeanor grew increasingly affable. The first 2 trials posed little challenge for Byzichin, thanks to his formidable abilities. However, caution is imperative for the final trial, as intersect disciples are capable of relentless challenges. If matters are not resolved in advance, a situation akin to a wheel battle may ensue. Even with Byzichin's prowess, he risks depleting his spiritual energy. Fortunately, Xiong Baishan is set to challenge for the True Disciple status this year. Regardless of the outcome, it will be his final attempt. At that juncture, Byzichin will face a formidable adversary. Xiong Baishan, bolstered by his accompanying spirit beast, ranks among the strongest of the intersect disciples and is widely regarded as a leading contender for True Disciple status. Last year, Shunwei registered for the True Disciple trial, but he refrained from competing against disciples favored by the Golden Core ancestor, biding his time for a year. However, as this marks his 5th year within the intersect, Xiong Baishan will not miss the chance to vie for a position as a True Disciple. Brother Lang, I have some uncertainties regarding the specific regulations of the True Disciple trials that I wish to inquire about. Upon learning that Xiong Baishan intends to seize the True Disciple spot this year, Byzichin felt a stir of anticipation. Lang Zhongping, eager to cultivate camaraderie, willingly divulged all he knew. It turns out that the True Disciple trials consist of 4 stages. Intersect disciples who pass the first three must then challenge an existing true disciple. Only by triumphing can they supplant their opponent. In recent years, however, Qingfeng Gate has struggled to fill even 10 true disciple positions, rendering the fourth stage practically obsolete. Moreover, the first stage of assessment involves tasks of varying difficulty. The same peak first-tier demonic beast may be influenced by the disciple's techniques, spiritual tools, and the beast's innate attributes, leaving ample room for strategy. The first stage of the true disciple trials is traditionally overseen by the transmission hall. If Bai Shidi possesses connections in this regard, arrangements can be made in advance. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lang. I now have a clearer understanding. Bai Zichen clasped his hands in gratitude. He lacked the inclination to investigate such matters himself, and the Bai family offered little assistance. Indeed, he owed Lang Zhongping a favor. At Baiyulo, Bai Zichen summoned Su Lai and Peng Jinhu, each receiving specific instructions. He personally penned a letter for Peng Jinhu to deliver to Elder Peng Chong, inquiring about a suitable time for a visit. He also directed Su Lai to focus entirely on Xiong Baishan, meticulously tracking his movements, interactions, and any new spiritual tools he acquires. Since Xiong Baishan's decision to register for the true disciple trials, he has become the focal point for all intersect disciples, attracting considerable attention regarding his activities. Su Lai need only engage in conversations with other attendants to gather a substantial amount of information. He also distributed 2 bottles of energy replenishing pills, bestowing one upon each. Historically, the true disciple trials have occurred in late autumn, with half a year remaining. This position is one worth contesting. There is no need to wait another year. On his return journey, Bai Zichen resolved to register for the true disciple trials this year. The grievance of false accusations remains unavenged. If one aspires to become a true disciple, they must first seek the approval of my sword. Determined to ascend to the rank of a true disciple, Xiong Baishan faced his final trial, a contest of spells. How could Bai Zichen stand idly by, allowing his rival to pass with ease? He would undoubtedly challenge him with his sword. Given this inevitability, participating directly in the true disciple trials seemed a more decisive course of action. The jade slip left behind by Meng Zhaoda, with its anguished roar of discontent, had profoundly moved him. The vision of what lay beyond the golden core stage. Who wouldn't yearn to witness it? The nascent soul, even the transformation stages. These heights, I aspire to scale and behold. Prompted by Meng Zhaoda's plight, Bai Zichen experienced a nascent sense of urgency. A year's difference may seem inconsequential, but in the pursuit of profound opportunities, even a single day can be decisive. Having resolved himself, Bai Zichen's spirits lifted considerably. With Xiong Baishan possessing a symbiotic spirit beast and himself wielding a flying sword, he felt no trepidation. He promptly retrieved the gossamer thin pages of the Sword Dao treatise, immersing himself in their study. According to the Star River Sword Sovereign, the Sword Dao is divided into 5 distinct echelons. The first is the embodiment of sword qi, the fusion of self and sword, where 90% of sword cultivators spend their entire lives. Their efforts are merely a contest of who can wield their sword with greater finesse, whose swordsmanship is more adaptable. Even with profound study, it is merely an advancement in skill, not an elevation of the Sword Dao. In the eyes of the Tai by Sword sect, the lifelong endeavors of 90% of sword cultivators are simply a dalliance with the first echelon of the Sword Dao. With my current swordsmanship, I am far from mastering even the techniques. Each page of the treatise features a sword-wielding figure. When imbued with mana, the figure demonstrates a sword technique. Upon comparison, Bai Zichen felt a pang of self-reproach. Though both were in the first echelon, the figure in the scroll wielded his sword with an ethereal grace, leaving no trace. It was hard to believe that this was merely the entry-level realm of the Sword Dao. The next echelon, as the Tai by Sword sect calls it, is the Sword Qi Thunderclap. Each sword strike is accompanied by rolling thunder, stirring wind and lightning, each carrying the full weight of its momentum. This echelon is not merely about the flying sword's speed producing thunder, but involves harnessing the spiritual energy of the world. In essence, by exerting 30% of one's power, one can achieve the effect of fully unleashing the flying sword. Bai Zichen infused mana, and a sword attendant with his hair in a bun appeared, his crimson sword light weaving back and forth, reducing the height of 2 opposing mountain peaks by several feet. Why does the sword attendant of the second echelon seem less impressive than the swordsman of the first? The sword attendant's crimson sword light is straightforward. devoid of any variation, revealing no profound secrets. Could this be the difference between skill and Tao that the Star River Sword Sovereign mentioned? Zichen seemed to grasp something profound. The heritage of the Tai by Sword sect was truly extraordinary. He wondered what method they had employed, as the imagery preserved on the metallic fragment surpassed even that of jade scrolls. It was as if a genuine sword cultivator was before him, elucidating the realms of swordsmanship in concert with the text. Zichen composed himself and turned his attention to the third tier. The third realm of swordsmanship was known as sword refinement into threads. This stage pursued the utmost lethality, where the sharpness of the sword's radiance could be described as virtually indestructible. Defensive treasures of the same level were simply unable to withstand it. In the imagery, an aged elder extended his hands, and two silk-like sword radiances revolved like dragons. Before him, the chests of dozens of cultivators simultaneously erupted in clouds of blood mist. Regardless of protective spells, defensive treasures, or even flying swords of the same rank, all were shattered by a single strike. This realm, when cultivated to its zenith, was what sword cultivators most revered, the ability to break all techniques with a single sword. Zichen was filled with envy. Only now did he realize that the so-called "I shall break all your myriad techniques with a single sword" could only be approached deep within the third realm of swordsmanship. The fourth tier of swordsmanship was termed Sword Radiance Bifurcation by the Star River Sword Lord. A swordsman stood by the sea, the long sword in his hand pulsating with light, radiating a dazzling brilliance that transformed into countless sword radiances cleaving towards the sea. The once tranquil sea surface was violently churned by the myriad sword radiances, as if struck by a cataclysmic storm, raising 100-foot waves that threatened to obliterate everything. The light and shadow ceased abruptly, with no further scene. Sword Radiance Bifurcation. This was Sword Radiance Bifurcation. Zichen was utterly captivated. The myriad glimmers of sword light were not mere illusions, but tangible manifestations of sword energy, each possessing a tenth of its true form's prowess. Once a swordsman ascends to this realm, their combat abilities elevate to an entirely new echelon. The Star River Sword Sovereign stood at this pinnacle of swordsmanship, wielding the Star River Sword formation to forge an invincible reputation during the nascent soul stage. The fourth tier of swordsmanship, perfected to its zenith, evolves into a singular sword embodying myriad techniques. The ultimate level, however, entails the integration of the profound truths of the Tao into the art of the sword, a feat even the Star River Sword Sovereign himself has yet to achieve. The true monarch of the Yuan infancy has merely begun to touch upon the profound truths of the great Tao, rendering him akin to a newborn infant in its presence. The aspiration to merge with the sword Tao seems nothing short of a fantastical dream. Whether anyone has reached this fifth realm remains uncertain. Even the Star River Sword Sovereign's writings are imbued with speculation. This fifth level stands as the sole page within the 5 realms devoid of any visual inheritance. Upon completing the reading of the Tai Bai Sword sect's authentic elucidation of the sword Tao, Zichen, in a daze, realized that several hours had slipped away. It became clear that the sword Tao is categorized in such a manner, finally granting him a conceptual framework, unlike before, when he was at a loss regarding how to exert himself for advancement. He harbored a vague intuition that even if the Star River Sword Array could not ultimately be arranged, the value of the teachings and ethereal inheritance imparted by the Star River Sword Sovereign was incalculable. It appeared that the esteemed Meng Zhaoda possessed somewhat inferior talent in the sword Tao, as he had held the treasured sword for decades yet had been unable to grasp its essence. Simultaneously, Zichen comprehended why sword cultivators could boldly declare themselves invincible among their peers. If the first 2 levels of the sword Tao merely relied on the sharpness of flying swords to intimidate ordinary cultivators, by the 3rd and 4th levels, sword practitioners had already distinguished themselves significantly from their counterparts. One sword encompasses myriad laws. One sword shatters myriad laws, evidently touching upon the dual profound truths of generation and destruction. Should a Jidan sword practitioner attain the 3rd level of the sword Tao, it would be tantamount to possessing the Tao comprehension of a Yuan infancy true person, rendering him unmatched among peers. However, these realms were still too distant for Zichen. His current objective was to enhance his swordsmanship while striving to advance towards the 2nd level of Sword Chi Thundersound. Returning to reality, Zichen retrieved the Golden Sparrow sword, placing it horizontally before him as he sat cross-legged. With a gentle touch of his finger, The ethereal wood spirit energy converged and flowed into the sword body along a unique trajectory. However, this ethereal wood spirit energy moved sluggishly within the sword, unlike the moke bamboo sword, which could circulate swiftly in an instant. After the duration of an incense stick, the ethereal wood spirit energy was nearly depleted, advancing the golden sparrow sword by merely the width of a thumb. Yet, Bai Zichen felt an immense exhilaration. This indicated that the sword nurturing technique was effective for the golden sparrow sword as well. With just 3 or 4 dozen repetitions, the golden sparrow sword would be able to function normally, returning to its state as a typical flying sword. Strangely, he sensed some connection between the sword nurturing technique and the ethereal wood green divine technique. Although one was for repairing flying swords and the other specifically for spiritual plants, seemingly unrelated. The more Bai Zichen utilized the sword nurturing technique, the stronger this sensation became. Reflecting on it now, the treasures his ancestors of the Bai family had brought when departing from the Yulong sect were indeed considerable. Apart from various inheritances, recalling the myriad treasures the Bai family had produced during the siege of the Han Xiufeng by the Ghost Spirit sect, it seemed far from what an ordinary inner sect disciple could possess. Over the ensuing months, aside from the unyielding daily practice of the sword nurturing technique, Bai Zichen divided his remaining time equally between cultivating the Changchun skill and comprehending the authentic elucidation of the sword Dao. In terms of the sword Dao, although he was still leagues away from the sword Qi Thunder Sound, his swordsmanship had seen substantial improvement. Indeed, practical experience was essential. After digesting his insights from the battle in the abandoned cave, his swordsmanship had elevated by more than a notch. Reflecting on that previous battle, had he faced the mutated ghost-faced jade spider as he was now, he would have found it much easier to deal with. However, in comparison to his swordsmanship, the more significant advancement was in his cultivation level. After 4 months of seclusion, even having utilized only half the time, Bai Zichen, originally at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the Changchun skill. He even had the surplus energy to consolidate and refine his newly acquired magical power. Bai Zichen had initially intended to remain in seclusion for a while longer, but due to news from Su Lai, he found himself compelled to emerge. Just yesterday, Xiong Baishan had officially surrendered his inner sect disciple badge and submitted an application for the True Transmission Trial to the Transmission Hall. This signified that the True Transmission Trial of the year was about to commence. Bai Zichen picked up a piece of jade tablet from the table, which contained his pre-written application for the True Transmission Trial, and placed it into his storage bag before heading first to the artifact refining hall. Upon meeting Elder Peng Chong and confirming a few matters, he quickly made his way to the transmission hall. "Junior Brother Bai, what text do you seek to borrow today?" The long-bearded, horse-faced steward recognized the popular inner sect disciple and smiled amiably. This time, however, it was not a matter of borrowing texts. He was there to register. Bai Zichen removed his inner sect disciple badge from his waist and presented it alongside the jade tablet. "I, Bai Zichen, an inner sect disciple at the late stage of Qi refinement, am here to apply for the True Transmission Trial." "Very well, I shall register you, Junior Brother Bai." The horse-faced steward paused, his pen halting midair as he smudged a large blot of ink. "Junior Brother, you have only been an inner sect disciple for 2 years. Why the rush? This year, Junior Brother Xiong has also registered. Why not wait until next year?" "Thank you for your reminder, but my decision is made. I shall participate this year." Bai Zichen aimed to compete alongside Xiong Baishan, directly seizing the seat of a true transmission disciple from him. Once submitted, there would be no turning back. Each disciple had but one chance, and failure would mean losing even the status of an inner sect disciple. Alas, youthful exuberance. The horse-faced steward offered a few words of caution, but upon seeing Bai Zichen's resolute attitude, he could only accept the inner sect disciple badge and the jade tablet. Recording his name, once the badge was handed over, there would be no path of retreat. Strictly speaking, Bai Zichen currently held no identity. Everything hinged on the outcome of the True Transmission Trial. Success would lead directly to promotion as a true transmission disciple. Failure would cast him among the ordinary affairs of the outer sect, relegated to mundane duties. In a secluded courtyard, deep with red willows and curling smoke, a youth with a serene visage, resembling a jade crown, deftly traced arcane symbols upon a willow leaf with his poised fingers. From start to finish, it was executed in one breath. The force of his fingers flowed along the surface of the leaf, following its veins, without a trace of overflow. penetrating to its backside while maintaining the leaf's integrity. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the symbols, causing them to shimmer in response, endowing the leaf with an extraordinary weight. Unlike that of ordinary objects, the youth flicked the leaf, which spun twice in the air, transforming into several vines that securely bound a stone table in the courtyard. A first-tier middle-grade talisman, entanglement talisman. Su Xixiang, your technique of creating talismans in void is becoming increasingly exquisite. You will likely ascend to second-tier talisman master soon. Chen Wei expressed her admiration. There are still a few key points I have yet to comprehend. Without a clear mind, crafting a second-tier talisman proves to be exceedingly challenging. I can only rely on intuition to attempt it. After acquiring the inheritance of a fourth-tier talisman master from the Stela of the Five Mountains View, Su Li had made significant strides in his talisman skills, even mastering the technique of creating talismans in void from the inheritance. For this method, there was no need for talisman pens or cinnabar, nor any specific talisman paper. One could utilize materials at hand to draw talismans directly. As a quasi-second-tier talisman master, Su Li could only create a first-tier middle-grade talisman through this technique, but mastering it greatly enhanced a talisman master's adaptability in various environments. Moreover, each instance of creating talismans in void served as a personal summation of a talisman master's understanding, substantially aiding in the exploration of further advancements in talisman crafting. Without this technique, Su Li would not have reached the threshold of a second-tier talisman master so swiftly. Senior Brother Long attempted to break through to the foundation establishment stage last month, but 3 days ago we received news that he was unsuccessful. Although he preserved his life, his sea of consciousness sustained serious injury, requiring at least 5 or 6 years for recovery. Su Li's expression grew solemn as he relayed the news he had just received. Senior Brother Long is only about 35 or 36. Why the urgency? Waiting a few more years to refine his magical power would surely yield greater assurance. Chen Wei's face paled, understanding that the foundation establishment hurdle was a significant trial even for true transmission disciples, especially since her innate aptitude was not particularly outstanding. Even with the patronage of a Jedon ancestor and the aid of foundation establishment elixirs, her chances remained slim. Junior Sister Chen, do you know how many cultivators currently reside in Heishan County and what the population of common folk is? Su Li did not respond directly, but instead posed a seemingly unrelated question. This, I have never inquired. There must be many, I presume, within the Black Mountains. Excluding my Azure Maple sect, there are over 8,000 individuals comprising immortal cultivation clans and various independent cultivators. Due to the inconvenient living conditions in the Black Mountains for ordinary people, many descendants of independent cultivators have relocated, yet the mundane population still numbers nearly 1 million. Outside the Black Mountains, spiritual veins are indistinct, and it's estimated that there are, at most, 1,000 cultivators. However, without the encroachment of demonic beasts and blessed with favorable weather, the mundane population has proliferated rapidly, exceeding 20 million. Is it really that many? Chen Wei discerned the gravity of the topic from Su Li's solemn tone, realizing its significance. Su Li nodded, a blend of pride and resignation evident on her face. My Qingfeng sect differs markedly from the demonic sects like the Ghost Spirit sect. Our domain enjoys tranquility. Open conflict among various cultivation families is strictly prohibited, and we impose severe penalties on rogue cultivators. The environment for survival here far surpasses that of the surrounding counties. Thus, despite the scarcity of spiritual veins, a steady influx of wandering cultivators arrives in Heishan County each year, seeking a stable haven. However, with the total supply of cultivation resources fixed, an increase in the number of cultivators leads to inevitable shortages. According to the Law Enforcement Hall statistics, the frequency of rogue cultivators has been on the rise annually for nearly 2 decades. The burgeoning population of commoners has resulted in a proportionate increase in budding cultivators, which is indeed a positive development. Yet, even with the sect's resources, it has become impossible to sustain such a large number of disciples. Consequently, we must raise the bar for accepting new disciples while simultaneously striving to reduce the number of true disciples and intersect members. A century ago, the requirement for true disciples was merely to reach the late Qi refinement stage by the age of 30. Now, it has been adjusted to 25. Barring many late-blooming prodigious talents from entry, the frequent emergence of rogue cultivators is an exceedingly perilous signal, indicating that the lives of lower-tier wandering cultivators have become exceedingly arduous. Even without the repercussions of the recent conflict between righteous and demonic paths, the number of cultivators in Heishan County has already become excessively high. Suli exhaled deeply, calming his somewhat agitated emotions. As the close disciple of the Lord of the Symbol Hall, his sources of information were far more comprehensive than those of ordinary true disciples. Even without the influx of over 3,000 cultivators from the other counties, the sect was set to issue a reclamation edict within 20 years, initiating a war of cultivation. This group of external practitioners has merely expedited matters by a decade. Suli turned to Chun Wei and said earnestly, "Junior Sister Chun, I understand that you are not adept at combat magic. Thus, you must devote more diligence to your cultivation. Our master has already hinted to me that the wilderness war may commence sooner than anticipated, potentially inundating us with thousands of practitioners of diverse backgrounds. If we do not unite them through the impending conflict, deplete a portion of their numbers, and seize several spiritual veins to facilitate the cultivation of our practitioners, the entire Black Mountain will remain unstable. Now do you understand why Brother Long is so anxious? During the last expedition of war, 5 foundational elders of the sect perished, and countless disciples were lost. Even though our esteemed disciples enjoy certain privileges and are not dispatched to perilous locations, would you truly entrust your life to mere chance? My mind is resolute. I shall temporarily set aside the path of talismans and devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation. I shall await the perfection of my chi refinement before making a concerted effort to break through to the foundation establishment stage. With the support of the master of the Talisman Hall, Su Li, I am not lacking in resources for cultivation, and I have already attained the 9th level of chi refinement. I am but a step away from achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement. However, I am acutely aware that my innate talent pales in comparison to that of my senior brother, and in just a few short years, it seems unlikely that I will achieve remarkable accomplishments. Perhaps it would be more prudent to learn a few spells instead. Before the inscription of the 5 Sacred Mountains Temple, Chun Wei was merely an ordinary disciple with hopes of entering the inner sect. Until this day, she has maintained a contented and joyful disposition, never considering herself comparable to other true disciples. How naive! What spell should one cultivate to ensure survival in the presence of second-order demon beasts, or even third-order demon kings? Your task is to elevate your cultivation to the highest possible level, thereby demonstrating to the sect leader your considerable potential for foundation establishment. As long as you can persuade the sect leader and the 2 venerable ancestors of your capability to establish a foundation, you will be granted a safe passage through the tumultuous wilderness war, especially considering the favor of the heavenly thunder divine pearl. Suli could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor as she pointed at him and shouted in anger, "Thank you, senior brother, for your enlightenment." Chun Wei realized the truth. Nodding obediently, she had always held great respect for her senior brother. There is another matter. Before my arrival, I heard that 2 individuals from the inner sect have registered for the true inheritance trials this year. One is junior brother Xiong Baishan, and the other is junior brother Bai Zichen. Senior brother, do you remember junior brother Bai? Back in Wuyue Guan, he was in the same cohort as you, deciphering the stone tablet, which also triggered a phenomenon with the inheritance stone. So it is he. That expedition to Wuyue Guan undeniably altered the fates of the 3 of us. Although Su Li soon fell into a deep slumber afterward, she certainly had a vivid impression of the young man who also evoked such an anomaly. Who would have thought that just a few years later, junior brother Bai would possess the cultivation to challenge the true inheritance? However, as for Xiong Baishan, while I may not hold him in high regard, his companion bear beast is exceedingly bothersome. I doubt anyone in the inner sect could rival him. A pity indeed. In the transmission hall's rear courtyard, a winding path meandered upwards towards the mountain, leading to a serene haven that felt like a secluded retreat. Several pavilions nestled among the lush, towering pines, where the disciples of the law enforcement hall resided. The admission process was still handled by me. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, you would attain the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refinement? Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Elder Pei Dongyong, at the mid-stage of foundation building, possessed an insightful gaze that rendered it impossible for even the most adept chi practitioners, skilled in the art of breath concealment, to mask their cultivation levels. With a flick of his fingers, he calculated that in merely 2 years since joining the sect, he had already broken through 2 realms, including a significant threshold in the late stage of chi refinement, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary progress. Elder Pei recalled the instructions imparted by sect leader Wei upon his recent emergence from seclusion, his eyes now reflecting a deeper scrutiny. This rapid advancement was entirely attributable to the resources provided by the sect and the disciples' unwavering commitment to their cultivation. Several days prior, Bai Zichen had met with Elder Peng Chong, expressing that should he attain the status of an official disciple, he would still designate Peng Jinhua to serve as his attendant and aide. Furthermore, he pledged to allocate a portion of his cultivation resources to Peng Jinhua, ensuring his breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement within a few years. This was a standard privilege granted to true disciples by the sect, and also the primary motive behind Elder Peng Chong's initial insistence on having Peng Jinhua join as a menial disciple. Elder Peng immediately responded that he would seek an opportunity to discuss this with Elder Pei Dongyong, providing guidance regarding the true disciple trials. With the Lord of the Hall in seclusion, the trial tasks would be temporarily conveyed by him. Since you stand here, it indicates your understanding of the true disciple trials. I merely wish to remind you that while you may utilize external forces such as magical tools and talismans during this trial, you must not seek assistance from others. It must be accomplished solely by your own efforts. Elder Pei, with strands of silvery hair and a diminutive frame reminiscent of a rural elder, exuded an aura that belied any notions of frailty or decrepitude upon closer inspection of his piercing eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless energy within his slender form. The trial process would involve a collaborative verification by the Hall of Inheritance and the Law Enforcement Hall. Any breach of protocol would result in an immediate negative judgment of the trial outcome. A flash of crimson light descended into Bai Zichen's hands, revealing a red scroll. He bowed respectfully, secured the scroll without unrolling it, and departed the Hall of Inheritance. Elder Pei, with your discerning eye, which individual do you believe is most likely to succeed as a true disciple? A mature and elegant woman gracefully emerged from the small building behind her, confidently taking a seat beside Pei Dongyong. Both of them were quite remarkable. The old man had invited Master Tan to discuss the intricacies of cultivating a particular technique, thus refraining from engaging in further conversation with junior sister Lin. Pei Dongyong gestured with his hand, summoning a white crane that hopped over to his side. He mounted the crane and soared into the sky. Humph, that old fellow is remarkably tight-lipped. The mature and graceful woman contemplated for a moment, unfurling a length of crimson silk as she ascended into the sky. The decision regarding whether the sect leader would take on disciples remained inconclusive. Thus, she resolved to first visit the artifact forging hall to inspect the progress of her spirit weapon crafting. With several mid-grade spirit weapons, she would possess enhanced means of self-protection on the shores of Feiyue Lake in the future. A beam of golden sword light darted through the air, leaving the towering peaks behind. Bai Zichen had already restored the golden sparrow sword to its former glory last month through his sword nurturing technique. In the training chamber, he had shattered the mud spirit puppet countless times, becoming thoroughly acquainted with this flying sword. Regrettably, the few subtle fissures on the golden sparrow sword itself could not be mended through the sword nurturing technique. Nevertheless, the fact that the long-dormant sword, having lost its spirit, exhibited such effects was an unexpected delight. One could not hope for more. At the very least, it spared him the expense of awakening the flying sword at the forging hall. In comparison to the orthodox 5-metal flying swords, such as the ink bamboo sword, the golden sparrow sword exhibits superior attributes across various aspects. When it comes to soaring through the skies and engaging in combat, the subtle differences in their usage become apparent. Bai Zichen devoted an entire month to mastering the golden sparrow sword, ensuring that he would not falter in actual combat before replacing the ink bamboo sword with it. The Crimson Scroll depicted the location of the first trial of true transmission and the specific demonic beasts to be slain. After a mere few breaths, the contents of the scroll began to fade into an emptiness. To his astonishment, the task involved slaying 10 blood wolves. How fortuitous! Was this task a favor or a mere coincidence? Upon seeing his target, Bai Zichen paused momentarily. The blood wolves were indeed the same species as those Lu Song had mentioned occupying the entrance to the secret realm, being of the first-tier high grade. However, whether they belonged to the same pack remained uncertain. Within the Black Mountain, no one could accurately tally the number of demonic beasts, and the blood wolves alone could number in the hundreds of clans. The convergence of the true transmission trial target and the beasts at the secret realm entrance left Bai Zichen in a state of perplexity. Yet, even if Lu Song had inadvertently disclosed information about the secret realm, the The priority for that party would undoubtedly be to secure the entrance and attempt to seize treasures. There would be no time for games of cunning during the true transmission trial. It was merely a matter of chance that he encountered the same species of demonic beast. The first stage of the true transmission trial generally mandated the slaying of a peak first-tier demonic beast, assessing not only the disciples' combat prowess, but also their adaptability and ability to collaborate with external forces. Byzichin's requirement was lowered to slaying first-tier high-grade beasts, but the number increased tenfold. The difficulty varied according to individual capabilities. After Lu Song mentioned the secret realm, Byzichin had taken the initiative to gather information on the blood wolves, which allowed him to prepare in advance. Regardless of whether these wolves belonged to the group Lu Song had described, he considered it an opportunity to engage and gain further understanding. Blood wolves can grow to the size of an ordinary water buffalo, and while their individual strength is not particularly remarkable among demonic beasts of the same tier, they excel in their pack mentality, hunting collaboratively with remarkable coordination. They do possess a weakness, however. After several hours of flying on his sword, Byzichin finally arrived at the nameless valley described on the Crimson Scroll. He dimmed the sword's light and quietly entered the valley, only to exit shortly after surveying the area. This was not the location Lu Song had indicated. The terrain did not match. However, the abundance of blood wolves was astonishing. Was the transmission hall not diligent in selecting trial locations? From a distance, Byzichin could ascertain that there were at least 100 adult blood wolves within the valley, scattered in groups, either sitting or lying down. Yet, given the speed of the blood wolves, slaying one would inevitably lead to being surrounded by the others. The thought of being torn apart by a horde of blood wolves sent a shiver down his spine. He considered two approaches. The more prudent option would be to utilize the advantage of the flying sword, picking off the blood wolves one at a time, slaying one and then retreating immediately. Once the wolves dispersed, he could return to gather the required 10 wolf heads through repetition. The second method involved carefully selecting the terrain, igniting floating oil and pine resin to incite the wolves into a frenzy. If executed correctly, the trial could be completed in a short time. The former approach was safer but time-consuming, as the first trial allowed only 7 days. The latter would provoke the blood wolves, causing them to become frenzied and fearless, despite enhancing their individual strength at the cost of their pack coordination. As long as he maintained a brief defensive position with the scarlet covering pearl umbrella, he could harvest with the flying sword, potentially securing the 10 wolf heads in just 2 encounters. After hearing Lu Song mention the blood wolves, Byzichin instinctively requested several portions of floating oil and pine resin from the administrative hall, storing them in his pouch. Byzichin sat in meditation for a moment, restoring his full magical power to its zenith. In his hand, the golden sparrow sword radiated a subdued brilliance, resembling an ordinary mortal short sword. At this very moment, his divine consciousness detected a lone blood wolf, limping on a wounded hind leg, licking its injury. The golden sword light shone brilliantly like a rainbow, swift as thunder. Before the blood wolf could raise its head, the sword light was already upon it. The formidable beast's muscular body and tough fur proved utterly fragile against the golden sword light, melting away like snow. With a mournful howl, the blood wolf found itself with a gaping hole in its belly, its internal blood spilling copiously onto the ground. Despite its vigorous vitality, the blood wolf managed to remain standing, even baring its teeth and roaring, poised to pounce. The golden sparrow sword spun back, and the blood wolf's head rolled twice on the ground. Byzichin unleashed a streak of emerald sword light, lifting the severed head before turning to flee. The air was filled with the piercing howls of wolves, echoing ominously. No fewer than 30 or 40 blood wolves surrounded him. Should he be encircled by these creatures, launching successive assaults, he could not replicate the earlier swift strike. That had been a culmination of energy, honed over time, and precisely timed to achieve an almost instantaneous kill. As the pack of wolves closed in, he realized that even fleeing on his sword would be a challenge. Byzichin flew over 10 miles before finding a secluded ravine with sparse spiritual energy to hide in. This location remained within the familiar terrain of the Black Mountain, where second-tier beasts possessed considerable intelligence, generally avoiding encounters with formidable bipedal creatures. Yet, first-tier beasts still posed a significant threat. No sooner had he escaped on his sword than his divine consciousness sensed several areas of imminent danger. This tactical approach seemed effective, with swift strikes and no hesitation. The blood wolves could not form a complete encirclement. With the head of one blood wolf in hand, Byzichin reflected on his experience. The golden sparrow sword was significantly sharper than the ink bamboo sword, making the slaying of blood wolves far easier. Additionally, the dual sword technique strained his divine consciousness, which was barely adequate, but his magical power could not sustain it. Simultaneously wielding two flying swords, whether for offense or defense, would enhance his power. However, for a chi-refining cultivator, the challenge of launching two swords simultaneously lay in the lack of robust mental strength to control both, yielding lesser results than a single sword. Moreover, the rapid consumption of magical power when activating a flying sword was already significant. Thus, employing both swords would not merely double the magical requirements, but escalate them exponentially. Under the refinement of the divine forging technique, Byzichin's mental strength was barely close to that of a foundational cultivator, allowing him to manipulate dual swords without issue. Nevertheless, the rate of magical consumption when using both swords was unsustainable even for his 8th layer of chi refining. He could only maneuver the two swords separately, one trailing the other, providing some advantage and saving a moment of time. If he could master the simultaneous use of both swords, he could truly achieve instant kills on the blood wolves. After resting for 2 hours, he returned to the nameless valley, only to find the blood wolves had grown more cunning, clustering closer together. Half a day, then a full day passed. Byzichin infiltrated the valley numerous times, yet the blood wolf pack showed no signs of dispersing. Their vigilance was extraordinary. At the slightest disturbance, they swiftly regrouped, with several wolves providing cover for one another. The heightened alertness and coordination of the wolf pack far exceeded that of ordinary beasts, causing Byzichin to feel increasingly agitated. At this pace, employing a cautious strategy, he would struggle to gather 10 blood wolf heads within 7 days. Thus, he resolved to take a risk and adopt a second strategy. Byzichin circled the valley's edge several times until he finally found a suitable location, a concave, smooth rock face, where 2 or 3 people standing together would feel cramped. Choosing this spot meant that even against a multitude of blood wolves, only 3 or 4 could genuinely threaten him at once, alleviating some pressure. However, with no retreat available, he needed to consider how to escape once he had gathered enough wolf heads. The blood wolves could leap several yards high, and he feared that the moment he ascended on his sword, he would be pounced upon. Below the foundational level, he could not yet achieve an immediate flight on his sword, nor could he enter the azure void at such speed. Byzichin fixed his gaze on the rock wall, contemplating deeply until he felt confident in his plan. He took out a piece of floating oil pine resin and inserted it into the ground. Rubbing his fingers together, he ignited the resin, which released a thick, peculiar fragrance with curling white smoke. The scent, a mix of blood and faint medicinal aroma, wafted through the air, drawing near the howls of wolves. This floating oil pine resin was derived from the oil and blood of a second-tier water python beast, blended with fragrant powders. It was initially used to stimulate the bloodline of first-tier spirit beasts during their evolution. Over time, it was discovered that it also had the effect of inciting certain specific beasts into a frenzy. The blood wolf was among them. However, once in a state of frenzy, the spirit beasts became uncontrollable, disregarding their master's commands. Disciples of the Qingfeng sect had recorded this as a side effect. Before long, Byzichin's vision filled with more than 10 blood wolves, their numbers continuing to swell. Each wolf appeared visibly larger, their crimson fur seeming ready to drip with blood, drool cascading from their sharp fangs onto the ground. A sudden gust of wind heralded the charge of 2 blood wolves. It was as if a switch had been flipped, prompting the others to converge from all directions. One wolf leapt high, claws aimed at Byzichin's head. The treasure umbrella unfurled, launching the attacking wolves away, while the golden sword light swept to the sides, blocking one wolf. Yet the other, undeterred by the chilling sword light, launched a blood arrow from its leg, causing the red mist to tremble. Such speed! Byzichin was startled. The blood wolves, now frenzied, had lost their intelligence and the advantages of pack cooperation. Yet their overall capabilities had been greatly enhanced. Faced with the sword light, they neither dodged nor evaded, choosing instead to absorb the blow and charge at him. No time for hesitation. To consider the situation further would only lead to losing his edge. He decided to risk it all, entrusting his defense to the treasure umbrella and aiming to slay the wolves first. Byzichin steeled himself, retracting the sword light and positioning the 2 blood wolves before him. The frenzied blood wolves, devoid of intelligence, charged directly towards the source of the enticing aroma, lunging with their sharp fangs and claws, producing an agonizing sound of grinding teeth. The wolves pressed closely against him, separated by merely a foot. Their fierce jaws, as thick as steel needles, were vividly apparent, and even the foul, hot breath they exhaled washed over his face. An inch shorter, an inch more perilous. Byzichin gripped the golden sparrow's sword, disregarding any intricate sword techniques. For the blood wolves would not evade. Focusing intently, he thrust the blade through one wolf's throat. Astonishingly, it remained oblivious to the pain, lowering its head to bite the sword. With a twist of the golden sparrow sword, he shattered a thong, reducing the wolf's mouth to a mangled mess. Even in death, the blood wolf clung tightly to the sword, consuming precious time. The efficiency was still too slow. He could not afford to employ flashy sword moves, but he needed to avoid other areas and target vital points, for the treasure umbrella could not endure much longer. Byzichin glanced at the crimson-covered treasure umbrella, where 5 blood wolves were huddled together, and he even spotted one wolf leaping up, only to be flung far away after colliding with it. These beasts attacked ferociously with every part of their bodies, showing no regard for their fallen kin. Byzichin redirected the sword light, slowing his attack speed considerably. Yet each flash of the sword light left a bloody hole in the heads or chests of the blood wolves. This close-quarter slaughter resembled the combat style of mortal warriors, rarely seen among cultivators. Byzichin suppressed his rising anxiety, forcing himself not to glance at the treasure umbrella, which had lost several pearls. And he drew forth the ink bamboo sword. 3 blood wolves, using both fangs and claws, were pierced through by the sword light, blood splattering everywhere. Entangling the golden sparrow sword, he swung the ink bamboo sword at the nearest blood wolf, severing its head, yet the wolf's body clung tenaciously to the golden sparrow sword. With dual swords in hand, I do not conjure ethereal sword lights to vanquish foes from afar. Instead, I engage in close-quarters combat like an ordinary martial artist. My internal energy rapidly depletes, yet remains within tolerable limits. 20 strikes. At most I can unleash 20 more before I must retreat. Otherwise, I shall perish here from sheer exhaustion. Byzichin has already collected 4 blood wolf skulls, adding to the one he acquired previously, thus fulfilling half of the trial's requirements. Regrettably, several blood wolves have perished at his hands, yet the sheer number of surrounding beasts has prevented him from claiming the spoils. Their mangled remains lay trampled beneath the onslaught, and their heads are nowhere to be found. As one blood wolf falls, a fresh wave of reinforcements rushes in to fill the void. With both swords raised, he cleaves the blood wolf in half from top to bottom, its crimson blood splattering against the rosy clouds, staining them with an eerie scarlet hue. The Muju sword deftly strikes downward, sending the severed wolf's head tumbling to his feet. In the next instant, the Jinxiao sword lunges forward, skillfully evading the blood wolf's dual claws, piercing precisely through its eye socket. The blade's brilliance even ensnares the eye of a following blood wolf as it swiftly darts back. The Muxu sword exhibits its grace to perfection, its 3-foot emerald blade twisting like a nimble serpent within the beast-laden space, spiraling towards the necks of the 2 impaled blood wolves, reclaiming their heads. Only 10 swords remain. Byzichin struggled to catch his breath, panting heavily, as the 2 beams of sword light diminished to the point of being nearly imperceptible. It was primarily through the sheer sharpness of the flying swords themselves that the battle raged on. His chest resembled a battered bellows, wheezing audibly. And with even the slightest reduction in strength, he found himself resorting to 4 strikes before finally slaying a blood wolf. Poof, puff, puff. Without needing to raise his head, Byzichin discerned that the Chigai precious umbrella's canopy had once again drawn upon the ethereal essence contributed by 3 additional pearls, sustaining the crimson glow. Since the invocation of the umbrella, he had not expended an iota of his own magical energy. It relied solely on the intrinsic power of its pearls. In this brief span, he had already consumed all 12 water-repelling pearls, 12 fire-repelling pearls, and 12 radiant pearls. The once resplendent and magnificent surface of the umbrella, now more than half shrouded in dimness, had slowed in its rotation. Byzichin, releasing the pent-up energy within, unleashed a flurry of 5 strikes from his golden sparrow sword, piercing a nearby blood wolf, thereby transforming it into a literal bloodied carcass. He successfully secured the 10th head into his storage pouch. After accomplishing this feat, Byzichin appeared momentarily drained, standing motionless as the crimson clouds shattered above. Having sacrificed nearly 20 blood wolves, he finally breached the seemingly impenetrable defense. The frenzied blood wolves, Undeterred, lunged at him with the intent to rend him into pieces. Bai Zichen remained steadfast, unflinching as he was torn into countless fragments. Yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Rather, his form dissipated like moonlight into the ether. Ultimately, along with the flying sword in his grasp and the umbrella above his head, vanished into nothingness. In a flicker of moonlight, Bai Zichen reappeared several dozen feet away in the air, his sword light racing as he departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a multitude of blood wolf corpses and a throng of frenzied blood wolves relentlessly battering against the rocky wall, even as they bled profusely. It was not until the flickering oil and pine resin extinguished that the blood wolves calmed, their remains piling high against the cliffside. The illusory moon spirit pendant proved quite effective against the brainless beasts devoid of intelligence. The golden sword light wavered, moving at barely half its usual speed. Bai Zichen caressed the illusory moon spirit pendant upon his chest. This standard artifact assigned to inner disciples had played a crucial role at the last moment. Not only could it replicate the illusions of cultivators, but it also manifested the artifacts he wielded, albeit merely as a blank representation devoid of any real power. Meanwhile, his true self was automatically cloaked with an invisibility spell, affording Bai Zichen the precious time he needed to escape from the nameless valley. Upon returning to the sect, Bai Zichen first sought refuge in his cave dwelling to recuperate, donning a fresh set of robes before proceeding to the transmission hall to submit his trial credentials. When 10 bloodied heads, some of which required assembly to reveal their original forms, were laid before Pei Dongyong, the lean elder displayed a hint of surprise. To complete the trial in just 3 days is quite impressive. I must admit, I underestimated you. In addition to your cultivation aptitude, your talent for combat is equally remarkable. With a flourish of his sleeve, Pei Dongyong summoned a massive ethereal hand that grasped all the blood wolf heads, instantly drying their bloodied forms. This technique was the cornerstone of Pei Dongyong's fame, the innate 5 elements great capture. Did you leave behind your flying sword? No wonder the combat strength is remarkable. Once you become a true disciple, should you encounter any issues pertaining to the sword path, you may seek the guidance of Elder Luo Guangwu. Within the sect, only Brother Luo can be considered a true swordsman. The rest of us, despite our intentions to teach, lack the ability to impart wisdom on the sword path. Pei Dongyong, with his extensive experience and keen insight, immediately discerned that the wound on the blood wolf's head was inflicted by a flying sword. His tone of voice subtly acknowledged Bai Zichen's position as a true disciple and introduced him to the predecessors of the sword path. Thank you, Elder Pei. Bai Zichen was unaware that there existed a sword-fighting elder in the Qingfeng sect. He was only familiar with a few individuals he had interacted with, as well as the prominent figures of high rank. 5 days later, at the law enforcement hall, the second trial would commence. Pei Dongyong, with a flick of his sleeve, enveloped Bai Zichen in a pure-colored giant hand, and transported him outside the transmission hall. Feeling the inadequacy of his spiritual power during the battle with the blood wolf, Bai Zichen visited the alchemy hall to purchase 2 vials of qi recovery powder. A single dose for a qi refinement stage cultivator could triple their spiritual power recovery rate for an hour. Over the next few days, he resided in his cave dwelling, meticulously reflecting on the insights gained from the bloody battle in the Nameless Valley. Simultaneously, news regarding the True Disciple trials was compiled by Su Lai and reported to him daily. If the sect's minor competition was the most eye-catching event among the outer sect, then the True Disciple trials garnered attention from all levels, from the lowest servant disciples to the esteemed elders. The accounts of Bai Zichen's deeds were summarized into lengthy pages by those keen on gossip, though much of it was speculative. Primarily, he had remained low profile and avoided socializing. Initially, most regarded him as a mere participant, foolishly issuing challenges, but once the news spread from the transmission hall that he had passed the first trial, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Bai Zichen was now portrayed as a diligent cultivator, poised for a remarkable revelation during the True Disciple trials. On the other side, on the 5th day of the trials, Xiong Baishan entered the sect, bearing a peak first-tier black snake carried by his companion beast. This serpentine demon beast was as thick as an average man's waist, stretching a full 5 zhang in length. Should it advance further and awaken its dragon blood, it could successfully transform into a jiao. The law enforcement hall, distinct in style from the other halls, was entirely dark, exuding an air of solemnity. Within the hall, a heavy atmosphere loomed, akin to a colossal beast lying in wait, ready to consume anyone who entered. The law enforcement hall governs all unlawful acts within the sect's disciples and prohibits any misconduct by the Black Mountain cultivators. 6 teams of inspectors, each led by a foundation-building elder, comprised members selected for their exceptional combat prowess. Among the 5 halls of the Qingfeng sect, the law enforcement hall held the greatest authority and commanded the deepest respect. The position of sect leader was traditionally filled by someone from the law enforcement hall. Until this generation, when Wei Dao emerged and shattered this custom, winning the leadership position in the sect's power struggle. On the high platform of the side hall, 3 foundation-building cultivators gazed into the water mirror before them, revealing a 100-tier staircase, where 2 sect disciples stood with their hands bound at the very bottom. Hall Master, such trivial matters do not require your personal involvement. Leave it to us, one said. When Xinlu rarely punishes disciples, it's merely a formality. Ma Ming followed closely behind an elderly figure, slightly hunched over. The elder, tall and imposing, with bushy eyebrows and a stern countenance, exuded a subtle pressure even when smiling. The lineage of direct disciples concerns the future trajectory of the sect. I had previously proposed in the Council of Elders that the allocation of resources should be determined by the number of steps taken on the trial of heart, but regrettably, the sect leader vetoed it. Liang Yu, the Hall of Law Enforcement's master, possesses a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and is a disciple of the esteemed Grandmaster Yang. During the election for the leadership of the Azure Maple sect, Liang Yu was the frontrunner, garnering immense support. However, at the last moment, the reclusive Grandmaster Gu unexpectedly favored Wei Dao, while Grandmaster Yang remained noncommittal. Consequently, Liang Yu, who had previously held a dominant position in the Council of Elders, lost to Wei Dao, who had significantly less seniority. Nevertheless, in terms of influence, he remains among the top figures within the sect. However, in recent years, with Grandmaster Yang's life nearing its end and sect leader Wei Dao's authority growing, his faction has sensed a looming crisis. Ma Ming wore an embarrassed expression, for he had only taken 20-odd steps on the trial of heart, a performance that was not considered exceptional. Another elder immediately chimed in. Senior brother's foresight is unmatched by others. Had senior brother been in that position, the sect's development would undoubtedly be more prosperous. Cease such talk. The guardian of the sect has achieved remarkable results over the years, a fact that I cannot contest. Liang Yu has presided over the enforcement of the law for decades. His demeanor now stern, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. Junior brother Zhang, I have advised you numerous times to broaden your horizons. Clinging to a modicum of power and engaging in petty squabbles brings you no benefit in your cultivation. Upon witnessing junior brother Zhang, whose head was crowned with white hair and whose aura of aging was unmistakable, Liang Yu felt a pang of reluctance to speak further. Although Zhang was merely a few years his junior, he had only just begun to establish his foundation. With a gentle gesture, Liang pointed to the water mirror. Let the second trial commence. Within the water mirror, the 100 steps radiated with brilliance, and above them, stars cast their glow, creating an enclosed space. This was a medium-grade magical artifact, the Heart's Inquiry Ladder. Senior brother Bai, I shall proceed first. Take your time to study. Bearing a triumphant grin, Xiong Baishan winked at Bai Zichen and ascended the first step with a swagger. Bai Zichen had learned that the heart-questioning heavenly stairway, a magical artifact passed down through generations of the law enforcement hall, could illuminate the depths of one's soul and purify the spiritual altar, judging one's character by the steps they took. Surpassing 10 steps would signify passage through the second trial. Since the inception of the true inheritance trials, few disciples had been eliminated by the heart-questioning heavenly stairway. Bai Zichen, confident that his devotion to the Tao was no less than anyone else's, resolutely took his first step. Observing that Xiong Baishan had already advanced 7 or 8 steps, a heavy weight pressed upon his shoulders, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Each step brought a sense of exhaustion, and after a few steps, he felt a tearing pain in his muscles. Only by standing still could he alleviate the pain. Taking another step felt like a living death. Bai Zichen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead, realizing that the initial test was a physical one. Unable to endure even this superficial pain, one would have no reason to continue climbing the heart-questioning heavenly stairway. As he took another step, a dazzling array of delicacies, grand mansions, and beautiful concubines paraded through his mind. He had become a prince, born into a position of honor, living a life of luxury and indulgence. Any rare treasures or exotic beauties he desired would be delivered to his palace the next day. Such trivialities could not compare to the pursuit of immortality, he thought, deeming it an underestimation of his ambition. Byzichin remained detached, observing as if he were a mere passerby. The surrounding scenery shattered like glass, dissolving into fragments as he took several more steps. The scene shifted again, and his mortal relatives and friends came forward, pulling at his hands, inviting him home. Bai Ling, adorned in a semi-transparent dress, her cheeks glowing like pearls, and her eyes, like pools of clear spring water, filled with amorous feelings, beckoned to him, murmuring, "Brother Chun." Byzichin remained indifferent, pausing only beside his uncle, Bai Juan, with a sigh. When he opened his eyes again, he had reached the 30th step. Xiong Baishan, who had started ahead of him, was now a step behind, his expression shifting as he hesitated on the 27th step. Byzichin looked up, noting that there were 70 steps remaining to the top of the heart-questioning heavenly stairway, the final steps seemingly merging into the starlight, unattainable. The trial was over. He would see how far he could go. He had heard that the highest record in recent centuries was the 55th step, achieved by sect leader Wei Dao. Regaining his composure, he stood on the 31st step. The world spun, and decades passed. Byzichin was now over 60 years old. Due to a serious injury sustained in the sect's pioneering war, he had spent more than 10 years recuperating, his foundation damaged. It took him several times longer to reach the great perfection of qi refining. At the age of 40, he gathered enough contributions to exchange for a foundation establishment pill and attempted to break through, but he failed in the physical test. A hidden injury within his body had erupted at the crucial moment, stopping him at the first hurdle. His cultivation regressed by 2 realms, returning to the 8th level of qi refining. Undeterred, he cultivated diligently for another decade, reaching the great perfection of qi refining once more. This time, he had only one foundation establishment spiritual object to assist him, but due to insufficient mana and uncleared pill toxins, he failed again. The backlash from this second failure was even more severe, nearly costing him his life. Emerging from the secret chamber, his hair was silver, his skin wrinkled, and he looked 20 years older, his cultivation reduced to the 6th level of qi refining. This time, it took him 15 years to rebuild. And at the age of 65, Byzichin stood at the great perfection of qi refining for the 3rd time. "Senior brother Bai, give up," someone said. "How can you possibly establish your foundation at your age? Failure would mean certain death." "Indeed, senior brother Bai. Perhaps it would be prudent to tender your resignation to the sect and return to your family to take several wives and beget offspring. With your cultivation at the perfected qi refining stage, you still have several decades of good life ahead of you." At the venerable age of 65, having twice failed to establish a foundation, with depleted vitality and waning magical power. All of this portends that forcibly attempting to establish a foundation again would only lead to certain demise. On the path of the great Tao, one cannot expect everything to go as desired. One can only strive to be true to oneself. Byzichin declined the well-intentioned advice of his fellow disciples and entered the secret chamber without foundation establishment pills or spiritual objects, entering a death seclusion. A month later, a soaring vortex of spiritual energy formed, and a foundation establishment cultivator slowly emerged from the secret chamber. Byzichin opened his eyes, with a gleam of light flowing within them. After traversing the virtual decades, he had unknowingly reached the 50th level of the heavenly staircase. As true as illusion, as dreamlike as reality, is this the might of a magical treasure? Fortunately, it is merely used as a mental trial for sect disciples. Otherwise, qi refining cultivators trapped within would be confined to death. For a moment, Byzichin was somewhat dazed, finding it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. It was as if he had truly experienced everything, injured and fallen into the abyss, yet bearing the former title of genius. He had rebuilt amidst cold eyes and ridicule. Finally, wagering his life, he sought that elusive opportunity from the heavens, seeking life from death in the impossible, and successfully established his foundation. Although all the cultivation processes and foundation establishment experiences in the illusion were false, and the memories were hazy, he could vaguely perceive that this journey through the illusion, culminating in breaking through, would greatly benefit his future cultivation. How could this be? Xiong Baishan ultimately found himself on the 32nd level of the celestial stairway, thoroughly ensnared within its depths, as the heart-questioning stairway resonated with his presence. He stood at the foot of the stairway, observing Byzichin, who appeared at times bewildered, at times fearful, yet ultimately bore a resolute expression as he ascended step by step, firmly reaching the 50th level. There is nothing to worry about. The heart-questioning path merely evaluates the nature of the tester, holding no reflection on other matters. Numerous disciples of exceptional character have faltered midway, and there exists no direct correlation with combat prowess. Even Xiong Baishan, brimming with confidence, felt his complexion shift, muttering to himself for encouragement. His companion, the bear beast, served as his source of strength. How could this be possible? Before the water mirror, Ma Ming uttered the same phrase. He certainly recognized Bai Zichen, the inner sect disciple who had usurped the cave dwelling originally intended for his younger sister, thus causing him considerable embarrassment. Back then, Ma Ming succumbed to illusions after only 20-odd steps on the path of inquiry. His impetuous actions led to the death of a fellow disciple, prompting him to avenge the act by slaughtering the offending cultivator's entire clan, which in turn invited the wrath of the cultivator's friends. Entangled in a web of reciprocal animosity, he embarked on a path of carnage, ultimately squandering a century of his life and perishing from exhaustion amidst the slaughter, thus concluding his trial. Judging others by himself, he found it inconceivable that Bai Zichen could traverse 50 levels of the path of inquiry. He mused that Bai Zichen probably wouldn't surpass Headmaster Wei. Even if Bai Zichen broke the record, it would be a good thing, so that new disciples wouldn't see his name at the top of the leaderboard every time they took the trial. Initially taken aback, Elder Zhang was subsequently filled with anticipation upon considering this aspect. Return and furnish me with a comprehensive dossier on this disciple, Bai Zichen, he instructed. Regardless of the number of steps he may yet take, his temperament is demonstrably adequate. Should his other attributes prove equally commendable, we may well place him at the forefront of potential candidates. Having issued this directive, Liang Yu resumed his unwavering gaze upon the figure reflected in the water mirror. Bai Zichen lingered for an extended duration upon the 50th level of the celestial stairs, his countenance betraying a mixture of perplexity and bewilderment, even unconsciously surveying his surroundings. At 30, he established his foundation, and within a century, he achieved core formation, thereby becoming the youngest core formation true person in the annals of the Azure Maple sect. Next year, he vowed, I shall ensure that the banner of the Azure Maple sect is planted before the very gates of the Ghost Spirit sect. The following year, Bai Zichen led the sect's army on a campaign, overcoming all obstacles in their path. Before the Ghost Spirit sect's grand formation, he deployed the Galaxy Sword Array, single-handedly defeating 3 core formation cultivators, achieving a resounding victory. With the sect destroyed and the mountain conquered, the Ghost Spirit sect became a relic of the past, and Bai Zichen's prestige reached its zenith. Subsequently, he departed from Liang State to travel the world. However, immediately upon leaving Liang State, he encountered a plump, white pig that sent him flying with a single tusk. A nascent soul stage pig demon? What a feeble biped. Lock it away and let it be nurtured for another 2 years before its demise. A jade hare, exuding the same formidable presence, leaped and bounded, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bai Zichen flying for dozens of miles. In midair, he caught sight of countless such formidable beings in the nascent soul stage, numbering in the dozens, if not hundreds. Beyond the borders of Liang Kingdom, were there truly such swarms of nascent soul entities? To think that even a corpulent swine possesses the power to effortlessly crush me. What then is the significance of my century of arduous cultivation? Bai Zichen's thoughts were muddled, as everything before him transcended the scope of his understanding, seemingly shattering the very meaning of his lifelong cultivation. That any random beast should be born with the strength to surpass me renders diligent practice meaningless. In the eyes of a nascent soul demon, what distinction exists between a core formation cultivator and a mere mortal, both but bipedal creatures bred for their purposes? Would I not be happier as a mortal, tending solely to my own small plot of land? Bai Zichen's form grew increasingly ethereal, on the verge of dissipating entirely. Just then, a vision flashed before his eyes, a youthful self, hair in a bun, assiduously reciting the Evergreen Sutra. It was as if he had grasped a sudden epiphany. I cultivate throughout my life for the great Tao, seeking immortality. What concern is it of mine what others cultivate? Even if one is as dull-witted as a pig, yet is born with the potential to transform into a deity, it cannot sway my devotion to the pursuit of the Tao. The scores of nascent soul demons abruptly exploded, transforming into streams of light that surged into Bai Zichen's body, solidifying and purifying his form. Another step across the Liang Kingdom border, and the entire world dissolved. He found himself standing on the 60th step of the celestial ladder. Bai Zichen inhaled deeply. Several illusory worlds in succession, each experience akin to a dream accelerated 10,000-fold, left his head throbbing with a needle-like ache. Stepping onto the 61st level of the mind-questioning path, he had barely witnessed himself transformed into a meteorite hurtling from the sky toward the earth, burning into a colossal fireball. When a gentle force propelled him from the illusory world back to the base of the mind-questioning celestial ladder. What is happening? Have I not yet failed my trial? Why was I directly transported out? Bewildered, Bai Zichen had already discerned the mystic nature of the 100-level path of the inquiring heart. Though inexplicable, he was certain that he had gained benefits from the path, as if the depths of his heart had been swept clean of dust, leaving a serene clarity. Your disposition may not have reached its zenith, but the inquiring heart heavenly stairway has detected that your sea of consciousness is no longer capable of enduring the trials of a virtual world. To prevent irreversible harm to the disciples of the sect, it was predetermined that you would be automatically transported away should a similar situation arise. An elderly cultivator materialized behind him, his gaze solely fixed on Bai Zichen, filled with admiration. Indeed, a pity. Had you possessed the cultivation of the qi refining completion, you might have truly ascended to the 70th level. However, for qi refining cultivators, the benefits gleaned between the two are not vastly different. You need not dwell on it excessively. Greetings, Martial Uncle Liang. Bai Zichen promptly offered his respects, having committed the appearance of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall to memory before entering the sect. Both of you have passed the second trial of the True Inheritor examination. Return and await notification. Arrangements for the third trial, the martial contest, will be communicated to you in due course. Liang Yu offered a few simple words of encouragement, exhorting them to cultivate diligently and become pillars of the sect. Emerging from the enforcement hall, Xiong Baishan departed in haste, without uttering a word. Bai Zichen remained unperturbed, possessing the utmost confidence in the forthcoming inter-sect martial contest. Having just emerged from the path of the inquiring heart, his mind seemed to harbor several segments of lives not his own, creating a sense of estrangement upon returning to reality. It seems I will require a few days to dissipate the after-effects of the path of the inquiring heart. The foremost in temperament among the true inheritor disciples of the Azure Maple sect in a century. Bai Zichen chuckled wryly. The title certainly sounded impressive. The Azure Maple sect's arena, steeped in history, comprised 8 martial training grounds in addition to the main arena. The main arena was constructed entirely of second-order jade stone, adorned with aerial restriction formations and protective arrays, with hundreds of spectator seats below the stage. Niu Ji, as the arena supervisor, typically enjoyed a relaxed existence. Several fireworker Taoists managed the martial training grounds, collecting fees for usage, while he was only required to inspect the arena monthly, checking for any damage to the formations. However, this morning, he was exceedingly busy, primarily due to the presence of numerous prominent figures rarely seen on ordinary days. Supervisor. Another true inheritor disciple has arrived with 2 intersect disciples. The front row is fully occupied. Should they be directed to the second row? Niu Jichai had just personally escorted an elder to the private room when his subordinate, the fireworker Taoist, hurried over, inquiring anxiously. Needless to say, reserve the remaining seats in the front row for me. Do not arrange them to the back without my instruction. Niu Ji's lips were adorned with a series of blisters, as he had not anticipated the arrival of such a multitude of distinguished figures that morning. An error had occurred in the seating arrangements. Now, he could only hope that fewer eminent individuals would attend. After all, it would be unacceptable to have an elder seated behind a steward. Should there be a reshuffling of positions, it was entirely possible that a narrow-minded steward might harbor resentment against him. Old Niu, why are you just standing there? Pray furnish esteemed Elder Jean with a vantage point of utmost comfort, for our return from the market has been a taxing endeavor. As fate would have it, a familiar voice echoed from behind, none other than Lang Zhongping, erstwhile superior to Niu Ji. Greetings, Elder Jean, greetings, Overseer Lang. Niu Ji turned, inwardly lamenting his ill fortune. For here stood 2 more masters he dared not offend. There exists a private chamber above, offering an elevated perspective, shielded from the clamor below. Might I suggest we adjourn there? It is acceptable. I shall depart once I have finished observing, for one cannot linger too long in the marketplace. Elder Jean is a short and stout middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, clad in a loose Taoist robe, with 7 or 8 pouches hanging from his waist. Niuji led the way ahead, serving tea and offering greetings, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he prudently withdrew from the private room. Master Lang, are you aware of what is transpiring? Such a multitude of distinguished figures has suddenly arrived. Never before have so many attended the trials of true transmission. Lang Zhongping and Niu Ji exited together, bidding farewell to their former subordinates at the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Niu Ji could not help but voice a few complaints. "Let me count for you," he said. "Not only are all the inner disciples present, but 2 of the true disciples have also arrived. Over 10 stewards are here, and even 5 elders from various halls have come. I recall that last year, Chen Wei truly instructed that 1 elder from both the Hall of Transmission and the Hall of Law should supervise the proceedings. Oh, have you truly become daft in this place? Whatever happened to that sharp wit you once possessed?" Ultimately, it was the former subordinate, Lang Zhongping, who, in frustration, uttered a scolding remark, followed by guidance. Last year, it was evident that Chen Wei was the sole recipient of the promotion. Who would take notice? Originally, this year would not have stirred such a commotion. Who could have anticipated that junior brother Bai would not wait until next year and would directly enroll? Moreover, he shattered the sect leader's record during the second trial, the path of reflection, injecting an element of suspense into the competition for this year's true disciples, which naturally piqued the interest of the elders. So it is, however, since that Bai from the inner sect was capable of breaking the sect leader's record, the position of true disciple should be within his grasp, shouldn't it? Niuji nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had learned something. The nature of a person does not necessarily correlate with their combat strength. The bear beast accompanying Xiong Baishan is no trivial opponent. Elder Jean remarked that junior brother Bai was overly anxious, assuring that by next year, the true discipleship would be firmly secured. Lang Zhongping sighed, as he certainly hoped for Bai Zichen's victory, which would safeguard his previous investments. Do take care. It is possible that elders of the Hall Master level may be present. In the future, do not confine yourself to your own small patch. Venture out more often. Very well, you may take a seat in the private room. I shall have someone bring 2 dishes of spirit fruit shortly. Niuji exhaled in relief, contemplating which steward he should greet next. The distance to the elder level was too great. It would be inappropriate to disturb them recklessly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as many paused to exchange pleasantries, some even turning back to wait for others. The hall master of the enforcement hall, Liang Yu, and Elder Pei Donyong of the transmission hall arrived together, stirring quite a sensation. Niuji slapped his thigh and hurried forward to welcome them. Numerous intersect disciples whispered among themselves, puzzled by how a mere true disciple trial could draw so many elders, excluding those in seclusion or stationed at critical locations. Nearly half of the elders from Qingfeng sect had gathered at the arena. As the appointed time arrived, Elder Zhang from the enforcement hall soared above the arena, as per tradition, expounding the rules and objectives of the true disciple trial, announcing the names of the 2 disciples who had progressed to the 3rd round. Before gracefully descending from the stage, boom, a black bear descended from the heavens, its form unfurling to a height exceeding 10 feet. With a figure perched upon its shoulders, none other than Xiong Baishan. Xiong Baishan, a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, companion spirit beast, silver-striped black bear, peak of the 1st tier. In a corner of the arena, a solitary figure stood alongside a bear, the atmosphere thickening with an air of foreboding as the bear's roars echoed throughout the venue. On the opposite side of the stage, Bai Zichen ascended with measured steps, a golden short sword held casually in his hand, his demeanor composed. "Sister Chen," he inquired, "which of them do you believe will emerge victorious?" Several female disciples sat together, led by Chen Wei, observing the unfolding situation. It was truly unexpected that Brother Bai, in just a few short years, had attained such remarkable cultivation. The patriarch had remarked that given this young man's disposition, even if he were not to become a true successor, as long as he did not falter along the way, he would undoubtedly secure a foundation in his practice. Beholding the 2 combatants in the arena, Tanqin spoke with admiration and eagerness to engage. Bai Zichen possesses a unique protective art, which causes my clear spirit eye technique to suffer a painful backlash upon mere observation. Otherwise, I would scrutinize him thoroughly. Zhao Yaqing suppressed her urge to employ her eye technique, recalling the previous stinging sensation that reddened her eyes and took nearly half a month to recover, leaving a lasting impression. I am uncertain. Primarily, at the Qi refining stage, possessing a peak first-order spirit beast, is too advantageous, especially in a restricted environment like the arena, where Xiong Baishan holds a greater advantage. After pondering for a considerable time, Chunwei shook her head, her tone leaning towards Xiong Baishan. After all, even senior brother Su Li had remarked on the considerable difficulty in confronting a silver-striped black bear. As the spectators in the viewing area engaged in lively discussion, the barrier on the main stage descended, signaling the official commencement of the trial combat. Junior brother Bai, I acknowledge your promising future, but I am certain to emerge victorious in this contest. Xiong Baishan concealed himself behind the bear beast, conjuring an iron tower which he cast into the air. A radiant pagoda enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, he raised his hand and unleashed several talismans, bestowing enhancements such as divine movement, mighty strength, and iron wall upon the bear beast. Just as he completed these incantations, a beam of golden sword light swept towards him. The silver-patterned black bear raised its palms in an attempt to deflect the attack, yet the agile sword light deftly maneuvered through its grasp, striking the three-tiered pagoda with a resounding crash. Thick earth-heavy shield, arise. Xiong Baishan's heart trembled violently. This singular sword was enough to cause his treasured Sanbao Linglong Tower to sway uncontrollably, revealing two fissures in its radiant silhouette. This exquisite defensive artifact, the Sanbao Linglong Tower, had cost him a substantial portion of his fortune. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ the simplest yet most unscrupulous tactic in the arena, to unleash his accompanying spirit beast in an offensive manner while he himself focused entirely on defense, casting supportive spells and employing ranged means to harass Bai Zichen. To this end, he had prepared over 100 talismans. However, from the very onset, he found himself at a disadvantage, rendering his meticulous plans a mere farce. In the face of the agile sword light, the silver-patterned black bear appeared sluggish and clumsy, unable to fulfill even its role as a meat shield. While the defensive artifact he had placed so much hope in was already on the verge of collapse under Bai Zichen's relentless swordplay. Dehei, go and tear him apart. Observing the successive ascensions of several earthen ramparts from the pagoda, only to witness their swift disintegration under the golden sword's relentless assault, Xiong Baishan's resolve hardened. While unleashing the silver-striped black bear, he pressed his hands firmly upon the three treasures' exquisite pagoda, channeling his mana into it with the force of a breached dam. Resorting to his ultimate, closely guarded technique prematurely. This bear is certainly ferocious, albeit somewhat aesthetically challenged, and its cumbersome nature renders it of limited utility in protracted, unadorned combat. Bai Zichen remarked with nonchalant ease, even sparing a moment to critique the silver-striped black bear charging towards him. The bear's advance resembled a small mountain in motion. Were it not for the arena's construction from second-tier jade, reinforced with layers of enchantments, the ground would undoubtedly succumb to collapse and fragmentation. Let us expedite matters, then. In an open expanse, Bai Zichen skillfully commanded the radiant sword light, where even a mere touch from the silver-striped black bear would signify his defeat. Yet, within the confines of the arena, the challenge of evasion escalated significantly. Bolstered by several swift movement techniques, the bear's speed was far from insignificant. Choosing to remain steadfast, he unfurled the crimson-topped precious umbrella. As the bear collided with it, the terrifying force sent him staggering backwards, shattering 3 layers of crimson mist in succession. However, the silver-striped black bear did not pursue its advantage. Instead, it let out a mournful cry, revealing 2 gaping sword wounds on its face, staining its black for a deep crimson. Bai Zichen waved his ink bamboo sword, lamenting the missed opportunity. Had the bear not been fortified by the iron wall spell, its already formidable physique would not have been encased in a layer of impenetrable armor. His other sword, the golden sparrow, was weaving a golden sword rainbow, soaring above and below the pagoda, compelling the ink bamboo sword to unleash rapid strikes. In that fleeting moment of intersection, he could have cleaved half of the bear's face with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Xiong Baishan had pushed the 3 treasures Linglong Pagoda to its utmost limits. The pagoda descended heavily upon the ground, sprouting countless tendrils that fused with the entire arena. Simultaneously, layers of treasured banners emerged from within the pagoda, unleashing a barrage towards the golden sword rainbow, irrespective of their accuracy, significantly reducing the frequency of attacks on the 3 treasures Linglong Pagoda. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the two were engaged in a spirited exchange. However, only Xiong Baishan understood the agony of his situation. he was entirely on the defensive, unable to lend aid to his companion spirit beast. Despite having prepared a plethora of potent talismans, he found himself bereft of the opportunity to deploy them. The frustration within him palpable. At this moment, he could only hope fervently that his spirit beast would rise to the occasion and deliver a crushing blow to Byzichin. Indeed, those supreme defensive artifacts were exceedingly vexing, akin to a tortoise shell. Although the Sanbao Linglong Tower may pale in comparison to the Chigai Baozhu umbrella, it remains an exquisite magical artifact renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Coupled with Xiong Baishan's steadfast defense, it rendered Byzichin momentarily helpless. Particularly, the Sanbao Linglong Tower, deeply rooted in the ground, appeared to transfer a portion of the attacks it endured, with the jade stones beneath it vibrating incessantly as the formations laid out began to flicker fiercely. Severing an arm first. Observing the augmented ferocity of the wounded bear beast, its massive paws transformed the crimson clouds into scattered wisps. Byzichin, with a swift gesture of his left hand, unleashed a golden sword radiance, followed by a returning strike. With the golden finch in his left hand and the ink bamboo in his right, he instantaneously wielded both swords, emitting two dazzling sword lights that surged forth. The silver-striped black bear, poised for a collision, seemed to willingly plunge into the sword radiance. Following the blood wolf hunt in the Nameless Valley, Byzichin had employed a diminished version of dual sword wielding. Upon descending from the Trial of Heart, he discovered a substantial augmentation in his spiritual perception. Initially confined to 15 zhong, it had now surged beyond 20. Consequently, he dared to attempt a genuine dual sword execution in close-quarters combat, despite lacking prior practice. Shua! A colossal bear paw was severed. The two sword lights enveloped the silver-striped black bear's shoulders. The peak first-order demon beast roared incessantly, its remaining paw frantically battering the sword lights, which intensified in layers, forcibly severing the bear's hand, which was as tough as refined iron. Blood gushed from the wound, and the silver-striped black bear collapsed at the edge of the arena, wailing in anguish. Dehei! Xiong Baishan cried out in grief, lamenting both his cherished spirit beast and his position as a true disciple. With his most dependable companion severely wounded, what prospects remained in this contest? Could he possibly triumph over Byzichin, now wielding dual swords? Within the Jia-class private room, Liang Yu and Pei Dongyong exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Junior Pei, you informed me that this lad excels in flying swords, but failed to mention his ability to wield dual swords during the Qi refining stage. Surely you weren't deliberately concealing this information to seize my scarlet fire copper? Liang Yu feigned indignation, slamming the table before him. Haha, senior, I genuinely did not anticipate this. Nevertheless, I deem this bet won. Upon melting the scarlet fire copper, I anticipate elevating my copper mace to a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Pei Dongyong and Liang Yu had forged a bond in their humble beginnings, one as an outer sect steward, the other as a celestial, a true disciple. Yet, they shared an affinity, engaging in candid conversations and cultivating a profound friendship. Exceptional cultivation speed, formidable combat prowess, and remarkable temperament. Senior, this by lad should satisfy the old ancestors' requirements, wouldn't you agree? That Xiong fellow hasn't conceded? Liang Yu was about to respond when he suddenly uttered a surprised exclamation, his experienced gaze revealing astonishment. The previously moribund silver-striped black bear had astonishingly risen once more, roaring skyward. Flesh sprouted from the severed limb, staunching the bleeding. Its already massive form expanded further, and the silver stripes on its chest deepened, coalescing into a golden thread. An oppressive aura emanated outward like a tempest. The silver-striped black bear's momentum continued to surge. Blood streamed from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth. Despite its evident weakness, it swelled like an inflated balloon, exuding a perilous aura. Advancement. This beast is advancing. Zhao Yaqing employed her clear spirit eyes, scanning the silver-striped black bear to discern the truth. Xiong Baishan is deranged. He's employing some secret art to ignite the bear beast's essence, forcibly propelling his spirit beast toward the second order. Regardless of success, this spirit beast will perish within half an incense stick's time. With the bear beast's robust vitality, the loss of a paw is inconsequential, it can be reattached. This is a spirit beast with the potential to advance to the second order. How could he bear to sacrifice it? Advancement to the second order would take at least 45 years. He cannot possibly wait. Without the resources of a true disciple, Junior Xiong is essentially deprived of the opportunity to establish a foundation. Hence, he sacrifices his companion spirit beast for a chance. Chen Wei empathized with Xiong Baishan's decision. If she were on the verge of mortality, what use would a spirit beast's advancement to the second order be? I cannot tarry. Even though Bai Zichen couldn't comprehend the sudden transformation in the silver-striped black bear, he knew it couldn't be allowed to continue. Weighing the bear beast against Xiong Baishan, he swiftly resolved. Merging with his sword, the golden sword radiance hurtled toward the bear beast. The remaining paw swatted, unleashing a force exceeding 1,000 jun. A cacophony of shattering beads echoed from the scarlet canopy treasure umbrella, and all the beads exploded in an instant. The crimson clouds flickered several times, directly breaching the umbrella's defenses. Bai Zichen felt an overwhelming force crush him, as if his bones were about to shatter. He was sent flying, colliding with the barrier in midair before plummeting to the arena floor. Huh! He spat out bloody spittle, the taste of iron permeating his mouth. He suspected 2 ribs were broken, but he couldn't afford to inspect them. He stared intently at the mountainous bear beast. The golden sword radiance had pierced halfway into the bear beast's shoulder before being halted. The bear paw seized it and flung it away, the sharp sword light severing 3 claws from the paw. However, this minor injury was merely a flesh wound to the near second-order silver-striped black bear, now more aptly named the golden-threaded black bear. As it was about to take a step forward and crush the irritating human before it, the bear beast's strength rapidly waned. Its massive form deflated like a punctured balloon. A jade-green flying sword pierced through the golden-threaded black bear's chest, and the quasi-second-order strength gained from burning essence blood dissipated like a bubble as the blood flowed away. Boom! The golden-threaded black bear collapsed on the arena. Its body shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, now most certainly deceased. Bai Zichen, you are formidable, capable of defeating even a golden-threaded black bear in mid-advancement. However, you are now incapacitated. I shall be the ultimate victor. Xiong Baishan's face contorted as he gnashed his teeth. Judging from the previous trend, the silver-striped black bear possessed a wealth of accumulated essence. Given several decades, it had a high probability of advancing into a golden-threaded black bear. A second-order spirit beast, with its extended lifespan, could serve as a clan's guardian, ensuring a century of prosperity. Bai Zichen tore off his tattered Taoist robe, revealing a thin inner armor beneath, marked with distinct bear claw prints. You are mistaken. With half my life remaining, defeating you is not difficult. Bai Zichen touched the 100 refined heavenly silk armor with lingering fear. At the critical moment, this inner armor had mitigated a portion of the damage. Otherwise, he would have been disemboweled. Xiong Baishan produced a pile of talismans, launching several unremarkable, finger-width, slender talismans toward the golden finch sword and the ink bamboo sword. These are specially prepared spirit-sealing talismans. Without your flying swords, I shall see how you defeat me. Tears welled in Xiong Baishan's eyes. Spirit-sealing talismans could seal the spiritual power of magical artifacts and imprison treasures, but their usage was demanding. Currently, one flying sword was embedded in the deceased golden-threaded black bear, while the other had been flung to the opposite corner of the arena. Both were far from their master, providing the spirit-sealing talismans with an opportune moment. Each flying sword was covered with 5 or 6 talismans. Bai Zichen reached out, and indeed, the connection between the 2 flying swords and himself had become tenuous and faint. By expending some time or closing the distance, he could easily dispel the spirit-sealing talismans. However, Xiong Baishan had already raised his pagoda, each step causing the ground to tremble as he approached slowly but resolutely. He would certainly not grant him the opportunity. Bai Zichen swept his hand across his storage pouch, producing a wooden sword. He supported himself as he stood up, and to Xiong Baishan's incredulous gaze, he unleashed a sword light that cleaved a fissure in his pagoda. Xiong Baishan hastily attempted to reconnect the 3 treasures' exquisite pagoda to the arena, but the milky white sword light, imbued with righteous energy, repeatedly struck from cunning angles, targeting his vulnerabilities and forcing him to restart the connection. After several rounds, the pagoda's aura was riddled with cracks. The pagoda shattered, and the demon-subduing peachwood sword halted above Xiong Baishan's head, a trickle of blood flowing from his forehead. I concede. Xiong Baishan's face was ashen, his chest heaving as he spoke with difficulty. He couldn't comprehend how a chi-refining cultivator could possess 3 flying swords. Even sword cultivators typically carried only 1 primary and 1 backup sword. Elder Zhang materialized above the arena. He had been overseeing the duel, prepared to intervene and prevent fatal injuries. However, the rapid shifts in momentum had twice forestalled his intervention. The victor is Bai Zichen, Elder Zhang declared, amplifying his voice with magic, after confirming that both combatants were unharmed. Any intersect disciples who wish to challenge may step forward within the hour. No more than 3 challengers will be accepted, prioritized by intersect seniority. Bai Zichen disregarded the announcement, immediately consuming a chi recovery pill and accelerating his mana restoration with the evergreen skill. He had a list of the remaining intersect disciples. Aside from 2 at the 7th level of chi refining, the rest were at the 6th level. Barring any exceptional secret treasures, his superior cultivation level left him unafraid. A few sword strokes would suffice. Senior Sister Tan, don't be reckless. Chun Wei restrained the eager Tan Qin, aware that the latter's pampered upbringing had instilled a habit of acting impulsively. Your cultivation is far inferior. Do you intend to stage an improbable upset? Despite Bai Zichen's current exhaustion, he would defeat you in fewer than 10 strikes. There's no benefit in inviting humiliation. Obstructing another's path to advancement only fosters animosity. While such challenges are acceptable when only one person applies, few would interfere in a situation like this unless driven by deep-seated hatred. Tit for tat is common. If you violate the intersect's unspoken rules, Elder Tan will have no reason to defend you during your own true inheritance trials, even if you are challenged thrice. Tan Qin glanced around, noting the 2 7th-level chi refining intersect senior brothers remained seated, showing no inclination to challenge. With a pout, she reluctantly sat down. The challenge registration period has concluded. Bai Zichen is the new true inheritor. Elder Zhang announced thrice, officially declaring the result after no one challenged. Bai Zichen opened his eyes in surprise, having worried needlessly about potential challengers. Bai, your future is boundless. A true inheritor at your age is destined to walk alongside us. Elder Zhang approached, feigning warmth as he patted Bai Zichen's shoulder. Attend to your affairs, and then visit senior brother Liang. He awaits you above. Indeed, an 18-year-old true inheritor warranted respect, even from Foundation establishment elders. I dare not delay senior Uncle Liang's summons. I will change and visit immediately, Bai Zichen replied. He bowed to the audience, acknowledging their attendance. As some spectators departed, others lingered, hoping to befriend Bai Zichen, while many remained, discussing the duel. Bai Zichen noticed Xiong Baishan stumbling toward his companion beast, kneeling before it. His dejected posture contrasted sharply with his earlier confidence. Junior brother Bai has truly succeeded. Lang Zhongping murmured, still staring at the arena, oblivious to the boiling water spilling from his teacup. He realized that even at the peak of chi refining, he might not have defeated Xiong Baishan, let alone forced the bear beast to attempt a forced advancement. We are all intersect disciples, yet the disparity is vast. Some are born to be protagonists, their talent undeniable. Zhongping, didn't you say you were acquainted with that junior nephew Bai? Elder Jin asked, patting his rotund belly as he watched Bai Zichen descend from the arena. Yes, junior brother Bai, and I had a pleasant conversation. I even helped him procure the flying sword he used later in the duel. Lang Zhongping eagerly embellished, despite their limited interaction. Cultivate that relationship. Junior nephew Bai seems to have caught someone's eye. Elder Jean gestured toward the upper-level private room with a smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Next time junior nephew Bai visits the market, remember to introduce him to me. Understood. I will convey your regards to junior brother Bai, Lang Zhongping replied respectfully, inwardly marveling at Bai Zichen's newfound status. He was grateful for his foresight in establishing a connection early on. Greetings, Senior Uncle Liang, Senior Uncle Pei. Bai Zichen greeted the 2 familiar figures in the private room, standing respectfully. No need for formality. You are a true inheritor now. Surely you aspire to be our equal in the future? Pei Dongyong remarked with a smile, his demeanor noticeably warmer. Here's a small test. Attain Foundation establishment within 15 years, and I will present you with a low-grade spiritual artifact as a gift. Then I thank Senior Uncle Pei in advance, Bai Zichen replied. New Foundation establishment cultivators typically deplete their resources acquiring the necessities for advancement, often leaving them penniless. Hence, many rely on magical artifacts before acquiring spiritual artifacts. A low-grade spiritual artifact was a significant gesture. Very well, we summoned you to discuss the benefits afforded to true inheritors. An official would have contacted you in a few days, but we were available and decided to speak with you directly, Liang Yu said. acknowledging Bai Zichen's confidence in achieving foundation establishment within 15 years. Every true inheritor is a seed for the sect's future, a hope for the continuation of our legacy. The future of the Azure Maple sect rests on your shoulders. Consequently, the resources invested in you are tenfold those of inner sect disciples, with several long-term benefits that persist even if you lose your true inheritor status. With Liang Yu's solemn words, the true inheritor status was unveiled to Bai Zichen. The Azure Maple sect set the age limit for true inheritors at 40. Reaching 40 or achieving foundation establishment would automatically result in the loss of true inheritor status. Most sect elders were former true inheritors, but less than half ascended directly from true inheritor status. The remainder refined their mana to the utmost and meticulously prepared before attempting foundation establishment before their vitality waned. These individuals were over 40 when they became elders and were referred to as former true inheritors. The sect's stringent regulations were due to the superior treatment afforded to true inheritors, which sometimes exceeded that of foundation establishment elders. Relaxing the criteria would be unsustainable. One such benefit was the allocation of a third-order, low-grade spiritual land, setting them apart from cultivation families. While allocating such a high-level spiritual land to chi-refining cultivators was wasteful, it demonstrated the Azure Maple sect's commitment to its true inheritors. Secondly, each true inheritor had a one-time opportunity to exchange for foundation establishment spiritual materials free of charge, with no expiration date. Whether they chose to exchange immediately, 20 years later, or bequeath the opportunity to descendants, the sect would honor it. If they preferred a higher-grade foundation establishment pill, they could supplement the difference with sect contributions and be prioritized for exchange. This further distinguished true inheritors from other disciples. Other benefits included complementary first-order spiritual materials, which the steward hall would provide upon request. Moreover, you shall leave a drop of your essence within the Hall of Justice, where all true disciples and elders will forge a soul lamp, allowing the sect to be promptly informed in the event of any untoward incident. Should you indeed meet your demise beyond our borders, a unique mark will be left upon the slayer, which will react whenever this individual enters within 100 miles of the soul lamp. This method is commonly employed across various sects, albeit with slight variations in execution. Its primary purpose is to instill fear in outsiders, making them aware that we possess the means to trace and retaliate against foes, thus providing you, as foundational disciples, with an added layer of security during your ventures outside. Having thoroughly elucidated the privileges of true disciples, Bai Zichen interjected with a few inquiries, all of which Liang Yu addressed with patience. Rising from his seat, the imposing aura of the hall master enveloped him, and a chilling, solemn presence compelled those who dared to meet his gaze to lower their heads, instinctively concealing their thoughts. As a true disciple, the third level of the Hall of Transmission is now open to you. In time, you will come to understand these matters. Our Qingfeng sect, inheriting from the illustrious Shanyang Jinjuan, embodies the true essence of Taoism, markedly distinct from the external paths and demonic sects of this realm. Although we have resided in Heishan County for a millennium, we have inevitably absorbed some local traits. Otherwise, we would have faced isolation and exclusion from neighboring sections. The sect does not impose strictures on the behavior of its disciples. Actions are guided solely by one's heart. However, one principle must be etched in your mind. The practices of the demonic path, slaughtering sentient beings, human sacrifices, and other nefarious methods, are strictly forbidden within our sect. Any transgressions will result in a decisive purge by the Hall of Justice. Liang Yu's voice resonated like a mighty bell, instilling dread in the hearts of his listeners. The disciples took heed, vowing never to stray into the demonic path. Although practitioners of the demonic arts may advance swiftly in the early stages, the latent dangers are manifold, and the